Chapter 1, Shameless Man 1. The East Peak Mainland. A strong wind blew past the top of a tall mountain. Chia Ruan stood silently at the peak of the mountain, her black hair tangled with the wind as her cold gaze focused on a group of people. There was a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man within that group. The indifference and coldness in the man's eyes wrapped around her heart, chilling her from head to toe. Chia Ruan, after running for so long, let's see where you can escape to now. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. His gaze was as if he were looking at an irreconcilable enemy, as if the girl in front of him did not carry his blood in her veins. The ancient divine pagoda was something that grandfather gave to me while he was alive. I won't give it to anyone no matter what. Chia Ruan's voice held the hatred that she was unable to suppress. Back then, because of a single sentence from her grandfather, the one who marries the Yun family's daughter will become the young master of the Chia family. It was because of that sentence that this so-called father of hers abandoned his childhood lover and strove to win the favor of her mother. And on the very month that her mother was married to him, he brought his lover into the Chia family and made her a concubine. As the Chia family's young master, he could have as many concubines as he wanted, and her mother could do nothing but spend her days in tears. If grandfather had not felt sorry for her, she was afraid that her mother would have had no status at all in the Chia family. Chia Ming's expression fell, and he said bitterly, "You vicious woman. The ancient divine pagoda originally belonged to Chuxiu. You're still trying to rationalize your actions after snatching it away from her. Don't forget, when Chuxiu was born, there was a vision from heaven and the diviner told us that she's the reincarnation of the ancient phoenix Sixi. My father was senile in his old age, otherwise he wouldn't have given the ancient divine pagoda to you. Now that he has passed away, I will correct this mistake." Ha ha ha. Chia Ruan laughed out loud. Her laughter continued echoing in the mountain valley for a long time. Have you forgotten that the day Chia Chuxiu was born was also the day of my birth? Grandfather must have had a reason for giving me the ancient divine pagoda, but you. She laughed mockingly. In order to take the ancient divine pagoda, you tortured me, and when my mother tried to save me, you tortured her to her death. My maternal grandfather and his family were also destroyed by your own hands. Are you even still human? For the sake of another daughter, you didn't even hesitate to kill your own wife. HMPH. Chia Ming snorted coolly, and said with a cold face, she was not worthy of being my wife. Even if she had not died for your sake, I wouldn't have let her live anyway. Only with her dead, can my beloved woman take her place. Chia Ruan shut her eyes in grief, her mother's bleak look still carved into her heart. She completely gave up. She had intended to give up the ancient divine pagoda her grandfather had entrusted to her in exchange for her mother's life, but her mother had seemed to know what she wanted to do and used her death to protect the ancient divine pagoda. Even now, thinking about it caused a piercing pain in her heart. Chia Ming, you will definitely regret all that you have done. A man as treacherous and ruthless as you will one day be spurned by everyone, never to make a comeback. Regret. Chia Ming laughed condescendingly. Do you know what rumors are spreading outside now? You, Chia Ruan, in extreme arrogance, provoked an enemy you shouldn't have. And that enemy massacred the Yun family after failing to find you. And I, Chia Ming, am currently in deep mourning and pain after your mother's death. Even Chuxiu fainted out of sadness. Only you, this daughter, after bringing them disaster, are in hiding, a coward, but. Ha ha ha, your mother wasn't even buried in the Chia family's ancestral graves. Her corpse has already been thrown into a mass grave for the wolves to feast on. Our Chia family's ancestral graves are not for just any woman to enter. Chapter 2, Shameless Man 2. Chia Ruan's body began to tremble. She opened her eyes wide, staring dead on at the man before her with hatred. Chia Ming, you're shameless. Shameless. Chia Ming laughed loudly. The winner takes all. You have only yourself to blame for everything that has happened, and it was you who dragged your mother into this. So the one who really killed her was you. The one who really killed her was you. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Chia Ruan burst into laughter. That wild laughter, full of insanity, echoed around the entire mountain without a break. Chia Ming, you shameless bastard. I'll drag you down to hell to apologize to my mother right now. Just die with me now. An imposing aura began rising from her body, causing the whole sky to turn overcast and cold. That's bad. Chia Ming's expression changed, and he said hastily, she wants to explode herself. Chia Ruan was the #1 talent in the Chia family who had reached the martial senior class at a young age. When he had launched a sneak attack on her, he would not have severely injured her if he had not used the ultimate technique of the Yun family. Even so, the explosion of a severely injured martial senior would be enough to drag all the people here into hell. Fuchi. The muffled sound of something piercing a chest rang out in the quiet and secluded valley. Chia Ruan's body stiffened, lowering her head to look at the sword that had come from behind, then turning her head in disbelief. Her gaze fell on the distinct lines of that handsome face. Lu Chen, you. She had known earlier that Lu Chen had come. But because it was Lu Chen, she had let down her guard. Who would have thought that the man she trusted the most would want to kill her? Bang! Power burst out from her body and in an instant, the sword in her chest faded into bits and pieces. She clutched the endlessly bleeding wound, gaze filled with pain, not understanding. Why do you want to kill me? The last two words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. A trace of guilt and sadness passed between Lu Chen's brows, but it disappeared in the next instant. Yunsa, I'm sorry. I'm a man with great ambitions. Although you are in my heart and my most beloved, Chuxiu is the reincarnation of the ancient phoenix Sixi, and the real owner of the ancient divine pagoda. She's the only one who can become the strongest power on this mainland once she gets the ancient divine pagoda. Only by marrying her, will I be able to have the entire world in my hands, so, I have my own problems. Chia Ruan's face was pale to the point of fright, not daring to believe that the person who had sworn his love for her, would draw his sword against her in this instant. Suddenly, she seemed to have remembered something, and rushed crazily at Lu Chen. Where's Yue? I entrusted Yue to you, what have you done to him? Chia Ruan seized Lu Chen's collar tightly, shouting crazily without caring about the pain in her body. Her mother was dead, her maternal grandfather's family had been killed, her little brother was the only kin she had left. Because of her trust in Lu Chen, and not wanting to drag her brother into danger, she had entrusted her brother to Lu Chen to protect. But now, Chia Ruoan's body trembled, dread showing on that pale face, causing a twinge of pain in Lu Chen's heart. However, he quickly hardened his heart and said, "Bring out Chia Linyu." After a long while, a half-dead young boy was brought over in someone's hands, his frail body looking extremely delicate in the strong winds, as if he would be carried away by the winds at any time. Chapter 3, Shameless Man 3. You err. Her voice held heartbreaking pain as tears slid down from her eyes. Seeming to have heard the woman's desperate cry, the teenage boy finally moved. He opened his tired eyes, clear pupils gazing straight at Chia Ruoan, thin lips trembling lightly, with a weak voice, "Big sister." Cough cough. Chia Ruoan coughed out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood, her blood-soaked figure dazzling under the sun's rays. "Let him go. Let him go. Give us the ancient divine pagoda, and I'll let him off." Lu Chen let the emotions on his face fade away and gazed coldly at Chia Ruoan. Even if women were important, they could never compare to power. With might at hand, wouldn't he be able to have any woman he wanted? Chia Ruoan's face turned even more pale. Her eyes turned towards the cold, cruel middle-aged man behind her, and said one word at a time, "You err is your son, the bloodline of your Chia family." Ha ha. Chia Ming laughed twice and said callously, "In the bloodline of Chia Ming, there is only Chuxiu alone. Chia Linyu, this sickly, useless good-for-nothing, isn't qualified to be my son. However, to obtain the ancient divine pagoda, even if he dies, it would be a worthy death." Chia Ruoan's body trembled once and she slowly closed her eyes. She only opened them after a long while, her gentle gaze shining on the teenage boy's wounded and scarred body. "You err, will you be afraid?" Chia Linyu stubbornly shook his head. "I'm not afraid. Big sister, don't give them the ancient divine pagoda, otherwise, mother and grandfather would have died in vain. I believe that, one day, big sister will avenge my death." Bang! Lu Chen stomped on Chia Linyu's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning ever paler. "Men," Lu Chen raised his brows and said without any expression, "dig out Chia Linyu's heart, and tear his limbs off while he's alive." The man's cold voice rang like a hammer, knocking fiercely on Chia Ruoan's heart. She roared angrily in heartbreak, "Lu Chen, you bastard, I shouldn't have entrusted you to protect, I'm the one who killed my own precious little brother." 2 men pressed Chia Linyu to the floor, and an icy sword slashed towards his limbs, fresh blood splashed out, dyeing her pupils in red. "No." Chia Ruoan hoarsely shouted, with bloodshot eyes, "Let Yue go, if you let him go, I'll." "Big sister." The faint voice was feeble, but in this valley, it clearly fell on Chia Ruoan's ears. "Don't give them the ancient divine pagoda, only with the ancient divine pagoda can you avenge mother, otherwise I would rather die." "Fuchi." The sword fiercely stabbed through Chia Linyu's chest, his last words lost within his throat. Chia Linyu laid in the pool of blood, eyes open as if wanting to say something at the last. At this moment, he felt his life disappearing, gaze full of attachment and dismay. He can finally meet mother again, but what about big sister? He was already the last of her family. If he died, how much pain and loneliness would big sister feel? "You err." Chia Ruoan spit out a mouthful of her heart's blood, stumbling as she ran towards Chia Linyu. "You err, it was all my fault, I trusted others, and caused your death. Grandpa is dead, mother is dead, even grandfather has also died, you're the only one by my side. You err, if there's an afterlife, I'll give you a lifetime of peace, and I'll never let anyone hurt you again." Chapter 4, Good for Nothing 1. Chia Ruoan slowly stood up, black tresses dancing in the wind. As she lifted her head, her face was full of madness that had never been there before. "I want all of you to accompany you in death." Boom. In that moment, the sky lost color. Thunder boomed and lightning struck fiercely, lighting up the dark stretch of sky. Even after such a severe injury, she still has the strength to explode. Chia Ming's expression changed, and his face fell. He had to admit, this daughter had great talent, but unfortunately, she was not born from his most beloved woman, so if he let her continue to grow, Chuxiu and her mother would only feel aggrieved. No matter what, he did not want to see that happen. For the sake of the other daughter he favors, he could only give up on this rotten seed that should never have been born. Ha ha ha. Chia Ruoan laughed crazily, her laughter filled with intense hatred. She shouted angrily, "Chia Ming, Lu Chen, even if I die today, I'll be able to avenge them. Unfortunately, Chia Chuxiu isn't here, otherwise, wouldn't it be so nice to go to hell together?" Boom. The powerful force scattered out from her body, causing the rocks in the valley to fall, accompanying the woman's mad laughter and causing Chia Ming's heart to tremble. However, nothing happened. The whole valley fell silent once again. Fuchi. Chia Ruoan sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Kneeling heavily on one knee with a steady stream of blood spraying out from her mouth, she glared with unwillingness and hatred at the people before her. Why did you stop me from exploding?" She looked down, her fists clenched tightly and her feeble voice tinged with anger. At that moment, she had felt the ancient divine pagoda stopping her self-combustion, and it was the first time she had felt any movement from the ancient divine pagoda since receiving it. "You don't want my soul to disappear, but if I can't even avenge them, then what do I need this soul for? Even if my soul scatters and disappears forever, I want to drag them down into hell with me." Chia Ruoan's voice shook. Right now, she no longer had the strength to explode again. I'm sorry, your sister is useless, I couldn't even avenge you." Tears trickled endlessly from her cheeks, falling and seeping into the ground. Suddenly, she laughed loudly again. "I, Chia Ruoan, hereby swear, that one day I'll let these people who once hurt us, pay it back. Blood, for blood, I'll let them fall into the point beyond redemption, even if I have to pay with my eternal life in hell." The woman's voice, like a curse, lingered in Lu Chen's ears. It gave rise to a sudden panic in his heart. to the point that he did not dare to look into those eyes full of bone-deep hatred. Fuchi. Chia Ruan spat out another mouthful of blood as her gaze passed steadily over the faces of each person before her, as if trying to remember them, as if carving their appearance deep into her mind. Her organs are already failing, she won't live for long. Chia Ming looked callously upon the woman on the ground, as if that woman were not his daughter, but instead his mortal enemy. Chia Ruan, bring out the ancient divine pagoda. Hey. Chia Ruan sneered, her arms tightly holding onto the young man's limbless body. She slowly stood up. Without any hesitation, holding Chia Linyu's body, she turned and jumped off the cliff. Not good. Chia Ming's face paled, and darkened in an instant. Men, go search, and find her body. I don't believe that we won't be able to find the ancient divine pagoda. Chapter 5, Good for Nothing, 2. Weststrid Mainland, in Azure Dragon Country. Within a remote backyard of the general's mansion, a young woman crossed her legs, holding a stalk of straw in the corner of her mouth, as she sat sullenly on the bed. The Weststrid Mainland. As if talking to herself, Chia Ruan's lips curved up slightly. Looks like I've reincarnated from the East Peak Mainland to the Weststrid Mainland. I wonder if the heavens gave me a chance for rebirth because they couldn't bear Chia Ming's actions. There are countless mainlands within this world. Even though the East Peak and Weststrid Mainlands were next to each other, the Weststrid Mainland ranked at the bottom, and only people with strength that reached a certain point could step into the East Peak Mainland. And the previous Chia Ruan came from the East Peak Mainland. However, what she had not expected was that this Gu Ruan was a complete and utter good for nothing compared to her previous level of talent. Even at the age of 15, she had not even reached the most basic third level of cultivation. Even the servants in the general's mansion had reached at least the fourth level or above. Of course, this Gu Ruan had a tragic life. Orphaned at an early age, she was a dispensable existence in everyone's eyes. If not for the protection of her genius older brother, she would have been unable to take even a single step. However, not long ago, her genius brother had been accepted as a disciple by a mysterious power, and he was forced to leave Azure Dragon Country. Who would have known that, just days after he had departed, the young master of Ling family would deliberately mock him in front of Gu Ruan, and she would start a fight with him for the sake of her brother, and get beaten half to death by the Ling family's servants. The funniest part was that her own grandfather, the great general of the general's household, would indiscriminately beat her to death. Thinking of this, Gu Ruan's lips formed a cold sneer. Gu Ruan, since I've occupied your body, I have become you. Rest assured, I'll take revenge for you, just take it as the compensation for taking your body. After she said so, the door opened. When the person standing at the doorway met with Gu Ruan's pair of deep black eyes, she was clearly taken aback. Gu Ruan, you're not dead. This Gu Ruan, she was actually this lucky. She was still living after being beaten to that point by grandfather. Of course. Did you really want me dead? Gu Ruan's thin lips curved up, smiling faintly at her. HMPH, Gu Panpan snorted, since you didn't die, then go to the guest hall, grandfather is waiting for you. After saying so, she turned her head and left. Gu Ruan slightly narrowed her eyes. From going through her memories, she knew that the ever-arrogant Gu Panpan was her second uncle's daughter, while Panpan's older brother Gu Xianglan was a genius second only to her own older brother Gu Shengshao. Thus, to help Gu Xianglan vent his frustrations, she frequently bullied Gu Ruan when Gu Shengshao was not at home. To avoid adding to her brother's worries, Gu Ruan had never told him. In the guest hall. Just as Gu Ruan walked in, she saw the old General Gu seated on the high seat, while an old man and a young man sat to his lower right. Without even needing to guess, the old man was clearly the head of the Ling family, Ling Yi, while the young man was the culprit who had caused Gu Ruan to be beaten to death, the Ling family's young master. Gu Ruan, you've finally awakened. General Gu threw a piercing gaze at Gu Ruan and said with a serious face, how dare you beat up the Ling family's young master in the streets? Apologize to him right now. With one of the highest-ranking imperial concubines sitting in the palace, the Ling family was not one he could afford to offend. If it could appease the Ling family, what was the sacrifice of a good for nothing? What he did not expect was that his cowardly granddaughter would have courage of this magnitude. Unfortunately, she was just a good for nothing. If she had been a genius just like her brother, even the imperial concubine would not dare to touch her. TL note, the author reveals more about the cultivation levels later, but you can look at the glossary to find out how their cultivation system works. Gu Ruan is level 2, which is considered very weak in their world. Chia Ruan was previously a martial senior class. So now Chia Ruan has reincarnated into Gu Ruan, the good-for-nothing daughter of the general. Chapter 6, Good for Nothing, 3. Apologize. Gu Ruan laughed coldly. Did you hit your head on something? I beat the Ling family's young master. Don't forget, I'm only a good-for-nothing Chi level 2. The Ling family's young master has already reached Chi level 5. Do tell how I was able to beat him up. If you fought with the #1 expert in Azure Dragon Country, and someone said that you managed to beat him up, would you also believe them? Old General Gu's face turned livid. He slammed his palm on the table with a bang, and said angrily, vile spawn. How dare you ignore even your grandfather's commands? Since the Ling family has already said that it's your fault, then you definitely provoked them first. Kneel down immediately until they forgive you. Ha ha. Gu Ruan laughed twice, a trace of ridicule spread on the curve of her lips. He was obviously the one who was jealous of my brother's talent and the one who humiliated him first, but now in your words, I'm the one who provoked him. So not only did you hit your head, even your eyes were blinded. The Ling family's young master is standing there without a scratch and he's the one who was bullied. I'm standing here covered in wounds, but I have become the one who beat him up. Grandfather, you're really helping a stranger over family and reason. Old General Gu was momentarily frozen in shock. He no longer cared about getting angry, but looked at Gu Ruan with astonishment. This was the granddaughter who had always been cowardly. When had she become so eloquent in speech? Who are you? Suddenly, old General Gu's expression deepened, and a wave of murderous intent filled the entire hall. Even though Gu Ruan was currently too weak, she could still use her mental strength to overcome this murderous intent. However, doing so would definitely expose her, a risk she was not willing to take, so she let the murderous intent wash over her. Oh, now you want to kill me? Gu Ruan raised her small pale face, saying with a mocking smile, anyway, you've already beaten me to death once. If my body had been just a little weaker, I wouldn't have been able to hold up. If you want to kill me, just kill me now. I just wonder how you'll account for this when my brother comes back. Old General Gu slightly narrowed his eyes. Actually, after killing Gu Ruan, he had already started to regret his actions. Even if Gu Ruan was a good-for-nothing, she still had a protective older brother. Had she not refused to admit her mistake, he would not have lost his head and laid such a heavy hand on her. Fortunately, this good-for-nothing had only stopped breathing for a short moment, and her heartbeat had quickly resumed. However, how could old General Gu know that that brief moment was enough for the soul in this body to change? HMPH, if you're Gu Ruan, then I would have to account to Shang Xiao. But too bad, you're not her. Old General Gu stated coldly, so who are you? That useless good-for-nothing Gu Ruan would never have been able to speak like that. In a moment, the entire hall focused the gazes on Gu Ruan's comely face. Gu Ruan acted as if she did not feel the gazes, and smiled as she said in objection, wouldn't you be the clearest on whether I am Gu Ruan or not? These few years, I've been pretending to be cowardly and weak for the sake of peace, but after this incident, I have decided that even if I'm a good-for-nothing, I won't continue being cowardly. If I continue being weak, you will only continue bullying me. Upon hearing this, understanding bloomed in everyone's minds. No wonder this good-for-nothing had this much courage. Her cowardice had only been an act. Now this actually makes sense. Bang! Ling Yi was outraged and coldly said, Gu Ruan, this old man was born protective. I don't care if you're right or wrong. You have to kneel down and admit your wrongs today, or I won't care if you have a genius brother or not, I'll let you die right here. Glancing at Ling Yi's sullen old face, Gu Ruan laughed, you want to act against me, a junior? Aren't you afraid that all the people of Azure Dragon Country will mock you for bullying the weak? Then what do you want? Why don't we do it like this? Let your grandson fight with me. Chapter 7, Good for Nothing, 4. What? At this moment, everyone thought she was crazy. A Chi level 2 was having delusions of facing a Chi level 5. Was she sure she had not gone crazy? Grandfather, I'll agree. Without waiting for Ling Yi to finish speaking, young Master Ling abruptly stood up, condescendingly looking over Gu Ruan, who was shorter than him by a head. Gu Ruan, this is your own death wish. This young master agrees to your challenge. Prepare for the fight now. Hold on. Young Master Ling was about to attack, when a sudden shout interrupted his action. He withdrew his hands and sneered, what are you doing? Finally scared. If you're scared then kneel down, kowtow and call me grandfather 3 times, maybe I'll even take mercy on your life. Gu Ruan's lips hooked upwards. If I was scared, I wouldn't even challenge you, but I'm not proposing that we duel today, but a month later. Ha ha. Young Master Ling laughed twice. Gu Ruan, I finally understand, aren't you just trying to live for another month? This young master isn't someone without mercy, I'll just let you live for another month's time. Grandfather, let's go, after 1 month, I'll come back and kill this damn good for nothing. We can even help the general's mansion save some food. The meaning of these words was obvious. If I, young Master Ling, were to kill Gu Ruan, it would be purely for the sake of the general's mansion. Doesn't raising such a good for nothing waste a lot of food? So, the general's mansion cannot put any blame on me, you even need to thank me instead. Looking at the Ling family's disappearing silhouettes, old General Gu's face turned black. From his view, it would not have mattered if Gu Ruan had died, as long as it was not at his hands, but now this good-for-nothing had grown some daring and wanted to duel with the Ling family's young master. Wasn't this just throwing the reputation of the general's household? If it were not for her, he would not have been humiliated by the Ling family. HMPH. Thinking up till now, old General Gu took a deep breath, fiercely shook his sleeves, and walked out of the hall without leave, not even looking at Gu Ruan from start to end. Gu Ruan, you've really overestimated your own strength. Gu Panpan glanced at Gu Ruan with disdain, mocking, just by yourself, you've deluded yourself into thinking you can duel with young Master Ling. Don't you know who he is? His aunt is the Emperor's favorite concubine, and he's a disciple of the #1 expert in Qinglong. With Qinglong's top expert as a teacher, did you really think he would be afraid of your brother? After throwing out these words, Gu Panpan snorted disdainfully and walked away. At the back of the mountain, a refreshing wind was blowing. Gu Ruan sat on top of a rock, eyes closed in thought. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, radiance shining in her sparkling jewel-like gaze. Right, the ancient divine pagoda, I wonder how it's like now. That day, if the ancient divine pagoda had not stopped her, she would have died along with Chiaming, and even her soul would not have been left. Right now, she still has the chance to enter the Dongyu mainland and avenge her mother and maternal grandfather. However, the ancient divine pagoda had already fused into her body, how will she go about removing it? I'll think about that later, let's see exactly which part of my body the ancient divine pagoda has settled in first. Saying so, Gu Ruan closed her eyes, letting her spiritual consciousness scan her body. At this point, she suddenly found that her spiritual ocean was much larger than normal. From general knowledge, when martial artists begin cultivating, their spiritual power was all condensed into the spiritual ocean. Once the spiritual ocean had filled up, the martial artist could then break through into the next level. Normal martial artists had spiritual oceans the size of a bowl, but the spiritual ocean in Gu Ruan's body was as vast as the real ocean, and this was the reason behind her slow cultivation. Since there were no real strong martial artists in Qinglong, they would not know of the benefits of having such a vast spiritual ocean. The more strength you gathered, the more bottlenecks you would begin to encounter, and to break through the bottleneck, you needed to have the martial artist's ability of enlightenment. And the wider the spiritual ocean, the stronger the chance of achieving enlightenment. If she had had such a vast spiritual ocean in her past life, perhaps she would have already broken through Martial Senior class and achieved Martial Supreme. Even in the Dongyu mainland, the Martial Supreme class was an existence that numbered only a handful, and upon reaching this level, you could even make yourself an emperor. King Long's top expert was only at the peak of Martial General, so you can see what a fearsome existence a Martial Supreme is. Suddenly, Guruan found a small purple pagoda submerged in her spiritual ocean, and her heart lifted in joy. Ancient divine pagoda, I've finally found you. Boom. A powerful wave swept out from her spiritual ocean, heading straight into Guruan's mental consciousness, shaking her to the point that her mind was buzzing. When she recovered her senses again, a hint of purple clothing appeared in front of her. TL note, the author finally explained the cultivation levels. Ranked from top to bottom. Ju Chi Kuchi, Chi collection levels 1 to 8. Wu Zhe Wa, Martial Warrior. Wu Shi Wushi, Martial Knight. Wu Jiang, Martial General. Wu Wang, Martial King. Wu Huang, Martial Emperor. Wu Zun, Martial Senior. Wu Dai Wudi, Martial Supreme. Wu Sheng, Martial Saint. Wu Shen Wushen, Martial God. I updated the previous references to Wu Zun to show Martial Senior instead. So now we know Gu Ruan was previously a Martial Senior, but now she's only Chi level 2. However, the highest level on the Qinglong mainland is only a Martial General, 3 whole ranks below her previous rank. What a fall. Chapter 8, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi, 1. Gu Ruan's line of sight followed along that long robe, eventually landing on a man's face, and she couldn't look away. In the Dongyu mainland, of all the handsome men she had seen, it was Jindai who had been the most captivating. However, the man before her was no less mesmerizing than Jindai, and could even be ranked higher than Jindai. The man was clothed entirely in purple. His sleeves were embroidered with golden threads, giving off a sense of nobility and splendor. A head of inky black hair was scattered loosely on his back, and an enchanting aroma floated by with a slight breeze. His features were so beautiful to the point that everything else lost their color in an instant. A light wind set his purple clothes slightly flowing, a backdrop that added to the devilish enchantment of the purple flame between his brows. Suddenly, the man raised his hand and a gentle breeze passed by. When Gu Ruan had recovered her senses, she had already fallen into his embrace. So this is the master that the ancient divine pagoda selected. This body feels too skinny, it's not nice to embrace at all. Girl, you need to feed yourself properly. When you grow a little fatter, come warm my bed. Gu Ruan's face darkened instantly. She lifted her leg to kick at him, who knew that the other had already been prepared, and even chuckled as he caught her foot. Girl, you were strong in the past, but now, you're only a little shrimp that's only Chi level 2. Did you think that sneak attack would work on me? Gu Ruan withdrew her leg. Looking towards the handsomely noble man in front of her, she asked, who are you? Girl, aren't you too cold? I brought you here from the Dongyu mainland, and you actually forgot who I am. The man said in an aggrieved manner, I did save your life, otherwise your soul would have been scattered to the 4 winds. From Dongyu mainland. Gu Ruan startled for a moment, you're the ancient divine pagoda. Upon hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times, the ancient divine pagoda. When have you ever seen a pagoda turn into a human? I'm the ancient divine pagoda's companion beast, Zixi. Zixi, the ancient phoenix Zixi. The people of the Ziling mainland may not have heard of Zixi's existence, but in the Dongyu mainland, it was impossible to find someone who did not know of this name. The ancient phoenix Zixi, said to have the power to create worlds and flatten entire empires with a single breath. His abilities were so strong that they could make anyone's heart stop. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Zixi had long disappeared. Who would have expected him to appear here? Girl, isn't it shocking? Zixi curved his lips, smiling as he said, you have already contracted with the ancient divine pagoda when you were fleeing for your life. As long as your soul remains intact, the pagoda will follow your soul forever. However, I and the pagoda have both been sealed. If you had lifted the seal on the Dongyu mainland, those old monsters would have detected it, so I had no way to help you. I was only able to lift the seal when you arrived here in Ziling. Gu Ruan nodded her head, so that was it. This ancient divine pagoda was gifted to me by my grandfather. I didn't even know what use it had. I can't explain the uses of this pagoda immediately. However, you know that this pagoda was something left behind since the ancient times, so how could a divine artifact from the ancient times be useless? Moreover, Zixi smiled and rubbed Gu Ruan's head. Didn't you challenge someone to a duel? With this ancient divine pagoda, within a month, I'll raise your power to exceed his. He knew that Gu Ruan could borrow the combat experience from her previous life, and have a 50% chance of defeating the Ling family's young master, but what he wanted to do, was to let her be completely certain of defeating the enemy. TL note. Interesting fact, Zixi, Zixie, translates to, purple evil, which is also why he has a purple flame between his brows, and why he wears purple clothes. While I'm at it, here are some extra notes for other people and place names and their meanings. In Gu Ruan's previous life, her surname was Chia, which means, summer. Her current surname, Gu, doesn't have any particular meaning by itself. The given name of Gu Ruan's brother, Gu Shengxiao, means, farewell. The Dongyu mainland has the character, east, in it, while the Ziling mainland has the character, west. Qinglong, means, green dragon. I'll add notes at the bottom of chapters if there are any other interesting meanings behind names later on. Chapter 9, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi, 2. Within the ancient divine pagoda, the 4 walls shone brightly. At the centermost area, there was a medicine cauldron. Gu Ruan eyed the wide and empty pagoda with a measuring gaze, and asked, so this is the ancient divine pagoda? Yes, this is the first level of the ancient divine pagoda. With my current strength, I can only unseal this first level. Unsealing the rest of the levels will depend on you. What should I do? Gu Ruan halted her steps and turned to look at Zixi. It's easy. Zixi's line of sight landed on Gu Ruan's face, and his lips hooked up in a slight smile. All you have to do is to break through Chi level 8 and reach Martial Warrior class, then you'll be able to enter the second level. Every time you break through a level after that, you'll be able to access the rewards within that level. Upon hearing so, Gu Ruan's attention turned to the medicine cauldron within the pagoda. What the first level bestowed upon me, is this medicine cauldron. Yes, Zixi nodded his head, but it's not just this cauldron, there are also some of the most basic pill formulas. With that, he placed a few pill formulas before Gu Ruan's eyes. Qi gathering pill, it will make a martial warrior gathering qi more sensitive to spiritual qi, increasing the cultivation speed to 5 times the usual. Marrow cleansing pill, it can cleanse all impurities in the cultivator's body, so the cultivation takes half the effort. Beauty rejuvenation pill, it can make a 50-year-old woman regain the beauty of her 20s in an instant. Without mentioning the last one, even the first 2 pill formulas were enough to move Gu Ruan's heart. Most importantly, tens of thousands of years ago, pill development had been at its peak and there had been numerous pill masters. However, in the middle of the Great World War 10,000 years ago, all the pill masters had been killed, and all the pill refinement books had been destroyed. Up to the present day, not a single person has been able to refine pills again. And there were only some pill powders on the market. Of course, those powders could not be compared to actual pills. One could imagine the shock that Gu Ruan's heart went through after seeing those pill formulas. However, she quickly calmed the excitement in her heart. From this one action, Zixi looked at her with astonishment. If this had happened to someone else, they would probably have been itching to start refining pills. Although these pill formulas are valuable, unfortunately, I've never learned how to refine pills. Even though you gave me formulas and a cauldron, I don't think I have any chance at actually refining some pills. Girl, I didn't expect you to be so different from those greedy humans I usually see. I'm starting to get more and more interested in you. Zixi smiled, and with this smile, the purple flame between his brows shone even more otherworldly. I hope that you can grow quickly, until you can warm my bed, otherwise, it will be rather painful for me to do that with this small body. Gu Ruan tilted her lips in a smile, scanning Zixi up and down with one look. Even if I grow up. You can't grow, right? Looking at the glee in the young girl's gaze, then thinking of the meaning within her words just now, the handsome face momentarily darkened. Girl, even at such a young age, you're already saying such words. Don't forget, this body was Gu Ruan's. I've already lived more than 20 years. Oh. Zixi's brows lifted flirtatiously. With a single movement of his large hands, he pulled Gu Ruan into his embrace, slightly narrowing his eyes in threat. Girl, since your soul is already more than 20 years old, why not warm my bed right now? Gu Ruan's expression sank, and she wanted to fight against him, but then a man's deep and mesmerizing laughter sounded by her ear. Unfortunately, girl, I don't have any interest in skinny women. It's not comfortable at all when I hug you. Let's wait until you grow a little fatter, then I'll let you warm my bed. Bang! When the man's hands loosened for a moment, Gu Ruan took the chance to turn and let loose a punch towards the man's face, but just as it was about to connect, a hand appeared in front of him and blocked her fist. Girl, you're really heartless. The man poked Gu Ruan's fist away, smiling as he said helplessly, you just beat people up when you want to, not even leaving any mercy. Anyway, you've already come to the pagoda for quite some time. It's about time for you to leave, or you'll get found out. After you go out, buy all the materials for the qi gathering pill, then I'll teach you how to refine pills. Actually, Zixi did not know that even if Gu Ruan disappeared for a month, the Gu family probably would not even realize. Chapter 10, Refining Pills 1. A light breeze passed by gently, maple leaves slowly fell from tree branches above. Gu Ruan had just walked down from the mountain when a reckless figure appeared in her sights. It was a young girl, about 15 or 16, wearing luxurious silk clothing showing off her perfect figure. However, when you shifted your attention to her face, you could not help but be disappointed. The girl's fair skin was covered in freckles, like stains dirtying a clean white veil, destroying the original impression of beauty. Gu Ruan frowned. She identified the girl before her after a quick search through her mind. However, before she could even start to speak, Luo Yin had already walked in front of her with brisk steps, scanning her from top to bottom once as if not recognizing her. Gu Ruan, I heard that you're going to duel with that Ling family bastard. Gu Ruan lightly stroked her wrist, smiling noncommittally. You're quite well informed. Why, do you think I'm going to lose too? Ha ha. Luo Yin laughed out loud and patted Gu Ruan's shoulder. Gu Ruan, what kind of person are you? I've been saying this since the start. Your father was once the greatest talent in Qinglong. It was just a shame that even the heavens were jealous of his talents and let him fall at such a young age. As for your brother, he has already become the current #1 talent. As Gu Chan's daughter and Gu Shangsha's sister, how could you be a good for nothing? It's just, Gu Ruan, we've been friends for so many years, and you hid this even from me. There were rumors spreading outside now, that Gu Ruan had only been acting weak all these years for the sake of avoiding attention from the outside world. However, as Gu Ruan's best and only friend, she had not been in the know. Thinking of this, Luo Yin was upset and aggrieved. Luo Yin, Gu Ruan looked at the good friend who had been with her for so many years and hesitated for some time, before saying, I need your help with something. What's up? That is, could you lend me some gold coins? Gu Ruan felt somewhat embarrassed as she replied. She had been the eldest daughter of the Chia family's legitimate line in her previous life, who had never been troubled over material matters. However, the present Gu Ruan, as someone treated as a waste of space, was only given 3 copper coins a month. This was nowhere near enough to buy medicinal herbs. Sure, how much do you want? Luo Yin agreed without even needing to think. Gu Ruan was in deep thought for a moment, before raising her head to look at Luo Yin's freckled face. I need 100 gold coins, but I'll repay you with something much more valuable than 100 gold coins. She, Gu Ruan, had always disliked owing people. Therefore, she had already thought of using the qi gathering pills as repayment before asking to borrow money. The price of one qi gathering pill was already far more than just 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Luo Yin had thought that Gu Ruan would only want to borrow a few gold coins. She had not expected that Gu Ruan would need that many. Even for her, 100 gold coins was a year's savings. However, Luo Yin understood that, with her pride, Gu Ruan would never even mention borrowing money unless she was forced to. Sure, I'll lend the money to you. Wait for me here, I'll go back home and bring it here. As for repayment, you don't even have that many gold coins to return to me, so just forget about paying it back. When saying so, Luo Yin still had no knowledge of what the reward was. She would only realize that Gu Ruoan had not been exaggerating much later on. A single chi gathering pill was worth much more than 100 gold coins. TL note. Luo Yin is a true friend. Happy crying face. Her given name, Yin, means sound. The given name of Gu Ruoan's father, Gu Chan, means sky, or heaven. A name fitting of a legend. Winking face. Chapter 11, Refining Pills 2. 100 Herb Hall was the largest medicinal hall in Azure Dragon Country, where any herb that you could possibly want could be found and bought. At this point of time, within 100 Herb Hall, a grey-haired old man was currently seated and resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the slight sound of footsteps came from outside the door. He opened his eyes and glanced over, his line of sight landing on a young girl who had just stepped into the pharmacy. This young girl was extremely thin. The oversized grey clothing covering her emaciated body made a jarring picture. Her skin was very white, yet it was a shade of ivory white that was pleasing to the eye, making her memorable. But the old man only glanced at her once, before closing his eyes again. "Miss, may I ask what you're looking for?" The shopkeeper saw that there was business to be made and hurriedly greeted her, smiling as he asked. "I guarantee that our 100 Herb Hall, as the largest medicinal hall in all of our country, will be able to provide any herb you might need. Even if it's 1,000-year ginseng, we'll be able to find it for you." "Well, I don't need 1,000-year ginseng, help me find the herbs written on this prescription," Gu Ruoan said as she handed over a prescription. The shopkeeper scanned through the herbs on the prescription, then smiled. "Miss, these herbs are all very common. Please wait for a moment, I'll get them for you now." "Okay." Gu Ruoan nodded. Her gaze wandered over the whole pharmacy before pausing on the resting elder, and a dim light flashed through her clear pupils. This old man's strength was more than average. He was a martial king at the very least. This kind of power could be counted as one of the top ranked in Azure Dragon Country. Why would he be acting as an in-house physician for 100 Herb Hall? It seems like 100 Herb Hall's background is much more powerful than she had imagined. "Hey, what kind of medicine is your 100 Herb Hall selling? You told me that this medicine could heal the scar on my neck, so why aren't there any results yet?" In front of the counter, a girl dressed in silk finery slammed the table fiercely. She looked very beautiful, with creamy skin, crescent eyebrows, and bright eyes shining like moonlight in dark night. Yet she was currently huffing out flames of anger. On the girl's neck, which was as fair as snow, a clear scar spoiled the original aesthetic, leaving one blemish to mar that otherwise perfect beauty. "Miss, you've only used the medicine for one day, how could there be any results?" The shopkeeper looked helpless, but his expression lacked fear. He only tried to persuade her earnestly. "If you continue to use it for half a month, you'll definitely regain the original color of your skin." "This lady doesn't care." The finely dressed girl squared her shoulders and threw back her head, snorting dismissively. "Don't you know who this lady is? The highest-ranking imperial concubine in the palace is this lady's aunt. If you annoy this lady will let this lady's aunt set down an order to kick your 100 Herb Hall out of Azure Dragon Country." Imperial concubine. Gu Ruoan startled a little. This woman was most likely one of the Ling family. No wonder she was such an arrogant and overbearing boobs for brains. 100 Herb Hall held power not just in Azure Dragon Country, they also enjoyed a high status even in other countries. Yet she dared to mention chasing them out of Azure Dragon Country. Not even the imperial concubine herself would have had the guts to do so. However, Ling Yu did not think much of it. From her perspective, 100 Herb Hall was only one business. No matter how much power they had, how could they be stronger than imperial power? Such daring for a little miss. The resting elder finally opened his eyes. Upon hearing his voice, the shopkeeper unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, respectfully saying, "Elder Yu, this matter." Chapter 12, Refining Pills 3. Elder Yu did not answer shopkeeper Zhao. His astute eyes looked deeply at Ling Yu. "Miss, in our 100 Herb Hall, there are no exceptions, whether you're a commoner or even an official's household. If you try to use force to pressure us, then our 100 Herb Hall will no longer welcome you from now on." "You." Ling Yu's face turned pale with anger. She had not expected that a small physician would dare to speak to her like that with the Ling family currently in power. It was simply going too far. "Very well, you had better remember this. If I, Ling Yu, don't avenge this insult, then my word can no longer be trusted. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you." However, after she had finished saying that, Elder Yu shut his eyes once again. No matter how much Ling Yu was hopping in anger, he never spared her even one more glance. "Miss, sorry to keep you waiting, I'll fill the prescription for you now." After Ling Yu left, shopkeeper Zhao said so, embarrassed. "Shopkeeper, is this elder one of 100 Herb Hall's in-house physicians?" Gu Ruoan's gaze shifted and landed on Elder Yu. Her lips curved up into a slight smile as she asked. "This." Shopkeeper Zhang was stunned for an instant. He carefully looked at the elder who was resting with his eyes shut. Not seeing any reaction from the other, he then said, "Miss, this senior is Elder Yu, he is also one of our 100 Herb Hall's physicians." "Oh." Gu Ruoan lightly stroked her chin. "I see that his medical skill is quite lacking, otherwise, why couldn't he get rid of a simple scar?" "What did you say?" Elder Yu suddenly opened his eyes and sneered. "A simple scar? You make it sound so easy. If it were just getting rid of a scar, it wouldn't be that difficult. But if you need it to be removed within a day, that's impossible. Whether it's an injury or an illness, they all need time to heal. If your skill is lacking, then it's lacking. Isn't it more refreshing to just admit that you can't do it?" "Miss." Seeing Elder Yu's expression darken, shopkeeper Zhao hurriedly interrupted her. "Miss, don't say any more. Elder Yu's medical skill is evident for all to see. Even the physicians by the Emperor's side are not his equal." "Really?" Gu Ruoan smiled mockingly. A subtle hint of light flitted through her clear pupils. "If Elder Yu's medical skill is really that impressive, would you dare to compete with this junior?" "Very well." Elder Yu stood in outrage, cold eyes looking at Gu Ruoan. "How do you want to compete? Simple. If I lose, not only will I admit that I was wrong, but I'll also admit that your medical skill is without parallel. If you lose, then, I want this 100-herb haul. With a wave of flowing cloth, Gu Ruan sat down, that delicate and pretty face holding a smile full of high aspirations. Elder Yu froze for a long moment, before finally laughing uproariously. Girl, you have some guts even trying to touch this 100-herb haul. You want to take this 100-herb haul. You don't have that kind of power. Why? Gu Ruan played with a lock of her hair, smiling. The dignified 100-herb haul doesn't have the courage to compete with a little girl like me. Or should I say, Elder Yu, you're scared of losing. Lose. HMPH, I, Elder Yu, have never known the meaning of defeat. However, 100-herb haul is not mine, so I can't make the decision. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to wait until I invite the young master to decide. In fact, Gu Ruan had also guessed at Elder Yu's identity. Going by the shopkeeper's attitude towards him, he was definitely not a normal physician. However, even if he had a high position in 100-herb hall, he was a steward or an elder at most, while her aim was the man behind 100-herb hall. What's more, since she had just arrived, she had to have a force behind her as a backup. 100-herb hall was undoubtedly the best choice. Most importantly, once she had 100-herb hall under her control, she would not need to worry about gathering medicinal herbs in the future. Chapter 13, Refining Pills 4. In front of finely carved shutters, a man stood with his back to the door. A light wind was slowly passing through the room, inky black locks of hair swayed in the breeze. As if feeling the sound of footsteps from outside the door, he tilted his head slightly, causing bright sunlight to hit the handsome face which was even more mesmerizing than the light outside the window. The door was pushed open, and Elder Yu slowly entered, lowering his head respectfully as he said, "Young master, your servant has something to report." The man lightly raised his palm, preventing the old man from speaking further. His lips raised into a handsome arc, with moist eyes holding a watery luster, sending waves into people's hearts. "Elder Yu, say no more, I've already seen everything that happened downstairs just now. This Gu Ruan, it looks like she's not as unbearable as what the outside world says, at least, I wouldn't peg her as a timid coward." There was no person in Azure Dragon Country who did not know that the genius of that time, Gu Qian, had a good-for-nothing as his offspring. Born stupid and timid, she was not only a disgrace to him, but was even more a shame for the general's household. From what he saw today, not only were the rumors false, but looking at that girl's aggressiveness, how was she in any way a coward? He really wondered who had started those rumors. Gu Ruan. Elder Yu opened his mouth in surprise. "Young master, you said, she's the daughter of Gu Qian and Miss Yue, Gu Ruan." Indeed, the man's slender fingers stroked the bamboo leaves next to him, lips holding an unreadable smile. "I admire only a few people, and Gu Qian was one of them, being able to grow to such heights in this kind of weak environment. If he had been born within those powerful forces, then he would definitely rank amongst the strongest warriors now. He and older sister were a heaven-made match. Unfortunately, some people were doomed to never be together." Thinking up to here, the man sighed, saying with some regret, "Well, that Gu Ruan still has to call me uncle, but I've heard from the family that this Gu Ruan is really useless, that she can't even be compared to Gu Qian, and this time I have come because of her. Elder Yu, 100-herb hall is only one of the businesses in my hands. Losing it is only losing some gold, so I agree to letting you use 100-herb hall as the wager. However, don't let her off easy just because she's Gu Qian's daughter. I want to see her abilities." With Gu Qian's level of talent, how could he produce a good-for-nothing daughter? So he wants to know if this girl has the power to dominate the heavens. Downstairs, when Gu Ruan heard the footsteps from above, her brows raised slightly, gaze sweeping over the briskly descending Elder Yu. "How was it? Did your young master agree to my proposal?" After knowing Gu Ruan's identity, Elder Yu's feelings were a little complicated. He had never thought that this girl would actually be the daughter of Gu Qian and the Dongfang family's beloved daughter. Were he to offend her, then in the future. Although the young master said not to let her off easy, just slightly decreasing the difficulty should be fine, right? Ahem. Having thought up to here, Elder Yu's eyes turned, and he dry coughed twice before saying, "Miss, how should we compete?" "Simple." The corner of Gu Ruan's lips curved up. "Elder Yu, your throat sounds a little hoarse. Do you perhaps have an old ailment?" Elder Yu froze for a moment, before honestly nodding his head, and said, "Indeed, I once fought with a strong warrior and was heavily wounded, causing permanent damage to my throat. Although I used medicine to save my life, I was unable to restore it fully." Chapter 14, Refining Pills 5. What if I said I could cure your throat? Gu Ruan smiled, clear eyes brimming with the light of confidence. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu laughed out loud. "I couldn't even treat this injury myself. Miss, having such strength at such a young age, you're really worthy of this old man's admiration, ha." Even idiots would be able to hear the mockery in Elder Yu's words. He was originally thinking of letting her win in the competition, but we knew that this girl would be this arrogant. If he did not teach her a lesson, then it would be detrimental to her future growth. Gu Ruan did not seem to take exception to his words, smiling slightly as she said, "If you don't believe me, I can treat you now. All I need is one type of medicine, and you'll be restored in an hour. Of course, if I manage to treat a wound that you were unable to, then that clearly proves that you've lost, and 100-herb hall will belong to me." "Very well." Elder Yu laughed derisively. "Since you want to gamble, I'll accompany you, and you can take whatever herbs you need from 100-herb hall. I don't believe that there's a medicine that can work within a day. This is clearly violating common sense." Gu Ruan smiled wordlessly, handing over a paper with dozens of herb names written on top to shopkeeper Zhao. She said, "Take these herbs and boil them for Elder Yu to drink. Within half an hour, I guarantee that he will be completely cured." In her previous life, although Gu Ruan did not know how to refine pills, but she had learned medicine from a famous doctor, and the famous doctor was well known all throughout East Peak Mainland, far more than in West Strip Mainland. Whereas she was his favorite disciple, who naturally received all his teachings. Shopkeeper Zhao took the prescription, glanced at Elder Yu, and only went to fill the prescription after getting a nod. "Miss," Elder Yu furrowed his brows, looking to be in deep thought for a long moment, before he eventually said, although I don't quite like your arrogant nature, but there's one thing that I feel I have to remind you of. What is it? Be careful of the Gu family. At this moment, upon the first time seeing seriousness on Elder Yu's face, an uncomfortable feeling was created in Gu Ruan's heart. Why would you remind me to be careful of the Gu family? The Gu family is not as simple as you may think. Elder Yu raised his head to look at Gu Ruan. If you were indeed like the rumors, maybe I wouldn't have bothered to mention this to you, but as I see now, you're definitely not a cowardly and useless good for nothing. Although you are a little arrogant, but you're also astute. The death of your father, Gu Chan, may have had something to do with the Gu family. Gu Ruan's heart trembled, her hands slowly forming into fists, and was able to relax only after taking a deep breath. Elder Yu, you knew my father. No, Elder Yu shook his head. I was not acquainted with your father, I only admired him, a real man who was willing to protect his woman at any cost. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of outstanding talent, and geniuses will always invite jealousy. Girl, this is all I can tell you, it's up to you if you want to believe it or not. Actually, Elder Yu really wanted to tell Gu Ruan her real identity, but he knew that he could not do so. The Dongfang family held great power, talents were as numerous as hairs on a cow, it was not some place just anyone could enter. That time when Gu Chan was recognized by the Dongfang family, was on the basis of his remarkable talent. Unless Gu Ruan had talent on par with her father's, the Dongfang family would never accept her. Elder Yu, no matter what relationship you have with my father, I want to say, thank you for your warning, but for certain matters, I have my own plans. The Gu family was a snobbish family, and that was why they valued the abilities of its members so highly. If it were really as Elder Yu said, then why did the Gu family do so? If Elder Yu was trying to deceive her, then what was his motive? Chapter 15, Refining Pills, 6. As she was mulling over her thoughts, shopkeeper Zhao walked in holding a bowl of medicine. Looking at that pitch-black medicine, Elder Yu hesitated for a moment, but lifted his head and poured the medicine in his mouth in the end. A coolly refreshing feeling slowly settled down in his throat, giving him an unspeakably comfortable feeling, as if his mouth was filled with the fragrance of chrysanthemum, moistening his throat. Time passed, minute by minute. Elder Yu could feel his throat was gradually recovering, returning back to the moisture it had before his injury. Girl, your medicine is too magical. I, this old man, willingly admit my defeat. Elder Yu smacked his lips and praised, I wonder who you learned medicine from, for you to be this skillful. My teacher prefers to live unknown in the world, I can't reveal his name. Because, even if I said his name, you wouldn't recognize it, since that old man isn't from the West Spread mainland. I wonder, after receiving news of my death, what kind of blow Master suffered. Oh, Elder Yu sighed regretfully, girl, I admit that I have lost this bet. From now on, 100 Herb Hall is all yours, and I will willingly become your slave. This time, he has totally accepted his loss, with no complaints. Good, however, I don't dare to accept Elder Yu as a slave, I just hope that Elder Yu can manage 100 Herb Hall for me. In general, I will not be able to reveal myself, so Elder Yu, you will handle everyday matters. There's also no need to let people know that I'm the owner of 100 Herb Hall, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind, I don't want to become a target this early. Gu Ruan nodded with satisfaction, she had not expected to collect such a huge windfall right after stepping out. With a business as tremendous as 100 Herb Hall in her hands, from here on out, she will not have to worry about gathering medicinal herbs, and she will even have a smooth path to walk on the journey of growth ahead. The present Gu Ruan did not know yet, but on her journey of growth, 100 Herb Hall played a significant role, and even accompanied her as she grew from weak to strong, walking into the pinnacle of this mainland step by step. Ling family main foyer, Ling Yi suddenly burst in outrage, hating the luxuriously dressed girl before him for being such a disappointment. Ling Yu, you've done it this time. Ah. Ling Yu pursed her lips, and said in objection, isn't it just a little medicine store? What's so amazing about it? I have the imperial concubine as my aunt. Grandfather, send people to flatten that 100 Herb Hall now. Really, it'll be the Crown Prince's birthday in a few more days, and I still need to go meet the Crown Prince, isn't it so ugly to have this scar? A little medicine store. Bang. Ling Yi sat down heavily, smiling bitterly as he said helplessly, 100 Herb Hall may be a medicine store, but even the Emperor doesn't dare to touch it. You still dare to say such words? Come with me when I go to 100 Herb Hall to apologize tomorrow, otherwise, even your imperial concubine aunt won't be able to save you. Ling Yu was speechless, it was just an ordinary business, why was grandfather this scared? Even her uncle, the Emperor, didn't dare to touch 100 Herb Hall. How could this be? But at that point of time, Ling Yu knew that grandfather was still angry, and didn't even dare to say another word. You should know that, in the entire Ling family, the one she was afraid of the most was the family head, her grandfather. Author's note, this story guarantees that there will be no cheating, there is no guarantee for anything else, for example, the female lead getting injured during fights, narrowly escaping death, getting humiliated and looked down upon by cannon fodder, etc. However, the female and male leads will definitely be faithful to each other, the two will always be as one, they're all clean and pure good youngsters, please rest assured on this point. TL note. Shifu equals master, as in, master-disciple relationship, also you should know this from Kung Fu Panda. Our wild consort will always be faithful to her dear evil emperor, rest assured. There will be no cheating and shenanigans going on. I find it really cute that the author posted a note like this XD. Chapter 16, Refining Pills, 7. Zixi, I've already collected the ingredients needed to refine the qi gathering pills, when will you start to teach me pill refining? In the ancient divine pagoda, Gu Ruan was standing behind the medicine cauldron, placing the medicinal herbs she had bought from 100 Herb Hall in front, she then turned her head towards the man next to her. Zixi's slender fingers stroked his chin, before smiling evilly, it starts right now. Girl, start preparing yourself first, I'll teach you the art of refining pills in a moment. Okay. Gu Ruan nodded, at this moment, she would be lying if she said she was not excited, since it was the long-lost art of refining pills after all. Girl, to refine pills, you must follow the steps on the pill formulas exactly and place the ingredients in the cauldron in order. If the order is wrong, then the refining will fail. After you reach a certain level of strength, then you'll be able to create your own original formulas from sensing the medicinal properties of herbs. Of course, you won't be able to reach that level of skill without a number of years. Zixi held hidden laughter in his eyes. Actually, refining pills isn't that difficult. Unfortunately, I'm not human, so I'm unable to refine pills. You can try it out and practice for now. Whether it's watching the fire or placing the ingredients in, you cannot make any mistakes. Once you make a mistake, the pill will be ruined. Never forget this point. Hearing so, Guruan's expression turned serious. She took a deep breath, a light of determination shining in her black eyes. Pills, if I had known this magical skill in my previous life, maybe, I would have been able to change my little brother's inability to cultivate, and the man wouldn't have been so ruthless as to abandon the Chia family's only son. If my little brother is reborn in this world, I will definitely change his life. Pills had always been all-powerful. If she had been a pill master in her previous life, then her little brother would not have died such a miserable death. Unfortunately, as if that boy lying in a pool of blood had once again appeared before her eyes, Guruan's heart throbbed fiercely in pain, before being replaced by determination. If you're still alive, sister will definitely find you. If you're dead, then, I'll live on for your sake, until I take revenge for our mother. This was also your wish at your deathbed. Rest assured, wait for me to grow up, I will surely return to the East Peak mainland, and let that hypocrite pay blood for blood. Even more, to let him fall into utter despair. Zixi looked at the hate on the girl's pretty and delicate face, lips slightly curving up at an angle. Hatred could let a person grow even faster, but he was looking forward to the day that Guruan finishes growing up. Perhaps that day won't come too late. Flame illuminated the entire room. The girl's eyes were focused on the medicine cauldron before her, as she threw the herbs in her hands into the cauldron slowly. However, just as she let go of the herbs, bang, a loud noise rang from within the cauldron, and grey smoke burst out, covering the girl in ashes. Zixi glanced at Guruan, then shook his head. Girl, pill refining is a very sacred profession. You must not have any distractions while refining. Just a single thread of loose thought is enough to make you lose control of it. I understand, I'll try again. Guruan forcefully breathed in, and took out the ingredients again. Because Guruan was an easily overlooked existence in the entire Gu household, she disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights without thinking. Since going off the past, even if she disappeared for a month, no one would look for her. However, this time, the entire Gu household was in a huge fuss. Chapter 17. The Stern Crown Prince 1. The reason was none other than the Crown Prince's birthday tomorrow. If it were like the past, as a good for nothing, it would not matter if Guruan attended or not, but now the situation was different. This time, the prince's teacher, one of the strong members of weapon refining sect, would attend, and test the abilities of the younger generation of Azure Dragon Country, to see if any had the strength to enter weapon refining sect as an outer disciple. The weapon refining sect had such a powerful status in the mainland that only the Dongfang family did not fear the weapon refining sect's strength. It was because of this that people would be envious even if you entered weapon refining sect only as an outer disciple. Therefore, the emperor had already sent down an order. Every single person had to enter the palace to attend the crown prince's birthday. Old General Gu was thus forced to send people to look for Guruan's whereabouts. Of course, in a normal situation, a power as strong as the weapon refining sect would not recruit people unless they were naturally talented like the Crown Prince, so this time, even old General Gu did not know what the weapon refining sect's true motive was. Regardless of the fuss going on in the Gu household, the Guruan within the ancient divine pagoda knew nothing of the situation outside. At this moment, her gaze was firmly fixed on the medicine cauldron before her, 2 clusters of flames dancing within clear pupils. The slightest hint of an air current seeped out from the top of the pill cauldron, releasing a cool stream into the air. At this moment, Guruan could obviously feel that the spiritual chi in the surroundings was much more richer than before. Girl, the final step of refining pills is to form the pills. When the pills are formed, most medicine cauldrons will let out a strong impact. You have to control this. If you fail to do so, then you'll have to start over. The man's deep voice sounded right next to Guruan's ear. She took a deep breath. The look in her eyes became more imposing. Forming the pills is the last step to refining pills. It is also the most important step. If this step fails, then all efforts before would come to waste. Bang! Bang bang bang! With a sudden thrust, a huge impact burst out from within the medicine cauldron, causing tremors on the ground for a while. Guruan could not help moving back a few steps. It was at this moment that the tension around the medicine cauldron loosened, and it descended from where it was floating in the air. Her heart tightened for a while, as she hurriedly tried to take control of the cauldron. Cold sweat slowly dripped down the girl's pretty face. However, she did not dare to shift her focus in the slightest. Her whole consciousness was wound up tight, and due to excessive nerves, her thin, weak face became pale white. Finally, just as Guruan was about to lose control, the pills within the medicine cauldron stopped shaking, and quietly settled down in the bottom of the cauldron. I finally did it. Guruan pushed down the joy in her heart. Unable to wait, she opened the cauldron, taking out the 5 pills silently sitting within. Girl, you actually learned how to refine pills in 3 days. It's enough to be called a genius. But, as the owner of the ancient divine pagoda, this bit of talent is not enough for you. However, refining pills cannot be rushed. You can take it slowly. Zixi looked at the skinny girl before him, purple pupils filled with the urge to smile, and that unshakable determination. You have to remember that this world obeys the law of the jungle. If you want to live, if you want to protect the people you care about, then you must stand at a peak that others can only hope to reach. To stand at the peak of the mainland, to accept the worship and surrender of the people of the world, that is the prestige that the owner of the ancient divine pagoda should have. Chapter 18. The Stern Crown Prince 2. Guruan smiled wryly. How can I not understand your reasoning? It was exactly because I wasn't strong enough, that caused my mother, grandfather and brother to die so horribly, that caused the people by my side to leave me, one by one. Since the heavens let me live on, then I must become the ruler of this world, dominating everyone's right to live or die. At this moment, the girl's voice was full of a dominating aura, lighting up that usually inconspicuous face with radiance. Zixi smiled and patted Gu Ruan's small head, then said, "Girl, you need to take the Qi gathering pill now. Wait until you break through into level 3 before you leave." Okay. A light passed through Gu Ruan's eyes. She had a sort of premonition that she would be able to break through into level 3 after taking this pill. A sleepless night. When Gu Ruan appeared in front of the eyes of everyone in the Gu household, they had already reached the final time limit. The people in the Gu household that had previously wished for her to stay as far away from them as possible had never looked forward to her return this much before. Old General Gu could not be bothered to say anything more to her. Sweeping her with a neutral gaze, he ordered, "The expert from weapon refining sect is already inside the palace. The Emperor has ordered everyone to attend the Crown Prince's birthday. There's no time for you to clean up, just follow us right now." Actually, Gu Ruan had some insight into this matter. However, because she wanted to know the level of one of the experts of this mainland, she did not defy the general's order. Within a room carrying a faint fragrance, a man stood with his hands held behind his back. He cast a long shadow under the weak sunlight. Elder Yu stood behind his family's young master. After hesitating for a long while, he said, "Young master, recently, 2 of weapon refining sect's elders came to Azure Dragon Country, and I'm not sure what they have come for. Even if Azure Dragon Country's crown prince is Elder Han Fei's disciple, with his arrogant personality, he would definitely never attend a meet without a motive. This time, even Elder Lian Tianlin and the sect leader's daughter have followed. I feel like something is going to happen." The man curved up the corners of his lips. "No matter their purpose, it has nothing to do with our Dongfang family, but I recall that Elder Han Fei had an eye for Gu Shangxiao's talent, but was rejected by Shangxiao, and only accepted the crown prince as a disciple after that." "Young master, you mean, he'll cause trouble for Miss Ruan?" "No," the man shook his head. "Weapon refining sect has some prestige in this mainland after all. They won't do such things." "Right, Elder Yu, I will make a trip back to the Dongfang family soon. You will stay here to help Gu Ruan." Elder Yu startled for a moment, his wrinkled face stunned. "Young master, this..." "Elder Yu, you know that I established 100 Herb Hall to secure a source of funding for myself at the start, but if 100 Herb Hall is able to support Gu Ruan, then what's the harm in giving it to her? No matter what, she's my older sister's daughter. Letting you stay here is for the sake of allowing you to see her abilities clearly. If she has no real strength, then you may return to the Dongfang family without saying anything else to her. Rather than involving her in our internal feuding, why not let her live a free and unfettered life outside?" The man's tone held some helplessness. Elder Yu lowered his head, and respectfully said, "Yes, young master, this old servant will do as the young master commands." Ruan. Within the Imperial Gardens, Luo Yin spotted Gu Ruan, who had followed the Gu family in, with a single glance. Overjoyed, she flew towards Gu Ruan without caring about the glare from General Luo at her side. Chapter 19, The Stern Crown Prince, 3. As everyone knew, with the Luo family as the right general, and the Gu family as the left general, the two men had never gotten along. But the Luo family's eldest miss, Luo Yin, somehow got along very well with the good-for-nothing Gu Ruan, even speaking out for her multiple times. However, Luo Yin's call successfully pulled everyone's gazes towards Gu Ruan. The Gu family's Gu Ruan. Isn't that the nationwide reputed good-for-nothing? Even if there's a single person in Azure Dragon Country who doesn't know of Gu Shangxiao, they'll surely have heard of Gu Ruan, and I even heard that she boldly challenged the Ling family's young master to a duel. TSK, the Ling family's young master is at least at Qi level 5, but I heard that this Gu Ruan seems to have been stuck at Qi level 2 for many years. Although His Majesty has let all the officials bring their children to attend, but this good-for-nothing Gu Ruan isn't qualified to come right. Hearing the mocking voices of the crowd, the old general's face turned red, then white, hating that he could not use a single blow to slap this good-for-nothing Gu Ruan to death, better than to lose his face here. Luo Yin was about to burst out in anger, but was held back gently by a hand. She was slightly surprised for a moment, and turned her head towards the girl's side profile, which was expressing indifference and silence. "Don't bother, let them say what they want, it's not like I'll lose anything." Gu Ruan shook her head disapprovingly as she said. "For example, would an elephant care about what the ants are saying?" Gu Ruan was once that elephant. "Crown Prince has arrived. Imperial concubine has arrived." Just then, a thin voice sounded, instantly drawing everyone's gazes. Amidst the attention of the crowd, a bright yellow figure approached from afar, slowly coming into view. It was a very handsome man, his facial features solemn and deep, with pupils that were like bottomless ink pools, shielding his thoughts from people. And upon gazing at the girl by the man's side, the crowd finally knew what phrases like, "as pretty as a picture," and "a beauty that causes the downfall of cities and nations" were meant to express. Her face was extremely beautiful, yet she carried an abnormal pallor on her face, even rouge was unable to conceal her sickly posture. But because she appeared together with the Crown Prince, people started to unconsciously guess her identity. Especially since, even Imperial concubine Ling with her high status, was walking behind the two. This made the people feel even more suspicious. "Greetings to Crown Prince, Imperial concubine." When everyone recovered their senses, they kneeled on the ground uniformly, respectfully greeting. Therefore, the lone Gu Ruan standing in the midst of the crowd was abruptly exposed to the eyes of everyone. "Gu Ruan, greet the Crown Prince and the Imperial concubine, kneel down for me right now." The old general furrowed his brows and said somewhat sullenly. "Sorry," Gu Ruan shrugged, "my knees grew some hemorrhoids so it's not very convenient for me to kneel. If there's a next time, I'll definitely make it up to Crown Prince and Imperial concubine." Hemorrhoids. Old General Gu almost could not resist violently beating up Gu Ruan, knees growing hemorrhoids. He had already lived for over 60 years and it was the first time he heard someone could grow hemorrhoids on their knees. He was even **** learning new things here. Hee. Imperial concubine Ling covered her smile, sharp gaze sweeping towards Gu Ruan. "So this is the Gu family's Gu Ruan. Rumors really don't live up to the real thing. I even heard that Gu Ruan wants to challenge my nephew, is that right?" This matter was hardly a secret in Azure Dragon Country, but coming from the mouth of concubine Ling, there was a different flavor to it. "You're right." Gu Ruan lifted her head and looked at concubine Ling. "I'm the one who will defeat Ling Shi." TL note, I've posted a glossary of the people and terms used in evil emperors while consort since there are so many people to keep track of. Catherine R. has also created an amazing relationship diagram, direct link to download. Chapter 20, The Stern Crown Prince, 4. Snigger. Someone started laughing first, and following that, everyone started laughing out loud as well, as if they had never heard such a funny joke in a long time. Gu Ruan, don't be crazy. Young Master Ling jumped up angrily and viciously said, if this young master doesn't eventually beat you till you kneel down and shout daddy, then this young master will take up your surname. This bitch actually tried to humiliate him. Good, very good, he will let her die spectacularly. Thinking up to here, young Master Ling ground his teeth in hatred, as if anxious to tear Gu Ruan into pieces. You mofo, Ling Shi, you're **** going to let her kneel down and shout daddy. Luo Yin could not bear watching anymore. She stood up with a swoosh, and said angrily, even if Gu Ruan is defeated, there's still me. If you have the balls, then come and play around with this lady. What are you proving by bullying someone weaker than you? Ling Shi wanted to curse out loud, but abruptly met with General Luo's warning look. Really, in this lifetime, the only person Ling Shi was most afraid of, other than his own grandfather, was this General Luo. Although General Luo and Old Man Gu were both generals, the latter was unwilling to look for trouble, while the former was someone who did not care about his life. In particular, he was famous for having a daughter complex. If you bullied his daughter, you would be beat up even if you were a relative of the emperor. At that time, because the son of the Minister of War said that Luo Yin was ugly, General Luo ended up rushing to their door and beating him up until he was half disabled. The emperor was also not a self-indulgent ruler. He could not remove his military power just because of this matter, right? Since General Luo had contributed so much to the country from his war efforts. Hee, Concubine Ling said with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Great General Luo, your daughter is really interesting, but don't forget that the Crown Prince and the people from Weapon Refining Sect are still here. Oh yes, I'll give you an introduction first. This is the daughter of the Sect Master of Weapon Refining Sect, Xian. In the people's hearts, the Weapon Refining Sect was an existence equal to a holy place. Furthermore, this was the Sect Master's daughter right before their eyes. Imperial Concubine Ling, our sect has a few reasons for coming to your esteemed country this time. Firstly, for the Crown Prince's birthday. Secondly, our sect has been lacking personnel, so we have specially come to choose a few people to enter our sect as outer disciples. I have already heard that there are many young talents in Azure Dragon Country. They would be just right to serve our Weapon Refining Sect. Xian smiled as she looked at the people within the garden. Her smile was like a spring breeze, giving people an unusual feeling of comfort. Gu Ruan's mind reacted, and she looked at Xian in surprise, but she said nothing as her gaze retreated. Girl, it looks like you've already sensed it. Within her soul, Zixie's voice suddenly came. This woman is practicing a long-lost divine art. Those who practice this type of art will emit an aura that is comforting and mesmerizing. The men that have seen her will unconsciously admire her. But this kind of art will cause a person's constitution to become extremely weak. They must rely on taking spiritual force from others to live on. If there isn't enough spiritual force for her to feed on, she will die very quickly. Even Zixie was somewhat surprised. Why was there still someone who knew such an evil art? This kind of art should have disappeared years ago. Especially since this woman gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, and he had only ever felt that sort of feeling from one person before. Hearing Zixie's words, Gu Ruan fell silent. It looks like this mainland was much more complicated than she had imagined. TL note. Luo Yin is too cute. I had fun translating the way she was cursing him out. Yes, she really does say mofo, but in Chinese. The censored word was there in the original too. I hope I got her sassy attitude across to you. Also, the reason why she dares to be this bold is probably thanks to that daughter complex father of hers, General Luo. What a cute family. Chapter 21, The Stern Crown Prince, 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Xian's weak smile carried warmth as she said with a gentle gaze, in order to test your ability, our Lianqi sect's elders have specially brought out our Heavenly Spirit spell formation. In a moment's time, I will send you into the Heavenly Spirit formation to train for a month. We will determine if you qualify to enter the Lianqi sect based on your results a month later. Even if they did not know what the Heavenly Spirit formation was, since it was a treasure passed down in the Lianqi sect, they deduced that it must be very valuable. They would definitely cherish this opportunity. The Crown Prince, who had not spoken up from start to finish, Leng Yanfeng, paused as he passed by Gu Ruan, and without turning to look at her, only that slow and solemn voice resounded. Gu Ruan, what you did just now was just to show off your individuality, to attract this Crown Prince's attention, but unfortunately, this Crown Prince's eyes were never on you. After saying so, he disappeared from Gu Ruan's sight without looking back. Gu Ruan was somewhat dumbfounded. When she was in the Dongyu mainland, even Jin Dai was not qualified to make her kneel down, so why would she kneel before a little Crown Prince? But her behavior somehow let the Crown Prince think that she wanted to attract his attention. Back then, Gu Shangshao, as a genius, would often duel with Leng Yanfeng, and at every place they met, there would be Gu Ruan. Everyone assumed that she was using Gu Shangshao to get close to Leng Yanfeng, but they did not know that every time the two pitted their skills against each other, she only ever paid attention to her older brother. So the previous Gu Ruan did not even like Leng Yanfeng, much less the current her. Gu Ruan, so you really like the Crown Prince? Gu Panpan was enraged, fiercely staring at Gu Ruan. You denied liking the Crown Prince at that time, but now you're actually using such tricks to get his attention. Luckily the Crown Prince saw through your tricks, otherwise. Glancing at the gazes thrown at her by the crowd, Gu Ruan blinked innocently. What's a Crown Prince? Is it edible? Edible. You actually want to eat up the Crown Prince. Gu Ruan, as expected, you didn't hold any good intentions. Fine. This time, even speaking with 10 mouths would not be able to clear her innocence. Gu Ruan shook her head, lazy to explain anything more. She shrugged and said, Luo Yin, let's go inside and see. In the palace compound, everyone quieted down. Any noise disappeared before the two elders. Luo Yin pointed towards one of them and said, Gu Ruan, do you see that old man in black? That's the Crown Prince's teacher Han Fei. The other old man in red is Elder Tianlin, both of them are Lianqi sect's experts. Gu Ruan nodded. Her line of sight moved from the two men and landed on the pillar next to them. If she guessed it right, the door the four pillars were surrounding was the entrance to the Heavenly Spirit Formation. Ladies and gentlemen, with your current strength, I'm only letting you into the first level of the Heavenly Spirit Formation. Remember, you should stay within the designated area. Please don't run around wildly, you might meet danger if you run to other areas. Han Fei looked at the crowd with a serious expression. In addition, the spiritual chi in the Heavenly Spirit Formation is too dense, so your strength has to be at least chi level 3, otherwise you won't be able to withstand the tremendous power inside and explode. I'm not trying to scare you, but I believe that anyone who is below chi level 3 won't be able to pass. Hearing this, Gu Panpan looked like she had something to say, but was hesitating. Her demeanor attracted Elder Han Fei, of course, who furrowed his brows and asked, does this lady have anything to say? TL note, in case you don't remember, Jindai was last mentioned in chapter 8, where she compared his beauty to Zix's. On a side note, Jindai means Golden Emperor, but this is his name, he's not an emperor. You can check the glossary where the names of people and places will be updated so you can keep up with the story. Chapter 22, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 1. Elder Han Fei, Gu Panpan bit her lip and glanced at Gu Ruan, before turning her head towards Han Fei. I didn't really want to say it out, but all of Azure Dragon Country knows, our Gu family's Gu Ruan hasn't been able to advance since she reached chi level 2 a few years ago. So I'm afraid that she won't be able to enter the Heavenly Spirit Formation. Saying this, Gu Panpan had an expression full of regret, as if she really felt sympathy for Gu Ruan, and no one could see any other emotions from her face. Oh, Han Fei followed Gu Panpan's gaze and looked over, landing on Gu Ruan's relaxed face, so she's Gu Ruan. Gu Shangxiao's little sister. I see that she's not the little anymore, how could she be just a chi level 2? With a genius like Gu Shangxiao, how could his little sister be such a good for nothing? This is really quite an eye-opener. A few years ago, Gu Shangxiao rejected his offer to be his disciple, to his everlasting humiliation. So, of course he would not have any courtesy left for Gu Ruan. Elder, all of Azure Dragon Country knows of this matter, so although I sympathize with her, she doesn't live up to expectations, so I don't have any way to help her. Gu Panpan had an expression of helplessness, holding the air of a mother hating her child for not living up to expectations. Gu Panpan, you. Luo Yin clenched her fists angrily, but just as she wanted to throw a punch, a hand reached out from the side and tightly held onto her hand. Gu Ruan smiled at the corner of her lips, her pretty and delicate face held an enigmatic expression. Gu Panpan, sorry to disappoint you, but I broke through to chi level 3 last night. Her voice was indifferent, but it fell clearly on everyone's ears. Suddenly, Gu Panpan's expression froze, as if a hand had harshly slapped her across the face, leaving her wanting to find a hole to burrow into. At any other time, if Gu Ruan had broken through into chi level 3, she could still have mocked her for a bit. However, she had clearly just said that Gu Ruan was only chi level 2, unable to enter the Heavenly Spirit Formation, so she was humiliated on the spot, and it was such a resounding slap on the face too. After taking a deep breath, Gu Panpan laughed dryly. Then I should really congratulate you, after waiting for so many years, you've finally broken through into chi level 3. Only, who knows when you'll be able to break through again, but I believe that you'll reach chi level 4 in 10 years at most. Rest assured, I'll surely advance again before you die. PFFT. Luo Yin wasn't able to resist and burst out into laughter. She patted Gu Ruan's shoulder as she laughed loudly. Ruan, do you mean that, the moment you advance into level 4, she's going to die soon after? Then Gu Panpan had better be careful, and find some place to hide after you break through, or she'll mysteriously expire. TSK, with such exquisite beauty, isn't it such a shame if you die? Gu Panpan's face went from green one moment to white the next. It was amazing. However, Gu Ruan started to admire her patience. She could still resist flying off the handle even after being humiliated by Luo Yin like this. Gu Ruan, watch your words. Old General Gu's expression sunk as he snapped. Also, Great General Luo, is this how you educate your daughter? It seems like she has no upbringing at all. Upbringing. Great General Luo snorted. I'm still better than you, an old man who almost beat his own granddaughter to death without seeking the truth first. Really, up till now, Great General Luo still couldn't understand. Gu Ruan was his Gu family's flesh and blood at the very least. This old man just outright beat her without asking, and he even beat her almost to death just for the sake of that kid from the Ling family. Was this even something a grandfather should be doing? Chapter 23. Who are you calling a good for nothing? 2. Enough. Just as old General Gu was about to speak up, an impatient shout interrupted all other voices. Han Fei glanced at Gu Ruan, and said expressionlessly, since you have reached chi level 3, then it's enough to enter the Heavenly Spirit Formation, but this is the lowest qualification for entering the formation. Even the lowest area is dangerous for you, so you should look out for yourself. Chi level 3 was not even enough for a second look. He often reckoned that this girl would lose her life. He really wondered how a genius at the level of Gu Shangxiao could have such a useless sister. Thinking up to here, Han Fei shook his head helplessly. After the Heavenly Spirit Formation's door opened under the efforts of Han Fei and Tianlin, the younger generation all entered the formation. The next time the formation would open would be in a month's time, so after most of the crowd had entered the formation, the remaining people returned to their homes, waiting to enter the palace a month later. At this point, looking at the empty imperial compound, Han Fei's expression held a tinge of deep thought. Not long ago, there was some strange weather in the imperial capital of Azure Dragon Country. The Sec Master observed the stars and determined that a strong person had come to this world, and that huge changes would soon occur in this mainland. If we manage to grab that strong person, our weapon refining sect will definitely rise to the top of all the other sects. Regrettably, our sect master was only able to observe that this strong person would arrive in some young talent's body, but was unable to determine who it was, otherwise we wouldn't need to bring out the Heavenly Spirit Formation to test it. Tianlin fell into silent thought. Only after a long while, he raised his head and said calmly, compared to that talent, I'm more concerned about something else. What is it? I don't know if you sensed it just now, but that girl called Gu Ruan has extremely poor talent, but she has a strong spiritual force. Much more powerful than the talents we've met before. Han Fei's heart shook, and said in astonishment, because of her relation to Gu Shangshao, I didn't notice this just now. You're saying that she has a strong spiritual force. Thinking of this, Han Fei's breathing tensed. If they could make her contribute her spiritual force, then they could cure Mrs. Body. Han Fei, if losing her spiritual force will cause her to become an idiot, based on what I see of this Gu Ruan's personality, she may not agree. Tianlin shook his head, saying so in a placid tone. Not necessarily, Han Fei sneered, she's just a good-for-nothing that everyone looks down on in Azure Dragon Country. If she's willing to give for our miss, then our weapon refining sect will definitely take care of her for the rest of her life. Moreover, contributing her own spiritual force for our miss is her good fortune. The future mainland war requires our weapon refining sect's participation, and our miss is the #1 genius in weapon refining sect. This matter concerns the safety of the whole mainland, and as an inhabitant of this mainland, contributing for the sake of the mainland is a given. So no one will reject this chance, just like the people before her. Saying so, it was as if letting Gu Ruan sacrifice herself for Shiyun was something that Gu Ruan should be thankful to the weapon refining sect for. Whereas if she disagreed, then she would become a criminal in the entire mainland, who should be condemned by all and torn into 10,000 pieces. Tianlin smiled wryly and shook his head. I see that this girl's personality is stubborn, she doesn't seem easy to convince. Han Fei, since they will only appear again after a month, let's wait until a month later. Chapter 24, Who are you calling a good for nothing? 3. Between the valleys, in the lush forest, young Master Ling stood in the middle of the crowd, enjoying the feeling of respect from the people around him. Suddenly, he noticed Gu Ruan walking out from the back of the crowd, a touch of haughtiness in the smile on her delicate face. Gu Ruan, we'll see. Wait for the day of our duel, I'll make you kneel down and call me grandfather. The spiritual chi in the heavenly spirit formation was particularly abundant, several times the amount outside. If they cultivated here, together with the power of the chi gathering pill, Gu Ruan would be able to break through to chi level 4 in less than a month. Therefore, after entering the heavenly spirit formation, she first let Luo Yin go to another place to train, then found a cave for herself to start cultivating. At this time within the cave, Gu Ruan sat with her legs crossed. Light spiritual chi slowly condensed around her whole body, like threads of cotton being absorbed into the pores of her body, and from the pores, it accumulated into her spiritual ocean. Watching her vast spiritual ocean being filled bit by bit with spiritual chi, Gu Ruan's body and mind felt an unspeakable comfort. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. During this time, she hid in the cave and cultivated from start to end, so much that those who did not see her thought that she had already died underneath the claws of demonic beasts. Just as most people thought that she was already dead, within a cave not far from the entrance of the heavenly spirit formation, a looming wave spread out. Although the fluctuations were not that great, the people nearby could feel them clearly. Finally broke through to chi level 4. Gu Ruan opened her eyes and said, I wonder how much time has passed. Saying so, the voice within her soul unhurriedly spoke up, more than 20 days have passed. More than 20 days. Gu Ruan gave a slight start. I thought that it has already been more than a month. I didn't think that it was only 20 days. This was all thanks to the effect of the chi gathering pill. Without it, maybe even a month wouldn't have been enough for me to advance. Even at the start in East Peak Mainland, she spent 1.5 months to advance, and even so, she was already considered an absolute genius. Thinking of this, Gu Ruan's throat tightened. She had a feeling, her achievements in this world would not lose to that of the previous. Suddenly, Gu Ruan felt the strange fluctuations transmitted from within the cave, and a look of surprise flashed across her countenance. What a powerful aura. This is a spiritual weapon. But I didn't feel this aura at all when I first came in. Don't tell me that I accidentally touched something while I was cultivating. At that moment, her heart almost jumped out. This was a spiritual weapon, not an ordinary weapon. Spiritual weapons carried spiritual chi, and with high-level spiritual weapons, there would even be a sword spirit to help in battles. If two people with about the same strength dueled, one holding a normal weapon, one with a spiritual weapon, then the latter would definitely end up victorious. Most importantly, spiritual weapons could not be found just anywhere like cabbages. It could even be said that they were extremely rare. Even in her previous life, Gu Ruan was unable to get one. Who would have thought that after transferring to this world for just a few days, that she would find such a priceless treasure that anyone would kill to have? It is indeed the fluctuations of a spiritual weapon. Girl, go take a look, maybe you'll have an unexpected reward. Okay. Gu Ruan nodded slightly. What she did not understand was, didn't the weapon refining sect know that there was a spiritual weapon here? Otherwise why didn't they take it for themselves? No. The weapon refining sect's main cause was to refine weapons. They definitely would not miss detecting this spiritual weapon. If so, why was this spiritual weapon left here for so long without being taken away? Chapter 25. Who are you calling a good for nothing? 4. However, the moment Gu Ruan saw the spiritual weapon, she finally understood why this spiritual weapon had been left for so long in weapon refining sect's heavenly spirit formation without being taken away. How should she put it? This sword was indeed a spiritual weapon, but unfortunately, this spiritual weapon had worn out long ago. Its surface was spotted with rust, like an expert that had lost their spiritual power. It was no different than an ordinary person. Of course, that was for the average person. Who's Gu Ruan? A genius in East Peak Mainland, the owner of the ancient divine pagoda. To save this formerly majestic spiritual weapon was nothing at all she needed was time. Zixi, coincidentally, I don't have a weapon at hand. Although this spiritual weapon has already lost its spiritual power, it's still stronger than an ordinary weapon. Furthermore, that strong spiritual chi I felt just now was most likely what she accidentally absorbed while I was cultivating. That's why it guided me here. There was a period of silence from within her soul. Only after a long moment did Zixi's voice ring in Gu Ruan's ears. Then take it first, we'll find a much higher grade one later. Although this one is also a spiritual weapon, it's at the lowest level, it doesn't match your status. The corner of Gu Ruan's mouth twitched, and she held her head helplessly. This guy thinks spiritual weapons are cabbages. A single low-level spiritual weapon is enough to attract many experts to fight over it, let alone a high-level spiritual weapon. Let's go, I'm almost done cultivating, it's time to leave. Outside the cave, many people were already gathered. After seeing Guruan walk out from within the cave, there was first a patch of silence, before a mass of questions came from the crowd. Guruan, what is a good-for-nothing like you doing here? I felt the strange fluctuations from the cave just now, some treasure must have appeared. Bring out the treasure now, and maybe I'll spare your life. Guruan's brows furrowed slightly. Following the sound of the words, she looked towards the young man dressed in blue standing in the crowd, and the corner of her lips curved up. Son of the Vice Minister of the Department of Revenue, the follower of the Ling family's young master, who did you call a good-for-nothing just now? The young man sneered, who else could I be talking about? Isn't it you, the one that everyone knows is a good-for-nothing? Guruan, if you're smart enough, then bring out the treasure, otherwise, this official's son will make you kneel down and kowtow. You're going to die here anyway, so your brother won't even know, ha. Ha. Before he could let out the last sound of laughter, everyone heard a bang. The young man's body transformed into a point of light. With a whoosh, he was thrown to the sky, before falling down harshly. The others felt their minds freeze. They turned their heads a bit, and the gazes landed on Guruan's thin and weak body. She was nonchalantly swinging her arm, not even bothering to glance at the young man on the floor. His strength isn't that bad. This strike even made my hand hurt. You should know, although the young man was young Master Ling's follower, but his strength did not lose to young Master Ling's. He was also Chi level 5, and Guruan, this good-for-nothing that just reached Chi level 3, could actually slap him to the point that he went flying. She could still say that his strength was not too bad, that it made her hand hurt. Was this woman complimenting him or insulting him? Oh yes, Guruan's gaze turned, looking at the crowd of people while smiling. Who else called me a good-for-nothing? Do you dare to step out? Actually, the moment she contracted with the ancient divine pagoda, it had already cleansed her body and soul. Not only did her soul and abilities grow stronger, it also raised the level of all aspects of her body. Unless they broke through the Chi levels and reached the martial artist ranks, none of them could be an even match for her. Looking at the current Guruan, the crowd looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward from start to end. Chapter 26, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 1. No one dares. Guruan's smile gradually cooled down, her clear eyes filled with an awe-inspiring domineering spirit. Then from now on, all of you had better remember. If anyone says that I'm a good-for-nothing, then I don't mind teaching you with my power. I, Guruan, am Gu Chan's daughter, Gu Shangshao's sister. With both of them being peerless geniuses, I won't let them be disgraced. Even if Guruan did not care about her own reputation, she had people that she cared about. In her past life, she would have been better off without her father, and was unable to protect her beloved little brother. Since she was able to live again in another life, then she would live for Guruan and protect her loved ones, as well as take revenge for her father. She will not allow anyone to insult them. Not too far away, a slight breeze drifted past. A man dressed in bright yellow stood in the midst of a grassy plain. No one noticed him although his clothes were eye-catching. Leng Yanfeng stared at Guruan. An unreadable look flashed across his solemn face, and soon disappeared. Guruan, so this is how you want to attract my attention. Unfortunately, no matter how much you try, you won't be able to attract this crown prince. This crown prince will never be able to accept you. He originally wanted to take a look at the situation in the heavenly spirit formation, and never expected to happen upon this scene. Leng Yanfeng did not believe that Guruan had not noticed him, standing directly across from her. She must have said those words because she noticed him. The reason, because he once said, only the strong are qualified to stand by his side. Unfortunately, this time it was really Leng Yanfeng thinking too highly of himself. Although Guruan did detect his presence, she could not even be bothered to give him a second glance. You idiots, you don't even dare to deal with a good-for-nothing. At this time, an arrogant voice broke the silence. Like a stone landing in water, it created a burst of waves. Leading a group of people, Ling Shi came up from behind the crowd, sneering as he looked at Guruan. I sensed the waves from this area and suspected that the treasure must have appeared, so I came to investigate. Who knew that I would hear such words? There are so many of you, and you're actually scared of this good-for-nothing. So what if I insult Gu Shangshao? Having such a useless sister is practically a living disgrace for him. As for that short-lived father of yours, if he was still alive, looking at a waste of space like you would probably want to take his own life. Guruan, tell me, what use is it for you to live? You're only shaming your father and brother. Even after dying, your father has to live with this shame. How refreshing. Every time he bullied this good-for-nothing, it just felt that good. However, young Master Ling was blinded by his own emotions, and seemed not to notice Guruan's slowly narrowing eyes. Young Master, be careful, this woman just defeated the Department of Revenue's Assistant Minister's son, Lin Shi. The people around him were worried that young Master Ling would lose, and warned him. What? Ling Shi was stunned for a moment, before continuing with loud laughter. Lin Shi is at least a Chi level 5, this good-for-nothing managed to defeat him. Don't talk about me, you won't be able to find a single person in the entire Azure Dragon country who could believe this. If you're going to lie, make it more believable. Just as he finished saying this, Ling Shi abruptly noticed Lin Shi lying down on the floor, and the smile on his face froze. He really just came too late, and didn't get to see what happened before, otherwise he would not have jumped unprepared into such humiliation. But now what did he see? Lin Shi, as a Chi level 5, was actually quietly lying down on the floor, as if dead. Chapter 27, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 2. Looking at Guruan's faintly smiling face, Ling Shi bitterly swallowed a mouthful of spit. In the end, he still spoke up. Guruan, who would have expected that you hid so deeply? I still don't understand, why didn't you fight back against me if you had this ability at the start? However, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? We have so many people here, and you're all alone. If all of us here attack together, did you think you could still fight back against us? I can give you a chance now, hand out the treasure, and maybe I'll even let you die quickly. That's right, this woman is just one person. With so many of them, they were still afraid of her. Has she never heard of the phrase, hopelessly outnumbered? A treasure, you mean this? Gu Ruoan's gaze swept through everyone in the crowd. With a swoosh, a sword appeared in her hands, the point of its rusty blade pointed at Ling Shi. Ling Shi froze for a moment before raging. Gu Ruoan, are you mocking our intelligence? You actually dare to call such a broken blade a treasure? Are you treating this young master as a 3-year-old? Exactly, it's just a broken blade, no one will take it even if you give it away. Gu Ruoan, bring out the treasure, for the sake of your brother Gu Shangshao, we'll leave you a whole corpse. Oh, facing the pressing shouts of the crowd, Gu Ruoan unhurriedly kept the sword. Did you think that you're very smart? From what I see, your intelligence is only that much. I've already offered you the treasure, but you didn't want it, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. At this moment, within the forest, Leng Yanfeng's eyes were focused on the calm Gu Ruoan standing in the crowd. His handsome face carried an unreadable trace of emotion as he mumbled to himself, Gu Ruoan, so it wasn't that you weren't purposely showing off in front of me, but it was everyone who underestimated you. She actually found the weapon refining sect's spiritual weapon. It also showed that her spiritual force far exceeded that of normal people. Leng Yanfeng remained silent for a long while, before casting a last look at Gu Ruoan and disappearing within the forest. Gu Ruoan, if you're not going to see sense, then we can only let you die. Cold light flashed across Ling Zai's eyes. He coldly chuckled. If killing you means finding the treasure, then this cheap life of yours had some value. Swoosh. As his words fell, he quickly flashed towards Gu Ruoan. Everyone else looked at each other, before rushing towards that skinny figure in the center from all directions. If they killed her, the treasure would be theirs. Thinking up to here, everyone's expressions unconsciously changed, greed, and desire. But, within the light wind, the girl raised her delicate face, like a breeze, her voice fell into their ears, passing as slowly as a century. This is your speed. It's too slow. Sorry, I'm not interested in this schoolyard fight. Almost at the same time, that heavy fist landed on their bodies, and they couldn't help but to retreat. No way. Ling Zai's eyes suddenly widened. Although he could see Gu Ruoan's body just right in front of him, he could only watch with eyes wide open. This woman, how could she be this strong? How much did she hide in these past years? Bang! Regardless of how unwilling he was, Ling Zai's body fell heavily, and at the moment he landed, he seemed to have thought of something, and roared angrily. Chapter 28, The Cunning Ling Family Meets Danger, 3. Gu Ruoan, did you do it on purpose? Did you deliberately allow me to bully and suppress you? Then you threw a challenge at me so that you could reverse everything and win. And then crush me with your strength. What kind of grudge and hatred do we have between us, that it was worth spending so many years painstakingly hiding just so that you could humiliate me? Obviously, Ling Shi was overthinking it. He thought that Gu Ruoan had hidden her strength just to find the chance to humiliate him thoroughly. Of course, Gu Ruoan had always been lazy to explain anything to insignificant people, so her silence looked like agreement to Ling Shi. Ah, Gu Ruoan, I want to kill you. Ling Shi roared in anger and climbed up from the ground. He raised his arms at that moment. A golden rune appeared in his hands. The rune exuded a faint light, setting off the grim expression on his face. This is the Ling family's only rune. The Ling family spent a lot of money to buy this from an expert for the sake of transporting my grandfather to me when I meet any danger. So, Gu Ruoan, this time, you're dead. As his words fell, Ling Shi ripped the rune apart. A golden light flashed, and immediately, in front of everyone, Ling Yi appeared out of nowhere. After seeing his grandfather appear, Ling Shi let out a sigh of relief, before hurriedly complaining. Grandfather, quickly save your grandson. If I hadn't brought along the teleportation rune that grandfather gave me, then I probably wouldn't have been able to see grandfather ever again. Oh, Ling Yi's expression sunk bit by bit and darkened. He asked, who was so bold to dare to harm the blood of my Ling family? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a moment, everyone's gazes turned towards Gu Ruoan. Following their eyes, Ling Yi found the girl who had not moved from start to end. The Gu family's girl. He frowned. This Gu family's girl is only a Qi level 3, don't tell me that you can't even beat her. It's not like that, grandfather, the Gu family concealed her strength. With one strike, she defeated all of us here. Her strength is definitely not just Qi level 3, it should be at level 6 or 7, and, Ling Shi hesitated, before sneering, she wants to kill me, not just because she has a grudge against me, but she even wants to end our Ling family's bloodline. Grandfather, you definitely can't let such a crafty and vicious person live. Boom. Wild anger burst out from Ling Yi's body, and his eyes watched Gu Ruoan coldly. Girl, having such a vicious heart at such a young age, leaving you alive would just end up hurting others. For the sake of saving the innocent, then, this old man can only kill you first and avoid disaster later on. The overcast aura was not only limited to his surroundings, the people around started to feel that the air had become thin, that there was an external pressure pushing on them. Gu Ruoan's heart sank. At her current strength, she had no way to battle with Ling Yi. The only plan she had left was to escape. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Gu Ruoan laughed twice. That smile spread from the corners of her lips, carrying a trace of mockery. So this is the Ling family. When the little ones can't win their battles, the elders come up. This has really been eye-opening for me. Ling Yi, Gu Ruoan, will remember today's debt. There will eventually be a day when I come to collect it from your Ling family. At this moment, the girl's thin face showed off a wildly domineering aura. That regal air, even the current emperor didn't have such an aura. Watching in a trance, Ling Yi seemed like he was seeing a long-absent and familiar face on her. That absolute genius of 10 years ago, Gu Chan. That startlingly brilliant person, the mainland's youngest martial emperor, the current Gu Ruoan looked so much like him. No. No way, he absolutely could not let this woman continue living, it was too dangerous. TL note, martial emperor is 5 ranks above the Qi collection levels. You can check the glossary for cultivation ranks and names. Chapter 29, A handsome man said, Wife. 1. Gu Ruoan, no matter what you say today, I won't let anyone who bullies my Ling family live. Ling Yi's aura slowly rose up as he said coldly, "So, you must die here today." Gu Ruan sneered, "If you don't manage to kill me, I hope you don't regret." Having said so, without a second look at the Ling family grandfather and grandson pair, she turned and bolted towards the mountain peak not too far away. "You're trying to escape. HMPH, I'll see if you can." Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and chased after her without another word. Seeing the distance between them decreasing, Gu Ruan started to panic inside. She would definitely die if Ling Yi caught up. Before going back to East Peak Mainland and getting her revenge, she absolutely could not die. Thinking up to here, without knowing where the power came from, she accelerated in a burst of speed as she put all her effort into escaping. Sweat dripped down her delicate face, her clothes stuck tightly to her body, making her feel as if she had just showered. However, gradually, Gu Ruan felt the first stirrings of fatigue from her heart. No. She absolutely could not die here. "Girl, let me take care of that old fellow for you." Zixi frowned, a cold light flashing across his devilishly handsome face. "No," Gu Ruan shook her head, "we're inside the weapon refining sect's formation. If you appear now, you might attract the attention of the weapon refining sect. I'm just a chick without any feathers right now, I don't want to get involved with those forces." This was her main concern. Zixi was her last resort, and was the only effective weapon she had for her revenge. Unless she was really forced to, she would not allow Zixi to appear in any situation. Seeing that Ling Yi was about to catch up, cold sweat dotted Gu Ruan's forehead. Suddenly, the cliff ahead appeared within her sight, and she hurriedly braked. Seeing the rocks tumble off the cliff edge, her heart was on a precipice in an instant. "Stupid girl, this time we'll see where you can run to." A little chi level 4 making this old man run for so long. If this were to get out, then this old man won't be able to raise his head in Azure Dragon Country anymore. Fortunately, you'll soon die in this old man's hands, ha ha ha. That's right, this girl was only a chi level 4, but she was able to defeat his grandson. This was something he could not believe no matter what, since there was usually a huge gap in power between levels. "Die," Gu Ruan laughed, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me." Once her words had fallen, she turned without pause and jumped off the cliff, without a single trace of hesitation. "That's bad." Ling Yi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly approached the cliff to check the situation. However, there was so much fog, how could there be any trace of Gu Ruan? With such a steep cliff, I wager that she'll end up in pieces. At her current strength, she can't possibly survive this, but just in case, I should still check for her corpse. I can't leave her any chance of survival. Drip. Drip drip. The clear sound of water dripping fell into Gu Ruan's ears. She frowned slightly, and slowly opened her eyes. In that moment, a handsome face was magnified before her. Their heads were extremely close together, and if the other just slightly bent his head, he would be able to kiss her lips. Bang! Gu Ruan recovered her senses, and pushed Zixi away in one move, saying somewhat angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 30. A handsome man said, "Wife. 2. Girl, you're so heartless. I hugged you for so long, but you pushed me away so ruthlessly the moment you woke up." Zixi acted like he had been wronged, as if he had been bullied. "Zixi," Gu Ruan was startled, "why did you come out? Didn't I say? Don't worry, there's a force here that can block my aura, so no one outside will sense me. But you've really got some guts there. Directly jumping off the cliff, aren't you afraid of falling to your death?" "I'm extremely scared of dying, so I won't gamble with my life." Gu Ruan smiled, "I heard running water from up on the cliff, so I guessed that this cliff wasn't that steep. At the very least I wouldn't fall to my death." "That's right, what's up with the force that you mentioned?" Zixi quieted down, and after a long while, he raised his gaze and looked at Gu Ruan, his handsome face carrying an imposing expression. The Heavenly Strid formation is not one of the weapon refining sect's formations. It comes from the East Peak mainland, and it was created by a strong person. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but I feel a very strong force inside here. A strong force. Gu Ruan frowned, a strange light flashing across her eyes. "Zixi, I want to investigate what this mysterious cave holds within." Zixi looked hesitant, and after wavering for a bit, he said, "Girl, you know that my power has been sealed. Just now, I felt that my first seal loosened a bit, so I have immediately shut myself in and cultivate to break through the seal, so. Don't worry, it'll be fine even if I'm alone." "Okay," Zixi nodded, "if you meet any danger, call me immediately, I'll awaken to help you." Gu Ruan did not speak, she understood how important this closed door cultivation was to him. She would only call him if she really had to. Within the cave, the sound of flowing water was exceptionally clear. The rushing sound struck Gu Ruan's heart, making her cautious. Her footsteps were extremely slow, as if scared of disturbing anything. At the start, Gu Ruan did not feel the mysterious force that Zixi had mentioned, but as she walked deeper within, that force began to appear within range of her senses. It became more and more intense, to the point that it was hard to breathe. But the strange thing was, there wasn't even the tiniest bit of danger on the way here. No. She felt that she was surrounded by a strange atmosphere. However, those unknown creatures did not attack her. Even Gu Ruan was constantly wondering, not understanding what was happening. As she walked until she lost track of time, a stone door appeared before her. Yes, it's within this door, that mysterious force is coming from within this door. Gu Ruan took a deep breath, and slowly placed her hand on top of the stone door. As if prepared in advance, just as her hand touched the door, the stone door opened by itself. At that moment, her breath stopped. She had never seen such a stunning view before. Within the stone room, a man laid on a bed. His head of extremely dazzling long silver hair covered the floor, his body was covered in a blood-red robe. In extreme contrast, in between the man's brows, that flame mark was like a blooming bright rose, mesmerizing hearts and souls. Gu Ruan had never seen such an absolutely beautiful man before. Even the number one beauty in the world would not be able to compare to even a tenth of his beauty. Just a single look would be enough to make hearts beat crazily. While she was trying to recover from being stunned, the man slowly opened his eyes. Confusion, uncertainty, all these appeared within those red pupils in an instant. His gaze slowly swept the stone room, and finally landed on Gu Ruoan. Without knowing why, Gu Ruoan's heart had the feeling that this man was extremely dangerous. Dangerous enough to destroy the world. However, in the next moment, a word from the other had her completely rooted to the spot, even forgetting how to react. Wife. Wife. Like a bolt from the sky, Gu Ruoan stared dumbfounded at the man's devastatingly handsome face. This man had called her wife the moment he had opened his eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? The man frowned, then shook his head. I don't know. You don't know. I don't remember anything. Looking at the way the man was trying to recall his identity, Gu Ruoan stroked her chin. It looks like this fellow had really lost his memory, and had already forgotten everything. At this moment, in some place that Gu Ruoan could not sense from within the heavenly spirit formation. In some mountains on the mainland, a roar rang through the skies, echoing for a long time, as the spiritual beasts of the entire mountain range collectively knelt down and bowed towards a certain direction. Our king has awoken, everyone must greet him. All must kneel in welcome, our king has returned. Chapter 31, a handsome man said, Wife. 3. Within the stone room. Gu Ruoan looked at the handsome man who looked completely confused. Her eyebrows raised slightly. It looks like that mysterious power was coming from your body. Well, since I've already found where that power comes from, I shall leave now. The man walked down from the stone bed and followed behind Gu Ruoan. His silver, long hair cast his face in a devilish light, making him look like an otherworldly creature. But at this moment, the man's peerlessly beautiful face carried a pitiful expression. He looked at Gu Ruoan with an aura of grievance. Don't follow me. Gu Ruoan paused her steps for a moment, threw out those words, then took great strides to quickly leave this strange place. A month passed in a flash. Many people were gathered in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. At this moment, a light flashed across the formation, and the young people who were sent into the formation to cultivate appeared before their eyes. Luo Yin tried to look for Gu Ruoan within the crowd, but she couldn't find that familiar silhouette in the crowd at all. For some reason, a burst of unease came from her heart. Did Gu Ruoan meet some trouble? No, no way, nothing bad can happen to Gu Ruoan. Why don't I see the Gu family's Gu Ruoan? Han Fei's expression turned cold, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Gu Ruoan was now closely tied to the fate of the weapon refining sect. If she could contribute her spiritual force, then Miss would surely be able to cure her body, so nothing can happen to that woman. Elder Han Fei, Gu Ruoan was surrounded and attacked by spiritual beasts in the heavenly spirit formation. She has already lost her life, so we don't need to wait for her anymore. Young Master Ling sneered once. The people who were there that day had already been bought by him, so no one will reveal the truth. What did you say? Luo Yin was enraged. She stared angrily at Ling Shi. Tell this lady what you just said one more time. HMPH, Ling Shi sneered. I said, Gu Ruoan met with a spiritual beast attack in the heavenly spirit formation. She's already dead. I witnessed this with my own eyes. Since you saw her getting attacked by spiritual beasts, why didn't you go save her? Luo Yin clenched her fists tightly. Her heart trembled fiercely, and her voice was a little hoarse, carrying an unconcealed anger. Save her. Ling Shi looked at Luo Yin as if she were an idiot. Why should I save her? It's just a good for nothing. If she's dead then she's dead. What does it matter to me? Letting this kind of good for nothing live is just wasting food and resources. She should even thank me for not saving her and letting her die an early death. At least she won't have to continue a hard life in this world. That's right, Gu Ruoan was just a good for nothing. Grandfather already told him that that woman was only a Chi level 4. A Chi level 4 could actually defeat him, a Chi level 5, in seconds. She must have borrowed the power of that treasure she got in that cave, otherwise how could it even be possible? Luo Yin roared loudly in rage. Her fist landed on Ling's eyes pretty face. It happened so suddenly that no one could react. Ling Shi, you swine. I'll take revenge for Gu Ruoan today. Punches landed one by one on Ling's eyes body. Luo Yin's eyes held tears, as if she wanted to vent everything at once. Ling Yi saw that his own grandson was getting beaten up, and finally recovered his senses, hurriedly ordering, men, grab this little bitch for me. Little bitch, who the asterisk are you scolding little bitch? General Luo, agitated and angry, came out from the crowd. He stood his ground in front of Luo Yin. This old man hasn't died yet, I want to see who dares to touch this old man's daughter. The atmosphere became overwhelmingly charged with anger in an instant. Everyone breathed as quietly as they could, not daring to let out a single peep. But at this moment, a puzzled voice rang out from the rear. What's happening here? Luo Yin, why are you acting so ferociously the moment I come out? Chapter 32, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect 1. Original and most updated translations are from Volare novels. Luo Yin's fist froze just as it was about to hit Ling Shi, and she turned her head in disbelief. Gaping at the young woman who had appeared in the square, she lost her composure and said, Gu Ruoan, you're not dead. Who told you I was dead? Gu Ruoan rolled her eyes. Thus, Luo Yin very honestly pointed towards Ling Shi, who was spitting fresh blood in front of her. He said he saw you getting killed by spiritual beasts with his own eyes. I was even about to settle this debt with him, but who knew that you were still alive? However, this does make me think of that phrase. Good people don't live for long, but troublemakers live for thousands of years. Gu Ruoan, you're a troublemaker. That's right, that woman was simply a troublemaker. Had she appeared just a moment later, Luo Yin might have already killed Ling Shi. He wanted me dead, but I don't die that easily. Gu Ruoan's lips raised slightly. Her gaze carried an unreadable meaning as it swept across Ling's eyes' pale face. Alright, since everyone is here, then your test has now ended. Han Fei internally heaved a sigh of relief. To him, Gu Ruoan's life involved the safety of Miss, so there could not be any slip-ups. In this entire world, she was probably the only one who had such a powerful spiritual force. Thinking up to this point, he coughed dryly twice, and said with a serious expression, Azure Dragon Country has always produced brilliant talents. In the past, there was Gu Qian, the #1 genius of this mainland, and now, there are Gu Shengshao and Leng Yanfeng, the two unmistakable talents. Amongst you, there are also many outstanding talents. However, only one of you, no matter how hard you work, will be unable to amount to anything. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All eyes gathered on Gu Ruoan. To them, the only person in this world that would not amount to anything no matter how hard they worked, was the famously useless Gu family's good-for-nothing. Old man Gu's expression was terrible. He glared fiercely at Gu Ruoan, as if the person in front of him was not his granddaughter, and was instead an enemy he could not let live. Gu Ruoan, Han Fei looked at Gu Ruoan, and said coldly, your brother is a genius amongst geniuses, but you have a good-for-nothing's body. I have seen that your spiritual ocean is exceptionally vast, and that it is much harder for you to advance than normal people. With such a spiritual ocean in your body, you won't be able to achieve anything in this lifetime. Looking at the mocking glances thrown her way, Gu Ruoan calmly smiled. This mainland was indeed much more primitive compared to her previous home, the East Peak mainland. Otherwise, how could one of the elders of a top force, the weapon refining sect, not be able to see through her body's quality and realize its true potential? If she had this kind of body in her previous life, then she would not have had such a miserable end. However, Han Fei paused, a light flashing across his eyes. Our weapon refining sect is not the kind to look down upon you for being a good-for-nothing. I'll give you a chance to swear your fealty to my weapon refining sect now. What do you think? He looked at her as if he was doing her a huge favor, holding his head up high while looking at her. In his mind, Gu Ruoan could not possibly reject his generous offer, and should even be grateful to become a sacrifice for his weapon refining sect. What? Let this good-for-nothing swear her fealty to the weapon refining sect? Did Elder Han Fei knock his head on something before making this kind of decision? After hearing his words, the crowd suddenly exploded. Everyone could not believe their ears. The respected weapon refining sect was going to let a good-for-nothing serve them. Something that shocked him even more happened after that. Gu Ruoan's smile grew deeper, her eyes were even filled with laughter. Sorry, but I'm not interested in your weapon refining sect. Rumble. As if thunderstruck, the people present were all dumbfounded. She had actually refused. That good-for-nothing actually had the courage to refuse Elder Han Fei's invitation. Looking at Han Fei's darkening expression, everyone could not help but sweat for Gu Ruoan in their hearts. Chapter 33, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect 2. Original and most updated translations are from Voller Neville's. Girl, you need to consider this carefully. My weapon refining sect isn't a place where just anyone is qualified to enter. Let alone a good-for-nothing, Han Fei said in a cold, solemn tone, as he tried hard to calm the anger boiling in his heart. He was obviously very angry at Gu Ruoan for not knowing better. I already said that I don't have any interest in joining you. Gu Ruoan swept a glance over Han Fei's somber old face. Also, I believe in my brother's decision. My brother rejected weapon refining sect's invitation back then, so why would I want to go to a place my brother spurned? I choose to stand with my brother. Back then, Han Fei had personally come bearing weapon refining sect's invitation, but Gu Shangsha rejected him in front of so many strong people, an event that had become a thorn in his heart. And now Gu Ruoan was opening up that wound again. How could he not be enraged? With a huge bang, boundless chi burst out from his body, causing the nearby trees to collapse. He clenched his teeth tightly, and said fiercely, Gu Ruoan, are you really not going to agree to my weapon refining sect's offer? Did you think that a lowly good-for-nothing like you could reject me? If it were not for the miss, he would not even bother saying an extra word to this good-for-nothing. No matter how many times you asked, I, Gu Ruoan, will never join the weapon refining sect. The girl's voice was filled with strength. That voice landed in the noisy crowd, making them go silent. HMPH, Han Fei snorted, looked towards old man Gu, and said, Old General Gu, so this is your granddaughter. She really has no upbringing at all. Old man Gu frowned. Actually, he was shocked at the start, but as he continued listening to Gu Ruoan's words, all of his surprise had turned into anger. This girl was really ungrateful. Doesn't she know what having a relationship with the weapon refining sect would mean for the general's household? She just straight out rejected the benefits that were dangling in front of her. She was clearly not thinking one bit about the general's household. However, old man Gu never thought about this. He had never treated Gu Ruoan well, so why would Gu Ruoan sacrifice herself for him? Elder Han Fei, women have always had to obey men, their father at home, and their husband when married. She doesn't have a father, so she should obey my words as her grandfather, so I'll make the decision now in her stead. From now on, Gu Ruoan belongs to the weapon refining sect. Her life and death has nothing to do with our Gu family. Having said these words, old man Gu turned to look at Gu Ruoan with an emotionless face. At that moment, the young girl did not have a single emotion in her clear eyes. Her calm made his heart tremble a little unconsciously. Although Gu Ruoan had Gu Shangsha as her brother, he was only a genius, who had no way to compete with a large sect like the weapon refining sect. Thus, sacrificing Gu Ruoan for some goodwill with the weapon refining sect was worth it. Thinking of this, old General Gu's heart gradually calmed down. Are you sure? Her voice was light, no emotion could be discerned from her words. Luo Yin grabbed onto Gu Ruoan's arm tightly. For some reason, the Gu Ruoan in front of her felt like a stranger, as if she had been possessed by someone. Gu Ruoan, I'm your grandfather, the person with the right to dictate your entire life. Grandfather, haha. Gu Ruoan could not hold on any longer and laughed out loud, her eyes full of ridicule. You are only my elder by name, even the heavens don't have the right to dictate my entire life. I make my own decisions. I stayed in the Gu family because you treated my brother well, and because the Gu family is his family. For him, I could swallow my anger and stay obediently, but I believe that if brother saw how you have treated me all this time, he would definitely support my leaving the Gu family. TL note. This is a clarification for Spiritual Ocean versus Spiritual Force from Chapter 32, since they might be easily confused. It is also saved in the glossary if you ever need to reference it again. Tilde. Gu Ruoan has a vast spiritual ocean, which acts like a reservoir for her chi energy. She has to fill up this ocean to break through to the next rank, so it takes her a longer time to rank up. This gives her extra stats boosts, so that she can fight someone from a higher rank on the same level. To the lower ranked West Sprit mainland, they think that this makes her good for nothing. However, she has a strong spiritual force, which is something like her mental strength. This is what Shiyun, the eldest miss of weapon refining sect, consumes for her cultivation method, and it turns all the people she consumes into idiots. Thus, considering that she is a good for nothing because of her spiritual ocean, Han Fei proposes that she serve the weapon refining sect by offering up her great spiritual force to Shiyun. Phew, what a long explanation tilde have a cute cat tilde. Carrot, carrot. Chapter 34, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect 3. Original and most updated translations are from Volare Neville's. General Luo could not resist clapping, laughing as he said, Gu Ruan, I didn't want to allow you and Luo Yin to maintain contact at first, firstly because you're from the Gu family, and I was worried that old man Gu would try something against my daughter. Secondly, it was because you were too weak and cowardly, and I, Luo Hongshan, have always admired those who have courage and spirit. Not long ago, I heard people saying that your cowardliness was just a pretense, and I didn't believe it at first, but now I've seen that the rumors were indeed true. Not having any talent by birth is something you can't control, but character is something you can, so if you ever leave the Gu family one day, you're welcome to be a guest in my Luo family. Gu family, weapon refining sect, he did not even need to consider them. He has always been this fearless, so why would he fear the weapon refining sect? Moreover, Gu Ruan's words were very much to his liking. With this kind of family, there was no difference between having them or not. Han Fei's expression sunk, he gazed darkly at General Luo, but said nothing. But old man Gu did not avoid the touchy topic and sneered, Luo Hongshan, this is my Gu family's business, it has nothing to do with you. You're an outsider, so you're not qualified to comment on this matter. Since this girl's parents have been dead since she was little, then I'm the one who has the right to make decisions for her. Elder Han Fei, from now onwards, Gu Ruan belongs to your weapon refining sect, whether you want to kill her or punish her, it's all at your liberty. Hearing so, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. The Gu family was more sensible. Seeing that General Luo wanted to speak up on her behalf again, Gu Ruan smiled, stopping him from speaking, General Luo, I'll accept your good intentions, but this time, the opponents are the Gu family and the weapon refining sect. I don't want to see your Luo family facing any repercussions from this, so you don't have to bother with this matter anymore. However, I, Gu Ruan, will always remember your great kindness today. A person who flatters you when you are successful may not really mean it, but if someone speaks up for you in front of powerful enemies while you are a good for nothing, then he must be sincere. So, she will remember General Luo's kindness in her heart forever. No matter how many times you say it, my answer is still the same, I will never join the weapon refining sect. Gu Ruan slowly looked up, the smile in her eyes slowly fading away, as she gazed straight into Han Fei's gloomy old face. HMPH. Han Fei harumphed, since you won't see sense, don't blame me for not being courteous. Having said that, his body flashed, and quickly arrived in front of Gu Ruan. Just as the chi on his hand was about to fall on Gu Ruan, a loud crash sounded and the ground shook a few times. What's going on? Han Fei was forced to retreat a few steps, frowning, he asked, that wave seemed like it came from the formation, did something happen to the formation? From start to end, the weapon refining sect's eldest miss, Shiyun, did not say a single word. Only after this wave, did she look towards the center of the formation, and with this one look, she was rooted to the spot. The formation exploded right under everyone's eyes, fizzling into tiny spots of light that fell onto the hair of that devilishly handsome man. They had never seen beauty to such a degree in a man before, beauty that could make all living creatures obey him, beauty that could make cities and kingdoms fall. Even these phrases did not seem enough to describe the breathtaking beauty that this man brought. It was as if the ground was covered in red spider lilies, and he was stepping within that field of lilies, his red robe lightly floating, silver hair flying. Even heaven would not have such an absolutely beautiful scene. Chapter 35, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect 4. Please support the translator by reading on Volare Neville's. The man's appearance, devilishly charming and otherworldly, was simply unforgettable, especially the flame between his brows. He was currently sporting an expression of grievance. He looked at Gu Ruan pitifully. I don't want to be alone, so please don't abandon me, okay? Ah. Everyone was shocked. Was this man an idiot? Or was he the type of person who was immature for his age? It was really a waste of such a beautiful face. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads in regret. The man's stunning appearance had made such an impact on all of those present, that they seemed to have forgotten all about the formation exploding as he stepped out of it. I already said, don't follow me. Gu Ruan touched her forehead helplessly. Did she just get a little stalker? But, I don't know who I am, and I've already forgotten where I come from, so I want to follow you. If you don't like me calling you wife, then I don't have to call you that, please don't leave me behind, okay? The man's gaze was full of grievance, his gaze was like that of a little pet being abandoned by its owner, while Gu Ruan was the cruel master. Gu Panpan had been jealous of Gu Ruan for knowing such an exceedingly handsome man at first, but after hearing him speak, she couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Gu Ruan, I was still wondering how such a good-looking man could have anything to do with you. So it was just an idiot who doesn't even know his own name. Only an idiot would fancy a good-for-nothing like you. Actually, Gu Panpan was still jealous of Gu Ruan in her heart. Even if this man was an idiot, his looks were perfect, and for some reason, she felt pressure even while just glancing at the man. All eyes were on Gu Ruan and the silver-haired man, so no one has noticed Shiyun's expression changing. How could it be him? This man was actually the man who had been appearing in her dreams from long ago. She had thought that the dreams were mere fantasies, but now, the man from her dreams was standing right in front of her. However, the entire time, he had never even taken a single look at her, and was acting spoiled towards another woman. Jealousy gripped her heart tightly. She had the impulse to rush up to him and tell him that it was her who was destined for him. However, Shiyun was the weapon refining sect's eldest miss after all. No matter how strong the impulse was, she tempered it down. She took a deep breath, and recovered her normal expression. I must have that man. Since she had been dreaming of him since she was little, that proved that they were a fated pair, so at the end, this man could only be hers. As for anyone else, they were only minor obstacles on their road to love. They were destined not to live for long. Their only use would be to strengthen the feelings between them. Thinking up to now, Xion gazed at Gu Ruan with hidden meaning. Gu Ruan, who is this man? Old man Gu's expression changed, as he asked heavily, who permitted you to go out and make all these motley friends? My Gu family does not allow just anyone to enter. If you don't sever all relations with him, my Gu family will chase you out the door. Gu Ruan raised her lips. Sorry, I don't need you to expel me. From now on, I have decided to leave the Gu family. Chapter 36, Shameless Weapon Refining Sect 5. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. At this moment, Old Man Gu's face was extremely ugly. His eyes were spitting out flames of anger. Some of the officials who had always been at heads with him simply stood back and watched. After all, they were very clear on how Old Man Gu handled things in Azure Dragon Country. If he had not placed so much importance on position and influence, he would not chase away his own granddaughter. Ha ha ha. General Luo laughed out loud. Old Man Gu, did you hear that? Your granddaughter has already abandoned the Gu family, so, you no longer have any right to dictate her life. Saying this, his eyes held a trace of mockery. He sneered as he watched Old Man Gu's face slowly turn green. General Luo had a feeling that Old Man Gu would come to regret all of his actions someday. Gu Ruan. Old Man Gu had to take a deep breath before he managed to suppress his impulse to kill someone. You were born as a member of my Gu family, and in death, you will be a ghost of my Gu family. I will never let you leave the Gu family. Gu Ruan raised her eyes to look at Old Man Gu. Many emotions were held within that one gaze. Ridicule, indifference, and disapproval. It was as if the Gu family was already nothing within those clear eyes. Oh, she smiled. That smile was beautiful enough to make hearts tremble. Gu Yifeng, then from now on, I will announce that I am leaving your Gu family. From now on, other than Gu Shengshao, the lives and deaths of the Gu family have nothing to do with me. From my birth up to now, your Gu family has never cared for me in the slightest, so why should I stay? Let's go. Throwing out these words, she took the silver-haired man's hand, and walked forward through the crowd. Old Man Gu almost burst a lung in anger. He looked coldly at Gu Ruan's disappearing back, shouting, "Stop right there." As if she had not heard his words, Gu Ruan continued to quickly lead the silver-haired man away, not even turning back to take a glance at Old Man Gu. What are you freezing there for? Stop this absurd woman at once. Old Man Gu raged loudly, his eyes glaring fiercely at Gu Ruan, as if the other was the killer of his children. Everyone scattered away from Gu Ruan, and at that moment, the girl paused her steps, her long tresses flowing in the gentle breeze. I'd like to see who dares to stop me. Her expression was domineering, like a sharpened blade sweeping across the guards surrounded her. I'd like to see who dares to stop me. The crowd was stunned for a moment, even forgetting to react any further. Was this girl really the good-for-nothing eldest miss of the Gu family? When did she start carrying such a fearsome aura? It was only after her figure was completely gone, that the crowd regained their senses. They couldn't believe that the girl before their eyes was the same Gu Ruan that they had known before. The eldest miss that was originally known as good-for-nothing has really changed. That domineering kingly aura, they were afraid that even the emperor could not match up to it. Old Man Gu, all of us have now seen how much Gu Ruan has changed. Don't tell me you don't realize that. I even dare to guarantee that you will definitely regret today's actions in the future. Ha ha ha, you know, let's go. General Luo laughed loudly, and while completely ignoring Old Man Gu's livid expression, soon disappeared from everyone's eyes. Old Man Gu clenched his fists, sneering again and again, I'll regret. I bet the one who will be regretting when the time comes will be Gu Ruan. She rejected the weapon refining sect's invitation, and left the Gu family. When the time comes, it'll be too late for her to regret. With her current strength, we'll see if she can continue to live on this mainland. You just wait and see. Chapter 37, Xion's Jealousy 1. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. On the busy streets of Azure Dragon Country, Gu Ruan paused her steps and turned to face the man following closely behind her to say, I don't know who you are, so you don't have to follow me. I'm already troubled enough with the situation right now. Bringing you along will only cause more trouble for me. Not to mention, she had too many enemies. If she brought him along, he would be dragged into danger. The silver-haired man pouted, like an abandoned kitten. He looked pitifully at Gu Ruan, but I just want to follow you. There are a lot of people trying to kill me. Aren't you afraid of being killed by following along with me? I won't let them kill you. At that moment, Gu Ruan clearly felt the silver-haired man gathering power, his body letting out a foreboding aura. However, when she turned to frown at the man, all she saw was a pair of pitifully aggrieved eyes, as if what she had seen just now was nothing but an illusion. Since you've already decided, then just come with me. Right, what's your name? For some reason, at that moment, her heart had softened, as if there was something leading her, making her unable to harden her heart and chase this man away. That feeling was very strange. Whether in her previous life or her current one, she had never sympathized with anyone before. Chanbei Yi, I think I remember that my name is Chanbei Yi. I can't remember anything else. Chanbei Yi. Gu Ruan froze for a moment. An ancient family name like Chanbei is really rare. Are you sure you don't remember anything else? Hearing this, Chanbei Yi frowned painfully. A few scenes flashed through his mind, but they moved so fast that he couldn't grasp what they held. Just as he was about to continue trying to recall his memories, a force suddenly crashed into his mind. Intense pain as if an explosion had gone off flared up in his head. I can't remember anything else except for this name, Chanbei Yi. Gu Ruan sighed once. Looks like this man really had amnesia. A seal? I feel that my memories have been sealed. Chanbei Yi's wrinkled brow relaxed as he said with certainty. Sealed. Gu Ruan frowned slightly. Maybe we'll find out what kind of seal is dwelling in your body and who sealed you after Zixi wakes up. Zixi had been asleep for quite some time. Who knew when he would be able to wake up? Xiao Yun, where are we going now? Chanbei Yi's gaze landed on Gu Ruan. That exceedingly beautiful face paired with an absolutely harmless expression would attract anyone alive. Within an instant, the girls on the main street all looked over at him. Upon seeing that the one standing next to him was the Gu family's good-for-nothing eldest miss, they let out an expression as if they had just seen fresh flowers stuck on cow dung. With this kind of alluring beauty, no matter what, the one standing by his side shouldn't be a good-for-nothing like that. Off to 100 Herb Hall. Gu Ruan raised her gaze, letting out a carefree smile from the corners of her lips. Starting now, her forces were slowly being built up. The Ling family home. Ling Shi ignored the people following behind him and rushed in with large strides. He ran into the study, panting, out of breath, and took in a few gulps of air. Grandfather, that good-for-nothing Gu Ruan didn't die. What? Ling Yi's hands stiffened, raising his head to look at his grandson. He furrowed his brows. You mean, Gu Ruan is still alive? How could this be? I saw her fall down that cliff with my own eyes. Chapter 38, Xiyun's Jealousy, 2. Please support the translator by reading on Volera novels. It's the truth. Ling Shi then told Ling Yi everything that had happened. While listening, Ling Yi's expression turned ugly. That Gu Ruan, she has luck on her side, but if she doesn't die, my heart will never find rest. This time, it's old man Gu's mistake and the Gu family's loss to let that woman leave the Gu family. It's too bad that a girl like that wasn't born in my Ling family, and even became our enemy. In that case, I can only put her to death. Although Gu Ruan was weak right now, he had a feeling that, someday, her growth would bring her to a point that would leave everyone else in the dust. If she had been a daughter of the Ling family, he would definitely have raised her carefully. What a shame. Thinking up to this point, Ling Yi shook his head with some regret. Cher, if we had not started this feud with her, I would have hoped that you could marry her. I might have thought that she was only a good-for-nothing at the start, but within the heavenly spirit formation, I could feel that she is not the good-for-nothing that we believed she was. However, it is impossible to mend our relations with her now, so we can only send her to her death. But grandfather, what should we do? Ling Shi asked, a little stunned. Just as Ling Yi was wondering how to deal with Gu Ruan, a loud voice rang from outside. Master, the eldest miss of the weapon refining sect requests a meeting. Weapon refining sect's eldest miss. Ling Yi gaped in surprise. She definitely had some agenda in coming here, but he did not know what the weapon refining sect's eldest miss would want from him at this time. Honestly, if the average person heard that the weapon refining sect was here for a visit, they would be extremely unpleasantly surprised. For example, someone like old man Gu. However, Ling Yi felt differently. He understood the limits of his ability. With an identity as important as the weapon refining sect's eldest miss coming to visit him, it was absolutely impossible for her not to have some sort of request for him. However, he could not think of what use the weapon refining sect would have for him. Invite her in quickly. Ling Yi hurriedly said after calming down. He had just finished his words when a girl in a white dress floated in. Her black tresses were like a waterfall, beautifully breathtaking. Lord Ling, Xiyun has come here uninvited, please do not be offended. Xiyun's face held a soft smile, like a comfortable light breeze. As the eldest miss of the weapon refining sect, she did not have a single hint of haughtiness in her, making people unable to resist getting close to her. For Miss Xiyun to say so, how could this old man dare to be offended? Ling Yi quickly stood up to welcome her. Does Miss Xiyun require anything today? I would not presume to direct you, but I heard that young Master Ling has a promised duel with the Gu family's Gu Ruan. Is this true? Xiyun smiled gently, her pretty eyes sweeping towards Ling Shi standing to one side. That gaze completely took away Ling's eyes soul. He stared directly at Xiyun's body. Seeing the unclouded lust in the other's eyes, disgust rose in Xiyun's heart, but she showed none of it in her expression. Instead, she continued smiling softly. I have a technique here that can instantly raise Ling's eyes' strength to the rank of martial warrior. I hope that he will be able to defeat Gu Ruan when the time comes. As everyone knew, the Qi collection ranks were only beginners dipping their feet into the realm of cultivation, but they were not real cultivators. It was only after breaking through Qi collection level 8 and reaching the low level of martial warrior, that they could be considered real cultivators. Therefore, after hearing Xiyun's words, Ling's eyes heart tightened suddenly. His gaze, directed towards Xiyun, changed from the earlier amazement to surprise. If he could break through into the first level of martial warrior, he would definitely be able to make that bitch Gu Ruan kneel down and call him grandfather. Chapter 39, Chanbei Gets Jealous, 1. Please support the translator by reading on Volera novels. There were a few people coming and going from 100 Herb Hall. Upon walking in, Gu Ruan spotted Elder Yu, who was resting his eyes in the main hall. As if he had detected her presence, Elder Yu slowly opened his eyes, smiling. You've come. Yes, I'm here. Aware of the other people inside 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruan nodded, but did not say anything more. Let's go into one of the inner halls to talk. There is also someone who wants to meet you. Okay. Gu Ruan had not had the time to visit again since leaving 100 Herb Hall the last time. This time, she had come to find a place to stay, and most importantly, because she had an important order to send out. This was the first step of her rise to power. In an elegant inner hall, a light breeze was passing by, shaking the snow-white window screens. Gu Ruan had just walked in when she saw a man standing with his back facing her. He was wearing luxuriously embroidered clothes and radiating an awe-inspiring aura. You could imagine the magnitude of his power when just the sight of his back could exude such enormous pressure. Young master, I have brought the person you wanted. Young master. Gu Ruan frowned lightly. Was this man the power behind 100 Herb Hall? In truth, the people of Azure Dragon Country only knew that there was a powerful backer behind 100 Herb Hall. Anyone that offended the power behind 100 Herb Hall would mysteriously disappear the next day. However, not a single soul knew who that power was, and it was considered a mystery to them. Thus, at the moment the man turned around, surprise flitted across Gu Ruan's eyes. Graceful, gentle, these words fit him perfectly. When he smiled, it was as if a comforting breeze was passing by. For some unknown reason, it made Gu Ruan want to get closer to him. You're Gu Ruan, Gu Chan's daughter. Good, you really do have Gu Chan's strength of character. The people who insulted you and treated you as a good-for-nothing were really blind dogs. The man saw Gu Chan's shadow in the young girl before him, and his impression of her was raised by several points. Gu Ruan was startled. You knew my father. Indeed, your father and I were old acquaintances. It was a pity that his genius was lost at such an early age. It could be counted as one of the biggest losses of this mainland. At least that fellow was good enough, having produced a son that was accepted as a disciple by the Strit sect. With a daughter as outstanding as you, if he could see you right now, I believe he would be relieved. The man sighed. However, listening to his words, Gu Ruan's heart trembled. Old man Gu had not revealed her older brother's whereabouts from start to end. At least she finally knew where he had ended up now. Spirit sect. She wondered what kind of power the Strit sect was. You're the owner of 100 Herb Hall. She raised her eyes slightly, looking at the man in front of her. The man chuckled twice. Yes, I'm the owner of this 100 Herb Hall. My name is Dongfang Shao's, but since I was old friends with your parents, you can call me uncle if you don't mind. I know a little about what happened to your parents, but now is not the right time for you to know. It was only now that Gu Ruan finally understood how she had acquired 100 Herb Hall so easily. She had only wanted to give it a try, and had not held too much hope for success. Who knew that everything would go so smoothly? So it was because of this man behind the scenes. She had even thought that she just had an extremely good stroke of luck. Gu Ruan smiled self-mockingly. Young Master Dongfang, I thought that I had 100 Herb Hall through my own skill, now I see that it wasn't so. Chapter 40. Chanbei gets jealous, 2. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. That was only one of the reasons why you have 100 Herb Hall. Another reason was that you were very capable. The man smiled and rubbed Gu Ruan's head, his eyes full of affection as he said, I really don't know how your life was at the Gu family, that you, a perfectly normal 15-year-old girl, would actually become this mature and cold. It hurts my heart as a close friend of your parents. Dongfang Shao sighed helplessly, but the corner of his lips held a smile. Elder Yu watched all of this from the side, feeling sad for his young master. He knew that young master had wanted to meet Gu Ruan for a very long time, but he had not wanted to endanger her by connecting her with the Dongfang family, so he had always avoided meeting her. Even when they finally met, he couldn't acknowledge her as his niece. And this is. Suddenly, Dongfang Shao's felt a ruthlessly fierce aura from behind Gu Ruan. He turned to look at the silver-haired man standing behind her, and upon meeting those blood-red pupils, his heart shook. How many people did you have to kill to get such heartless and bloodthirsty eyes? The anger exuding off his body made Dongfang Shao's body tense up. Oh, you mean him? Gu Ruan glanced at Chanbei. I picked him up from outside. Picked him up. The corner of Dongfang Shao's mouth twitched. Did she think that this person was like a stray cat or dog? That you could simply pick one up off the street? Also, just now, Dongfang Shao's had experienced how quickly someone could change their expression. At the moment that Gu Ruan had turned around, the man that had been looking at him unhappily had immediately switched to an aggrieved expression. Looking at that expression, it was as if someone had bullied him. Young Master Dongfang, surely you won't mind arranging 2 rooms for us. Gu Ruan's words brought Dongfang Shao's back to his senses. He shook his head and smiled. You're the owner of 100 Herb Hall from now on, this place is your territory. If you want to arrange for rooms, then you can do it yourself. I came to Azure Dragon Country this time because I heard that you would come out of the Heavenly Strit formation today. I'll be leaving after another 2 days, but I'll leave Elder Yu to help you. Okay, Gu Ruan nodded. Xiao Yi, let's go. Chanbei Yi glanced once more at Dongfang Shao's before he turned and followed Gu Ruan out of the inner hall. The moment they disappeared, Dongfang Shao's expression sunk bit by bit. Elder Yu, investigate the man's identity for me. Young Master, surprise flashed through his eyes. Is there a problem with that man? I can't feel any spiritual power from his body. Dongfang Shao sneered. I have a feeling that man is very strong, and that even my father wouldn't be his match. What? Elder Yu widened his eyes in shock. Even the master wasn't his match. The master was already a martial king. If even the master couldn't beat him, then how strong was that man? I want to know why this man has appeared by Yunce's side. I will never let anyone harm my sister's flesh and blood, whether it's this man, or the Gu family. Gu Ruan had been beaten to death by old man Gu. He had no knowledge of this until it was too late, otherwise he would not have allowed his sister's child to be lost. I don't want to help Yunce grow, as I want to see her true power, but that doesn't mean that I'll allow others to do as they will. Especially everything that happened in the Imperial Palace today. The Gu family can't be touched for now, but we can create some trouble for them. Elder Yu, help me prepare everything. I'm going to visit the Gu family. Chapter 41. Chanbei Yi gets jealous, 3. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. Inside the courtyard, the atmosphere was particularly low. Chanbei Yi was showing an aggrieved expression on his handsome face. He was practically a small beast that had been bullied. Xiao Yun, he touched your head just now. Can I touch your head too? Gu Ruan was startled. Did you hit your head? Chanbei Yi was even more aggrieved. Why is it that he can touch, but I can't? Xiao Yi, if you continue making a fuss, I'll get angry. Gu Ruan darkened her expression on purpose, and said somewhat fiercely, since you've chosen to follow along with me, you have to listen to me, understand? Hearing this, Chanbei Yi showed a trace of nervousness as he carefully said, I won't make a fuss anymore, I'll be very well behaved and obedient. Xiao Yun, please don't get angry with me, please don't chase me away, okay? Seeing that the man was being this careful, Gu Ruan's heart softened. Alright, I'm not angry anymore, let's go. Xiao Yun, you're a nice person. Chanbei Yi smiled, and with this smile, he surpassed the level of the beauties that had caused the downfall of nations. It was as if his surroundings were filled with fireworks, he was exceedingly elegant. Gu Ruan gazed at him in a trance. She had never thought that a man could be this beautiful when he smiled. Anyone would stop breathing upon seeing that smile. It was as if he was the most beautiful color in the world, and anyone standing by his side was only fit to be his foil. Of course, with the premise that he remained silent. The moment he spoke, everyone's fantasy would be destroyed. Xiao Yun, I don't want to sleep alone, I'm scared of the dark. Can I just sleep with you? Quote. Seo Yoon, why is your body different from mine? What's that swelling on your chest? Can I touch it? Quote. If Gu Ruoan had not personally felt the seal in the man's mind, she would definitely suspect that he was faking to take advantage of her. How was this simple curiosity? This was clearly flirting with her. Gu Ruoan had to take a deep breath to suppress the urge to toss him out. If you don't shut up immediately, then get out of here. At this time, in the great hall of the Gu family, Old Man Gu was sweeping everything breakable from the table to the floor. His face was so overcast that rain was about to fall. Even Gu Panpan, who was usually favored, stood to one side and dared not say a single word. Gu Ruoan, good, very good. Old Man Gu sneered. She was actually this unfilial. It was indeed her parents' early death that led to her lack of upbringing. Otherwise, how could our Gu family have produced such a disappointing bad apple? I knew something like this would happen. I shouldn't have let Tian'er marry a woman with an unknown background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given birth to a bastard like that. His son, Gu Chan, had been the entire mainland's top genius, shocking the whole world with his talent. Gu Chan had become a martial king at an early age, and he had hung all his hopes on him. If he hadn't died, how would the Gu family have fallen to this level? If he hadn't died, maybe the Gu family would have already walked out of Azure Dragon Country, and would be competing with powers like the weapon refining sect. It's true that every outstanding man must have a good woman behind him, and not just someone who would become a burden. If Tian'er had not married that woman with a questionable background, then he definitely wouldn't have been reduced to such a fate, without even a corpse to bury. From his words, it was obvious that Old Man Gu was not sad for his son's death, but was only lamenting that the Gu family had lost a talent of such magnitude. However, from start to end, the old man had not known the true identity of Gu Ruoan's mother. Back then, her mother had concealed her identity to marry Gu Chan because the Dongfang family had already investigated the ins and outs of the Gu family, as well as the old man's character, and had threatened to disown Dongfang Yu if she insisted on marrying Gu Chan. Chapter 42, Dongfang Shazi's Revenge 1. Please support the translator by reading Envers novels. Thus, Dongfang Yu had never talked about her origins since marrying into the Gu family. At that time, with Gu Chan the peerless genius protecting her, Old Man Gu did not dare to bully Dongfang Yu at all. Hearing this, Old Man Gu's second son unconsciously lowered his head. He could never deny that he had something to do with his older brother's death. General. It was at this time that a voice hurriedly carried in from outside, and following that, a servant of the Gu family ran in. He was panting as he said, Master, the young master of the Dongfang family is here for a visit. Dongfang family. Old Man Gu was startled for a moment before he sat down with a swoosh. He asked excitedly, what did you say? The young master of the Dongfang family is here for a visit. Although the Dongfang family was not as powerful as the weapon refining sect, they were close enough. The Gu family had just offended the weapon refining sect. If they managed to get the support of the Dongfang family, even the weapon refining sect would need to consider carefully before taking action against them. Furthermore, striking up a relationship with the Dongfangs would only bring him numerous benefits. Quickly, let him in. Old Man Gu quickly restrained his emotions and said with surprise. Just as he had finished speaking, the sound of gentle laughter sounded from outside the door. As everyone raised their heads and looked over, they saw a man dressed in luxurious clothes enter lightly. He was holding a fan in his hands, and a warm, gentle smile was on that handsome face of his. General Gu, I hope you won't take offense to my sudden visit. Old Man Gu stood up quickly. His old face was blooming with a bright smile. His fawning air seemed as if he were anxious to make Dongfang Shao's his own grandson. Gentleman Dongfang, we are greatly honored by your visit. Do you have any business with us? Oh tilde. Dongfang Shao's raised his brows lightly, deliberately dragging out the sound, before saying with some surprise, the general doesn't know of the purpose for my visit. This. Old Man Gu was somewhat confused. He looked at Dongfang Shao's in bewilderment. This old man is indeed unclear of the purpose for Dongfang Shao's visit. It's like this. Dongfang Shao's raised the corner of his lips, and opened his fan with a sweep of his hands. This young master has long been a good friend of Gu Chan and his wife. However, I have not seen him for some time after cultivating behind closed doors for many years. After finally coming out of closed-door cultivation, I then heard that they had already passed away. Speaking up to here, Dongfang Shao shook his head regretfully. He was not faking his regret, but was instead expressing the regret from within his heart. Towards Gu Chan and his own sister, he only held admiration. It was a pity that two geniuses of such caliber had fallen just like that. Back then, Yuji had even become my sworn elder sister, but as a younger brother, I didn't even get to see them for the last time. I wonder if General Gu could take me to bid farewell to my sister. If it weren't for those people watching the Dongfang family closely, then Dongfang Shao's would have made a giant fuss at the Gu family, and he would not have had to use the identity of a sworn brother to appear here. However, he could finally call her Jieji in front of the Gu family, and it could be counted as returning his sister's identity. Old Man Gu froze for a moment, before belatedly saying, although they've already died, we didn't find their corpses, so. Even without a corpse, there should still be a memorial grave. Would you allow me to pay my respects there? General Gu's expression turned ugly bit by bit, but he was unable to reply to Dongfang Shazi's words. That bitch had actually become sworn siblings with the young master of the Dongfang family, and had even hidden this fact. If he had known earlier that there was a connection to the Dongfang family like this, how would the Gu family have fallen to such a level? TL note, Jieji equals elder sister. Chapter 43, Dongfang Shazi's Revenge 2. Please support the translator by reading Envers novels. I'm afraid this won't be appropriate. Old Man Gu finally realized why Dongfang Shao's had come, and was even more troubled. Back then, he was still angry at him, so he had not built memorial graves for them, let alone enshrining them in the ancestral shrine. Gu Panpan could no longer continue watching. She spoke with a cold expression. How was that wicked couple qualified to be enshrined with our ancestors? Our Gu family doesn't have that sort of people in it. Scoundrels like them don't even deserve the name Gu, especially that woman. A genius like Gu Qian fell to her seduction, and she even gave birth to a pair of bastard children. Now you even dare to mention giving them places in the ancestral shrine. Gu Panpan had always been unhappy with Gu Ruan and her brother. Gu Shangshao had not only stolen her older brother's rightful place as the genius, but Gu Ruan had even caused the entire Gu family to lose face. People like them should have died earlier. The heavens were truly blind. Panpan, shut up. Old man Gu's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked towards Dongfang Shao's. A smile hung at the corners of Dongfang Shao's lips as he seemed to be completely unfazed, but the pair of gentle eyes were now filled with chill as they gazed coldly at Gu Panpan. So this is how the Gu family educates the children. Gu Qian and his wife were her elders at the very least, and she was able to scold them so casually. It has really been an eye-opener for me. In fact, Dongfang Shao's had known from the beginning that the Gu family had not built memorial graves for the couple. His purpose for this visit was simple: he wanted to cause trouble. The Dongfang family did not allow him to interfere in this matter, and there were the three great authorities restricting him, but there should be nothing wrong with coming to pay respects to his elder sister and brother-in-law, right? Since the Gu family had not even erected a memorial for his sister, being angry was entirely within his rights. Even the three great authorities would not be able to find fault with this matter. Gentleman Dongfang, don't get angry. Panpan is still young, she doesn't understand enough. Old man Gu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he explained embarrassedly. Dongfang Shao scoffed, young. In my Dongfang family, even a 10-year-old girl knows how to respect her elders. I see that your granddaughter is at least 15 or 16, and she still doesn't know how to respect her elders. On the way here, I had heard of how the Gu family was bullying the daughter left behind by Gu Qian and his wife, and I didn't believe it at first. No matter what, she was a part of the Gu bloodline. Now seeing this miss scolding her own uncle, I finally realized that nothing is impossible with your family. Gentleman Dongfang, it's not like that, let me explain. There's no need for any explanation. Gu Shangshao left to become a sect disciple, but there's still a Gu Ruan. I want to see her intact and well in 3 days. If she's missing even a single hair, or if you refuse to hand her over to me, then don't blame me for causing trouble. Leaving those words behind, Dongfang Shao threw his sleeves and left without a second look at the sweating old man Gu. Yunsa, this is all uncle can do for you. We're done for this time. Thump. Old man Gu's legs turned into jelly and he collapsed on the floor, mumbling to himself unstoppably. Gu Panpan thought he was just exaggerating and curled her lip. Isn't it just someone from the Dongfang family? Are they that powerful? Did he need to humiliate us like that? He was so obviously on Gu Ruan's side. Anyone helping Gu Ruan is surely nothing good. He'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. Chapter 44, Dongfang Shao's Revenge, 3. Please support the translator by reading Envers novels. Shut up. Second Master Gu slapped Gu Panpan on the face and roared angrily. Don't you think you have caused enough trouble already? What kind of people are the Dongfangs? And there's someone we can afford to offend. You came looking for trouble, and you even said those words. You've brought disaster upon my Gu family. When had Gu Panpan ever been hit by anyone since she was born? Moreover, the one who had just hit her was her very own father, who had always pampered her. Husband, Panpan is your daughter, how could you treat her like this? Second Madam held Gu Panpan in her arms, her heart aching. If he wants to find Gu Ruan, can't we just give her to him? Anyway, our Gu family doesn't want to raise a good for nothing like that. Anyone who wants her can have her. Second Master Gu smiled wryly. How could this matter be so simple? Gu Ruan's personality had become so stubborn, how would she obediently follow them to meet Dongfang Shao's? Moreover, Dongfang Shao's wanted her intact without a single hair strand missing. They couldn't touch her no matter what, otherwise if she accused them of anything, the Gu family would find themselves in serious trouble. Finally, old man Gu recovered his senses, and ordered, men, go out and listen for any news of Gu Ruan. Yes, General. The Gu family was a relatively large power in Azure Dragon Country and had many eyes around, so after a moment, the spy sent out to look for Gu Ruan's whereabouts had come back with news. You said Gu Ruan entered 100 Herb Hall and hasn't come out. Old man Gu's eyes turned in thought, and he said, although the backer behind 100 Herb Hall is strong, we don't know who the real owner is, but the Dongfang family is a very real threat. We can only send people to 100 Herb Hall to invite Gu Ruan back so that we don't offend the Dongfang family. Father, let me take care of this matter. Very well. The old man looked at his son, then nodded slightly. Then go ahead, no matter what, you must bring Gu Ruan back. Dad, grandfather, I want to go too. Gu Panpan stood up hurriedly, her gaze mildly resentful. It was all because of that damn good-for-nothing Gu Ruan. If it weren't for her, how would she have gotten beaten by her father? If she still wanted to return to the Gu family at this time, she should stop thinking such wild thoughts. Gu Panpan definitely would not let that woman return. It was obvious that Gu Panpan thought Dongfang Shao's was someone that Gu Ruan had hired to get her own father to invite her back personally. You're not allowed to go. Old man Gu frowned. Do you think you haven't caused enough trouble? You're not allowed to follow your father out. Stay at home obediently. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Grandfather. Gu Panpan stamped her foot fiercely, biting her lip in resentment. However, old man Gu did not care for her mood, and waved his hand at Second Master, saying, it's getting late, go quickly, lest the Dongfang family come back to cause more trouble. The pair of father and son were thinking rather simply. They thought that no matter what, since Second Master Gu was Gu Ruan's uncle and was personally going there to bring her back, Gu Ruan would come running back and even feel grateful. But it was very obvious that things would not go as they planned. At this moment, within 100 Herb Hall, Second Master Gu was smiling as he said, Shopkeeper Zhao, just help us pass along the message and let us meet with Gu Ruan. I've already said it many times, Gu Ruan is not in our 100 Herb Hall, please go back. Chapter 45, Dongfang Shao's Revenge, 4. Please support the translator by reading Envers novels. Shopkeeper Zhao did not even lift his eyes, he only kept himself busy with the account books in his hands. Shopkeeper Zhao, I'm Gu Ruan's second uncle, why won't you allow me to meet her? As powerful as your 100-herb haul is, you can't just kidnap good citizens just like that. Second Master Gu's expression turned ugly as his tone turned even stronger. Hearing so, shopkeeper Zhao put down the books in his hands and sneered as he looked towards Second Master Gu. You're her second uncle. Then how did I hear that all of you have already chased her out of the Gu family at the Imperial Palace? You even told her not to regret it. Judging by the current situation, your Gu family is the one regretting losing her, isn't it? You're even insulting our 100-herb haul. Our 100-herb haul will never kidnap anyone no matter what. So please leave, the person you want isn't here. Business was booming at 100-herb hall, so there were many people buying herbs in the hall today. After hearing the conversation between the two, many gazes shot towards Second Master Gu. Wasn't it General Gu who had told Gu Ruan not to regret leaving the Gu family? What was happening now? Was it really like shopkeeper Zhao had said, that the Gu family was regretting the decision? Second Master Gu turned green, then red. Shopkeeper Zhao, are you really not going to release her? Gu Ruan's name is still on my Gu family's register. She has not officially left the Gu family and is still one of our Gu family. You are being unreasonable for keeping her. Hearing so, the guests in 100-herb hall were in awe. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen anyone this shameless. They were the ones who had spread that Gu Ruan was thrown out of the Gu family, but now they were saying that Gu Ruan had never left the Gu family. Did these people have even a shred of dignity left? Since Second Master Gu isn't willing to leave, then please make yourself comfortable. I did not kidnap Gu Ruan, and I don't have anyone to hand over to you. Saying so, shopkeeper Zhao lowered his head to continue looking at the accounts, not giving a second look to the black-faced Second Master Gu. Are you joking? The young master had already ordered that no one from the Gu family was allowed to meet with Gu Ruan. Did they dare to disobey? However, this guy was way too shameless. He even dared to claim that they had kidnapped the eldest miss. The young master had given 100-herb haul to the eldest miss. He wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he were 100 times more daring. They were clearly trying to trap him by accusing him of crime. Thinking of this, the hate towards Second Master Gu in shopkeeper Zhao's heart increased. However, this was Second Master Gu's unexpected misfortune. He could not know that a single sentence would cause shopkeeper Zhao to start hating him. Seeing that pleading shopkeeper Zhao had come to no avail, Second Master Gu gathered up resolve in his heart and shuddered. Gu Ruan, I know you're here. Come out now. Don't think that you don't have to obey your uncle just because you've curried favor with 100-herb hall. Don't forget, the Gu family's blood runs in your veins. You were born a member of the Gu family, and even in death, your soul belongs to the Gu family. Even if your grandfather made a mistake, can't you forgive him because he's old? The Gu family will be in trouble if you don't come out, and you'll be condemned through the ages. It'll be too late no matter how much you regret it when the time comes. Shopkeeper Zhao wasn't able to react in time. He couldn't imagine that Second Master Gu would do something like this. After regaining his sense, his whole face paled and he shuddered. Men. Chase him out right now. It was over. He hoped that Second Master Gu's action hadn't startled the eldest miss, otherwise the young master would never forgive them. After a moment, two brawny men walked in from within 100-herb hall. They picked up Second Master Gu and threw him out into the streets under the stares of the crowd, drawing the eyes of passersby. Chapter 46, Becoming Infamous in History. 1. Please support the translator by reading on Volera novels. What happened out there? Gu Ruan was sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard. Her eyebrows raised slightly after she sensed the sounds coming from outside. Elder Yu furrowed his brows unhappily. That shopkeeper Zhao was too useless. He couldn't even prevent a single person from disturbing the eldest miss. The young master had already said that no one from the Gu family was allowed to see the eldest miss, otherwise he wouldn't be able to vent his frustrations for the eldest miss. It's nothing, just some unimportant people. Elder Yu shook his head and smiled slightly as he said, Eldest miss, what orders do you have for me now? I have some matters that require Elder Yu's help. Gu Ruan's fingers brushed lightly across the stone pillar of the pavilion, a shallow smile sitting on her pretty face. I need a team that can kill. And I believe that Elder Yu will be able to help me find the people I need. She had too many enemies. She wouldn't be able to do anything with just the strength of a single person. If she wanted to stand firm on this mainland, then she would need an extremely strong power. That power would become her first step. Eldest miss, this old servant has understood your meaning. This old servant will gather the people you need right now. One moment. Gu Ruan suddenly ordered him to stop just as Elder Yu was about to turn and leave. Eldest miss, do you have other commands? He turned towards Gu Ruan, smiling as he asked. Send all the herbs on this piece of paper to my room later. I'm heading out for some matters now. Gu Ruan strode out of the courtyard after handing over the paper in her hands to Elder Yu. Since she had left the Imperial Palace, she had not had the time to speak with Luo Yin, so she was heading to the Luo household now. In that instant, Luo Yin's smile flashed across her mind, and a wave of warmth emanated from her heart. This girl might be the one who cared for her the most after her brother. General Luo's household held a solemnly majestic aura. Even their main door was much more imposing than the Gu family's. Although they were both generals serving at court, the Gu family gave the feeling of materialistic luxury, while the Luo household gave the feeling of solemnity. The servants of the general's household recognized Gu Ruan and knew that she was friends with Luo Yin. They did not stop her and let her walk straight in. However, just as she was about to walk into the Luo household, the sounds of a dispute rang out, causing Gu Ruan to furrow her brows slightly. General Luo, you don't even know how to prepare the biluo fruit and you have no way to use it. There's no point in holding onto it. If you choose to hand over the biluo fruit to us, our weapon refining sect will bring you countless benefits. Weapon refining sect. Gu Ruan sneered. It was a small world. She hadn't expected to meet people from the weapon refining sect in the Luo household. Gu Ruan did not miss what the person from weapon refining sect had said. Biluo fruit. Her breathing quickened. The biluo fruit was a type of medicinal ingredient that grew in swamps. After consuming it, you would be immune to all poisons and you wouldn't have to fear any poison masters. However, just as the weapon refining sect had said, the biluo fruit required special preparation, otherwise you would explode from the strong energy held within. Elder Han Fei, I spent a huge amount of money to buy this billuo fruit from a merchant from the western region years ago. As you have said, there's no use in me keeping it. If you want it, then you can buy it. I won't change the price either. You can have this billuo fruit for the original price of 10 million gold coins. If you're willing to spend that money, then I'll give it to you. 10 million gold coins was nothing to the weapon refining sect. But what kind of personage was he, trying to take money from his hands? Are you dreaming? Chapter 47, Becoming Infamous in History. 2. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. General Luo, you should know about the weapon refining sect's position. Han Fei's expression darkened. We bear the responsibility of protecting the people of this mainland and we have to battle with the demons every 10 years. If we obtain the billuo fruit, it'll give our weapon refining sect even more power to protect all of the people in this world. Yet you're actually trying to claim some profits for something that will benefit the greater good. What right does a person as selfish as you, who doesn't consider the good of the world, have to negotiate terms with us? If you don't want to become a sinner through the ages, then hand over the billuo fruit to us. In Han Fei's words, the weapon refining sect was trying to acquire the billuo fruit for the sake of protecting the mainland and General Luo had to comply and be grateful for the chance to contribute to the greater good. If he refused, then he would be rebelling against the common people of the world. Ha ha ha. General Luo laughed loudly twice, a scoff on his face. So this is how the weapon refining sect acts. Talking about benevolence and morality, working for the people of the world, but the truth is that you're only borrowing this guise to achieve your own goals. Basically, your weapon refining sect is a bunch of hypocritical bad guys. If you're really working for the greater good, then why aren't you willing to fork out a measly 10 million gold coins? Or is the weapon refining sect so poor that they can't afford it? Just as he finished speaking, the clear sound of applause rang out from outside the hall. When everyone turned to look, that slender silhouette walked slowly into the room under the sunlight. There was an unspeakable beauty in the bright rays falling on her body. Well said, the girl smiled as she said, the weapon refining sect is indeed so poor, they don't even have 10 million gold coins, TSK. If this were to get out, I'm guessing that no one will choose to join the weapon refining sect again. I finally understand why my brother would reject you in front of all those strong people that year. Gu Ruoan. Han Fei's expression was terrible. His tightly clenched fists cracked. He would never forget that a good-for-nothing had rejected the weapon refining sect's invitation not too long ago, the same way Gu Shangshao had done. He could say nothing about Gu Shangshao. He had enormous talent and had been taken in by the Spirit sect as a disciple. However, what did she count as? She had that kind of courage when she was just a good-for-nothing. No, that wasn't courage, that was stupidity. HMPH, I was about to look for you, who knew that you would serve yourself up on a platter. Han Fei smiled coldly, you've come at a good time. Follow me back to weapon refining sect in a few days, or you can choose to give all of your spiritual force to our eldest miss here. Spiritual force could be said to be everything to a martial artist. Although they did not need spiritual force to live, they would end up unable to cultivate and become idiots. General Luo's expression changed after hearing his words as he completely understood what it meant. Oh, Gu Ruoan raised her brows and smiled. Why should I give my spiritual force to your weapon refining sect's eldest miss? It seems like there's only harm in doing so and no benefits. I'm not that stupid. It's not a must for our weapon refining sect to obtain the billuo fruit, but your spiritual force is something we must have no matter what. Han Fei had been completely enraged by Gu Ruoan and his heart had completely ignored Xiyun's plans and warnings. He only knew that this damn good-for-nothing had rejected his weapon refining sect, so he had to make things difficult for her. Gu Ruoan, you should know your physique better than anyone else and you should know that the spiritual ocean in your body is many times larger than normal. You won't be able to break through into the martial artist ranks within 10 years, judging by your talent. No matter how hard you train, you'll only ever be a good-for-nothing. Han Fei looked at Gu Ruoan as he said in disdain, since a good-for-nothing is of no use to anyone, why not sacrifice yourself for the sake of the common people of the mainland? Chapter 48, Becoming Infamous in History. 3. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. So you want to let your eldest miss absorb my spiritual force? Like you've done to others. Gu Ruoan looked towards Han Fei with a face full of smiles. Her eyes were filled with humor, so my observations were right. Xiyun is cultivating a sinister art. She needs to absorb spiritual force from others in order to extend her life or increase her power. General Luo gaped in astonishment. The weapon refining sect's eldest miss was actually doing such evil deeds to increase her power. He had never heard of something like that before. HMPH. Han Fei wasn't bothered at all that Gu Ruoan had seen through them. He laughed in ridicule. Eldest miss is our weapon refining sect's greatest genius and the hope of the entire mainland. Eldest miss may be the only one on this entire mainland who's capable of defeating the demons. No matter how many people we have to sacrifice, it's for the sake of the mainland so they should have sacrificed themselves anyway. Furthermore, they had all volunteered themselves. Gu Ruoan, if you continue living, you'd only be wasting the resources of this mainland. Why not make a sacrifice for the whole mainland? Not everyone has the qualifications to become a sacrifice for the greater good. If not for my weapon refining sect, you wouldn't have the chance to leave your mark on history. The meaning implied in his words was that Gu Ruoan needed to be grateful for the chance he had given her to become a martyr for the mainland, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to have such a chance at all. Since you've put it that way, then if someone wants to kill you in the future, you have to be grateful to him as well. Grateful that he got rid of a scourge of the mainland. Otherwise, who knows how many more innocents would have died in the hands of your weapon refining sect. Oh, wait, maybe everyone on this mainland would be grateful to him by then. Boom. An enraged aura suddenly burst out from Han Fei's body, and he stared at Gu Ruoan with cold eyes. He said word by word, Gu Ruoan, how dare you? You're just a good-for-nothing. If your spiritual force helps heal our eldest miss or even helps her breakthrough, then you would actually have contributed something to this mainland. However, you refused to appreciate this opportunity and you even dared to spout such drivel. You're just determined to become infamous in history. If you insist on doing so, then you must suffer the condemnation of all. When the mainland is destroyed, you'll become the chief culprit. When that time comes, everyone will treat you like an enemy. Your kin and descendants will be ashamed of you. Is that what you want? Ha ha. Gu Ruoan laughed out loud. A trace of mockery hung on the corner of her lips as she said, could it be, that in your eyes, it's only natural that all the people on this earth should become sacrifices for the sake of your weapon-refining sect? And those who refuse to comply are enemies of the world. Of course. Han Fei raised his head proudly and sneered, our weapon-refining sect holds the responsibility of fighting against the demons, for the sake of the peace of the mainland. The mainland will only be able to survive if we are strong. Your sacrifices won't be in vain. Even as someone who had lived 2 lives, it was only Gu Ruoan's second time meeting someone this shameless. Of course, the very first one was her father from her previous life. These two were nearly matched in the extent of their shamelessness. It was such a pity that they couldn't become sworn brothers. That. Gu Ruoan paused for a moment before smiling as she spoke. Why do I have to sacrifice my life for the mainland? Do I owe them anything? I've never taken pleasure in helping others. I only know that I must do whatever is beneficial to myself. So what if everyone on this earth dies? It's fine as long as the people I care about survive. Han Fei's expression had been warped beyond recognition by his rage. He had thought that this would be an easy task. There weren't many chances to make your mark on the annals of history, so she should be eager to take the opportunity. What was wrong with sacrificing yourself for the greater good? He felt that this woman was not only a good-for-nothing, but an idiot as well. Chapter 49. The Gu family visits again. 1. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. I had thought that all of you on this earth were not afraid of dying, like my weapon-refining sect. I didn't think that there would be such a selfish coward that is afraid of death to this extent. That's fine. Since you're all so cowardly, then I won't force it. I only hope that you don't regret your decision in the future. Han Fei glanced at Gu Ruoan's pretty face from the corner of his eyes as if she was the greatest disgrace of the entire mainland. This time, without waiting for Gu Ruoan to speak up, General Luo's mocking voice suddenly sounded. It has been eye-opening for me today. The honorable weapon-refining sect would actually force a lady to give up her life for their own selfish desires. And you even spoke so righteously. Are you really going to be this shameless? Although the weapon-refining sect was so thick-skinned that they could match the city walls, no one would actually say so in front of anyone from the weapon-refining sect. Upon hearing General Luo's words, Han Fei's face turned livid. Luo Hongshan, I'm not done with you. Han Fei harumphed, tossing his sleeves as he left. The weapon-refining sect is starting to go too far. Luo Hongshan watched Han Fei's disappearing back and slightly furrowed his brows. However, I'm afraid there'll be some trouble in the future after offending the weapon-refining sect. At least he won't dare to openly confront my household with the 3 great authorities suppressing him. Unknowingly, Luo Hongshan's back was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious how much pressure Han Fei had given him just now. Girl, I'm afraid you'll run into trouble next time. Luo Hongshan turned to look at Gu Ruoan with a serious expression. Avoid appearing in places where there aren't many people around from now on, or the weapon-refining sect will surely attempt to kill you. If you're in a place with too many witnesses, then they won't dare to make a move. Gu Ruoan furrowed her brows slightly, then smiled. Don't worry, I know what to do. Right, I came here today to ask General Luo for a favor. Oh, what is it? Luo Hongshan looked at Gu Ruoan with astonishment. He had thought that this girl was here for Yinsa. Now it seemed like she was here for him. Gu Ruoan's eyes sparkled, and she smiled faintly. I need weapons. I need a few hundreds of them to be made within a short period of time. Only General Luo is able to pull off something like that. It was common knowledge that General Luo had a smithery under his banner, specialized in making weapons for the imperial troops. This was also the reason Gu Ruoan had come to find him today. Luo Hongshan's eyes darkened slightly. What do you need them for? Although he liked this girl, what was she going to do with so many weapons? As a general sworn to protect the country, he can let anyone harbor ill intentions towards Azure Dragon Country. Don't worry, I'm not interested in Azure Dragon Country. Gu Ruoan had clearly seen through the direction Luo Hongshan's thoughts were taking. She smiled calmly. Moreover, I'm a member of the fairer sects. What would I do with the throne? Most importantly, I have no interest in becoming the emperor. What I'm aiming for is something above imperial rights, to become a power that can go toe-to-toe against the 3 great authorities. At this moment, an endlessly domineering aura exuded from the girl's body, causing Luo Hongshan's eyes to go blind for a moment, as if he was looking at that peerless man from decades ago. Chapter 50. The Gu family visits again. 2. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. Luo Hongshan didn't know it at this time, but many years later, an elite team would appear on the mainland. They wouldn't have many members, but each one of them would be so powerful that the entire mainland would fear them, and even the 3 great authorities would look up to them. The people would call that fearsome power the Devil Sect. As if they were bloody spirits, any place they passed through would be stained with fresh blood. As for the one leading the Devil Sect, who would have thought that it would be the good-for-nothing eldest miss, Gu Ruoan, that everyone had looked down on back then. Of course, all of this happened much later. Ha ha ha. Luo Hongshan laughed out loud. Girl, that's a good goal. This general believes your words. As long as you don't take any action against the emperor, I'll make weapons for you. Hearing so, Gu Ruoan smiled, a luminous radiance burning in her eyes. Then, many thanks to General Luo. I'll promise you this right now. As long as the Emperor of Azure Dragon Country does not do anything to harm me or the people I care about, I won't harm him, and I'll even protect Azure Dragon Country for the sake of this favor General Luo has granted me today. However, if the Emperor ever makes an unforgivable mistake, then I'm sorry, it's time for this country to change dynasties. You should understand my temper. I won't bow to any humiliation, so I hope that the Emperor of Azure Dragon Country won't do anything to cross me in the future. If it had been anyone else speaking, General Luo would not have taken any notice, and would even have smiled in understanding. However, who was she? Gu Chan's daughter, Gu Shangsha's sister. Going by her latest performance, Luo Hongshan understood that it was only a matter of time before the entire dynasty would be toppled. Fine, then I'll make a promise to you as well. If the Emperor harms you, then this general won't protect him and will support your decision. Many thanks. Gu Ruoan bowed slightly while covering her fist with her palm as a gesture of respect. She understood the meaning of this promise. He was indirectly stating the position he would take. Following that, she turned to Luo Yin, who had been waiting at the side. Luo Yin, I'm staying within 100 Herb Hall these days. If you need to find me, just go straight to 100 Herb Hall. I've already informed shopkeeper Zhao that you can see me whenever you come. Having said so, Gu Ruoan smiled and left without saying anything else. Luo Yin stared at Gu Ruoan's back in a phase. Was this still the same girl who would hide behind her whenever there was danger? When had she become this domineering? The Kirin is not a small fry in a pond. When a storm comes, it changes into a dragon. This girl is fated to be someone out of the ordinary. I have a feeling that her achievements won't lose to Gu Chan's. That old man Gu has made the biggest mistake of his life letting go of this granddaughter of his. Yin sir, before long, her talent will be completely revealed and shock the people of the world. Let's wait to watch the show then. Even that old man from the Ling family had discovered how abnormal Gu Ruoan was. However, her own blood relatives were the only ones still treating her as a good-for-nothing. It was ridiculous. Luo Hongshan laughed. He couldn't wait to see that old man's expression. It would definitely be spectacular. Gu Ruoan had just returned to 100 Herb Hall when she saw a crowd of people blocking the main entrance. A few familiar figures in the crowd caused her to frown. TL notes. The greeting that Gu Ruoan uses towards General Luo is called Bao Quan, and it's something those who watch martial arts movies will be very familiar with. Tilbury, it's used to indicate respect. If you want to read up more about it, try this link. Return. Chapter 51. The Gu family visits again. 3. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. Gu Ruoan, so you were really here. Second madam spotted Gu Ruoan at one glance, and her expression darkened. This stupid girl still hadn't come to greet them despite seeing that her uncle and aunt had come to fetch her back. Who had been the one to teach her such poor manners? HMPH, you've become quite daring. You dared to block your own uncle and aunt from seeing you. Where has your upbringing gone? Not only that, you even let these 100 Herb Hall people throw your uncle out the door. I really don't know how did my Gu family raise a rebel like you. The corner of Gu Ruoan's lips raised slightly and her arms crossed over her chest as she glanced sideways at the crowd. I'm no longer a member of the Gu family, so you're no longer my relatives. I only have one relative in this world, and that's Gu Shengshao. Anyone else is simply a stranger related to me by blood. Second madam's face was gloomy. She was only thinking of how mortifying it had been when Second Master Gu had been thrown out in front of the crowd. This was clearly meant to humiliate them, and the cause was this damned bitch. HMPH, if I had known this earlier, I would have strangled you to death when your father died. You've already hurt my daughter, and now you're trying to harm my husband. Why didn't you die earlier? Otherwise, why would there be so much trouble now? If it weren't for her, Pan wouldn't have been beaten by her own father. She had spoiled her daughter since birth, and could never bear disciplining her even once. So second madam hated Gu Ruoan to the core right now. If she could, she would have already slapped the damned bitch to death in one hit. You, shut up. Second Master Gu was so afraid that he hurriedly shouted, I told you not to follow me here, but you wouldn't listen. What if young Master Dongfang hears about what you said? Do you want to drag the whole Gu family down with you? Second madam was still indignant. I really don't know how the shameless harlot Lu Yu became young Master Dongfang's sworn sister. The heavens are really blind. He even wants to look for this good for nothing. If young Master Dongfang really takes this kind of good for nothing home, it'll only waste the Dongfang family's provisions. A power as strong as the Dongfang family may not even accept her. Lu Yu, originally Dongfang Yu, had changed her name to remove all links to the Dongfang family. However, because she was only young Master Dongfang's sworn sister, second madam did not really think too highly of her. She wasn't the Dongfang family's biological daughter, thus the Dongfang family would not come out to defend her. There was only one Dongfang Shao's willing to stick his head out for her, and he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the capital. However, second madam hadn't thought of one thing. Coming from the Dongfang family, how could Dongfang Shao's be weak? She was only blinded by jealousy. Before marrying second Master Gu, she had always liked Gu Chan. Who wouldn't love a man with a godly appearance and talent to match? However, Gu Chan had never been involved in any relationships, and remained single even up until he was 30. For the sake of getting closer to the man of her dreams, second madam had chosen to become second Master Gu's wife. She had thought that no woman would be able to match a man like that. However, one day, when Gu Chan had brought that woman back to the Gu family, she had been shocked to the core. There was actually such a beautiful woman on this earth, and when she stood next to Gu Chan, they looked like a perfect couple. Generally speaking, most people would only give the blessings upon seeing such a matching couple. However, second madam was different. She felt that Gu Chan should never have wed and should have remained single for all his life, never loving any one woman. Thus, with love turned to hatred, for the sake of removing that perfect couple from her sights, she had made second Master Gu agree to that person's request. Chapter 52. There's no limit to their shamelessness. 1. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. Smack. Second Master Gu slapped second madam's face. With an ashen face, he said, I shouldn't have let you follow me, you're going to ruin everything. Don't say another word or I'll divorce you. When he was done talking, without a second glance at second madam, he turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoan and said in a warm tone, Yun sir, second uncle has come to fetch you home. Your grandfather was worrying about your safety while living outside. I couldn't relax either. How would you be able to survive in this world with such weak cultivation? If you return with me now, our Gu family will pamper and spoil you, you'll be treated the same as Pan. Flames of wrath were shooting out from second madam's eyes. It was obvious that she wanted Gu Ruoan's corpse to be torn into 1,000 pieces. However, she didn't dare to utter a single word after second Master Gu's warning. You're inviting me back. Gu Ruoan scanned second Master Gu's face. Why does it look like you're not here to fetch me back? It looks more like you're trying to capture someone instead. Furthermore, since your Gu family intends to hand me over to the weapon refining sect and doesn't care about my life or death, I'm no longer part of your Gu family. I'm not good enough to be a member of such a family. So please go back to where you came from. Second Master Gu's face turned red then white. Yunsa, I'm still your uncle at the very least. Don't make things difficult for us. If we don't bring you back, young Master Dongfang won't let us off. Just treat it as helping us out, okay? The Gu family could have just told Dongfang Shao's that Gu Ruoan had been disowned. However, the Gu family had always been greedy. What was in it for them if they just gave him her whereabouts? They wanted to use Gu Ruoan to connect with Dongfang Shao so they could request for some benefits. Unfortunately, things were not going to go according to their plans. What if I don't want to go back? Gu Ruoan smiled as she looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. What are you going to do to me then? Stupid girl, that's enough impudence out of you. Second madam could no longer keep silent and started scolding. You heartless slut, our Gu family raised you up, and now you're going to bite the hand that fed you. You should die a horrible death. You're definitely the daughter of that seductress, you're both inhuman. Although Gu Ruoan had never seen her mother in this life, in her previous life, her mother had been the most precious thing she had sworn to protect for her whole life and failed to. So upon hearing second madam's words, her smile cooled down bit by bit. You've just made a fatal mistake. One that you'll never be able to make up for. Second madam was stunned. She looked at Gu Ruoan with surprise. She had never seen Gu Ruoan look like this before. The girl raised her delicate face slightly under the light breeze. Her body was clad in a cold aura, causing their hearts to start trembling. For some reason, they had the urge to kneel before her. As if she were the king of this world. Utterly domineering. Wasn't she the good-for-nothing eldest miss? It looks like the rumors were true. Gu Ruoan was the most well-hidden in the whole capital. Go back and tell the great general in your Gu family. I, Gu Ruoan, am never going back to the Gu family. So you don't have to waste your efforts any longer. After saying so, she glanced sideways at second madam. This one look made second master Gu assume that it was second madam's words that had caused Gu Ruoan's refusal. He was immediately agitated and glared fiercely at her in rage. Chapter 53. There's no limit to their shamelessness, too. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. Yunsa, you. Just as second master Gu was about to say something more, an angered shout abruptly sounded. Who permitted you to disturb my people? Where's shopkeeper Zhao? Come out right now. Elder Yu had just been making his usual rounds at 100 Herb Hall and he hadn't expected that he would see Gu Ruoan surrounded by the Gu family's men. The rage in his heart burst out. The servants at the side trembled as they replied, reporting to Elder Yu, shopkeeper Zhao. He went out to see a patient. A patient, HMPH. He went out to see a patient at this kind of time. Gu Ruoan is now under my 100 Herb Hall. No one is allowed to disturb her peace and quiet. Men, come and strip these bastards and throw them out. If anyone else from the Gu family comes, do the same. If they're not afraid of humiliating themselves, then let them come. Gu Ruoan did not allow Elder Yu to reveal that she was now the owner of 100 Herb Hall. She didn't want to show off her identity for now, in order to fend off the Gu family's greed. Knowing them, they would surely try to make use of her identity in some way the moment they found out. Understood. The guards following behind Elder Yu had their orders. They quickly rushed over, stripped the Gu family's men, and tossed them into the crowd without giving them the chance to react. It was still fine for second master Gu, but when second madam was treated in the same way, she wanted to die on the spot. The hatred she had towards Gu Ruoan deepened. You slut, just you wait. Wait until my son returns, I'll let you die a horrible death. No, not only that, I'll make you suffer everything you've put me through. As if she had detected second madam's resentful gaze, Gu Ruoan met her eyes fearlessly. There was no change in her clear pupils, only the faint smile dancing at the edge of her lips. At this moment, everyone was pointing and gawking at the completely naked Gu family party. Even the thick-skinned second master Gu was unable to raise his head after this. The Gu family had been utterly humiliated this time. Gu Ruoan didn't spare them another glance. She turned and walked into 100 Herb Hall. Following her closely was Elder Yu, who walked behind her reservedly. Speak, what happened back there? Gu Ruoan strode into the hall and sat down, before smiling as she looked at Elder Yu. It was clear that this fiasco had something to do with Dongfang Shao's. The embarrassed Elder Yu spoke up. Young master just wanted to take a little revenge for eldest miss. That Gu family was too much, so young master set him an impossible task to torture them. We didn't think that eldest miss would meet them at the door. This is all shopkeeper Zhao's fault. Young master had already ordered that no one from the Gu family was allowed to meet eldest miss. However, he just had to leave at this time. This old servant will punish him severely when he returns. There's no need for punishment. Gu Ruoan poured a cup of tea and took a sip before putting the teacup down. However, let me know whenever you do anything else from now on, so that I'm forewarned. Elder Yu chuckled, then turned serious all of a sudden. Oh yes, eldest miss. I've already found the people you wanted. This group of people are all orphans, with no living relatives, but they have quite a bit of potential. While they won't become geniuses, with a little training, they won't turn out weak. Oh, Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow. Where are they? Take me to them. Very well, please follow me, eldest miss. Having said so, Elder Yu led the way as Gu Ruoan followed him out of 100 Herb Hall. Chapter 54. The Emergence of a Strong Army. 1. Please support the translator by reading on Volare novels. Gu Ruoan was led by Elder Yu to the outskirts of the imperial capital. A courtyard completely hidden by the lush foliage of the forest surroundings came into view. I hadn't thought that 100 Herb Hall would own a place like this. Gu Ruoan smiled faintly. This place to suit my need for secrecy. Before I grow my wings, I don't want anyone to know of my capabilities. Elder Yu turned to look at Gu Ruoan and returned the smile. This is where young master used to practice his skills. There's an 8-trigram formation set up here. No one will be able to reach this place unless they're led here. When he heard that eldest miss wanted to train her own army, young master bade me to give this place to you. Dongfang Shao's. Gu Ruoan was stunned for a moment, and she wrinkled her brows slightly. What kind of connection did your young master have with my parents? Why is he helping me so unreservedly? Please forgive this old servant, but I'm unable to tell you that. Young master will definitely tell eldest miss when it's time for you to know. It'll only do you harm to know some things before the time is ripe. Young master has his own troubles. The Dongfang family was doing poorly now. Even young master was in the middle of hot water. How could young master bear to pull her down with him at this kind of time? Especially since she wasn't strong enough. Seeing that Elder Yu was unwilling to say more, Gu Ruoan did not continue questioning him. She calmed down and said, "Let's go. Take me to the people you've chosen for me." Gu Ruoan had just entered the courtyard when numerous gazes full of caution were shot her way. She didn't say much, but measured up the crowd standing within the courtyard. Undoubtedly, the candidates Elder Yu had chosen had excellent physical potential and were cultivation talents. However, all of them seemed to have suffered some sort of trauma. None of their eyes were as clear and bright as that of normal people. Conversely, the gazes carried hatred. This was exactly what she needed. Perhaps Elder Yu has already told you the reason you've been brought here from the start. But all of you never thought that the one who needed you would be a little girl like me. Gu Ruoan smiled faintly, and the light that no one could ignore was shining in that smile. Maybe you're not convinced, and you think that a girl like me won't be able to rule over all of you. Well, I have something to tell you. If you want to change your fate, if you want to trample over your tormentors, if you want to become someone standing above the rest, then you have to obey me. It was obvious that Gu Ruoan had seen the reluctance in the crowd's eyes from the start. Although they had fallen to this level due to circumstances, it didn't mean that they were willing to obey a teenage girl. HMPH, since you've already said it, then show us some of your ability to make us submit to you. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded out from the crowd. Gu Ruoan followed the sound back to its source, and her gaze landed on a young man in shabby green clothes. She smiled. "What's your name?" "Zunfeng." The youth raised his head arrogantly and answered in a cool tone. "Not bad." Gu Ruoan eyed Zunfeng and nodded slightly. "It's not bad that you have your pride and temper. I won't suppress your personalities here, and you don't need to be apprehensive. As for my capabilities, if you can pass my test, then I'll prove my ability to all of you here. How about it? Do you have the guts to try it out?" Chapter 55. The Emergence of a Strong Army. 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera novels. There were some things that she was only comfortable showing to those who were completely hers. "Fine," Zunfeng sneered. "My life was saved by the senior, Elder Yu, so what does it matter if you want to test me? I hope you won't disappoint me." Hearing so, Gu Ruoan only smiled. "There are over 100 of you here and I won't keep all of you. Following this, I'll let all of you go to the Spiritual Beast Mountains to fight. You won't be allowed to use spiritual power, only your raw physical strength. You can run if you want, but I definitely won't use you if you do. Those who remain will become the absolute strongest in this world. Your time limit is a month. Any objections?" The girl raised her head slightly, and there was a faint glow on that pretty, delicate face. In a moment of distraction, everyone there stopped seeing her as a 14 or 15-year-old little girl, but instead, as someone whose strength was greatly above their own, and absolute power dominating over all. "It's only a month, I agree." Zunfeng swept a glance at Gu Ruoan. Honestly speaking, he could still accept swearing obeisance to Elder Yu, but this was just a teenage girl. "Good, Elder Yu, let's go." Gu Ruoan looked at the crowd behind her and smiled slightly. "I'll return to see the results in a month. I hope you won't disappoint me." "What did you say?" At the Gu household, Old Man Gu suddenly rose with a steely expression. "Gu Ruoan refused to come back to the Gu family with you. It was all this bitch's fault." Second Master Gu glared fiercely at Second Madam. "If she hadn't said those words, then my niece wouldn't have been this heartless. I could tell that she still carried some feelings for our Gu family, and she still wanted to return. However, she scolded my niece's parents in front of her. How could any daughter could bear that?" Bang! The old man broke the table into two with a single strike, and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Who asked you to marry such a stupid wife? She actually made such a mistake. If we can't get Gu Ruoan back, young Master Dongfang won't let us off. Retire this stupid wife of yours immediately." "Yes, father." Listening to their conversation, Second Madam collapsed to the floor, paralyzed. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted madly. "No, you can't do this to me. You can't retire me. Xianglin will hate you once he returns." Right now, Gu Xianglin was her only hope, and her only chance at staying in the Gu family. As expected, upon hearing so, Old Man Gu went silent. He only spoke up after a long while. "For the sake of Xianglin, I'll let you stay in the Gu family for now. However, you're not allowed to step out from the Gu household anymore, or you'll be punished according to the family laws." "Understood." Second Madam collapsed bonelessly on the floor. She looked battered and exhausted as sweat trickled from her forehead. The hatred in her heart had reached a new high. She hated that she could not tear Gu Ruoan into tens of thousands of pieces. It was always her. It was Gu Ruoan that had caused her to become an abandoned wife. Just like that seductress of a mother, she wasn't anything good. No, she should say that. Compared to that seductress, she was even more terrible. She was actually so impudent, completely disregarding the Gu family. Even her mother had not dared to be this condescending to everyone. "Gu Ruoan, I should have strangled you little bastard earlier on to spare everyone from your troublemaking ways. However, you little slut, just you wait. The day my son returns will be the day of your death." Chapter 56. The Emergence of a Strong Army. 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera novels. Seeing Second Madam's malevolent expression, Second Master Gu's brows knitted together. He turned to Old Man Gu and asked, "Father, what should we do next?" Old Man Gu narrowed his eyes slightly, the traces of a sneer on the corner of his lips. "It looks like this general will have to personally make an appearance. This general is her grandfather at least. I don't believe that she'll reject me if I invite her back myself. If she dares to do such a thing, she'll become the scourge of the crowd." Filial piety was taken very seriously in Azure Dragon Country. He would now sacrifice his dignity to beg for her to return. No matter what, she could not afford to reject him, or she would become the talk of the town. However, it was such a pity. The old man was rejected at the door before he even got to see Gu Ruoan's face. The reason? Since returning to 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoan had immediately continued cultivating. Even Dongfang Xiaos was unable to meet her at this time, let alone Old Man Gu. Thus, he could only return in disappointment. As the days passed one by one, while he was unable to meet with Gu Ruoan, the old man kept worrying if Dongfang Xiaos would return. Just as the apprehension in his heart had reached its peak, the eyes he had planted at the city gates came to report that young Master Dongfang had suddenly left Azure Dragon Country in a hurry. Thus, he could finally set down the burden in his heart. In the bedroom, Gu Ruoan slowly opened her eyes. Within the next moment, an extremely beautiful face appeared before her. Xiao Yi, when had this guy come here? She had not detected him at all. The man pouted aggrievedly and looked at her with resentment. Xiao Yun, you've been cultivating for so long. The meaning in his words, he hadn't gotten to see her for much too long. Has it been that long? Gu Ruoan smiled, thinking about it, I've only been shut in for about a month. I've finally broken through into Qi level 6, I wonder if General Luo has finished making the weapons I wanted. Crash. At this moment, a sudden wave of fluctuation started from within Gu Ruoan's soul. Her heart lifted in delight. Zixi, you're awake. Just as she said so, a burst of purple light flashed from her body, and that man's deep, mesmerizing laughter sounded. Girl, long time no see. Why, have you missed me so much that you can wait to summon me? Dressed in a dark purplish-red robe with violet phoenixes embroidered on the sleeve, the man had a devilish smile on his handsome face. His every gesture exuded majesty. Gu Ruoan's expression turned black. I need your help with something. She turned to Chanbei Yi, who was waiting at the side, and said, this is a new friend I've made recently. Could you help me check what happened to his memory? Why did he lose all of his memories? Oh, Zixi's eyebrow raised as he followed Gu Ruoan's line of sight. The moment his eyes landed on Chanbei Yi, his handsome face went stiff. With a swoosh, the power around his body peaked, and his gaze turned as frosty as the icy tundra. Why are you here? Cold. Gu Ruoan saw an unprecedented cold in Zixi's eyes. Since meeting Zixi, she had never seen him make such an expression before, especially the burning hatred in that pair of violet eyes. Zixi, what's going on? What's going on? Zixi sneered, you should ask him. Chapter 57, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 4. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan's gaze turned towards Chanbei Yi, but she saw that he was frowning in deep thought. After a long while, he shook his head and said, I don't remember. I can't remember anything from the past. You don't remember? Haha, did you think that you could forget all the wrongs you've committed in the past just by saying you don't remember? Forget all the people you've killed. Chanbei Yi, I thought you had disappeared in the passing of time. I never imagined that you would appear here. Your power was so tremendous, I don't believe that there's anyone who could seal your memories. You were the one who sealed them yourself. You were the one who sealed them yourself. Astonishment flashed across Gu Ruoan's eyes. What did Zixi mean by that? Did he just say that the one who sealed Chanbei Yi's memories was Chanbei Yi himself? Why did he do that? Chanbei Yi sunk into silence, his brow knitted in pain. A few broken pieces of memory flashed across his mind. In those pieces, a girl dressed in white was riding a dragon into the sky, above the clouds. No matter how hard he tried, he could see the girl's face clearly. However, just that shallow image made his heart clench in pain. It was pain he had never felt before, as if 10,000 arrows were piercing his heart. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan saw that Chanbei Yi had turned pale from the pain, and hurriedly stopped his recollection. If you can't recall, then forget about it. No. Chanbei Yi raised his head to look at Gu Ruoan. Xiao Yun, I want to know what kind of person I was in the past. I know you can help me. Even if I really did something I can never atone for, I must bear this burden. Sealing memories is something only a coward would do. Gu Ruoan smiled lightly. All right, I'll help you. Zixi, do you have any methods? Zixi turned away from her. She wanted to make him help this bastard. No way. Zixi. It was the first time Gu Ruoan had ever seen Zixi this uncooperative. She couldn't help but hold her forehead helplessly. I don't know what kind of grudge both of you have, but since you hate him so much, shouldn't you make him remember the wrongs he has committed? Consider it his punishment. Hearing this, Zixi sunk into silence. Girl, you're right. Chanbei Yi, I know I can't kill you right now, but I won't let you have an easy life. I want you to remember everything you've ever done. I want you to live eternally in regret and self-blame. Because you were the one who caused that person's death. Did you think you could escape it all by sealing your memory? I won't let you get off so easily. This man had always stood above the gods. That existence that had always been looking down on all life from the top. He had never imagined that he would lose his way and fall into evil. Even though his appearance and smell had changed, the soul deep in his bones had never changed since the beginning. Zixi sneered and turned towards Gu Ruoan as he said, however, I have to remind you, girl. This guy isn't a good person, don't trust him too much. He used to be a god, but now he's only a demon. Having said so, he had no reason left to stay, and he disappeared in a flash in front of the two of them. All was suddenly silent within the room. After a long time, a man spoke up in a careful tone. Xiao Yun, you wouldn't not believe me, would you? Gu Ruoan's distracted gaze met with that especially careful gaze. There was tension and fear in those eyes, as well as a longing that could not be expressed in words. Chapter 58, The Emergence of a Strong Army. 5. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. Of course not, she shook her head and smiled softly. I trust Zixi, but I trust my own feelings even more. No matter what you were like in the past, the one I'm friends with is the current you. The man smiled. With this smile, the surroundings lost their color. His smile was so beautiful it was hard to breathe. I trust you too. In this world, you're the only one I trust. Even if you leave me, I'll still believe that you had your own reasons. Xiao Yun, if you ever leave me someday, I'll wait for you here. I'll wait for you to come back for me. Gu Ruoan's heart shook, and felt even more sorry for this man. No matter what he had done in the past, she would never abandon him. Just as they walked out of the room, they saw Elder Yu rushing over hurriedly. When he spotted the two of them stepping out of the door, his heart lifted in delight and he walked up to them. Eldest Miss, those people are back. Gu Ruan raised a brow and smiled. Now that I think about it, General Luo should be done with the weapons by now. Elder Yu, go to General Luo and bring the weapons back to me. It's time to proceed with my plan. Yes, Eldest Miss. A month ago, more 100 people had been sent to the Spiritual Beast Mountains by Gu Ruan. However, only more than 50 people had returned. Most of them had escaped after meeting dangers they could not overcome, and a few had perished under the claws of the fearsome spiritual beasts. However, what the remaining people did not know was that their persistence would cause them to become a force that would make the entire mainland tremble in fear in time to come. In the large courtyard, Gu Ruan's gaze scanned the remaining crowd, and eventually landed on Zunfeng's haughty face. You made it. Not bad. Zunfeng raised his face and said in a cold, arrogant tone, you promised us that you would show us your ability if we came back alive. I hope you won't let us waste our 1 month of hard work. Gu Ruan smiled. Speaking honestly, I don't have much power. I'm only a Qi level 6 up till now. I certainly can't match up to any of you in battle. Zunfeng's expression turned ugly. This girl had been playing around with them. If it were really so, he wouldn't forgive her. But, a light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes as she smiled. Do you really think that this month of effort has been wasted? Don't tell me that a month of training didn't help you improve at all. If that's the case, then I don't need to train any of you anymore. Hearing so, everyone's expressions changed a little. Gu Ruan was right. They had improved by leaps and bounds in this month of training. Their bodies and minds had been strengthened a lot. These results would take them half a year to reach if they trained normally. I've said it before, I may not have a lot of strength right now. However, in the near future, none of you will be my match even if all of you join forces. Even with my most dedicated nurturing. The current Gu Ruan did not have exceptional power, but she wasn't too bad when compared to her peers. At least she was not the good-for-nothing from before. She could only achieve this result considering how little time she had had to cultivate. You definitely won't regret it if you follow me. Gu Ruan raised her chin slightly. Under the sunlight, that pretty and delicate face carried a calm yet confident smile. I'll train you into the strongest army. Even though there'll only be 50 people in this army, they'll be invincible. I believe that you've persevered thus far for the sake of reaching a goal like that. Chapter 59, Competition and Reversal 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera Novels. Shrouded under the sunlight, Gu Ruan's side profile held a resolute glow, dazzling Zunfeng for a moment. Suddenly, he made a decision that would affect the rest of his life. If you have the power to help me take my revenge, I, Zunfeng, will henceforth obey your orders with my life. Actually, Gu Ruan had noticed Zunfeng in the crowd from the start. This man was the strongest amongst them, and she had a feeling that his identity was not so simple. Don't worry, since you've become my people, I'll treat you well. Having said so, Gu Ruan paused before she continued speaking. What I'm holding right now is Qi gathering pills. Once you eat this, your power will grow even faster. Qi gathering pill. None of them had ever heard of a Qi gathering pill. They unconsciously stared at Gu Ruan in a daze. Qi gathering pill. You're talking about pills. Elder Yu shouted in surprise while the crowd was still in confusion. His eyes bulged out as he stared in disbelief at the porcelain bottle in Gu Ruan's hands. At this moment, even his breathing had tensed up, afraid that he had misheard it. The others did not know what Qi gathering pills were, but how could Elder Yu not know of them as someone serving the Dongfang family? That was a legendary item. How could she have pills in her hands? This was unbelievable. Even thousands and thousands of years ago, pill masters had been an extremely precious existence. Furthermore, there were no more pill masters left alive in their world. Even in the Dongfang family, they only had 2 pills which the family head had found in some ancient ruins. They were treasured like family heirlooms. However, Gu Ruan had just casually taken out a bottle of pills. And was going to give them away. She was such a wastrel. Elder Yu looked at Gu Ruan as if she had betrayed his expectations. He was clearly unhappy with the matter of giving the pills away. Even though these people were her subordinates, there was no need to be this generous. Elder Yu, from what I can see, your cultivation has already hit a bottleneck. These Qi gathering pills are close to useless for cultivators at a bottleneck, so I didn't prepare any for you. I'll make a higher grade pill to help you break through Marshal General later on. Seeing Elder Yu's expression, Gu Ruan rubbed her nose and shrugged helplessly as she spoke. What? Elder Yu's eyes bulged out. This girl had just said that she could raise his rank to Marshal King. He must have been hearing things. Indeed, he must have been hallucinating. In Elder Yu's eyes, just having this many pills was a miracle in itself, let alone pills that could help a Marshal General in late-stage breakthrough. This was practically indulging in flights of fantasy, something that was impossible. Haha, eldest miss, this old servant understands your good intentions. However, this old servant does not have great talent. Young master was worried about letting me accompany him in this state, so he let me live here in retirement, far away from turmoil, taking care of 100 Herb Hall in passing. This old servant is clear about my own aptitude. There won't be any more breakthroughs in this lifetime. Elder Yu shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Gu Ruan did not say any more on the topic. She smiled and said, Elder Yu, help me distribute these pills to the crowd. This Qi gathering pill can help cultivators gather the spiritual Qi around them to accelerate their cultivation. However, they can only take 1 pill at a time, and they must wait for the effect to disappear before using another. Chapter 60, Competition and Reversal 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera Novels. It would help cultivators cultivate faster. Everyone's eyes bulged out for a moment, and they raised their heads to look at the resolute expression on Gu Ruan's pretty face in astonishment. However, before they even had the chance to consider Gu Ruan's words, Elder Yu had already distributed the pills into their hands. Holding the porcelain bottles in their hands, all of them ate a single pill while wavering in disbelief, then immediately sat down to cultivate. Spiritual chi started to converge in their surroundings, forming a green mist. If there were other people present in the area, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Did they know how much spiritual chi it would take to form a mist? At this moment, none of them dared to slack off even a little. They started to cultivate, treating every second preciously, as if the noise of the outside world had disappeared. Haha, I broke through. I finally broke through. The effect of this chi gathering pill is so magical, it helped us cultivate until we managed to break through. Everyone started laughing out loud with joy, and turned to Gu Ruan with changed expressions. They had a feeling that they absolutely would not regret following this young girl. This servant Zunfeng apologizes for the previous slights and provocation towards Master. A trace of complex emotions flashed across Zunfeng's eyes as he half-kneeled on the ground. The earlier haughtiness in his expression had changed into deference. He finally understood why she believed that he wouldn't regret following her. He also believed that there was a basis for everything she had said. If he followed her, then the day of his revenge would not be too far away. Gu Ruan smiled calmly. My heart is like a devil's, and I act like a devil as well. From now on, our team will be called the Devil Sect. Zunfeng will be the left protector, and Miyu will be the right protector. Report to the two of them for everything in this sect. Having said so, she turned to look at Zunfeng once, then looked at the young girl who had not spoken a single word since the start. From Elder Yu's reports, she had discovered that the girl was named Miyu. She was not ranked amongst the top few in strength, but she had willpower far greater than the norm, and Moyu's spiritual force was extremely powerful. She was suited to refine pills. Understood, Sect Master. Everyone kneeled down and shouted. Don't call me Sect Master. Gu Ruan waved her hand. You can call me Master, or Eldest Miss. Everyone else can stay here for now. No one will disturb you. Zunfeng, Miyu, follow me when I leave. Within 5 years, I need to let the world know of the Devil Sect's existence. So, before then, she had to buy a courtyard to become their temporary living space. Yes, Master. Zunfeng and Miyu answered in harmony. The gazes carried burning radiance as they looked at Gu Ruan. On the streets, the people were bustling with activity. Gu Ruan had previously heard of a courtyard going for sale not far from 100 Herb Hall. Before she found a proper base for the Devil Sect, she needed to place these people somewhere, since the courtyard Elder Yu had provided wasn't big enough for 50 people to live in. Of course, this was all temporary. What she really needed was a hidden place that no one could find. However, when Gu Ruan reached that courtyard, there was already someone negotiating with the owner. It's you. Ling Yu spotted Gu Ruan at one glance, and her expression immediately turned ugly. Gu Ruan, you little good for nothing, what are you doing here? The moment she thought of the way he had been chased out of 100 Herb Hall, Ling Yu was full of rage, especially since this good for nothing Gu Ruan had been accepted by 100 Herb Hall as a little errand girl. That's right, from Ling Yu's perspective, the reason Gu Ruan was living in 100 Herb Hall was because shopkeeper Zhao had chosen her to be a little errand girl. Chapter 61, Competition and Reversal, 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera novels. Ling Yu, someone from the Ling family. Gu Ruan stared blankly for a moment at the richly dressed girl who was directing an angry gaze at her. Actually, she had seen Ling Yu only once. The first time Gu Ruan had gone to 100 Herb Hall, she had met with the incident where Ling Yu had gotten thrown out of 100 Herb Hall after causing trouble. Even after she had been forced by Old Man Ling to apologize, she was still getting ignored by 100 Herb Hall. She hadn't thought that she would meet Ling Yu here. What are you doing here? Due to the mess with Ling Shi, when Ling Yu looked at Gu Ruan, it was as if she had met her nemesis. Her sharp dagger-like gaze shot towards the girl standing at the entrance, hating the fact that she couldn't scar that pretty face. Gu Ruan's glance swept across Ling Yu before landing on the middle-aged man in front of her, and she said, how much is this courtyard? However, before the middle-aged man could speak, Ling Yu's mocking voice sounded. You little bitch, don't think that you can act as if you're something after entering 100 Herb Hall. You're just a servant in that place. Did you think you could snatch this courtyard away from me by using 100 Herb Hall's reputation? Let me tell you, I'm buying this place for the Crown Prince. He's been thinking of moving out of the palace recently. The Crown Prince is a member of the weapon refining sect. No matter how strong 100 Herb Hall is, it can't beat the weapon refining sect. Furthermore, 100 Herb Hall wouldn't possibly make an enemy out of the weapon refining sect just for a little servant like you. Ling Yu raised her chin proudly as she spoke with utmost arrogance. Her teeth would ache with hatred whenever she thought of how she had been thrown out of 100 Herb Hall. However, it was fine. Once she becomes the Crown Prince's consort, then a tiny 100 Herb Hall would become her possession. By then, as a mere worker in 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruan would be a pawn in her hands. How much is this courtyard? Gu Ruan seemed not to have heard Ling Yu's words, as she continued asking. Gu Ruan, this lady is speaking to you, yet you have the guts to ignore me. Ling Yu was so angry that her face turned red. She glared angrily at Gu Ruan. Oh. Finally, Gu Ruan had some sort of reaction. She raised an eyebrow as she looked at Ling Yu. With a smile, she said, so you were talking to me. Sorry, I thought you were talking to yourself. PFFT. Ling Yu almost spit up a mouthful of blood. With an ashen face and an indignant gaze, she gritted her teeth as she said, Gu Ruan, I advise you to scram. You can't afford this courtyard. Furthermore, you don't have the right to fight with His Highness, the Crown Prince. Swoosh. All of a sudden, a sharp sword shot forward and pressed against Ling Yu's neck. Her body turned icy cold in an instant. When she raised her head, she met with a pair of haughty and indifferent eyes. You had better shut your mouth, or else. Zunfeng gazed coldly at Ling Yu as he said frostily. Don't you know who I am? The imperial concubine is my aunt. You actually dared to threaten me. Wait till I go back and tell my aunt. I'll get my aunt to execute your entire clan. Zunfeng's eyes darkened for a moment. Suddenly, he sneered. I don't care if your aunt is the imperial concubine or the empress. Anyone who offends master should just die. In the eyes of that young man, Ling Yu saw killing intent. That's right, this guy really wanted to kill her, and wasn't trying to scare her off at all. In an instant, Ling Yu's face turned pale from fright. Her legs couldn't stop trembling, and she couldn't finish speaking even a single word. Zunfeng, I'm here to conduct business. As for anything else, let's settle it next time. Gu Ruoan glanced at Zunfeng as she spoke. Hearing so, Zunfeng retracted his killing intent. It was obvious that Ling Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, in that instant, she had clearly felt death coming for her. Chapter 62, Competition and Reversal, 4. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volar Neville's. If it had been anyone else, they would have chosen to escape right at this moment, out of fear that the youth would suddenly change his mind and kill them. However, Ling Yu wasn't normal. This residence and its surroundings were quite peaceful. No matter what, she had to buy it as a gift for the Crown Prince. If she could gain the favor of the Crown Prince, she might even be able to become his consort. Thinking of this, Ling Yu took a calming breath, then turned to the middle-aged man. Your residence is too expensive. Although the environment isn't too bad, it's not worth 8 million. I'll give you 800,000. Are you going to sell or not? Miss, surely you're joking. 800,000. Is this a robbery? The middle-aged man laughed in ridicule. I've already said it, that price is too low, absolutely not. Hearing so, Ling Yu raised her chin haughtily as she said, think carefully. This is a gift that this lady is going to give to the Crown Prince. This is an opportunity to get into the Crown Prince's graces, and you're going to waste it just like that. I'm not saying that you're stupid, but that's a completely stupid move. You should know, there are so many people out there trying to curry favor with the Crown Prince. If it wasn't for me, Ling Yu, do you think you would have gotten such a chance? At least I'm not asking you to give me 8 million for this chance, I'm already being especially generous. Furthermore, I'm not taking this for free, aren't I giving you 800,000? From Ling Yu's view, the Crown Prince was someone so high up that most people wouldn't even have the chance to curry favor with him. By sending such an opportunity to his door, he should actually take out a few million gold to thank her. Since a great chance like this wasn't something that just anyone could get. The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His ancestral home was getting stolen away, and he still had to thank her. He had never heard of such absurd logic in his life. Miss Ling, my wife has contracted a serious disease, and only the ghost doctor can cure her. However, the ghost doctor is asking for 8 million. I wouldn't be selling my ancestral home if I didn't have a choice. Please don't make things difficult for us, I really don't have any other choice. The ghost doctor. Hearing the man's words, Gu Ruoan's heart shook slightly, but she did not say anything more. You're really beyond stupid, Ling Yu sneered, your wife is just a single lowly life, how could she compare to letting the Crown Prince obtain a comfortable residence? If you manage to connect with the Crown Prince, your prospects will be bright. Even the #1 beauty in the world will throw herself into your arms. I reckon your wife wouldn't be so selfish as to ruin your future, otherwise what's the use in keeping a woman like that? The expression on the middle-aged man's face turned uglier and uglier. Miss Ling, I'm not refusing to give His Highness this residence. As long as you bring out 8 million gold, this residence shall belong to you. You. Just as Ling Yu was about to speak further, Gu Ruoan's voice cut in. Could you sell this residence to me? I'm willing to give you 8 million gold for it. The middle-aged man's heart lifted in joy, and he turned towards Gu Ruoan. This time, he carefully observed the young girl before him. Her pretty face still looked somewhat soft and immature. Her body was not fully grown, making her look a little thin, as if she were undernourished. Only, that young girl carried a slight smile, and her eyes were bright, lively and full of spirit. Perhaps she wasn't stunning at first glance, but she was very comfortable on the eyes. Little lady, you're looking to buy this place. Indeed, Gu Ruoan smiled. As for the money, you can go to 100 Herb Hall and look for Elder Yu, he'll give it to you. He'll also be the one to complete the transfer, only. Chapter 63, Competition and Reversal, 5. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volar Neville's. Gu Ruoan paused for a moment before continuing. I'm interested in medicine, I hope that I can observe when the ghost doctor comes to treat your wife. The middle-aged man hesitated for a while. I can't decide on this, I need to seek the ghost doctor's opinion. Although the ghost doctor has great medical skills, his temper is rather strange. If he takes a liking to someone, he would treat that person for free. However, if he doesn't like a person, even giving him an entire nation wouldn't be enough to convince him to treat that person. It's fine, just let me know when the time comes. Gu Ruoan stroked her chin and smiled sinisterly. She had heard of this ghost doctor's reputation after she had come to Westspirit. If she could convince him to join the devil sect, then she wouldn't have to worry about not having a medic around. Master, your smile is somewhat scary. Miyu couldn't help but shiver. Why did she feel that Master was about to do something shady to someone? Zunfeng, Miyu, let's go. Gu Ruoan seemed not to have heard Moyu's words. She shrugged, threw out that sentence, and then turned to leave the courtyard. Ling Yu watched that center figure gradually leave, and her lily-white hands unconsciously drew into tight fists. Speaking word by word, she said, Gu Ruoan, I'll let you run unbridled just one more time. Wait till older brother comes out of closed-door cultivation. That will be the day of your death. In the Ling household. Within a secret room, a young man was sitting cross-legged while cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a dismal light flashed across the depths of his eyes. I finally finished training in the secret technique Miss Shiyun gave to me, and it's finally time for me to take revenge. Gu Ruoan, just you wait. In 2 days, I'm going to defeat you in front of everyone and end my grudge. Gu Ruoan had no idea about the movements of the Ling family. She had been very busy lately, so busy that she had no time to bother about the Ling family. That's right, Elder Yu, did young Master Dongfang leave? Suddenly, Gu Ruoan seemed to have thought of something, and she turned to look at Elder Yu. Elder Yu nodded, his anxiety could be seen through his eyes. Something happened with the Dongfang family. Young Master was summoned back by the elder family head. Something's happened. Gu Ruoan's brows knitted together. What happened to the Dongfang family? Also, are the weapon refining sect's men still in Azure Dragon Country? Gu Ruan somehow felt a sense of kin whenever she was around Dongfang Shao's, and she didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Yes, they are. Elder Yu sneered. Not only that, the weapon refining sect spies regularly come sniffing around our 100 Herb Hall's entrance. It looks like they haven't given up on the goal. It's a pity that something's happened with the Dongfang family, or we could have caused some trouble for the weapon refining sect. Gu Ruan shook her head. There's no need for Dongfang Shao's men to act. I don't like relying on others. Elder Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ended up staying silent. A few days later, the whole of Azure Dragon Country was shaken up by a single piece of news. Have you heard? The Ling family's little young master Ling Shi is going to have a match with the good-for-nothing who was kicked out of the Gu family. And an expert from the weapon refining sect is going to act as the referee. I heard that they already had the promised match a few months ago. However, for some reason, they couldn't decide on the outcome of the match, most likely because Gu Ruan was too cowardly. She even has the guts to accept the challenge again. This news came out from the Ling family. The two of them even made a deal. If Gu Ruan loses, then 100 Herb Hall will henceforth belong to the Ling family. I wonder why 100 Herb Hall's shopkeeper agreed to this condition. It's clearly giving away 100 Herb Hall for free. That Gu Ruan is only an errand worker in 100 Herb Hall. Is it worth to do this for her? Chapter 64, Competition and Reversal, 6. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. At this moment, in the Ling family's main hall, Old Man Ling frowned as he looked at Ling Shi. He said unhappily, I know you're worried that Gu Ruan wouldn't accept the challenge, so you purposely announced that she had already agreed to the duel. However, 100 Herb Hall isn't normal. It's easy to draw the ire of the backers behind 100 Herb Hall by spreading nonsense like this. Ling Shi smiled sinisterly. Grandfather, don't forget that our backing is the weapon refining sect. Furthermore, haven't you always wanted to obtain 100 Herb Hall? This is a good chance. I've already spread the news. It doesn't matter whether the people believe it or not. If 100 Herb Hall steps forward to clear the rumors, they'll only get looked down upon. Thinking of the precious medicinal ingredients within 100 Herb Hall, Old Man Ling's heart trembled. He said grudgingly, Vendor as you will. However, you must win this duel. Don't worry, grandfather. I've already broken through and I'm now a martial warrior. Gu Ruan is only a Chi level 4. She's definitely not my match. Ling Shi spoke with utmost confidence. Even if Gu Ruan was no longer a good for nothing, she couldn't possibly have progressed much in just a month. While he had already become a true cultivator in this month. In the courtyard, Luo Yin's freckled face was full of indignation, looking towards Gu Ruan as if she had not met her expectations. Gu Ruan, you're going to compete against that bastard Ling Shi in just 2 days. Why are you sunbathing here so freely? That old man at the Ling family is as sly as a fox. He would never let his precious grandson out to duel if he didn't feel assured of a complete victory. Compete. Gu Ruan curled her lip, replying with disapproval, my match with Ling Shi has long ended. He was defeated by my own hands in the Heavenly Spirit formation, so we can simply ignore this match. How could that be? Everyone's saying that you're going to have a match with Ling Shi in 2 days, and you're even using 100 Herb Hall as the wager. Luo Yin opened her mouth in astonishment. Gu Ruan didn't know about the duel. What was going on? Hearing this, Gu Ruan sat up, and her bright eyes slowly darkened. I've been busy lately. I don't know about anything that happened in the outside world. Tell me what's going on now. Seeing that Gu Ruan really did not know anything, Luo Yin blinked and slowly recounted all the rumors being spread outside. Gu Ruan's smiling face gradually turned cold. She kept silent for a long time before sneering. A match. This must be some plan that Ling's eyes cooked up. Unfortunately, he really shouldn't have tried to touch 100 Herb Hall. However, since he's already done so, I can only pay him back in his own coin. It looks like the Ling family had already come knocking on her door without waiting for her to settle her grudges with them. 2 days later. Outside 100 Herb Hall, it was completely packed with people. They were obviously here to watch the match between Gu Ruan and Ling Shi. At this moment, a burst of noise sounded, and the crowd parted in the middle to form a path. Under the stares of the crowd, Ling Shi slowly walked over. Compared to the haughty air from before, he now had a tinge of evil in his aura. It was extremely cold. Gu Ruan, I know you're in 100 Herb Hall. Since it's already the promised time, why aren't you coming out to meet me? Unless you've already escaped. While walking to the entrance of 100 Herb Hall, Ling Shi paused in his steps and a wave of dark viciousness flashed across his face. The humiliation that this damned woman had given him in the past would all be returned today. Chapter 65, Competition and Reversal, 7. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Ling Shi, you've got guts coming to cause trouble at my 100 Herb Hall. Shopkeeper Zhao strode out, his forceful gaze shot towards Ling Shi like a sharp sword, as he coldly said, I'm giving you a chance. Get out of here. My 100 Herb Hall does not welcome your Ling family. Ha ha. Ling Shi laughed out loud. Shopkeeper Zhao, I'm afraid your 100 Herb Hall will be switching owners soon. It was Gu Ruan who first set the period of a month for our promise. However, I'm such a kind person, I was worried that a month wouldn't be enough for her to grow, so I added another month. It was your 100 Herb Hall that was so stupid as to think that a good-for-nothing could achieve victory, and you even used the whole 100 Herb Hall as a wager. Since you guys want me to have 100 Herb Hall this badly, then shouldn't I fulfill your wish? Don't worry, 100 Herb Hall will only become even more wealthy and powerful under my management. Actually, if he didn't have the weapon refining sect behind him, Ling Shi would not have dared to do such a thing, no matter what. However, the esteemed weapon refining sect was behind him. As powerful as the backing of Bashan Hall might be, how could it compare with the weapon refining sect? My 100 Herb Hall has never agreed to such ludicrous terms. Shopkeeper Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. His fists tightened as he spoke through gritted teeth. What, you've gotten scared after seeing my current strength? Ling Shi sneered. Hearing his words, the crowd shifted the gazes towards Ling Shi, and upon seeing his current level, they immediately started to discuss about it. An early stage martial warrior. Ling Shi has unexpectedly broken through Chi level 8 and reached early stage martial warrior. I didn't notice it until just now. My goodness, as far as I know, wasn't Ling Shi just Chi level 5 a month ago? How did he reach early stage martial warrior this quickly? I'm guessing that 100 Herb Hall is too used to boasting. Now they're scared after seeing Ling's eyes power. TSK, don't agree to terms like that if you're going to get scared. What's the use in regretting now? Suddenly, all the taunting gazes had shifted to shopkeeper Zhao, making him furious. He hated that he could not immediately get rid of the little bastard before him. Just as both parties were about to enter a deadlock, light laughter drifted over from behind them. Shopkeeper Zhao, let me handle this. Eldest miss. Shopkeeper Zhao's eyes lit up. He hurriedly turned to see Gu Ruan walking out from behind him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. HMPH, Gu Ruan, you've finally come out. Ling Shi sneered. The traces of a storm rose on his gloomy face upon seeing Gu Ruan. Since it's about time that we start the duel. Duel. Gu Ruan smiled lightly. I'm not saying that I'm refusing this duel, but do the terms you promised back then still hold? What terms? That is, if you lose, then the entire Ling family fortune belongs to me. As for you, you will have to kneel before me and call me master. Furthermore, you have to insult old man Ling as an old thing who can't even match up to an animal. You're talking nonsense, Ling Shi shouted in rage, his face ashen. When did I agree to terms like that? Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow. Then when did I ever agree to using 100 Herb Hall as a wager? You. The rage in Ling's eyes chest burned hot. It wouldn't feel good until he let it out. Good. Very good. However, Gu Ruan, do you really think you can beat me? You're just a little Chi level nothing. You're not even considered a true cultivator yet. Even if you had 100 lives, you definitely wouldn't ever be my match. The Shi collection levels weren't considered real cultivators. Anyone with just this much ability was practically nothing to him. Chapter 66, Competition and Reversal 8. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Under the morning sun, the young girl's face carried a thin smile. In the light breeze, that head of black tresses slowly fluttered. A slight curve could be seen at the corner of her lips, and those eyes that were as clear as freshwater, landed on the young man before her. Since you've already acknowledged your words, please don't act dumb later on. Otherwise, your Ling family won't have the face to continue living in Azure Dragon Country. Ha ha, Ling Shi laughed out loud before saying coldly, Gu Ruan, I can't wait for you to lose 100 Herb Hall to me. When the time comes, even if I don't make things difficult for you, the owner of 100 Herb Hall won't forgive you. By that time, there would be no safe shelter for her anywhere on the entire mainland. Hearing that, shopkeeper Zhao rolled his eyes, completely speechless. The owner of 100 Herb Hall, wasn't it currently Gu Ruan? She was going to make things difficult for herself. Was this fellow brain dead or something? Only Luo Yin was a little worried. She looked towards Gu Ruan nervously. Gu Ruan, will you be okay? Luo Yin, wait for me at one side. Having said so, Gu Ruan raised her head and looked at Ling Shi, saying, Ling Shi, can we start now? Wait a moment. Ling Shi swept his gaze over Gu Ruan coldly. For the sake of preventing anyone from cheating, I've specially invited people from the weapon refining sect to be the referee. Miss Shiyun, Elder Hunfei, please. Whoosh. He had just finished speaking when white clothes floated down from the sky, an enticing fragrance mixed in with the slight breeze. The girl's black tresses were flying upwards and her white clothes were floating. She looked like an exceedingly beautiful fairy. The crowd became unconsciously stunned from the breathtaking sight. They had never seen such a fairy-like girl before, as if she was untainted by earthly matters, as if taking just one more glance at her was blasphemy. Shiyun's gaze swept across the crowd, and upon discovering that the person she had been looking for wasn't around, she frowned unconsciously. Flying in midair. Gu Ruan's pupils contracted. No. Flying in midair is an ability that only martial emperors have. Her strength hasn't reached that degree yet, so she's learned a secret technique for flying. Right at this moment, Hunfei led the weapon refining sect's men towards the front of the crowd. His gaze locked onto Gu Ruan in the next instant, and with a bang, a ruthless aura spread around his body, carrying a malicious and sinister air. Gu Ruan, I'll settle your debts with the weapon refining sect after this. Right now, this old man is here to host this competition between you and the Ling family's little young master. Furthermore, since accidents happen, both parties have to sign a life and death contract. Life and death are governed by fate. No one is to interfere with the result of this competition. Life and death are governed by fate. Everyone had only heard that they were going to duel, but they hadn't heard that it was going to be to the death. Once the contract was signed, the duel would only end when one of them died, unless the winner was overflowing with sympathy and let their opponent live. If not, even if the other party surrendered, they could not end the match. It looks like this time, the Ling family was set on killing Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan. Luo Yin turned pale with fright, shouting involuntarily, you can't sign the life or death contract. You absolutely cannot. Sign it, just sign it. Gu Ruan, the existence of a good-for-nothing will only bring shame to the Gu family. Just die and put an end to it. Within the crowd, Gu Panpan watched Gu Ruan sinisterly, the words in her heart bubbling with hatred. If it weren't for Gu Ruan, she wouldn't have been blamed by her father, and her mother wouldn't have come so close to being abandoned. It was all due to this little bitch. She should have died earlier. For someone like her who was filled to the brim with evil, who refused to acknowledge her kin, if Ling Shi were to kill her, it would only be doing a service to the mainland. Chapter 67, Competition and Reversal 9. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Gu Ruan did not speak, but only looked calmly at Hunfei standing before her. Gu Ruan, are you scared? Ling Shi burst into laughter, before saying coldly, don't worry. If you're scared, then just admit defeat beforehand. You can even keep your life. Only, with Gu Chan's very own daughter acting so cowardly, you would only be a shame to your brother. It's a good thing your parents died earlier, or they would have died from getting angered by you. Ling Shi was happily enjoying his speech, but he didn't realize that the aura on Gu Ruan's body was slowly cooling down. You'll regret your words soon. She raised her head, and her originally clear pupils were now covered by a layer of frost. This life or death contract. I'll sign it. Regret. Ling Shi curled his lip in disdain. The person who will regret is still undecided. Gu Ruan, you don't have any parents, so I don't blame you for being this arrogant. Since no one has ever taught you how to be humble. He didn't think that he still needed to be scared of this woman after breaking through to martial warrior. Han Fei looked at the two of them and said, both of you sign this contract, then we'll start the match after that. Before coming here, the weapon refining sect had already prepared the contract. Both of them scanned the contents of the paper, before signing their own names in a straightforward manner. Luo Yin was anxious to talk to Gu Ruan, but she was surrounded by spectators and got pushed to the back, so she could only stare until her eyes became dry. Gu Ruan, seeing as I was acquainted with Gu Shangshao, I won't let you die too terribly. Whoosh. A sharp sword was drawn and shot towards Gu Ruan like a ray of light. Before the blade reached her forehead, her body leaned to one side, and with a clang, a thin scar was added to the wooden door of 100 Herb Hall behind her. Taking advantage of this, Ling Zai's figure flashed several times and appeared before Gu Ruan. He held the sword hilt in his hands tightly, and following that, a black ray of light appeared, releasing a sinisterly cold air. Gu Ruan continuously dodged Ling Zai's attacks, and although she dodged each of them by just a hair's breadth, it only made Ling Shi become even crazier. As a martial warrior, his every attack had been dodged. Above all, there were so many people surrounding them and watching. How was he supposed to live it down in the future? It was too shameful. Qi level 6. Gu Ruan has reached Qi level 6. A gasp of surprise came from the crowd. Wasn't Gu Ruan a good for nothing? In just 2 short months, she had actually reached Qi level 6. Even though it couldn't compare to Ling Zai's sudden rise in power, it still caused a bit of a commotion. Just a little Qi level 6, what's so shocking about that? Han Fei said coldly, this level of power isn't even qualified to enter the weapon refining sect. Within the weapon refining sect, even the sweepers are above martial warrior. He couldn't be bothered with levels below martial warrior. They had come to Azure Dragon Country to choose disciples because of the strong talent that had descended to this mainland. However, they had been in Azure Dragon Country for quite some time, yet they had not discovered who the talent had manifested in. Gu Ruan, since you like hiding so much, then right now, I'll make sure you don't have anywhere to escape to. Ling Shi clenched his teeth in hatred. At this moment, the aura on his body gradually rose and the winds in the sky were all drawn towards him. Gu Ruan's brows knitted together and she watched Ling Shi quietly. If I'm not wrong, the technique he's practicing is. Girl, be careful. Zixi's worried voice sounded from within her soul. Chapter 68. I'm a good person, 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera novels. At this moment, everyone could feel Ling Zai's power increasing. Gu Ruan raised her head to look at Ling Shi before her, and a hidden light flashed in her eyes. From the start of the battle, she had felt that Ling Zai's cultivation was like a facade. Even though he was an early-stage martial warrior, his true strength was only somewhere around Qi level 7. However, didn't the person who gave him this cultivation method tell him that he could use his unique skill? Even though the skill he was using now could push his strength up to a true martial warrior, he would never ever be able to cultivate again. That is, he had used up his entire lifetime's cultivation to temporarily increase his strength. Ha ha, Ling Shi burst into wild laughter, and his gaze was gloomy and malicious. Since you've had the guts to sign the life and death contract, then it means you're already prepared to die. I'll send you off to see your parents right now, you should even thank me for that. Having said so, with a flash of his sword, Ling Zai's figure was already in front of Gu Ruan. His face carried a malevolent smile, and he brandished the sword in his hands like a devil as he aimed at her. As if he wanted to cut off her head with one strike. Boom. Gu Ruan picked up a wooden rod from the side to block his attacks. In an instant, waves of power fluctuated from their bodies, forming a ripple of light that destroyed the junk in the surroundings and even caused the ground to tremble. Blood. Fresh red blood flowed from Gu Ruan's hand where she had been struck, forming a red line that slowly dripped to the ground. Very quickly, the ground around her was stained in red, a ghastly sight. Ling Zai's sinister gaze locked onto Gu Ruan. He snorted once in disdain, but the green figure quickly shifted behind Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, behind you. Luo Yin's expression changed drastically as she watched Gu Ruan's back tensely, and she shouted out in anxiety. As if feeling that a poisonous snake was staring at her from behind, Gu Ruan slowly turned around. In the next instant, a sharp sword was already on her forehead, and following that, the young man's merciless words fell. The humiliation you gave me in the heavenly spirit formation, I, Ling Shi, will now return all of it back to you. Go and die, Gu Ruan. Bang. His sword swung ruthlessly down on Gu Ruan's forehead. He had clearly forgotten Shiyun's orders. That's not good. Shiyun's expression changed a little. If Gu Ruan's brain was damaged, then her spiritual force would dissipate. This idiot Ling Shi, he was going to spoil everything. However, no matter how much she panicked, it was all too late. Stop it, damn you, stop it. LBU had just rushed over in time to see this thrilling scene. It scared him so much that his heart trembled a few times. It was over, it was all over. If young master came back to find that something had happened to eldest miss, then disaster would befall on the whole of Azure Dragon Country, and there would be rivers of blood. Back then, when he had heard that something had happened to his beloved sister, young master almost came to Azure Dragon Country to cause trouble. Halfway there, he had been captured and brought back by the family head and punished with closed-door cultivation for a few years. Actually, young master wasn't someone who disregarded the rules. The prerequisite for that was that no one he cared about died. If eldest miss were to die in the hands of this little Ling family swine, then the scale of young master's rage would be enormous. After experiencing the pain of losing another family member, it would be too late for amends even if the family came out to stop him. However, this damned bastard Ling Shi. Chapter 69. I'm a good person, too. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera novels. How would a tiny Ling family be able to withstand the rage of young master? They would definitely have disappeared before the three great authorities could come and stop him. Don't get fooled by young master's warm and scholarly appearance, that was only on the surface. How could he have become the young master of the Dongfang family without the power to back it up? Bang! Just as Elder Yu was about to have a heart attack, a sword suddenly appeared in front of Gu Ruoan. That sword looked rather normal. To be more accurate, the blade and scabbard was spotted with rust. It looked like a piece of scrap metal. However, it was this rusty scrap blade that had blocked Ling Zai's sword. That's right, the sword that had been about to spill Gu Ruoan's blood had been blocked just like that. TCH, I thought Ling Zai's move was really strong. I didn't think that it would get blocked this easily. What kind of martial warrior is he? He can't even beat a Qi level 6. He should go back to his mother's womb and get remade. I feel like Ling Shi didn't use his full strength, otherwise, how did Gu Ruoan manage to block that? The crowd first recovered from their shock, before continuously letting out exclamations. None of them believed that Gu Ruoan's power could actually win over Ling Shi. After all, the difference in their ranks was clear. They would only believe that a Qi level 6 could block an early stage martial warrior's strike if they believed that an ant could trample an elephant to death. I didn't want to take this out, but Gu Ruoan laughed lightly. You forced me to take it out. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Oh, right, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Ling Shi stared blankly for a moment, but quickly recovered his state of mind. He sneered, so what if I want to kill you? Gu Ruoan, do you dare to kill me? Even if you had 100 times more courage, you wouldn't dare to touch even a single hair on me. Otherwise, you won't be able to live anymore. Elder Yu helplessly shook his head. Even if Gu Ruoan had not planned on killing Ling Shi at the start, she absolutely had to kill him after he said that. Only. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the sword in Gu Ruoan's hands. This sword is very special, but it doesn't seem to be a spiritual weapon. I wonder where Eldest Miss got it. The weapon refining sect has definitely noticed how unusual the sword in her hands is. Even when facing a scene like that, Hunfei had only been watching coldly from start to end. However, upon seeing the sword in Gu Ruoan's hands, his brows knitted together lightly. Spiritual weapon. No, it's not a spiritual weapon. I should say that it's a drained spiritual weapon. While drained spiritual weapons could be counted as spiritual weapons, they couldn't be compared to real spiritual weapons, and thus, they were beneath the weapon refining sect's notice. Is that so? Gu Ruoan raised her eyebrows and looked at Ling Shi. The smile in her eyes grew even more pronounced. Then I want to see what will happen after I kill you. Then come and try it. Ling Shi smiled coolly, and his body charged towards Gu Ruoan like the wind. The glow from his sharp sword lit up the surroundings. It looked extremely sharp and malicious. However, with a gentle wave of the sword in Gu Ruoan's hands, a powerful burst of wind immediately rushed forth and pushed Ling Shi back a few steps with a bang. That's right, she had merely waved her sword and hadn't made any other movements. Please tell me, is this real? Don't tell me that the treasure she got from the Heavenly Spirit Formation was this sword. In the crowd, the young man, who had wanted to snatch Gu Ruoan's treasure back then in the Heavenly Spirit Formation, rubbed his eyes fiercely. He was still unhappy about getting humiliated by Gu Ruoan previously, so he had followed Ling Shi here to watch her get beaten up. He didn't think that he would end up seeing something like this. Chapter 70. I'm a Good Person, 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Valorant novels. It was laughable that he had tried to humiliate her when Gu Ruoan had only been letting him play around previously. Cough cough. Ling Shi coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and his malicious gaze locked onto Gu Ruoan. You bitch, you're looking to die. Whoosh. He picked up his sword and charged towards Gu Ruoan again. Gu Ruoan held tightly onto the sword in her hands, and shortly after, a hurricane rose up from the sword, passing through her fingers and lashing out. Without waiting for Ling Shi to react, endless power burst forth from the sword, causing him to freeze for 2 seconds. It was in these 2 seconds that Gu Ruoan moved in front of him and stabbed the long sword into Ling Zai's stomach. He spit up a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body collapsed and rolled away. You. Ling Shi had just opened his mouth when he saw the girl dressed in green walking towards him. Under the sunlight, that slender silhouette seemed to be wrapped in a layer of light. Her pretty face carried a gentle smile, but he felt that right here and now, there was a demon smiling at him. Shivers rolled down his spine. What do you want to do? Gu Ruoan, I'm warning you, my aunt is the imperial concubine. And I have the weapon refining sect backing me. Think carefully about your own safety before you even try to hurt me. Feeling that icy cold chill on his neck, Ling Shi looked nervously at Gu Ruoan and bellowed incoherently. Hearing that, Gu Ruoan retracted her blade. Suddenly, Ling Shi heaved a sigh of relief and looked pleased with himself. As long as he had those people backing him, she wouldn't dare to kill him even if she had 100 times the courage. Kill you? Gu Ruoan smiled. I'm a good person, why would I kill you? Ling Shi, you've already become a good for nothing anyway. No matter how much you train in the future, it'll be useless. Since it's I'll just make sure you truly can't cultivate anymore. In time, whether you want me to remove the restriction or whether you want to live out an ignoble existence, it's up to you. After saying so, Gu Ruoan put on a kind-hearted expression as if she was a good person, but her narrowed eyes were laughing at him. You. Ling Shi had just spoken a single word when a bone-piercing pain came from his wrist. It hurt so much that he almost fainted. It hurt. It hurt so much. Apart from breaking bones, the thing that hurt the most in the world was snapping tendons. And this woman, she was actually snapping the tendons in his limbs. AHHHH. Under excruciating pain, Ling Shi started screaming and shouting. Only when Gu Ruoan had snapped the last tendon in his leg, did he finally pass out from the pain. Ling Shi, this time, I've finally taken revenge on Gu Ruoan's behalf. Gu Ruoan was her, and she was Gu Ruoan. Even though Gu Ruoan's death had been caused by Old Man Gu, Ling Shi had played a part in it. Snapping the tendons in his limbs was the best revenge she could have on him. Share. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. When Gu Ruan turned to look, she saw an elderly figure charging over from behind the crowd. Ling Yi's reddened eyes looked at Ling Shi, who was lying in a pool of his own blood, then turned his gaze slowly onto Gu Ruan. With a broken voice, he said, "Gu Ruan, you've actually dared to hurt my grandson. Today, I'm going to return the favor to you 1,000 times over. It's no use even if you plead right now." Death. Only her death could make up for the damage she had done to his grandson. Thinking up to here, Ling Yi angrily charged towards Gu Ruan, his killing intent spreading far out under the sky. Just as he had charged in front of her, a figure blocked the blow, raising a hand to stop Ling Yi's strike. Chapter 71, Treacherous Old Man Ling 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Elder Yu grasped Ling Yi's fist, a cold glint hidden in his aged eyes. Ling family head, as someone from the senior generation, it's not too good to interfere with a competition between juniors, right? Get away from me. A shout exploded from Ling Yi. His eyes were red with hatred, as if he wanted to eat human flesh. I don't care whether it was a competition or not. I only know that she turned my grandson into a good-for-nothing, so she must die here. Elder Yu laughed loudly. Ling family head, your grandson learned the wrong technique and wasn't crippled by the fight. He's already doomed to be someone with no future, since he won't be able to cultivate ever again. Like a lightning bolt striking down from a clear sky, Elder Yu's words immediately struck Ling Yi dumb where he stood. What had Elder Yu said? Even if Gu Ruan had not crippled Ling Shi, he would still have been a good-for-nothing. No. That wasn't possible. Miss Shiyun had said that the secret technique wouldn't leave any side effects. It must have been some lie that old man was making up to protect Gu Ruan. Did you think I would believe you just because you said so? Ling Yi shouted with overflowing rage. I advise you to hand over Gu Ruan now. Otherwise, don't blame me for my actions. Xie is our Ling family's sole heir. If he becomes crippled, then our Ling family line ends here. So I must make that damned girl pay the price with her life. Roar. Ling Yi roared in fury. However, he didn't charge towards Elder Yu or Gu Ruan, who was being shielded behind Elder Yu. He reached towards Luo Yin standing in the crowd. That's bad. Elder Yu's expression changed, but just as he was about to move forward, a strong wind attacked his leg. With a putong, his thigh turned weak and he collapsed onto the floor. At this moment, Elder Yu gripped the wooden rod in his hand so tightly that it broke in two with a crack. That worn, elderly face looked extremely scary. With an ashen face, he looked towards the men of the weapon refining sect who were acting innocent, and spat out 3 syllables one by one. Weapon refining sect. That's right, the source of that attack just now was the weapon refining sect. What he had not anticipated was that the weapon refining sect would dare to play dirty tricks under the eyes of the crowd. Good. Very good. He was going to remember this score. Luo Yin. Seeing Ling Yi reaching towards Luo Yin, Gu Ruan shouted anxiously. However, before Luo Yin could recover her senses, she had already landed in Ling Yi's hands. Ha ha ha, Gu Ruan, did you think you were safe with the people from 100 Herb Hall protecting you? Too bad you've underestimated me. If you want your friend to be safe, then you're not allowed to retaliate no matter what I do. Otherwise, I'll strangle her to death. Ling Yi's hands gripped tightly around Luo Yin's neck with a vicious expression as he spoke. Gu Ruan, don't bother about me. Luo Yin stared fiercely at Ling Yi, and spoke completely fearlessly. Ling Yi, you shameless old man. It was your grandson who signed a life and death contract with Gu Ruan. Whose fault can it be that he's crippled now? Who knew that the elder would come out after the younger one lost his fight? Does your Ling family have any dignity at all? You shut up. Ling Yi raised his hand and slapped down hard on Luo Yin's cheek. In an instant, 5 finger marks appeared on that small face. Luo Yin didn't cry or shout. She licked the blood at the corner of her lips, eyes full of ridicule. They signed a contract with the people of the weapon refining sect as witness. Don't tell me that you're going to flout it right in front of the weapon refining sect. While saying so, her gaze swept towards the weapon refining sect. TL note, Happy Chinese New Year, in advance. Oh. This is one of the chapters released for hitting our milestone, past rank number 150 on novel updates. Thank you for your support, dear readers till the less than 3. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, check out the table of contents to see how you can support Evil Emperor's Wild Consort and get extra chapters. 3. Chapter 72, Treacherous Old Man Ling 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Even though Luo Yin already knew how shameless the weapon refining sect was, she thought that they would still care about appearances in front of such a huge crowd of people, no matter how shameless they were. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the depths of shamelessness that the weapon refining sect could go to. Contract. Hunfei glanced at Luo Yin, then sneered and said, My apologies, what I mentioned earlier was only valid up to the time of the duel. Where did this contract you're talking about come from? Gu Ruan violated the rules, so it's only natural that someone punishes her. Our weapon refining sect has always disliked treating people's lives like grass, so we won't interfere in this matter. It wasn't just Luo Yin, even the onlooking crowd was stunned by how shameless the weapon refining sect could get. However, they saw that Shiyun, who was standing beside Hunfei, had furrowed her brows, so they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. It looked like Hunfei was acting on his own initiative and it wasn't Miss Shiyun's intentions at all. How could someone as gentle and kind-hearted as Miss Shiyun, who looked like a fairy, possibly do something as shameless as that? Ha ha, Ling Yi laughed wildly, the rage in his heart overflowing. He said fiercely, Luo Yin, what else do you have to say? Luo Yin bit her lip and sneered, I just didn't think that the weapon refining sect could be this shameless. So if you want to kill me, just do it. I have nothing else to say. This cheap life of mine is insignificant. Don't think of using me to threaten Gu Ruan. Then you just watch how your good friend is going to be trampled beneath my feet. Ha ha, Ling Yi laughed with fury as he gripped Luo Yin's neck. Furthermore, don't even think of committing suicide. In my hands, you won't be able to die. If you want to die, then wait till I'm done with Gu Ruan. Having said so, he turned to look at Gu Ruan, a raging storm swirling in his two pupils. Gu Ruan, if you don't want your friend to die, then throw down the sword in your hands. Then come and stand in front of me. From start to end, Gu Ruan had not said anything. Her pretty face was expressionless as she tossed a calm gaze at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, there are some things you shouldn't do. Since you've already done so, then you must be prepared to bear the consequences in the future. HMPH, stop talking nonsense with me. If you don't listen to my orders, then I'll let your friend die right here. Put down the sword now and walk towards me. I'll give you 3 minutes. Otherwise, your friend won't be able to keep her life. Ling Yi had a tight grip on Luo Yin's neck. Seeing the person in his hands struggling to breathe, endless delight sprung forth within his heart. Elder Yu, help me hold this sword. Gu Ruan tossed the sword to Elder Yu with a wave of her hands, then she walked towards Ling Yi slowly. From start to end, that pretty face did not hold much emotion. Eldest, watching Gu Ruan's figure, Elder Yu worriedly opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words before he could say them, his eyes full of nervous tension. Gu Ruan, you've hurt my grandson. Today, I'm going to let you have a taste of hell. Don't worry, I won't let you die so fast. I'll only return the pain you've inflicted on my grandson tens of thousands of times over. Ha ha ha. Bang. Ling Yi's fist landed on Gu Ruan's chest. She stepped backward momentarily, scratching out a long and deep furrow in the ground. The movement caused her hair to flutter down over her face, hiding its paleness. Wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, Gu Ruan raised her head to look at Ling Yi. Although she didn't say anything, the ridicule in the girl's eyes were as clear as day, sending Ling Yi into a rage. Chapter 73, Chanbeiyi's Wrath 1. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera novels. Gu Ruan, you're already at death's door, and yet you still dare to act so savagely. Today, I'm definitely not letting you off. Bang! Ling Yi threw out punches continuously, each punch landing fiercely on Gu Ruan's chest. In an instant, the girl spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but she still looked indifferently at Ling Yi, who was in the middle of a stormy rage. However, it was this gaze that made Ling Yi grit his teeth in hatred. His punches got even stronger, beating Gu Ruan back endlessly. Some people can bear the scene and close their eyes. Only, the young girl's endurance was making him impressed. At this moment, Ling Yi, who was completely enraged by Gu Ruan, did not catch the look that she tossed Elder Yu. Elder Yu nodded his head slightly, indicating that he had understood her. Just as he was going to save Luo Yin while Ling Yi was fully concentrating on Gu Ruan, a flash of red light shot past him from behind, and pierced towards Gu Ruan like lightning. Ha ha, Gu Ruan, you shouldn't have hurt my grandson. I'll send you to hell right now. A great power was building up on Ling Yi's fist. Flames of rage were burning in his eyes as he used all his strength to push it towards Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, don't care about me. Just go. Luo Yin's expression changed and she shouted hurriedly. If Gu Ruan died because of her, she wouldn't forgive herself for the rest of her life. Thinking up to here, her eyes unconsciously filled with anxiety as well as that deep sense of self-blame and remorse. However, Gu Ruan was currently completely exposed under Ling Yi's palms. There was nowhere she could escape to. It looked like the girl was about to die under the other's attack, when suddenly, a large arm reached out from the side and pulled Gu Ruan into a strong embrace. Who was it that dared to save this little bastard? Ling Yi immediately turned indignant. Who had the guts to save someone that he wanted to kill? Were they tired of living? Only, when he turned to look over, he couldn't help but startle at the breathtaking sight. He had never seen such a beautiful man before. Dressed in red with silver hair, he looked like an otherworldly creature. His perfect face was extremely delicate. It was so beautiful, in fact, that it could be considered as the apex of beauty for all living things. However, that man had been focused on Gu Ruan from the start. His red pupils carried love and regret. Who are you? Ling Yi quickly recovered from his surprise and frowned. Young man, are you trying to interfere? This fellow didn't have a shred of spiritual energy on his body, but Ling Yi couldn't forget that it was him who had saved Gu Ruan from his hands. He was unable to believe that that was just a coincidence. You were the one who hurt Xiao Yun. The man turned to look at Ling Yi as he asked expressionlessly. HMPH, Ling Yi harumphed coldly. Young man, I advise you to scram immediately. Otherwise, the woman in my hands will lose her life. Chanbeiyi didn't say anything, but slowly walked towards Ling Yi. Under the light breeze, with that head of silver hair fluttering in the wind alongside his gently floating red clothes, there was an indescribably devilish charm to him. Xiao Yi. For a moment, Gu Ruan blankly stared at Chanbeiyi, somewhat astonished. She didn't know why, but the current Xiao Yi gave her a very strange feeling, as if he had turned into a completely different person. Young man, did you hear what I said? Since you have, then I'll kill you first. Ling Yi furiously charged towards Chanbeiyi. He even exceeded his limits, and his punches hit a lot harder than when he had been abusing Gu Ruan. It was clear that he didn't dare to relax even the slightest bit when facing Chanbeiyi. TL note, adding, Xiao, which means, little, in front of any part of a name turns it into an affectionate nickname. It's usually used for children or someone you're close to. Gu Ruan calls him Xiao Yi because she treats him like a child, but Chanbeiyi calls her Xiao Yun out of affection. Chapter 74, Chanbeiyi's Wrath 2. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volera novels. Bang! The power of that punch pierced the sky like a storm raging through. However, in the next moment, his entire body froze. The move that he had used with all his strength had actually been stopped by a single fist. That's right, that man had used a single hand to stop his strongest move. Immediately, a wave of fear rose from the depths of his heart, spreading throughout Ling Yi's body. Looking at that man's terrifyingly beautiful face after the storm, he opened his mouth in an attempt to cry out, only to find that his throat felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Ling Yi couldn't make any sound at all. Run. Ling Yi took a deep breath. The only thing he could do now was run. When the thought came up, he turned and wanted to escape right then and there, but something even more fearsome was waiting for him. At this moment, his body felt like it had been completely bound. It was as if a rope was tied around his feet. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift his foot at all. How could this be? How did that man do all this? Just as Ling Yi was trying to understand what had happened, the man's figure appeared before him just like a devil, and the hand of death ruthlessly wrapped around his neck. With just that light move. Crack. As if it was made of simple fiber, his neck was squeezed into a single thread, and with that light crack, his neck was broken just like that. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain, causing the man's crimson clothes to appear even more devilish. Everyone was stupefied. Their reaction was immediate. Endless fear dominated everyone's hearts, and some weren't even able to stand the display and fainted on the spot. They had seen a countless number of bloody scenes, but they had never seen someone snap a neck before. Furthermore, he had done it just like that. The people who had thought that Chanbei Yi didn't have much power now wanted to slap their own mouths. If he wasn't strong, then who could be considered stronger than him? Why is Gu Ruoan's luck just that good? Gu Panpan's heart was filled with jealousy. It was driving her crazy. When I first saw him at the palace, I thought that this man was just a good-for-nothing with some looks. Now he's not only incredibly beautiful, but he's powerful beyond belief. Why is a man like that following Gu Ruoan? How's that woman qualified? No, Gu Panpan, I'm not inferior to her. From the time we were children up till now, she's only been fit to pick up things that I no longer want. However, for the things that I take a liking to, those will always be mine. Gu Ruoan was only fit to pick up her trash, and nothing else. Right now, besides Gu Panpan, there was someone else who was also full of jealousy. It was obvious that that person was the weapon-refining sect's eldest Miss Xiyun. Even though his pupils were a different color, Xiyun believed from the start that Chanbei Yi was the man who had appeared in her dreams like a god. After seeing the man she had been searching for so many years protecting another woman like that, how could she not be jealous? Especially since that woman was the one who was completely disrespecting the weapon-refining sect, Gu Ruoan. Xiao Yun. Chanbei Yi turned to look at Gu Ruoan, and after seeing the girl's disbelieving gaze, his heart immediately hurt. Had she been frightened by his cruelty? Xiao Yun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take things too far. I just saw that he heard you and got too angry. I promise that I won't be so violent from now on. I'll put him to death gently, okay? After saying so, Chanbei Yi held tightly to the corner of her clothes, and looked pleadingly at Gu Ruoan. What if Xiao Yun wouldn't forgive him? What if she never wanted to bother with him again? No, absolutely not. When he thought of how Gu Ruoan would ignore him, Chanbei Yi's heart hurt more and more, as if he had once experienced pain like that. Chapter 75, Chanbei Yi's Wrath 3. Please support the translator for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Gu Ruoan finally recovered her senses, then she blinked and said, what are you talking about? Why would I be angry? However, Xiao Yi, I didn't think that you would still be this strong after losing your memory. You killed Ling Yi in 1 second. Chanbei Yi looked carefully at Gu Ruoan. Xiao Yun, you're not angry at me. Why would I be angry at you? Gu Ruoan's gaze showed that she didn't understand, and she asked in a puzzled tone. As if he had jumped straight into heaven from hell, Chanbei Yi was so excited that he drew Gu Ruoan into his embrace and hugged her tightly to his chest. Gu Ruoan was rooted to the spot like she had been struck by lightning. To be honest, she had a strange liking for Chanbei Yi. She didn't know why either, but she believed that he wouldn't hurt her. It didn't make sense to have this kind of trust in him, and even Gu Ruoan herself wasn't clear on where it had come from. However, this hug left her feeling stunned. Since they had met, Xiao Yi had never made such an intimate gesture. Xiao Yun, thank you. I thought that you were angry because I was too merciless, so I was scared that you would ignore me. Chanbei Yi hugged Gu Ruoan tightly before continuing. Xiao Yun, I won't let you get hurt anymore, and I won't ever leave you, because I don't want to see you bleed. Otherwise, I'll hurt here. Chanbei Yi pointed at his chest and his brows knitted together slightly. I don't know why, but I've always been thinking of you in my heart, and it was you who woke me from my sleep. Xiao Yun, do you think it was fated for us to meet? Fated. Gu Ruoan shut her eyes slowly, and in that instant, a grave and stern face appeared in her mind. That man was the man she had trusted the most at the start. Otherwise she wouldn't have entrusted her dearest brother to him. However, at the end, he had betrayed her for such a selfish reason, and he even dismembered you so ruthlessly. Thinking of that scene, her heart couldn't help but hurt. That heart-rending pain was something that she wouldn't be able to forget no matter how many lifetimes passed. Fated. Suddenly, light laughter sounded from nearby. Gu Ruoan slowly returned to the present and looked towards the person walking towards her. However, from the start, Xiyun's gaze was always on Chanbei Yi. Actually, sometimes feelings may not be accurate, especially for someone who's lost their memories like you. If you were talking about fate, then that could only be him and her. Gu Ruoan was only a good-for-nothing. How could she fight alongside this man? There was no one else on this mainland who could stand by his side, except for herself. Chanbei Yi frowned and unconsciously tugged on Gu Ruoan's sleeve. He said in an aggrieved manner, Xiao Yun, I don't like too many strangers around. Can we go back to rest? For some reason, the woman in front of him gave him an uncomfortable feeling. That kind of feeling made him want to keep her far, far away. Sure, I don't like these people either. Gu Ruoan nodded, then seemingly having thought of something, she slowly walked to Luo Yin's side. Luo Yin, I'm sorry. You got dragged into that mess because of me. Luo Yin shook her head. The one who should be sorry is me. If it hadn't been for me, then you wouldn't. Her heart clenched once she thought of that frightening scene just now. If Chanbei Yi hadn't come in time, she wouldn't have been able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. Don't worry, Ling Yi wouldn't have been able to kill me anyway. Gu Ruoan smiled. Even if Chanbei Yi hadn't interfered, she still had Zixi hidden away. She would only let him out if she was forced to. Hold it. Seeing that Gu Ruoan was about to leave, a voice sounded from behind. Xiyun smiled gently. Gu Ruan, I actually admire you. You were lucky enough to get that drained spiritual weapon, and even use it to defeat Ling Shi. Even though your talent isn't particularly outstanding, your luck is exceptionally good, especially. She paused for a moment before continuing to say, you picked up this amnesiac man, and you even managed to brainwash him with the idea that you share some kind of fate with him, leading him to believe that you're the one he's been looking for. However, the truth will always surface someday. I hope you know what you should do. Chapter 76, My Lord 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Gu Ruan was just about to turn away when she heard those words. Her feet paused unconsciously, and the corner of her lips raised slightly, carrying a trace of a smile on the girl's pretty face. I did find Xiao Yi, but I didn't make him follow me. Why, does Miss Xiyun recognize Xiao Yi? Miss Gu, that's exactly what I mean. I've indeed seen this man before, and we were even married for some time. It's unfortunate that he doesn't remember it, so I'm reminding Miss Gu that if you lied too much, your lies will be revealed someday. The meaning in her words was that the one who Chanbei Yi really knew was her, but through a chain of accidents, he had somehow met with Gu Ruan and caused the current situation. What does Miss Xiyun mean by this? Don't tell me that she's acquainted with the man who killed Ling Yi just now. But the man has lost his memory, so he mistook Gu Ruan for her. That's right, who knew that Gu Ruan could be this shameless? She could even speak such lies. It's no wonder. How could someone as plain as her be able to match a man as beautiful as him? Standing next to Miss Xiyun, it's like the difference between a phoenix and a wild chicken. Furthermore, what kind of person is Miss Xiyun? She's the heir of the weapon refining sect, and she's an absolute genius who's already reached Martial King at such a young age. How could Gu Ruan even be compared to her? The crowd gave their opinions one after another, and all looked at Gu Ruan with eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, no one noticed a restaurant nearby. A man was holding a fan and lying lazily on a soft chair, surrounded by female servants, lively and colorful. The man's upturned gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the young girl. He then smiled, absolutely beautiful and elegant. She's Gu Shangxiao's good-for-nothing sister. Interesting, Gu Shangxiao's sister is indeed very interesting. With this kind of rare talent, she's actually being labeled as a good-for-nothing. TSK, if someone with this level of talent was a good-for-nothing, then there wouldn't be any geniuses in this world. According to common knowledge, the higher you got, the harder it was to break through into the next rank. Some people could spend their entire lives and never pass some bottlenecks. However, there was only one kind of talent in the world that could completely ignore all bottlenecks. Even though her speed at rising through the ranks wouldn't be able to match other geniuses, but the further she got, the more chances her talent would have to shine. This kind of talent was to have a spiritual ocean much larger than normal. And it was obvious that Gu Ruan was someone with that talent. A glint flashed through his pupils, and the man laughed soundlessly. The only person I admire in this world is Gu Shangxiao, so I wondered what kind of person his sister would be. It looks like I haven't come to Azure Dragon Country in vain this time. Thinking up to here, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. King Yi, investigate everything about Gu Ruan for me. Yes, my lord. Outside 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruan did not say anything. That indifferent expression made it seem as though she was ignoring the other. It was at this time that an ill-timed voice cut in. Gu Ruan, I didn't think that you were this despicable. Gu Panpan opened her eyes wide as she spoke in a tone full of self-righteousness, as if Gu Ruan was a devil that everyone should punish. Luckily, grandfather had the foresight to chase someone like you out of our family. Otherwise, wouldn't you be dragging my Gu family's reputation through the mud right now? However, as soon as she had finished her words, mocking cold laughter sounded from the side. Oh, your Gu family still has some reputation left. Hehe, that's the first I've heard of it. Luo Yin smiled coldly as she said, Gu Panpan, there isn't any place for you to cut in here. You had best shut your mouth for me. If you make me angry, I'll stab you to death with a cucumber. You. Gu Panpan was so angry that her cheeks flushed red. She gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. You're shameless. Chapter 77, My Lord 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. TSK, I'm indeed very shameless, but that's better than being some saintly white lotus flower. However, Gu Panpan, with an IQ like yours, you're not even that. Luo Yin sneered at Xiyun, her freckled face conveying nothing but disdain and ridicule. She was looking down upon Xiyun as if Xiyun, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, was the dirty one. Xiyun's pupils darkened. To her, Luo Yin was only a little clown. Killing her would only dirty her blade. Furthermore, it appeared that there would be someone who would come and deal with it for her. It was obvious that Gu Panpan was that kind of person. She was thoroughly angered by Luo Yin, and like a maddened little lion, she charged threateningly towards the cause of her anger. Thump. Luo Yin just raised her leg and kicked Gu Panpan's body away with a single move. She then took out a handkerchief to wipe the bottom of her shoes, and then she said in an extremely regretful tone, I actually used my foot to kick her just now, looks like I can't wear these shoes anymore. For the sake of this one kick, I have to throw away one whole pair of shoes. What a waste, what a freaking waste. You. Gu Panpan nearly passed out from indignation. She gritted her teeth, and then she used the rest of her strength to check out 2 more words, you're shameless. Seeing Luo Yin's sorry expression, Gu Ruan couldn't restrain herself and laughed. With your family's wealth, isn't buying another pair of shoes as simple as eating another spoonful of rice? That is true, but this bitch isn't even worth a single copper coin. Even if I sold her, I still wouldn't be able to recoup the loss of this 1 pair of shoes. Luo Yin shook her head and sighed, eyes full of regret. With this blow, no matter how thick-skinned Gu Panpan was, she could no longer stand such humiliation and chose to faint straight away. Hold it. Seeing that Gu Ruan was trying to leave once again, Xiyun's pupils darkened and she said, you're going to leave just like that. Her steps paused, and with her back facing Xiyun, Gu Ruan spoke with a light, indifferent tone that was as sharp as a sword. You're going to stop me. Having said so, she didn't stop any longer and slowly strode into 100 Herb Hall, disappearing from the sight of Shiyun's frigid stare. Shiyun clenched her lily-white fists before slowly relaxing them. Her beautiful gaze turned towards Chanbei, who was about to leave with Gu Ruoan. Her eyes were filled with distress. You've really forgotten about me. She didn't believe it, that this man would forget about her. If they hadn't been married in their previous life, then she wouldn't have seen him so frequently in her dreams. They didn't interact much, but within those dreams, his sword-wielding figure had long touched her heart. She believed from the start that this man was the one she had been waiting for her whole life. This was why she hadn't been moved, no matter how outstanding her suitors had been. She had persisted up till now for the sake of waiting for him. Unfortunately, although he had finally appeared, it seemed like he didn't recognize her. If there was nothing between them, then why would this extremely handsome man appear in her dreams? Furthermore, Shiyun had always believed that whatever was done in one's previous lifetimes would be carried forward to the current one. Your expression is disgusting. Revulsion flashed across Chanbei's pupils, like you're trying to strip me naked. You're not Xiao Yun. Other than Xiao Yun, I don't want anyone else to stare at me like that. For some reason, since the first time he had seen Shiyun, Chanbei's heart had felt uncomfortable. As long as she was in his vicinity, he felt like his appetite had been spoiled. It was extremely irritating. Xiao Yi. Hearing Chanbei's words, Shiyun's heart twinged in pain. She wanted to say something more, but a strong killing intent surrounded her. In that single instant, she felt as if she had descended straight into hell. Her whole body was freezing cold. Death's aura had enveloped Shiyun. She paled, and shaken as she was, Shiyun could do nothing but stare at that beautiful, demonic face. You're not fit to call me by that name. Cold. Shiyun felt cold all over, and although she opened her mouth, she was unable to say anything. TL note. TL, the our opinion names for non-living things changed to English. Ziling Mainland to West Strid Mainland. Dongyu Mainland to East Peak Mainland. Qinglong Country to Azure Dragon Country. Bashan Hall to 100 Herb Hall. Lianqi Sect to Weapon Refining Sect. Ling Sect to Spread Sect. Mo Sect to Devil Sect. All these are also listed in the glossary, so you can check it if you get confused. For more explanation for the name change. After more names of countries, places, etc. were revealed as the story went on, I realized that I'm missing out a lot of context by leaving names in Pinyin, and not everyone reads the glossary to find out what the names mean. I changed all the names that were left in Pinyin to English names instead, so that it's clearer to you readers. For example, the mainlands revealed so far were Ziling, Dongyu. The names actually contain cardinal directions in them that reveal their relative locations to each other. Ziling to West Strid Mainland, Dongyu to East Peak Mainland. For others, the names practically declare what the sect placed as, such as Lianqi Sect to Weapon Refining Sect and Bashan Hall to 100 Herb Hall. People's names are not going to be changed, for pretty self-explanatory reasons. I've changed the names in previous chapters, and all the new English names will be used going forward. Do let me know if I've missed out on catching any Pinyin names in previous chapters. Sorry for springing this sudden change on you, but I believe the story will make much more sense going forward with proper English names for things. See. Chapter 78, The Crown Prince Visits 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Now, the aura surrounding Chanbei's body suddenly went berserk. That violent storm was something that even he could not suppress. However, other than Shiyun, no one else could feel that aura, so they found her changing expressions rather strange. Xiao Yi, what are you doing outside? Why aren't you coming back in? It was right at this moment that a voice sounded from within the 100 Herbs Hall. The killing intent miraculously disappeared all of a sudden, and the swirling aura in the sky also calmed down, which made Shiyun wonder if what she had just felt was a hallucination or not. However, what she didn't know was that Gu Ruoan's call had saved her life. With the tension now released from her entire body, Shiyun collapsed limply onto the ground. Her back was covered in cold sweat, and she panted for breath. Xiao Yun, I'm coming. Chanbei had received Gu Ruoan's order, so without another glance at Shiyun, he walked towards 100 Herb Hall. Compared to that demon from just now, he was currently more docile than a bunny. All traces of killing intent had disappeared. Miss, you. Hanfei looked at Shiyun with astonishment. What happened to you? Nothing. Shiyun shook her head, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and gritted her teeth as she said, Elder Hanfei, let's go. After saying so, she looked one last time in the direction Chanbei had left, and her heart gave another throb of pain. Chanbei, have you really been brainwashed to this extent? I'm not giving up. You belong to me. I'm not going to let you take someone else into your embrace. So, I must make you recover your memory and kill Gu Ruoan with my own hands. Within the rear courtyard, Zixi looked at the girl in front of him, and raised his brows in askance. Girl, how do you feel? Very strange. Gu Ruoan's elegant eyebrows were slightly knitted together. Right as Ling Yi's strike was about to land, I managed to transfer the power of his fist into my body. If I had continued getting beaten a few more times, I would probably be able to break through to Qi level 7. Zixi smiled. Your soul and body were reforged by the ancient divine pagoda, so you're much stronger than the average person. However, don't forget, don't push yourself when you meet the real powerful experts, because real experts can destroy you in an instant. It's not as simple as suffering an injury. From the start, Zixi had been planning to train her. However, he had not given her too much support, as that would actually be detrimental for her advancement instead. Also, Zixi narrowed his purple eyes. Girl, you have to be careful of that girl called Shiyun. Shiyun. Gu Ruoan looked doubtfully at Zixi. Do you recognize her? No. Zixi shook his head. I just feel that she's very dangerous, so you must not go head to head with her for now. Of course, with your talent, you'll surpass her in 3 to 5 years at most. However, now isn't the time. There were some things that he couldn't let Gu Ruoan know for now. Why did that woman have his aura? Could it be that Shiyun was related to that person? Thinking of this, Zixi's heart sunk. The gaze he directed at Gu Ruoan carried a thread of complex emotions. Girl, I hope you can grow up faster, whether it's your power, or... That demonic gaze swept up and down her body, and the man's lips curled up into a mesmerizing smile that was both noble and magnificent. It was surely able to make any living thing fall head over heels for him. However, Gu Ruan only shot him a fierce glare. Stop that evil look, I'm not interested in you at all. Chapter 79, The Crown Prince Visits 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Then who are you interested in? The corner of Zixie's lips lifted as he faintly smiled. Chanbei Yi. I've told you before, that fellow isn't a good person. You should stay away from him. Zixie, Gu Ruan's smile disappeared bit by bit. Her pretty face was shrouded by the afterglow of the setting sun. I haven't known Xiao Yi for very long, but I'm the first person he's met. Right now, he has already lost all of his memories. No matter what wrongs he committed in the past, the current him no longer remembers them. It doesn't matter if he was a god or a devil, even if he just casually ended a person's life, that was also for the sake of protecting me. I believe his intentions in protecting me are pure. This is because I'm the only one he knows here. That's right, I don't know enough about him. I don't know his past, and I don't even know what kind of pain and betrayal he's been through. However, this does not mean that I'll never trust him, whether it's Xiao Yi, you, or Luo Yin, or even my brother that I haven't met yet. If any of you are in danger, I won't sit by and watch. Perhaps the past Chanbei Yi had made gargantuan mistakes, but the present him was just an innocent child in her eyes. Furthermore, it was a fact that his memories had been sealed. Someone who had lost all his memories would naturally view the first person they met as their mother. It was precisely because Xiao Yi did not have any memories that Gu Ruan would trust him so. Otherwise, she absolutely would not have gotten so close to this man. Zixie, I wasn't able to protect my mother in the past, and I wasn't even able to protect the little brother that I considered as precious as my own life. In this life, I'm not going to make the same mistake. It's because I've lost those who were precious to me before that I'm going to treasure the people around me even more now. The girl raised her head, and the delicate face that still held traces of her childhood now carried the radiance of her resolution. That resolution seemed to have touched Zixie's heart, because a hint of a smile appeared in his pupils. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of cold flashed through his eyes. Someone's coming. Whoosh. Right after he finished saying so, he turned into a burst of purple light and disappeared from the courtyard. Gu Ruan's brows raised slightly, and turning her head to look, she saw Elder Yu striding towards her with quick steps. Eldest Miss, Leng Yanfeng is here. He mentioned that he wants to see you specifically by name, you see. Leng Yanfeng. Gu Ruan stared blankly for a moment. Azure Dragon Country's crown prince. Weapon refining sect's disciple. What does he want with me? This servant isn't sure. Elder Yu shook his head. Eldest Miss, are you going to meet him? If you're not willing, then I'll turn him away now. No need, Gu Ruan sneered. I want to see what Leng Yanfeng has come looking for. I don't have a single connection with him. What is he doing here, coming to find me? At this moment, within the medicine store of 100 Herb Hall, Leng Yanfeng picked up the teacup in his hands and sipped, his expression as cold and severe as an icy mountain. Even when he saw Elder Yu leading Gu Ruan in, nothing changed in those cold eyes. I'm just a lowly unknown person. I wonder what business your highness has, coming down to 100 Herb Hall to look for me. Or could it be that your highness was too thirsty and there wasn't any good tea in your manor, so you're just using your visit as an excuse to get a good cup of tea to drink? Everyone knew that the tea served at 100 Herb Hall was a rare medicinal tea. If he was a normal person, Leng Yanfeng would have turned angry out of shame from Gu Ruan's provocation. However, his expression did not change at all. That handsome face of his remained stone cold. Chapter 80, The Crown Prince Visits 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Gu Ruan, you like me? It wasn't a question, but a statement. Now it was Gu Ruan's turn to be flabbergasted. Wasn't this fellow's ego too big? She liked him, then how was it that she didn't even know this herself? So, Leng Yanfeng paused for a moment. Tomorrow, enter the Crown Prince's household. The order made Gu Ruan smile. You want me to enter the Crown Prince's household? As a concubine or a consort? Leng Yanfeng, you've always disliked me, so why are you making me enter the Crown Prince's household? Gu Ruan wasn't stupid. Leng Yanfeng had always abhorred her, so why would he try to get Bring into his household? Leng Yanfeng said coldly, for my junior, Shiyun. Shiyun, you're thinking of having me deliver myself and contribute my spiritual force to Shiyun. Sorry, Leng Yanfeng, I'm not that stupid. I won't send myself to my own death. Once a cultivator lost their spiritual force, they would become an idiot. What difference was there between that and death? Hearing this, Leng Yanfeng frowned. I don't know what you mean by that. Why would Junior Shiyun take your spiritual force? Gu Ruan, I admit that you're very different from before. I don't dislike you like I did before, but in my heart, Junior Shiyun is the only one for me. If you leave that silver-haired man, then Junior Shiyun won't suffer anymore. You've liked me since you were little, so I'll grant your wish. I'm willing to take you as my wife. The condition is that you can never meet with that man again. However, except for our wedding night, I'll never touch you again. He would never forget. Back then, when his mother had died after getting ensnared in a plot, and when he had almost been assassinated, it was then that that fairy-like girl dressed in white had saved him. For her, he had strived hard in his cultivation. He not only earned the trust of his father, the emperor, but also gained enough strength to enter the weapon refining sect, just for the sake of meeting the fairy in his heart. However, he knew that fairies were holy and not meant to be profaned by mortal hands, so he could only watch her back from afar. Of course, that was already enough for him. All these years, there had been countless suitors by Shiyun's side, but she had remained single. He had thought that she simply had a pure heart with no desire, but it was only today that he finally understood why she had stayed single for so many years. It was for the sake of waiting for this one person, but that person only had eyes for another woman. In his heart, the fairy was so kind and good, how would she hurt her beloved for the sake of her own happiness? That was something Junior Shiyun would never be able to do. So, He had no other choice but to trade away the rest of his life for her lifetime of happiness. TSK, looks like I've come at the right time. I actually heard the crown prince of a country recklessly hurting a woman for the sake of another woman. Remember, women are meant to be spoiled, not hurt, especially a woman who looks this pleasing. That voice was so devilish that you could tell just what sort of person it came from once you heard it. A wave of beautiful female servants entered first, carrying in a sedan with a dash of pink from outside the door. The appearance immediately gave Gu Ruoan goosebumps all over her body. She had never thought that there would be a man in this world who would wear a tacky color like pink. It didn't even suit some girls. However, once Gu Ruoan saw that face, she found that there were indeed people in this world who were suited to wear the color pink. It was hard to tell his gender from that man's alluring face. His mesmerizing eyes were slanted upwards. Those perfect cheeks and fair skin, as well as those exquisite collarbones. Any part would challenge one's self-restraint. Chapter 81. The Crown Prince Visits 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. If it weren't for the obvious Adam's apple on his throat, Gu Ruoan probably would have completely taken him for a woman. He was way too bewitching. It was such a pity that a body like this had been given to a male. Otherwise, he should have been able to earn a lot if he was sold to a brothel. If Zhao Shangchen knew the direction of Gu Ruoan's thoughts, he would definitely have the urge to kill someone. This woman was actually thinking of selling him to a brothel. Which brothel would be so daring as to accept him? Zhao Shangchen, why aren't you staying in Vermilion Bird Country as the fourth prince? What are you doing here? Leng Yanfeng's pupils turned serious as he gravely stated, furthermore, my business has nothing to do with you. What are you saying, Your Highness? Don't tell me that this prince has to report my comings and goings to you. Zhao Shangchen gave a smile that could topple a nation, then tossed a coquettish look at Gu Ruoan. Woman, there's something wrong with Leng Yanfeng's eyes, or he wouldn't like someone as disgusting as Xiyun. You had better not follow him. Rather, how about this prince? I guarantee that you'll live a good life. Gu Ruoan glanced at Zhao Shangchen. Sorry, I don't have any interest in men who look like girls. From what I can see, you seem better suited to date men, so I'm not going to stick my foot in that. Zhao Shangchen's expression turned black. In an instant, the female servants by his side tossed sympathetic gazes at Gu Ruoan. The biggest taboo for their lord was having someone say that he looked like a girl. Someone who had previously done so had ended up being chopped into pieces. From then on, no one had dared to make jokes along those lines anymore. However, Zhao Shangchen took a deep breath, suppressed the burning anger in his heart and smiled. Woman, I'm trying to help you. If she wasn't Gu Shangxiao's little sister, based on what she had said just now, he would have killed her 10,000 or 8,000 times over. However, who gave her such a genius older brother? If he dared to harm even a single strand of hair on that fellow's little sister, that fellow wouldn't hesitate to rush back and chop him up. Apologies, I don't know you, and I don't need your help. Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose and gave an indifferent response. Zhao Shangchen stared blankly for a moment. Where was the cute and gentle little sister Gu Shangxiao had spoken of? Where was she cute? Where was she gentle? She was clearly a crabby little fellow. Of course, Zhao Shangchen didn't know that in the eyes of all older brothers, little sisters were always cute and kind, let alone the siscon Gu Shangxiao. Thinking of the soft expression that Gu Shangxiao had every time he spoke of this girl, Zhao Shangchen shook his head, unamused. Woman, you're really a little porcupine. You're covered in spikes all over and keeping people from getting close. I'm not a bad person, you don't have to be so cautious with me. Gu Ruoan eyed Zhao Shangchen up and down, her clear eyes carrying an odd expression. Really? Then why am I seeing the 4 words, I'm a bad person, written on your body? Zhao Shangchen was rendered silent. How exactly did he look like a bad person? The casual exchange between the two, both completely ignoring his existence, had finally made Leng Yanfeng angry. However, no matter how angry he got, his handsome face still had the same cold and indifferent expression. Zhao Shangchen, Gu Ruoan has always been in love with me, this is something that everyone knows. I'm just doing as she wishes and giving her a title and a night of love. Even if this isn't treating her fairly, there's no need for you to interfere. Zhao Shangchen's smile disappeared bit by bit. Ridicule could be seen in his pupils. Gu Shangxiao's precious little sister was only worth the title of Crown Prince Consort. If she wanted, then that man would conquer the entire world and gift it to her. This Leng Yanfeng was an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect at most. He was thinking too highly of himself. Gu Shangxiao's true identity was only known to Xiyun and a few core elders within the weapon refining sect, so Leng Yanfeng would never be able to know all this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words out loud. Author's note, many of the names in my novel were suggested by the readers, and a lot of web novels use the same names. So if some of the characters here share the same name as other characters in other web novels, please understand. Also, don't blame Xiao Yi for not killing Xiyun. He doesn't have any memories now, he's like a child who doesn't know anything. Like a child playing outside, once mom calls him home, he'll put down his things and head home. Right now, Xiao Yi is in this kind of state. To him, Gu Ruoan's words are absolute orders. Once Gu Ruoan asks him to do anything, he'll throw away everything on his hands and listen only to her words. Furthermore, Xiyun can't die. For the sake of a more gruesome death in the future, she can't die right now. Chapter 82, Fate Lies in the East 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Furthermore, Leng Yanfeng paused for a moment before his cold eyes turned even frostier. I won't let anyone insult Junior Xiyun. Ha ha. Zhao Shangchen laughed wildly, his almond-shaped eyes raising with derision and mirth clear in his pupils. It's your own business if you want to protect your Junior Xiyun, that has nothing to do with me. However, you can't touch this girl, otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. If you touch her, there's one person who absolutely won't forgive you. Gu Ruoan was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhao Shangchen without understanding. What did he mean by this? HMPH. Hearing so, Leng Yanfeng harumphed once and tossed his sleeves as he stood up. The expression on that grave face turned ugly. Zhao Shangchen, there's no need for you to stick your nose into our Azure Dragon Country's business. Furthermore, our Azure Dragon Country isn't on good terms with Vermilion Bird Country. What do you mean by simply waltzing in here for a visit? Zhao Shangchen curled his lip. He can say that he was here because he was curious about Gu Shangshao's little sister, right? Otherwise, if that fellow found out that he had snuck here on his own, he would definitely rush over to slaughter him. Thinking up to here, his eyes narrowed slightly as he put on a charming smile. Relax, Your Highness. This prince will personally visit Azure Dragon Country's emperor later. At this moment, endless amounts of cold air burst out from Leng Yanfeng's body. Those icy pupils of his landed on Zhao Shangchen's devilish face, and then with an equally cold tone, he said, then this crown prince will welcome you to the palace with grand ceremony. Having said so, he took one last look at Gu Ruan and kept his tone as indifferent as before. Gu Ruan, since Junior Shiyun has already taken a liking to that man, against a woman as perfect as her, there's no one in this world who can possibly compete. Becoming my consort is your only choice. Think over it carefully, this crown prince awaits your answer. After he finished speaking, without further ado, he tossed his sleeves and left, leaving only the cold silhouette of his back. TSK, Xiao Yun sir, I didn't think that you'd have such poor taste. You actually like someone without character or looks like Leng Yanfeng. Zhao Shangchen's lips curled into a smile. He seemed to have forgotten that this was the first time Gu Ruan was meeting him. Thus, upon hearing those words, Xiao Yun sir, she couldn't help but shiver, a chill rising all over her body. Do I know you? She rubbed her nose, not knowing what to say. You didn't know me before, but now you do. Zhao Shangchen gave another smile that could ruin countries, sending her his coquettish gaze. However, this prince has long heard of your name. His meaning being that he had already heard of her existence from Gu Shangshao. However, Gu Ruan mistook his meaning. Oh, the corner of her lips raised as she said nonchalantly, so my name has really spread. This title of good-for-nothing has already made it all the way to Vermilion Bird Country. Suddenly, Zhao Shangchen's eye twitched and he chuckled. You were indeed a good-for-nothing previously. I'm afraid that after your battle with that guy today, there won't be anyone who will dare to call you that anymore. Although your talent isn't enough to call you a genius, you're not bad for a normal person. So what if I'm a good-for-nothing? So what if I'm a genius? No matter what anyone says about me, it has nothing to do with me. I don't have to prove myself. The girl's voice carried the tone of having lived through a lifetime of experience, which made Zhao Shangchen unconsciously gape in surprise. Suddenly, he thought of the information that King Yi had managed to find and his eyes went cold instantly. He never would have thought that after Gu Shangshao had left his home in Azure Dragon Country, this little girl would then actually have a near-death experience. After going through something like that, it was no wonder that she had grown up. Unfortunately, Shangshao was currently in closed-door cultivation and there was no way to send him messages. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have immediately rushed back and exterminated the Gu family. Chapter 83, Fate Lies in the East 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Speaking of which, isn't it time for you to leave? The corner of Gu Ruan's brow lifted slightly as she looked at Zhao Shangchen with the imitation of a smile on her face. Or do you need me to send you to the door? Zhao Shangchen's expression was a little aggrieved as he said, Little fellow, I help you out at the very least. Is this how you treat people who help you? Then what do you want? Zhao Shangchen stroked his chin with his fingers, body indolent as he lounged on his chaise. He tossed another coquettish look at Gu Ruan, and then he sent her an extremely bewitching smile. I don't want much, since I helped you just now, how about a hug? Sure. Gu Ruan smiled, her pretty face was full of humor. Following that, she paused for a moment before saying, Shopkeeper Zhao, go and hug him. In an instant, Zhao Shangchen's face turned black. Didn't this girl know that he had mysophobia? Normally, he absolutely wouldn't let anyone near his body, even the female servants by his side. Of course, that was excluding that fellow Gu Shangshao. He had just been teasing her with those words. Who knew that she would take it so seriously, even ordering some old man to hug him? Seeing Shopkeeper Zhao approaching him, Zhao Shangchen was so disgusted that goosebumps almost rose over his whole entire body. Especially that smile on that wrinkled old face. It was the same brand of evil as a big bad wolf's look toward a little white bunny. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, the many beautiful female servants drew their swords all at once and pointed them towards Shopkeeper Zhao. Their eyes were as cold as their blades, like it would only take a second to kill a person who didn't know their place. Shopkeeper Zhao hesitated and turned back to look at Gu Ruan, while the smile on Gu Ruan's face grew even more pronounced. Fourth prince, wasn't it you who wanted a hug? I'm giving it to you, so what's with the attitude? Zhao Shangchen flipped open his fan and smiled. Little fellow, take it that I've lost you this time. However, I didn't think that you would be connected to the Dongfang family. As far as I know, this 100 Herb Hall seemed to belong to Dongfang Shao's, and not long ago, Dongfang Shao seemed to have given 100 Herb Hall to someone else. Now I see that that someone was you. He didn't miss that 100 Herb Hall's shopkeeper had obeyed Gu Ruan's order. It looks like the rumors weren't true. Gu Ruan had not joined 100 Herb Hall out of some sheer luck and pity from shopkeeper Zhao, but this 100 Herb Hall belonged to her. Thinking up to here, Zhao Shangchen narrowed his eyes and smiled. You hold so many secrets on your body, I really want to explore them. Then you're destined to be disappointed. Gu Ruan sneered. Shopkeeper Zhao, send our guest out. Hearing Gu Ruan's order to send out the guest, Zhao Shangchen revealed a languid smile. Xiao Yun sir, one day, I'll dig all your secrets out. Following that, he turned to the female servants by his side and said, let's go. Yes, my lord. The female servants, while still holding their swords, gripped their fists in greeting before picking up the sedan and turning towards the door. In the instant they turned, the indolent smile disappeared from Zhao Shangchen's lips and he shut his eyes slowly, sinking into deep thought. His destiny laid in the east. Was the person who would change his fate really in the east? However, his teacher was such an upright and prestigious person, why would he lie? As his thoughts came to this point, Zhao Shangchen's face carried a bitter smile. The person who can change my fate and the absolute genius the teacher observed are both in the east. Only, Azure Dragon Country is so huge, I don't know how I'm going to find the person I need. Chapter 84, Fade Lies in the East 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. At this moment, in the weapon refining sect's residence, Han Fei's expression was extremely ugly. Shiyun, who was sitting to one side, was a little preoccupied with her thoughts. Her elegant brows were locked in a tight frown, thinking of something. Miss, don't worry, I'll definitely catch Gu Ruan and give her spiritual force to Miss. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, I won't be happy until I kill that little swine. Shiyun's pupils darkened. She slowly set her teacup down and said, Han Fei, don't act recklessly. If the three great authorities find out, then it'll drag the entire weapon refining sect into this. Miss, then what should we do? Don't tell me that we're going to let her off just like that. No, Shiyun shook her head, and a streak of ferocity flashed across her eyes before she gently smiled. It's not like there aren't any other ways to kill her. The three great authorities decreed that opponents with weaker cultivation are off limits, but once she breaks through into Marshal General, the rules won't protect her any longer. However, it's going to take a few decades until she becomes a Marshal General, and I don't think I can wait that long. Furthermore, I don't want Gu Ruan to die. A sinister air was hidden behind Shiyun's smile. No, I want to suck up all her spiritual force, rip off all her limbs, and then torture her for the rest of her life. She was the one who chose to bewitch Chanbei Yi and trick him into following her. Since that's the case, then I'll make sure she pays the appropriate price. Han Fei's heart trembled when he looked upon the current Shiyun. The gentle facade that she put up in front of others was just a disguise. Actually, there was no one who knew better than him what lay beneath this woman's mask. Back then, for the sake of reaching the highest possible position in the weapon refining sector she could, Shiyun had not hesitated in using malicious means to frame her elder twin sister. Though they shared the same face, it was her sister who was the real kind, talented girl, not Shiyun. Though, it was true that all of this had been achieved with his own assistance. However, the fact remained. She could even kill her own twin sister. What else would she not do? Miss, then do you have a better idea? Han Fei frowned. How can we avoid the eyes of the three great authorities and take Gu Ruan away without anyone knowing? Shiyun sneered. Why do we have to avoid their eyes? Leng Yanfeng belongs to my weapon refining sect. If he marries Gu Ruan, then Gu Ruan will belong to the weapon refining sect. Would the three great authorities care what we do to her then? I've already secretly let slip that I want to make Gu Ruan leave Chanbei Yi. A smart person like Leng Yanfeng, who is this devoted to me, would definitely sacrifice anything to make me happy. Since there's someone like this around, why not make proper use of him? If it succeeds, Gu Ruan even has to thank me. Otherwise, based on her talent and quality, she would never be qualified to marry Leng Yanfeng in her whole entire life. Even if Leng Yanfeng didn't belong to the weapon refining sect, he still held the title of Crown Prince. With such a large difference in status, of course that woman wouldn't have the qualifications to become his wife. Han Fei gaped in surprise. He had thought that he was vicious, but Miss Shiyun was clearly even more vicious than he was. For the sake of reaching her goal, she would stop at nothing. Just as Shiyun was thinking of how to deal with Gu Ruan, a wave of turbulence had come to the imperial capital of Azure Dragon Country. There was no other reason. General Luo was the most overprotective father in the whole of Azure Dragon Country, so when he heard that Luo Yin had been captured and threatened by Ling Yi, he had instantly flew into a huge rage. He had then led a grand procession to capture the disabled Ling Shi, and he even destroyed Ling Yi's mourning hall on the way. Chapter 85, Fade Lies in the East 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. The womenfolk of the Ling family were weeping tragically. The originally prestigious Ling family had been reduced to such a miserable state in just one night. It was quite the sight. The imperial concubine. Quick, let's go look for the imperial concubine. The one who said this was Ling Yi's very own younger brother and Ling Zai's second granduncle, Ling Yue. Now that Ling Yi was dead, Ling Yue was the head of the Ling family. However, when he tried to go to the imperial concubine for help, a girl dressed in green appeared before the Ling family with a token. Our lord has ordered that the Ling family is to stop here. The Ling family must never look to cause trouble with Gu Ruan or the Luo family again, or else they will suffer the consequences. Seeing the token in the girl's hands, Ling Yue was speechless. He was scared silly. Heavens, a declaration of death from Dark Yin Palace. Was this girl someone from Dark Yin Palace? On this mainland, it was fine if you didn't know the names of all four countries, and even the weapon refining sect's sectmaster's surname wasn't considered common knowledge, but no one would claim not to know of the Dark Yin Palace. Dark Yin Palace's actual strength might not be as rich and powerful as the weapon refining sect, but that was because the Dark Yin Palace was a nest of assassins. Furthermore, they would take assassination missions from outside the mainland, which was why they were so well known. Dark Yin Palace was also infamous for the declarations of death. Before killing them, the people of Dark Yin Palace would send a token to their targets, declaring that they would relentlessly pursue them till death. There was no one they wouldn't be able to kill. Most importantly, up till now, no one knew where Dark Yin Palace was. Thus, the people of the mainland were always on edge when they talked about Dark Yin Palace. He hadn't thought that the Luo family would actually be acquainted with someone from Dark Yin Palace. That's right, in Ling Yui's heart, the reason the Luo family had been so brazen as to come to kidnap someone from the Ling family was entirely because of Dark Yin Palace backing them. As for Gu Ruan, she had been completely overlooked by him. She was a little girl who hadn't even finished puberty. How could she be acquainted with the Lord of Dark Yin Palace? That was entirely impossible. Second granduncle, don't listen to her. Ling Yu's pretty face suddenly changed, and with reddened eyes, she said, you have to find aunt and get revenge for grandfather and elder brother. Kingy, the girl dressed in green, gave Ling Yu a very cold look. That one glance seemed to pierce Ling Yu's heart like a sword, making it tremble as she lost all courage to speak. This lady, please don't worry. Ling Yui's pupils flashed as he spoke with an intent to flatter Kingy. My elder brother's death had nothing to do with either of those people. It was all his own fault. I definitely won't continue to pursue this hated matter. A wise man submits to the circumstances. I'll return and report to my lord. The girl dressed in green raised the sword in her hands as she coldly said, farewell. Having said her piece, she turned and left without giving Ling Yue a chance to react. Cold sweat rose on Ling Yue's entire body as he stared after her fading silhouette. On the other hand, Ling Yue, not having expected Ling Yue's choice, had despair written all over her face. No. She definitely would not let Gu Ruan and the Luo family continue on so brazenly. Since second granduncle wasn't willing to stick his head out for grandfather, then she would enter the palace herself to look for her aunt. Otherwise, since her aunt lived deep within the palace, she had no way of knowing what had happened outside. Thinking up to here, viciousness flashed through her eyes. Gu Ruan, Luo Yin, just you wait. I, Ling Yu, will absolutely never let you live freely. Paying blood for blood is the natural way of things. You must go to hell to repent for your actions. Author's note, regarding Xiyun's real identity, all of you readers guessed wrongly. Haha, the situation between her and Chanbei is not like you imagine. I'm not going to reveal it now though, you'll see at the end. Zoxo. TL note, I forgot to mention the meaning of King Yi's name. Her name is literally, green clothing, which is why she's dressed in green. Tongue out. Also, the countries are named after the 4 mythical beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Black Turtle. You might also know them from Japanese culture as Siru, Suzaku, Byako and Jinbu. Each beast represents a cardinal direction, and the countries lie in those same directions. Azure Dragon country is in the east, while Vermilion Bird country is in the south. This is why Zhao Shangchen's fate lies in the east. P. Chapter 86, Subduing the Ghost Doctor 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Chi level 7. Woo. Within the courtyard, Gu Ruan breathed out a mouthful of impure air and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Elder Yu's voice sounded from in front. Eldest miss, there's someone looking for you outside the door. Looking for me? Gu Ruan's brows raised slightly. Who? He said that his surname is Lu, and he previously sold his ancestral home to Eldest miss. Hearing this, Gu Ruan immediately stood up. Her delicate face held a trace of a smile. It looks like the ghost doctor is here. Elder Yu, let's go. Take me to see him. To be honest, Gu Ruan was very interested in this ghost doctor's medical skills. If she could bring him into her devil sect, then they wouldn't need to worry about finding ways to earn money any longer. If the ghost doctor knew the directions of Gu Ruan's thoughts, he would most likely rush right over and destroy her. She wanted to turn the ghost doctor, whose very name struck terror into the hearts of people, into a money-making tool. This was an utter insult to him. Outside the door, Mr. Lu was already waiting anxiously. When he spotted Gu Ruan walking over, his eyes lit up and he said respectfully, Miss Gu, the ghost doctor is already here. However, I can't say if she's willing to let Miss watch her work. Don't worry, even if she doesn't let me near, I won't blame you. Let's go now. Gu Ruan smiled and said. However, after Elder Yu heard their exchange, he hurriedly spoke up, you're going to see the ghost doctor. Then I'll go with you. I've heard that the ghost doctor is rather unreasonable and has an eccentric personality. The ghost doctor is skilled at medicine, but is also doubly skilled with poisons. It's not too safe for you to go alone. Gu Ruan waved her hands. Don't worry, Elder Yu. I know my limits. Mr. Lu, I'll trouble you to bring me over. Okay, Miss Gu, please follow me. Mr. Lu deferentially made a gesture of invitation. In the Lu home. Within the main hall, a girl was gently tasting the tea. Her movements were slow and graceful, extremely elegant. She was dressed in an extremely seductive red robe. Her alluring figure would make any man's blood start pumping. However, upon seeing that face, their rushing blood would come to a stop instantly. The girl's face wasn't extremely ugly, but there were countless scars on half of that face. You could even see the flesh that had been turned out. Those scars ran from her chin up to the corner of her eyes, utterly destroying her beauty. Hearing footsteps from in front, the girl's elegant brows knitted together slightly. She raised her sharp chin and looked over. Upon seeing Mr. Lu, who was late, her tone carried obvious impatience. Even so, no matter how much impatience she showed, it can cover her natural charm. You really took your time there. I, the ghost doctor, am treating this patient out of goodwill, and you actually made me wait here for you. Mr. Lu wiped away his cold sweat and smiled. He said in a flattering manner, Oh honorable ghost doctor, please forgive this servant for arriving late. Right, I'd like to introduce someone to your honor. This is Gu Ruan from 100 Herb Hall. She wants to observe out of great respect for your honor's medical skills. The ghost doctor's gaze swept over Gu Ruan's pretty face, and a trace of mocking hung on her fresh red lips. No one is allowed to come near while I'm treating patients, especially someone who's trying to steal my skills on the sly. Little girl, on account of your young age, I'll let you leave with your life. Hurry up and go. You're not qualified to become my disciple, based on your aptitude. Although the ghost doctor wasn't very strong, she was brilliant with medicine. She could even bring back someone who was already at death's door. Thus, even organizations such as the Dongfang family and weapon refining sect would need to show her some respect. Chapter 87, Subduing the Ghost Doctor 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Who could claim to never need emergency treatment? However, this ghost doctor was rather recalcitrant in her actions. She never accepted disciples, and didn't like observers while she was treating people. If you offended her, then she would refuse to treat you no matter the price. She also refused to join any of the current organizations with influence. Gu Ruan smiled, so the great ghost doctor only knows a few silly tricks. I thought that the ghost doctor would be someone who's very capable and skilled. I didn't think that it was just rumors blowing it out of proportion. Even if you were willing to accept me as a disciple, I wouldn't want to have you as my shifu. Bang! The ghost doctor slammed her fist on the table and stood up suddenly. The scars on her face had warped, making her look sinister. You silly little girl, you've got guts. You actually dare to mock my medical skills. When I made my name as the ghost doctor, who knows what you were doing? Oh, is that so? Gu Ruan raised her brows and smiled. Since you're so amazing, then why can't you treat the scars on your face? The scars on the ghost doctor's face were her lifetime sorrow. Even now, just thinking about them would cause her heart to ache as before. Back then, her medical skills had been weak and all she could do was treat the poison that was infecting her wounds. However, she was unable to restore her original appearance. Even though her medical skills had improved by leaps and bounds now, it had already been so long that her wounds have aged. How would she even be able to treat them? Thus, when Gu Ruan touched upon her wounds, her face turned ashen in an instant. Killing intent abruptly exuded from her, spreading around the entire hall. Mr. Liu was anxious. Miss Gu, please don't offend the ghost doctor any further. If you continue on like this, then my wife won't be able to get treated. He was regretting it now, really regretting it. Had he known earlier that Gu Ruan would say something like this, he wouldn't have brought her here. With the honorable ghost doctor's temper, if you provoked her, even though she wouldn't kill you, but she wouldn't treat you either. Don't worry, even if the ghost doctor refuses to treat your wife, I'll be able to return her a clean bill of health. Gu Ruan smiled. Furthermore, I see that this ghost doctor isn't all that skilled after all, otherwise she wouldn't have left the wounds on her face untreated. Ha ha ha. The ghost doctor burst out into wild laughter. She gritted her teeth, iron murderous intent clear in those beautiful eyes. What a great boast from such a little girl. It's the first time I've seen such a wild little girl. I wasn't able to treat the wounds on my face, but that's because it's been too long. There's not a single person on this mainland who can treat anything that I'm unable to. Is that so? So, what if I'm able to treat it? The young girl's tranquil and calm voice startled the ghost doctor for a moment. Following that, she laughed loudly. Little girl, you're too arrogant. I've already said it, there's no one who can treat something that I'm unable to. The corner of her lips carried a trace of ridicule. That mocking gaze swept over the girl's prettily delicate face. She had never believed that there would be someone in this world whose medical skills surpassed hers, so it was even more impossible that someone would be this girl who still stunk of her mother's milk. HMPH, the ghost doctor harumphed. If you can treat me, then I'll tell the entire mainland that I, the ghost doctor, can't match up to your skills. Gu Ruan smiled lightly, raised her index finger, and waved it in front of the ghost doctor. Shaking her head, she said, no, I don't need you to say that. You're still number one on this mainland. However, I want you to swear your fealty to me and give your whole life to me, never leaving me and never betraying me. If you dare to swear that, then I'll dare to prove it to you. The ghost doctor stared blankly for a moment. She had always enjoyed her freedom, and rejected all the invitations from sects. Now, this little girl wanted her to swear her fealty to her. Chapter 88, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Why, you don't dare to? Gu Ruan shrugged. I've always thought that the ghost doctor would have more courage than the rest. I didn't think that a small little wager like this would scare you away. Since it's like that, then forget about it, I'm leaving first. After saying so, Gu Ruan shook her head, her face full of regret. Seeing that Gu Ruan was about to leave, the ghost doctor gritted her teeth and said, HMPH. Who said that I'm scared? Unless it's the celestial deity Deluo, no one else can remove the scar on my face. It's impossible for a silly little girl like you, no matter how great your abilities are. Fine, I'll accept your conditions. If you manage to remove the scars on my face, I'll swear my fealty to you. If I betray you, I'll willingly let my family line end with me, and enter the 18 levels of hell, never to be reborn. Don't underestimate the power of oaths. In this mainland full of miracles, no one would violate their oaths, for fear of regretting the consequences later on. There had once been a strong cultivator who broke their oath, and in the end, in accordance with what he had sworn, his 4 limbs had been broken and he had been turned into ashes by lightning. Thus, once you spoke an oath, you had to follow it thoroughly. Gu Ruan's footsteps paused. She turned to look at the ghost doctor gritting her teeth. She smiled, and in that smile, it felt like she was getting away with some sinister plot. Take this beauty rejuvenation pill. Beauty rejuvenation pill. The ghost doctor was stunned for a moment. She looked at the pill in Gu Ruan's hands with some hesitation. Finally, she took the beauty rejuvenation pill and carefully swallowed it down. Actually, the reason why the ghost doctor had dared to take the beauty rejuvenation pill was entirely because she was an expert in using poisons. Furthermore, she had already become immune to most poisons, and was completely unafraid that Gu Ruan would try to harm her. HMPH, let's see how you're going to resolve this. The ghost doctor harumphed and said mockingly. However, just as she finished speaking, the wounds on her face started to itch, as if 10,000 ants were crawling over her wounds. It was so itchy that she couldn't help but reach out to scratch. Following that, a single sentence from Gu Ruan halted her hand. Don't scratch, or bear the consequences yourself. You. The ghost doctor was infuriated to the point of craziness. I've already become immune to most poisons 8 years ago. How was your medicine able to affect me? What grudge do we have between us for you to come over specially to harm me? She had been too careless, thinking that she was immune to poisons. However, she had fallen into this little girl's plot. Thinking of this, the ghost doctor was so angry that her teeth started aching, but she didn't dare to move recklessly. Honorable ghost doctor, your face. Mr. Liu let out a cry out of shock, and became tongue-tied. What happened to my face? The ghost doctor frowned, and casually picked up the mirror at the side. Following that, with one glance, she was rooted to the spot with shock. The terrible scars on her face were scabbing over bit by bit, then dropping off. After the scabs dropped off, the light pink wounds then changed back into fair white skin at a speed she could see. There must be something wrong with her eyes. That's right, she must be going blind. Without mentioning how hard old wounds were to treat, even with the strongest medicines, there wouldn't be any results occurring this quickly. Furthermore, it was recovering at a speed that the human eye could see. What did this mean? It was terribly frightening. The ghost doctor was so still she seemed lifeless, before a burst of wild laughter came out, bringing along unbridled joy. You wretched couple, for the sake of stealing the treasure encyclopedia of medicine that Shifu left to me, you joined together and ruined my face. Even poisoning the wounds you left, thinking to use the antidote to force me to hand over the book. You didn't think that I would escape and also treat the poison. It's been 10 years. These 10 years, your betrayal has always come to mind whenever I look at the wounds on my face. I didn't think that I could ever recover my original appearance. Chapter 89, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. She hated them. How could she not? In that wretched couple, one of them had been someone who had made vows to her, and the other was the little junior sister who had been so reliant on her. They had joined together in order to betray her for the sake of a medicine book, and even made it so that she could never return to the medicine order. While laughing, tears rolled down the ghost doctor's cheeks. She had stayed independent for so long, not joining any organizations or sects. One of the reasons was for freedom, but the second was because her roots were in the medicine order. However, with her face ruined, the medicine order's disciples wouldn't be able to recognize that she had been the successor that her teacher had been the most proud of back then. Furthermore, now that the medicine order was under the control of that wretched couple, returning there was tantamount to suicide. Girl, I stick to my word. The ghost doctor wiped away the tears on her face. That lovely face held the glow of resolution. However, while I'm willing to work for you, I don't want to join any organizations you have under you. Shifu left the sect to me back then, but I wasn't able to take care of it properly for him, so I'm returning to that sect in the future when I get the chance. Since that was the most ardent hope that Shifu left for me, I don't want him to have died with regrets. Gu Ruan smiled. She had not expected that the ghost doctor would be someone who valued relationships and loyalty so highly. This kind of person was just what she needed. As long as you're willing to stay by my side, it doesn't count as breaking your oath. The ghost doctor felt gratitude in her heart. If Gu Ruan had forced her to join her organization, she would have had no other choice. Even if she had to break the oath, she had to return to the sect. But she had not done so. This made the remaining unhappiness the ghost doctor had towards Gu Ruan fade away. Girl, did you make the beauty rejuvenation pill? The ghost doctor looked at Gu Ruan with expectation. Gu Ruan rubbed her nose, but nodded in the end. The beauty rejuvenation pill was one of the 3 pill formulas in the first level of the ancient divine pagoda. Thinking of the rumors the mainland had about the ghost doctor, she had prepared this pill. Luckily, the ghost doctor had joined her in the end. Girl, did you really refine this? The ghost doctor's eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, that was the legendary pill. Although that pill isn't of much use to cultivators, but the women of the world are rather vain. If we put up that pill for auction, we'll surely make a huge amount of money. Auction. Gu Ruan's heart trembled. Why hadn't she thought of that? Especially since she was lacking in finances lately. Although 100 Herb Hall made quite a bit of money, training her men would cost a lot, so she needed even more money. What a pity. The ghost doctor shook her head as she said with regret, it's already lucky enough to have a single pill, considering how miraculous pills are. No one has been able to refine something like that in thousands of years. Looking at the ghost doctor sighing, Gu Ruan didn't say anything, but her pupils darkened in deep thought. As if she had thought of something, the ghost doctor turned her head to look at the dazed Mr. Liu. She said coldly, remember, you're not allowed to speak about what happened today, otherwise your wife's life might be forfeit. I can save her, but I can also kill her without anyone noticing. If you let slip a single word, even if you escape to the edges of the world, you won't be able to escape from me. Mr. Liu couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly said, Honorable Ghost Doctor, please rest easy. I won't say a single word. Absolutely no one will know of what happened today. This made the ghost doctor nod in satisfaction. I hope you'll remember your own promise. Otherwise, I'll make sure your Liu family never gets a day of rest. I have something else to do today. I'll come back tomorrow to treat your wife. Chapter 90, Subduing the Ghost Doctor, 5. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. With regards to the ghost doctor's words, Mr. Liu didn't dare express any dissatisfaction at all, and could only reply respectfully, as the ghost doctor wishes. Girl, the ghost doctor turned to look at Gu Ruan, her expression carrying a trace of flattery. How did you make the beauty rejuvenation pill? Can you teach me? At the start, the ghost doctor had been willing to listen to Gu Ruan because of the oath, but now after knowing that Gu Ruan had been the one who had made that pill, her attitude did a complete turnabout and she didn't dare to have a trace of disrespect in her tone. While Gu Ruan had admitted that the beauty rejuvenation pill had come from her hands, for the sake of making the ghost doctor even more willing to obey her. I'll have to ask my teacher for his opinion. Gu Ruan rubbed her nose. Of course, this teacher was completely imaginary, but the ghost doctor was completely not suspicious at all. At Gu Ruan's age, if she didn't have a teacher, how could she have refined a legendary pill? Furthermore, her teacher must be some old demon who had lived for many, many years. How about this? Girl, accept me as your disciple. With the ghost doctor as your disciple, you can be proud as well. The ghost doctor chuckled. Clearly, in her eyes, Gu Ruan was a good meal waiting to be eaten by her. Gu Ruan glanced at the ghost doctor's smiling face, full of flattery, then shrugged and said, your medical skills aren't good enough to become my disciple. If this had come out from someone else's mouth, the ghost doctor would surely have snorted. However, who was this girl? She was a genius who had refined pills. Compared to her medical skills were indeed too poor. However, after saying this, Gu Ruan bid farewell to Mr. Liu. My business here is done. Thank you for your guidance today, farewell. Having said so, she turned and headed to the door. Seeing that Gu Ruan was about to disappear, the ghost doctor no longer cared about acting aloof. She hurriedly rushed forward to catch up. Little Shifu, wait for me, please wait for me. At this moment, in the imperial courtyard, Imperial concubine Ling was lying indolently on a chaise longue, absent-mindedly asking a palace maid by her side. Where did His Majesty go after morning court was dismissed today? The palace maid replied respectfully, it seems like the fourth prince of the Million Bird country came to visit, so His Majesty went to welcome him. The fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country. Imperial concubine Ling frowned. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. Imperial concubine, the Ling family's second miss, Ling Yu, is requesting an audience. Ling Yu. Imperial concubine Ling rubbed her temples, feeling a headache was coming on. That girl loves to cause trouble, and has caused no small amount of trouble for the Ling family. I wonder what she's come for today. Servants, let her in. Right after she finished saying so, a fragrant breeze accompanied by weeping sounds charged in from outside the hall. Ling Yu threw herself into Imperial concubine Ling's embrace, and said dismally, "Aunt, you have to help grandfather and brother." "What's happened to your grandfather and your brother?" Imperial concubine Ling frowned elegantly as she asked. His Majesty didn't like his concubines asking about matters outside the palace, so after entering the palace, it was equivalent to cutting off all contact from the outside world. No news would reach her from the outside. Thus, Imperial concubine Ling still did not know what had befallen the Ling family. "Aunt, grandfather's death was caused by Gu Ruan. She even caused my brother to become disabled, and he was even taken away by the Luo family." "What did you say?" Imperial concubine Ling suddenly stood up, clenching her fists tightly. She asked slowly, "What you said just now, is it true?" "It's true," Ling Yu cried pitifully. "Gu Ruan made the person by her side kill grandfather. She even crippled brother herself. However, second granduncle is refusing to take revenge for grandfather and brother. After grandfather died, he took control of the family and even sent people to watch me so that I wouldn't enter the palace to inform you. I had a hard time escaping those eyes and running here to you." Chapter 91, Ling Yu's Greed 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. Imperial concubine Ling slowly shut her eyes, her fists clenching even tighter as her noble face had unconsciously started to twist up. After a long time, she finally opened her eyes and let out a breath of impure air. "The Luo family, and Gu Ruan, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Despite knowing that my father had a daughter like me, you still dared to harm him. Since that's the case, don't blame me for taking revenge for my father." "Aunt." Ling Yu raised her teary eyes and looked at Imperial concubine Ling pitifully. "Yue, go send my imperial decree. Get Gu Ruan here to see me." Imperial concubine Ling said coldly. In the court, General Luo was one of the men His Majesty relied on. Although Imperial concubine Ling was a favored concubine, she was unable to take down a general that had been granted great authority by the emperor himself. However, Gu Ruan was different. Although 100 Herb Hall was strong and influential, she was merely a little apprentice in there. Shopkeeper Zhao of 100 Herb Hall was a clever man. He wouldn't make the entire Azure Dragon country his enemy over a little apprentice. "Yes, Aunt." Ling Yu was overjoyed, a vicious light flashing through her eyes. "Gu Ruan, this time, let's see how you're going to survive this. Even having 100 lives won't save you now. As long as I have Aunt's imperial decree, I can even take 100 Herb Hall if I want to, let alone a little apprentice like you." It was clear that in Ling Yu's heart, as powerful as 100 Herb Hall was, it was only a little merchant shop that was unable to fight with imperial power. Within the study, Zhao Shangchen lied on a sedan, his expression languid and loose. His almond-shaped eyes carried a trace of a seductive smile, and he wasn't even properly looking at the emperor sitting up on the throne. "Zhao Shangchen, is this your idea of proper etiquette as Vermilion Bird Country's fourth prince?" Leng Yanfeng's brows knitted slightly, a wave of cold and clear disdain flashing across his grave face. Hearing this, Zhao Shangchen smiled. It would be hard to find anyone in the world, let alone his peers, to match that smile. Not only were the women charmed, but even the men couldn't help holding their breaths in amazement. "Your Highness, this prince is too used to doing as he likes, so this prince doesn't understand ceremonial etiquette. If this prince is unfit to speak with your country's emperor due to this, then this prince will leave now." Having said so, Zhao Shangchen's sedan was about to leave when the emperor, Leng Wujing, suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Hold it. What, you were the ones who said that this prince doesn't understand proper etiquette? Don't tell me you're going to stop this prince from leaving." Zhao Shangchen waved his feather fan and said with a face full of smiles. Leng Wujing slightly narrowed his eyes. He had thought that he could see through anyone, but it was this smiling devilish man alone that he couldn't read from start to finish. It was as if he was a puzzle filled with danger, and the danger also filled him with fear. That's right, fear. Even Leng Wujing didn't know why that, as the ruler of a country, he would be this afraid of a young man in his 20s. "Fourth prince, let's talk directly. Why have you come all the way from your Vermilion Bird Country to my Azure Dragon Country for?" "Oh," Zhao Shangchen caressed his chin and smiled indolently, "for one person." "Who?" "Gu Ruan." "Gu Ruan." Leng Wujing was stunned for a moment. This name, Gu Ruan, had been appearing often recently. Who would have thought that Zhao Shangchen would have come here just for her? HMPH. Leng Yanfeng harumphed, and said expressionlessly, "Zhao Shangchen, as far as I know, you aren't acquainted with Gu Ruan." "We didn't know each other before," Zhao Shangchen raised his brows, "however, I've long heard of her name. I came from so far away just to see her. It was laughable that such a peerless genius would actually be mistaken as a good-for-nothing by all of you. If this prince hadn't come here by coincidence, I wouldn't have known that there was someone with such talent in this world." Chapter 92, Ling Yu's Greed 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. As if he had heard something unbelievable, Leng Yanfeng froze for a moment. Suddenly, a thin smile unconsciously raised on that usually grave face. That smile, no matter how you looked at it, was full of mockery. "Someone who's still only at the Qi collection levels after so many years is the genius you're speaking of. So, your Vermilion Bird Country has actually declined to this point. If this kind of person can be considered a genius, then is everyone in your Vermilion Bird Country still at the Qi collection levels?" It wasn't just Leng Yanfeng, but even Leng Wujing felt that Zhao Shangchen's words were simply a joke. Fourth prince, you must be joking. If someone with her kind of power could be counted as a genius, then what does Miss Xiyun, who reached Martial King at such an early age, count as? Leng Wujing shook his head, finding this whole business rather funny. He didn't know how this fourth prince had determined that Gu Ruan was a genius. This lie was way too obvious. Zhao Shangchen smiled. As far as this prince knows, Xiyun is already 20 years of age, while Xiao Yunsa is only 15. I dare to guarantee that in 5 more years, her level won't lose to Xiyun's. Shut up. Suddenly, Leng Yanfeng's expression had cooled down. His black pupils were like two sharp swords, that frosty glare shooting towards Zhao Shangchen. You don't have the qualifications to talk about Junior Xiyun's talent. Furthermore, comparing the good-for-nothing Gu Ruan to Junior Xiyun. She's not worthy. Even if we're talking about 10, 20, or even 30 years, she will never be able to surpass Junior Xiyun. Xiyun was the goddess in his heart, where all his faith rested. Thus, he absolutely wouldn't let anyone insult Junior Xiyun. Feng Er, Leng Wujing cast a side glance toward Leng Yanfeng before turning his gaze back to Zhao Shangchen. Is fourth prince willing to bet with me? No matter how much time you give Gu Ruan, she'll never be able to surpass Miss Xiyun. Apologies, the corner of Zhao Shangchen's lips raised with a faint smile. This prince has no interest in betting on sure bets. Furthermore, your Azure Dragon country has no prizes that this prince would be interested in. Leng Wujing's expression suddenly turned serious. Even though he was fearful of Zhao Shangchen, he was at the very least the ruler of this country. Getting slapped across the face like this made him extremely unhappy in his heart. This prince only came here to let your highness warn your good son. Don't trouble Gu Ruan anymore. He can't match up to her identity, and since I've already said so, it's time for this prince to leave. Having said so, Zhao Shangchen lazily stretched. His gaze seemed to have accidentally swept across Leng Yanfeng's face, but as he did so, the mockery in those almond eyes pointedly deepened. Gu Shangshao, I wonder how you'll thank me for protecting your sister like this. As if he had seen Gu Shangshao's extremely grateful face before him, Zhao Shangchen laughed out loud. King Yi, let's go. To 100 Herb Hall, I'm going to go tease my Xiao Yunsa. Yes, my lord. King Yi clenched her fists in a greeting expressionlessly. As she looked at that man's lazy and bewitching face, helplessness flashed across the depths of her eyes. She had been following her lord for so many years, and was extremely clear about her lord's misophobia. Even for dressing, he refused to let anyone help him, even his own mother concubine. However, it was in front of that man alone, that he would allow casual touches, arms across his shoulder, that he would smile so comfortably, so freely. Thinking of this, King Yi felt a little bitterness in her heart. She had accompanied her lord for so many years, and had been silently loving him for as many. However, her years of companionship can compare to that 1 year of friendship between her lord and that man. Chapter 93, Ling Yu's Greed, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. Eldest Miss, you've finally returned. In the courtyard, Elder Yu was pacing worriedly, but upon suddenly seeing an approaching Gu Ruan, he could finally relax. Eldest Miss, this is. Suddenly, he caught sight of the eye-catching woman following closely behind Gu Ruan and unconsciously froze. Gu Ruan cast a glance at the woman behind her. She's the ghost doctor, but she's going to be my subordinate from now on. What? Elder Yu's eyes widened in surprise. What did Eldest Miss say? She had accepted the ghost doctor as her subordinate. Everyone on the mainland knew how eccentric the ghost doctor was. She had always been free and alone. Back then, even when the weapon refining sect had sent her an invite, she had rejected them. However, no matter how arrogant the weapon refining sect was, they didn't dare to brazenly force the ghost doctor. You could see the status the ghost doctor had on this mainland. The Dongfang family's servant. The ghost doctor's eyes swept across Elder Yu's body, then she curled her lip with disapproval. However, it seems like you don't have a very good position in the Dongfang family, otherwise you wouldn't have been sent to this place. Wei Yi, Gu Ruan frowned and directly called the ghost doctor by name, saying, Elder Yu is one of the elders in the Dongfang family, and he's helped me a lot. You're not to disrespect him. Seeing Gu Ruan come to his defense, Elder Yu was moved in his heart. Young master had not chosen the wrong person. However, what shocked Elder Yu was that the ghost doctor didn't get angry at all from Gu Ruan's admonishment. The ghost doctor had always tended towards an explosive temper. How would she let the matter of being chided in front of someone else pass without retribution? Elder Yu, where did Xiao Yi go? Gu Ruan raised her brows. Normally when she returned home, Chanbei Yi would be one of the first to appear in her line of sight. However, this time, she couldn't see a shadow of his figure anywhere. Eldest Miss, the transfer of the Lu ancestral home is complete. Mr. Chanbei went to help Eldest Miss clean up the rooms, so he's currently not in 100 Herb Hall. Is that so? Gu Ruan stroked her chin lightly and then smiled. Since that's the case, I'll move over tonight. It'll be good to get the devil sect settled in as well. Wei Yi, follow me. Yes, Shifu Yunsa. The ghost doctor smiled like a fox. Her mesmerizing eyes were full of mischief and her tone was extremely seductive. Shifu Yunsa. Elder Yu's eyes widened in shock. He didn't hear wrongly, right? The ghost doctor had called Eldest Miss, Shifu. Ah. Without waiting for Elder Yu to react, the two figures disappeared from his sight. The people of the devil sect were already waiting for Gu Ruan in the ancestral home. However, when Gu Ruan appeared with Wei Yi following behind her, everyone felt their bones turn to mush. Even though the ghost doctor was already close to 30, after using the beauty rejuvenation pill, she looked like she was in her early 20s. Each of her expressions made her look like a fox spirit. Her seductive demeanor was simply too enticing. However, upon hearing that this beautiful woman was the extremely famous ghost doctor, they could no longer stay calm. It looked like their master had great ability. Even the ghost doctor that no one could subdue had been brought under her wing. Did they still need to worry about the devil sect's lack of experts? Especially Zunfeng. Compared to his earlier mocking and ridicule of Gu Ruan, his attitude had now turned to endless joy that he was following this master. His revenge was within reach. Zunfeng, Miyu, handle the arrangements for the devil sect. If you don't understand something, just ask the ghost doctor. She's more experienced than you. One more thing, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for a month. Within this 1 month, no one is allowed to disturb me. Author's note, I named the right protector Chunyi at first, but I felt that it was very easy to mix up Chunyi and Kingyi, so I changed it to Miyu. Translator's note. Shifu equals teacher, master, as in, master-disciple relationship. No change to any names, I kept the right protector of the devil sect as Miyu in previous chapters. See. As a note though, the author does mix up names occasionally, so to let me know if I missed anything and I'll edit it. Ovo. Chapter 94, Ling Yu's Greed, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Yes, master. Zunfeng and Miyu simultaneously raised their fists in greeting as they replied respectfully. Due to Gu Ruan moving out of 100 Herb Hall, both Ling Yu and Zhao Shangchen weren't able to find her. Zhao Shangchen didn't say anything and simply turned and left. However, Ling Yu wasn't so easy to get rid of. I'm carrying the Imperial Concubine's Imperial Decree. Get Gu Ruan out here to receive it now. Ling Yu raised her chin high as her greedy eyes landed on the many valuable herbs within 100 Herb Hall. If she could get this 100 Herb Hall, then the Crown Prince would surely sit up and take notice of her. From there, the next logical step would be becoming the Crown Prince's consort, and someday, she would become the Empress, the mother of the nation. She's not in our 100 Herb Hall. You've come to the wrong place. Elder Yu's complexion didn't look good as he replied expressionlessly. I don't care where she is, get her out here to see me right now. Ling Yu coolly smiled, unless she wants to disobey the Imperial Decree. By then, even your 100 Herb Hall won't be able to protect her. Furthermore, the Imperial Concubine has another decree. 100 Herb Hall sheltered the killer of my grandfather, and thus they're hereby sentenced to punishment. However, the Imperial Concubine is merciful. If you hand over 100 Herb Hall, then we'll leave you with your lives. Of course, that last sentence was Ling Yu's own idea. She had been eyeing 100 Herb Hall for much longer than just 1 or 2 days. Why wouldn't she use this opportunity to take 100 Herb Hall into her own hands? Even if the Imperial Concubine got angry at her later on, she could offer her the precious herbs within 100 Herb Hall and remove the unhappiness in her heart. Ling Yu had it all planned out beautifully. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy to carry out her plans. Hee, Elder Yu sneered, girl, at such a young age, you have a pretty wild tone. This old man is going to see how exactly you're going to take all of our lives. He had lived for so many years, and this was the first time he had met such a daring little girl. Even if 100 Herb Hall belonged to Gu Ruan now, he was still a member of the Dongfang family at the very least. A little Imperial Concubine's niece wanted to kill him. Haha, it was simply ridiculous. You old fogey, you're just a little merchant, and yet you dare to disobey Imperial power. My aunt is the Imperial Concubine. Why would she fear a little merchant like you? I advise you to hand over 100 Herb Hall, or you won't be able to continue staying in Azure Dragon Country. Ling Yu could see that Elder Yu occupied a position of power and respect in 100 Herb Hall. Thus, she was taking him as the real owner of 100 Herb Hall who worked behind the scenes. As for Gu Ruan, she didn't even consider her. Gu Ruan was just a little girl. She hadn't even been born yet when 100 Herb Hall had been built. Good, very good, haha. Elder Yu was so angry that he started laughing. His eyes were spitting fire. I'd like to see how you're going to do it. Show me why I won't be able to continue staying in Azure Dragon Country. I tried to warn you, but I see that you're not going to heed my warning. Ling Yu sneered and waved her hand, speaking to the people behind her, men. Take this old fogey to see the Imperial Concubine. However, just as she finished speaking, the old man's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ling Yu. Ling Yu wasn't even able to react when Elder Yu's palm struck her chest fiercely. With a poochie sound, her entire body flew backwards. Following that, a tone filled with killing intent suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Get out of my sight. The old man tossed out his long sleeves with a flick of his wrist, his elderly face full of frost. Ling Yu coughed out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood and, while gritting her teeth, she spat word after word at him, you old fogey. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Having said so, she hurriedly stood up, leaving with her tail between her legs in the direction she had initially come from. Chapter 95, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. A month later. Within the room, the curtains billowed as a warm spring breeze caressed Gu Ruan's delicate cheeks. Her eyes were closed as if she was in a state of sleep. Because of the wind, Gu Ruan's black tresses were swaying against the sides of her face. She looked serene yet mesmerizing. At this moment, within the ancient divine pagoda, wearing a gilded violet robe that swayed without wind, a man stood with his hands held behind his back. His matching violet eyes had traces of a smile, but his lips held an evil curve as he watched the young girl in front of him. This place is the second level of the ancient divine pagoda. You can get your reward for reaching martial warrior here. The second level of the ancient divine pagoda. Even though Gu Ruan still didn't know what the reward would be, it surely wouldn't be worse than the pill formulas from the first level. This is the pill formula for the Spirit Gathering Pill. The Spirit Gathering Pill was considered the next rank from the Chi Gathering Pill. For example, someone like Elder Yu who was stuck at the final stage of Martial General wouldn't be able to break through using the Chi Gathering Pill. This was why she had not let Elder Yu use the Chi Gathering Pill to begin with. However, if she had Spirit Gathering Pills, it would be a different story. This pill was effective for Martial General ranked cultivators. It could let them successfully break through. Just thinking about it, Gu Ruan's heart clenched. Although she now had 100 Herb Hall and Devil Sect in her hands, she still didn't have a true expert in her ranks. If Elder Yu became a martial king, then they could do as they liked within Azure Dragon Country. I see that the reward for this second level is 3 pill formulas again. Spirit Gathering Pill, Blood Replenishing Pill and Spirit Recovery Pill. According to general knowledge, cultivators used spiritual power to battle. If their spiritual power ran out, the cultivator was in potentially fatal danger. Thus, Spirit Recovery Pills were used to recover a cultivator's spiritual power. As for Blood Replenishing Pills, as the name suggested, it was meant to treat wounds. Gu Ruan carefully kept the pill formulas, then smiled as she said, I was still worrying over how I could let LDU have a breakthrough. I didn't think that I would get the Spirit Gathering Pill just like that. Suddenly, Gu Ruan could feel a disturbance coming from the drained spiritual weapon she had picked up. Following that, with a whoosh, it flew out and floated upright in front of her. Zixi, what's going on? This drained spiritual weapon has already lost all of its spiritual power, why would it? Zixi didn't speak, but only fixed his eyes on the drained spiritual weapon with a profound gaze. He kept silent for half a beat, before slowly speaking up, girl, try transferring some of your own spiritual power into this drained spiritual weapon. Okay. Gu Ruan nodded slightly, her jade fingers settled on the surface of the drained spiritual weapon, and then she let her eyes slide closed. A portion of her spiritual power flowed forth from her palm, entering into the drained spiritual weapon at a snail's pace before it was then just as slowly accepted by the weapon. At this moment, a fierce light shone from the spiritual weapon, encasing the entire ancient divine pagoda. What's happening? At this moment, Gu Ruan was in a daze. She had no idea what was happening. I see that my guess was right, Zixi smiled, girl, the second level of the ancient divine pagoda has given you another power, nurturing weapons. Nurturing weapons, what do you mean? Gu Ruan blinked as she looked in bewilderment at that man's devilishly charming smile. Zixi smiled gently, simply speaking, you can transfer spiritual power into weapons and change them into spiritual weapons. Of course, the one in your hands is one of the lowest ranked spiritual weapons. If you want to make it into a middle or high ranked spiritual weapon, your current strength isn't enough. As for the legendary godly weapons, you must have the materials to forge godly weapons first. However, having a real spiritual weapon right from the start will be good for your future growth. Chapter 96, Early Stage Martial Warrior 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Gu Ruan's heart instantly skipped a beat. She looked at the spiritual weapon in her hands with astonishment, and it took a long time to recover her senses. The meaning of what Zixi had said was that, from now on, as long as she was willing, she could have as many spiritual weapons as she wanted. Even on the East Peak mainland, spiritual weapons were an extremely rare existence. Furthermore, this was on the West Strip mainland that was much poorer in resources than the East Peak mainland. Even in the weapon refining sect, only their sect master had a low-ranked spiritual weapon, and he kept it hidden away like a great treasure. If she could forge an unlimited number of spiritual weapons, what did this mean? It meant that in the near future, she would have an extremely strong team. Girl, it's about time, Zixi rubbed Gu Ruan's head. At this moment, a trace of worry appeared in his devilish violet eyes. You have to grow as fast as you can. My strength will recover as fast as your growth. Zixi. Gu Ruan raised her head to look at Zixi's handsome face. She bit her lip and asked, who's your enemy? And who's the enemy that I'm supposed to face in the future? Zixi lowered his head and smiled at the girl in front of him. Girl, there are some things I can't tell you right now, but I can give you a promise. When you return to the East Peak mainland and take revenge for the mother and brother of your previous life, I'll tell you everything. Hearing this, Gu Ruan froze. All right, I'll be able to take my revenge soon. When the time comes, tell me everything you know, including Chanbei's identity. I promise. The smile on Zixi's face grew deeper, but without realizing, those violet eyes were full of the intention to spoil her. Gu Ruan had just left the ancient divine pagoda when she felt a warm breath on her face. Instantly, alarm flashed across her heart and she abruptly opened her eyes, throwing a punch without even looking. Bang! That punch had hit him directly in the eye. The culprit pitifully squatted in the corner, his tear-filled eyes fixed in an accusatory stare like Gu Ruan had done some unspeakable evil to him. However, when accompanied by that peerlessly beautiful face, his wronged look was just a feast for the eyes. Not even, devastatingly beautiful, was enough to describe that startling beauty of his. Of course, you had to ignore the black eye on the left first. Coe. Gu Ruan blinked. What happened to your eye? What happened to his eye? Wasn't it her handiwork? Chanbei pouted, as aggrieved as a little wife. I came to wake you up, but... Hearing this, Gu Ruan abruptly recalled the punch she had thrown. A little embarrassed, she rubbed her nose. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. Right, why didn't you dodge? Dodge, Chanbei frowned. I don't know how to dodge. Ah. I only know how to parry. Saying so, Chanbei raised his head to look at Gu Ruan. Perhaps the word, dodge, didn't exist in his mind, so he wouldn't do such an action. In his mind, he would kill whoever dared to harm him, so why would he need to dodge? Then why didn't you parry? Gu Ruan asked, a little confused. Looking at the power Chanbei had shown when he had killed Ling Yi so easily, if he was unwilling, she wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his head. Chanbei thought for a bit before shaking his head and saying, I couldn't parry, I can't control my strength when I parry. It might have hurt you. Thus, he had willingly taken her punch. Gu Ruan was flabbergasted. She opened her mouth to speak, but she didn't know what to say. Chapter 97, Early Stage Martial Warrior 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Seo Yoon, did I say something wrong? Seeing that Gu Ruoan had sunk into silence, a wave of panic unconsciously began to build in Chan Beiyi's heart, so he decided to word his question carefully. Gu Ruoan shook her head, her gaze a little complicated. Xiao Yi, why did you protect me back then when Ling Yi was about to hit me? Why are you treating me so well? I don't know. Chan Beiyi looked at the girl's delicate face, his red pupils showing his resolve. I only know that, from the first time I saw you, I wanted to protect you. The depths of Gu Ruoan's heart shook, and she slowly closed her eyes. In the past, someone had also said that he would protect her and take care of her, but in the end, she had caused the death of her little brother because she had placed her trust in the wrong person. Xiao Yi, I've been here for more than a month. I don't know if 100 Herb Hall has encountered any trouble or not, so I'm going to visit there first. The girl opened her eyes, a smile on her pretty face. Mother, Yue, grandfather. Rest assured, there will be a day when I'll return to the East Peak mainland and use our enemy's blood to pave the path for my return. In addition, Xiao Yi, there's something I'd like you to help me with. In 100 Herb Hall, all was silent. Since Ling Yu had been pushed into retreat by Elder Yu a month ago, she had not come looking for trouble again. It was peaceful to the point that everyone had forgotten Ling Yu's existence. At this moment, when shopkeeper Zhao spotted Gu Ruoan walking into the hall, he was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly walked up to her in welcome. Eldest miss, you've come. Where's Elder Yu? Gu Ruoan's gaze swept the hall, but she didn't see Elder Yu's figure. Eldest miss, Elder Yu isn't in 100 Herb Hall right now. Would you like this servant to call him? Yes, go call Elder Yu and tell him that I have some urgent business. Also, Gu Ruoan casually brought out a piece of paper and indifferently said, bring all the herbs written on this piece of paper to me as fast as you can. Yes, eldest miss. Shopkeeper Zhao glanced at the herbs that Gu Ruoan wanted and was inwardly surprised. However, he didn't say a word and respectfully took his leave. He was rather curious in his heart. The herbs that eldest miss wanted were extremely precious. Some would only grow a single leaf every few hundred years. What was she going to do with these? However, with 100 Herb Hall's resources, it was but a moment's time before he brought all these herbs in front of Gu Ruoan. Following that, Elder Yu had also appeared. I need to leave for a moment. Elder Yu, wait for me outside the room. In addition, don't let anyone come in and disturb me. Having said so, she turned and walked towards the courtyard in the back. Although shopkeeper Zhao and Elder Yu were extremely curious, none of them questioned Gu Ruoan's orders. Inside the ancient divine pagoda, right after Gu Ruoan entered, she immediately inquired, Zixi, I've already gotten the materials for the spirit gathering pill. Are we going to start refining it now? Zixi smiled. The method to refine this spirit gathering pill is a little different from the way we refined the qi gathering pill. However, they'll produce the same result. For you, it isn't too difficult. Alright, now you can try it out. Okay. Gu Ruoan inclined her head before turning her gaze to the cauldron. When the sun set in the west, the old man stood outside the door without moving, just like a statue. Eldest Miss had been inside the room for the entire day, from the time she had entered up till now, and there hadn't been a single hint of movement either. He didn't know what the situation was like inside. Just as he was puzzling over why Gu Ruoan had been looking for him, the door to the room behind him was slowly pushed open, and then the girl's clear voice called for him. Elder Yu, come in. Yes, eldest miss. Hearing this, Elder Yu turned to walk into the room. Looking at the girl standing in the center of the room, he said with an expression of the utmost respect, I wonder what business eldest miss has summoned me for today. Chapter 98, Early Stage Martial Warrior, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. Elder Yu, take this pill. She opened her hands, and in that instant, a round green pill appeared in the center of her palm. This is. Elder Yu was a little surprised. Qi Gathering Pill, but hadn't eldest miss already told him that the Qi Gathering Pill wouldn't have the ability to help him through his bottleneck? No. Wrong. Elder Yu frowned. This wasn't a Qi Gathering Pill, it couldn't be. The spiritual power contained within this single pill was even denser than that of the Qi Gathering Pill. As if knowing the suspicion in Elder Yu's heart, Gu Ruoan opened her mouth and merely said, Spirit Gathering Pill. Spirit Gathering Pill. Hearing those 3 words, Elder Yu's heart trembled. He reached out with a shaking hand, gripped the green pill, and slowly placed it in his mouth. Suddenly, a wave of extremely dense spiritual qi poured into the surroundings without pause. If the effect that the Qi Gathering Pill brought was a thick mist, then right now, Elder Yu was completely encased in a layer of fog. Not even a single hair on his head could be seen. At this moment, the spiritual qi surrounding him followed his channels and rushed into his spiritual ocean, causing the bottleneck that had stopped it for so long to shift ever so slightly. Elder Yu was overjoyed. Only the heavens knew how long it had been since he felt this kind of feeling. Years, more. He had thought that he would be stuck at this late stage of Martial General forever, never to break through to Martial King. But now, this was practically a miracle. Thinking up to here, Elder Yu hurriedly sat down cross-legged and started cultivating, fighting for every precious second of cultivation that he could. He was unwilling to waste even a single bit of it. Gu Ruoan looked at the green fog encasing Elder Yu, and deep thought flashed through her eyes. It was at this time that a burst of noise came from outside 100 Herb Hall, causing her brows to unconsciously knit together. What's happening outside? She glanced at Elder Yu and sunk into thought for a moment before saying, Elder Yu won't be able to break through for at least an hour or so, I'll go out and take a look first. Having said so, she didn't take a second glance at Elder Yu and turned to leave. At this moment, on the main street, Ling Yu had her hands on her waist as she angrily glared at the crowd. Her heart was filled with hatred. She absolutely wouldn't forget that, a month ago, it had been this damned 100 Herb Hall that had chased her out and swept the rest of her dignity out the door along with her. The worst part was that, after finding out what she had said outside 100 Herb Hall, her aunt had scolded her ferociously. Even her uncle, the Emperor, had wanted to question her for her crimes. If it hadn't been for her aunt pleading for her, she would have become a convict in the prison. She didn't understand. This 100-herb hall was just a small merchant store. What was so great about them that even her aunt's power was of no use? However, she didn't need to fear them anymore. Thinking of the person behind her, Ling Yu raised her chin and commanded, "Get Gu Ruan and that fellow called Elder Yu out here for their punishments." Shopkeeper Zhao wanted to speak, but he saw Gu Ruan suddenly walk out from within 100-herb hall. He opened his mouth for a brief second, but finally decided to close it without saying anything. "Gu Ruan, I thought you were hiding behind 100-herb hall's protection. Who would have thought that you would dare to walk out after hiding for a month?" Ling Yu sneered, her hatred burning like hellfire in her eyes. "You killed my grandfather and brother, and then you caused my family to become destitute and homeless. Today, I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to appease their spirits in heaven." Gu Ruan knew of how Ling Yu had been beaten out by Elder Yu a month ago. Seeing that she dared to come up to their door again, Gu Ruan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her gaze then moved to the man dressed in black standing behind Ling Yu. That man's body was completely encased in black clothing. Even his face couldn't be seen, but... Gu Ruan sneered. No wonder Ling Yu dared to come to 100-herb hall. She had this man to back her up. Martial King. She didn't think that Ling Yu could actually find a Martial King. Martial Kings could completely dominate anyone else here in Azure Dragon Country. Chapter 99, Martial King vs. Martial King, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. It was at this moment that the gaze of the man in black landed on Gu Ruan. In that instant, all the blood in Gu Ruan's body froze. It was like a venomous snake was currently wrapped around her neck. She felt like she was being choked, an extremely uncomfortable feeling to say the least. "Gu Ruan," Ling Yu's gaze slowly began to cool, and she sneered as she said, "This time, even if you hide behind 100-herb hall, you won't be able to escape your punishment." This woman had to die. Ferocity flashed across Ling Yu's eyes as her sneer grew even more pronounced. Thinking up to here, she backed up a few steps and respectfully looked towards the man in black behind her. "Mr. Sai, I'm leaving it to you." A hoarse voice came out from the man in black. That venomous snake-like gaze was locked onto Gu Ruan. Following that, an oppressive pressure burst out from his body. Under that pressure, Gu Ruan's body wobbled, and her gaze turned to solid ice. Ling Yu. Suddenly, Gu Ruan smiled. Her expression was full of some unknown meaning as she said, "I really admire you right now. You managed to get a Martial King here to back you up." Whoosh. Just as the sound of Gu Ruan's words faded, the man in black's gaze narrowed. It was like his eyes became a pair of sharpened twin blades, both trying to pierce the young girl's body. He had never expected that Gu Ruan would see through his strength. For cultivators, it was only when you reached a certain rank that you would be able to receive all the power behind that rank. Thus, unless Gu Ruan had reached Martial King, she should definitely not be able to know what level his strength was at. However, based on just his pressure, she had been able to see through his rank. This was something he had never thought possible. He had come to Azure Dragon Country in secret. If those people found out, then... Thinking up to here, the killing intent exuded by the man in black thickened, and the darkness in his eyes bled deep. What the man in black didn't know was that, although Gu Ruan's current strength was only a martial warrior, she had been a martial honor in her previous life, and she had stayed at Martial King for many years. How would she be unable to understand this man's true power? Martial King. Heavens, Ling Yu managed to find a Martial King expert. As far as I know, our Azure Dragon Country's top expert Wu Qing, the assassin who comes and goes without a trace, is only a late-stage martial general. Now a Martial King has appeared. Is the world about to change? It looks like the Ling family is going to rise back to power. Upon hearing everyone's exclamations of surprise, an arrogant smile surfaced on Ling Yu's face. Actually, she didn't know where this man in black had come from. He had been the one to find her, because he wanted to borrow the Ling family's name to kill Gu Ruan. However, that didn't stop everyone from thinking that this man before them was someone of the Ling family. "Ling Yu, I'm rather curious how you found a Martial King." Gu Ruan restrained the cold in her eyes. Instead, she spoke with a face full of smiles. Ling Yu was about to speak when the man in black beside her interrupted in his hoarse voice, "Are you trying to stall for time?" Hearing this, Gu Ruan's smile grew even more pronounced. That's right, she was indeed trying to stall for more time. She only had to wait for Elder Yu to finish breaking through, then he would be able to fight off the man in front of her. "Great, Gu Ruan, you're actually trying to stall for time." Ling Yu reacted instantly. Raising her finger in accusation, she angrily said, "Did you think someone would come to save you this time? 100-herb hall, or that silver-haired man that you seduced somehow? I'm telling you, all those people are nothing in front of a Martial King expert. This time, no one's going to help you." Chapter 100, Martial King vs. Martial King, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. A small smile appeared on Gu Ruan's face. Her clear eyes were focused on the man in black standing in front of her. "Whether I'm stalling for time or not, before you kill me, you should at least tell me your name, right?" "My name," the man in black sneered. "You're not worthy of knowing my name. Gu Ruan, no matter how long you drag this out, it's no use. No one will be able to save you." Who said that no one would be able to save her? Suddenly, a roar of rage sounded from behind Gu Ruan. Turning to look, the crowd saw General Luo and Luo Yin leading tens of thousands of elite soldiers from the crowd. As if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone parted to form a road for them so that they could smoothly walk to Gu Ruan's side. In an instant, those elite soldiers brought out their weapons and surrounded Ling Yu and the man in black. "General Luo," Ling Yu's expression had turned ugly. "As the general of a nation, you're actually abusing your official authority, using the imperial troops for a personal grudge." With a swoosh, General Luo took out his greatsword and stabbed it into the ground before him with a bang. He was dressed in full armor, an awe-inspiring war god defending Gu Ruan. Who said that this general is abusing his authority and using it for personal grudges? This general is protecting Azure Dragon Country. He sneered as he looked at the man in black. A man of unknown origins has infiltrated my Azure Dragon Country. As a general of Azure Dragon Country, I have to investigate this matter thoroughly. Who knows if he'll affect the safety of His Majesty. Thus, before your identity is clear, please follow me. A cold and gloomy aura wrapped around the man in black. His venomous snake-like eyes were locked onto General Luo's mountain of a figure. With a rough voice, he said, I don't want to tangle with the military of a nation, so if you're smart, leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. Instantly, sharp killing intent swept towards General Luo. Under that murderous pressure, General Luo's face turned pale and his body swayed. However, upon thinking that he was the general of a nation at the very least, wouldn't it look terrible if he was beaten by someone in front of the populace? Thus, he squared his shoulders and stood straight in front of the man in black. Gu Ruan, are you okay? Luo Yin rushed to Gu Ruan's side and asked, full of worry, who is this guy? Why does he want to help Ling Yu kill you? She didn't think that Ling Yu was capable of inviting an expert like that. I'm not sure. Gu Ruan shook her head. That aura on his body is foreign to me. I've never seen it before. I'm not sure what his motive is. Luo Yin patted Gu Ruan's shoulder and spoke with the air of a solemn vow. No matter what, don't worry. This is Azure Dragon Country, and my dad is one of the 2 generals defending it. The military power in his hands won't lose to the power of that old man from the Gu family. No one dares to kill in front of my dad, as long as we're in Azure Dragon Country. That's not necessarily true. The expression in Gu Ruan's eyes turned grave. This opponent is too strong, and for an expert of this level, it doesn't matter how much military strength you have. Those who had never reached Marshal King would definitely not know how scary this rank was. Even if they faced 1,000,000 heroic soldiers, he could kill them all, down to the very last man. However, for the sake of saving her, General Luo and Luo Yin hadn't even hesitated in going against a Marshal King expert. Gu Ruan was extremely touched. However, if only General Luo's men could somehow hold him up, then they would have the hope of turning the tables around. Chapter 101, Marshal King vs. Marshal King, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. However, Gu Ruan narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke inside her soul. Zixi, if General Luo or Luo Yin are in danger later, then just take action. Saving their lives is more important. Although I want to use them to delay the Marshal King expert, I don't want them to be in danger because of me. Thus, when the time comes, I'm leaving it to you. Gu Ruan did not intend to use Zixi in battles, unless she had no other choice. Within her soul, after a moment of deep silence, that man's devilishly charming voice came, all right, I understand. Ha ha. General Luo laughed out loud. Actually, this general doesn't want to make an enemy of you either. As long as you go with me now, and after I've checked your identity thoroughly, I'll definitely let you go. HMPH. The eyes of the man in black cooled down and he said sinisterly, it looks like you've decided to disregard my warning and protect her. Then, I can only choose to send you on first. Swoosh. The man's figure flashed towards General Luo like a ghost. That eerie voice sounded as if it was by his ears. A low-stage martial general dares to be this wild in front of me. I'm going to see how you're going to take me away. However, before he reached General Luo, he was blocked by the Imperial troops. A bunch of ants. Get out of my way. Bang. That angry roar resounded from the man's mouth and struck the chests of the troops. As if they had been struck by rocks, all of them were thrown out fiercely. Following that, fresh blood flowed from their noses. It looked extremely terrifying. Although he had already known of a Marshal King's strength, upon seeing how one shout from his opponent had caused something of this extent, General Luo couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, the circumstances didn't allow him to retreat, nor would he let himself do so. Gu Ruan's brows knitted together even more deeply, and she lowered her eyes and said, Zixi, prepare for battle. Relax, I'm already fully prepared. If he's in danger, I'll definitely come out at once. That man's devilish voice slowly entered her ears. Upon hearing that, Gu Ruan's heart miraculously calmed down. She knew that with Zixi around, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Kid, did you think that you'd be able to stop me with this trash? The man in black sneered, and with a sinister expression, he said, no one's able to stop me when I've decided to kill someone. Thus, I'll give you another chance, scram now. Ha ha. General Luo's laughter was extremely open, and held the formidable might of a military man. This general has met countless dangers on the battlefield. If I were afraid of death, then I wouldn't be standing in this position today. I'm not that old man from the Gu family. That old man became the general of a nation thanks to his ancestors' blessings and his genius son, Gu Qian. However, I got here by walking step by step on my own. Thus, did you think that this general would be a coward who would leave his troops behind and run away from the battlefield? At this moment, the middle-aged man's presence was extremely lofty. Compared to that cowardly weak old General Gu, this was the air that a famous general should have. Fine, since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Bang! A great wave hit him with a loud rumble, making General Luo abruptly back up a few steps. A mouthful of blood came up and his face turned deathly pale. However, he still stood his ground, not letting his legs bend even a little. As a hot-blooded male, he would rather die standing than show a bit of weakness in front of an enemy. Chapter 102, Marshal King vs. Marshal King, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. Dad. Luo Yin's expression changed and she hurriedly let go of Gu Ruan's hand to move to General Luo. Dad, are you alright? Following that, she turned towards Ling Yu, speaking coldly, Ling Yu, you've conspired with outsiders to plot against Azure Dragon Country's imperial court. You've even injured the general who's the protector of the nation. You're guilty on all counts. Luo Yin, you dare to mention that? If it were not for all of you, my family wouldn't be destitute and dead. You wouldn't even let off my handicapped brother. So all the retribution you're going to receive today is well deserved. Ling Yu sneered as she spoke, killing intent and hatred thick in her eyes. They were the ones who had killed grandfather and let granduncle take over the family, causing her to lose the position and pampering she had enjoyed in the Ling family. This debt, she absolutely would not let it go. That's because your grandfather was too shameless. Luo Yin stood up, saying angrily, Ruoan and Ling Shi had already signed the life and death contract. Their fates were left to the heavens to decide. Don't tell me that if he had killed Ruoan, then it would have been what she had deserved and she's not allowed to retaliate. However, your grandfather moved against a junior because of that, and even tried to use someone else's life as a bargaining chip. This matter had already spread throughout Azure Dragon Country, and there was not a single person who didn't know of it. After hearing Luo Yin mentioning it again, the gazes directed towards Ling Yu carried disdain. That's right, if it hadn't been for the Ling family committing wrongs first, then their opponent wouldn't have killed Ling Yi in self-defense. Ling Yu turned red in anger. Mr. Sai, kill this damned woman for me. Hearing this, the man in black frowned. Although he clearly wasn't happy with Ling Yu's order, he didn't say anything and flashed in front of Luo Yin. Yin sir, watch out. Watching this terrifying spectacle, General Luo no longer cared about anything else. He reached out and pulled Luo Yin into his embrace, exposing his back to the enemy's strike. Zixi was about to act, when an extremely strong strike burst out from 100 Herb Hall, and without giving him a chance to react, it landed on the chest of the man in black. The man in black backed away a few steps, and cast his sinister gaze in front. Dressed in white robes, the old man was resting his hands behind his back as he walked out slowly from within the medicine hall. His elderly face carried anger. Who's so daring as to cause trouble in front of my 100 Herb Hall? The familiar and elderly voice finally allowed Gu Ruoan to stop the anxiety in her heart. Elder Yu's appearance proved that he had already broken through to Marshal King. Marshal King. The man in black had an expression as gloomy as murky water. A profound look shone in his deep black eyes. However, he didn't continue attacking, but looked at the elderly man walking towards him slowly with a cold gaze. He hadn't thought that a tiny Azure Dragon country would actually have a Marshal King expert. He had been too careless. But what did it matter? It seemed like the old man in front of him had just broken through to Marshal King, while he had already been a Marshal King for 3 years. No matter what, the old man wouldn't be his match. Elder Yu, you've come. Gu Ruoan smiled as she looked at Elder Yu. Looking at the situation, it seems like you've succeeded. Elder Yu smiled lightly and nodded as he looked at Gu Ruoan. His gaze shifted over to Ling Yu. Little girl, I warned you not to come back to 100 Herb Hall. It looks like you've taken my words for naught. HMPH, Ling Yu harumphed dismissively. If I didn't have a guarantee, I wouldn't come back to this place. Do you think that you can win over a Marshal King with your strength? Although I don't know your strength, at most it's mid-stage of Marshal General, you're just nothing in front of a Marshal King. Chapter 103, The Expert from Stratsec 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Actually, Ling Yu was completely guessing at Elder Yu's strength. Since General Luo's rank was early stage Marshal General, and even he treated Elder Yu respectfully, she thought that Elder Yu was surely stronger than him. Since the top expert in Azure Dragon Country was a late stage Marshal General, but Elder Yu did not share the position of number 1 with him, she thought that Elder Yu was weaker than that expert. Thus, this old fogey was surely a middle stage Marshal General. What Ling Yu didn't know was that, since 100 Herb Hall did not belong to Azure Dragon Country, Elder Yu naturally wouldn't be ranked alongside the experts of Azure Dragon Country. Elder Yu was angered to the point of smiling. He replied with rage, did you think that I would be afraid of you just because you found a single person to back you up? Gu Ruoan belongs to my 100 Herb Hall. If you want to touch her, then you'll have to see if I'll let you or not. Ling Yu was so angry that her face turned red. She glared at him fiercely. You damned old fogey, you're not going to live long yourself. You're still trying to protect the bastard at this time. Having said so, she sneered as she looked at Gu Ruoan. In the whole of Azure Dragon Country, who doesn't know that her mother was someone of unknown origin? Didn't she seduce Gu Chan to become a daughter-in-law of the Gu family for the sake of the status of the Gu family in Azure Dragon Country? Thus, the daughter that she birthed must have the same morals. Shameless. This Gu Ruoan even disgraced Gu Chan so much. If I were her, I would have long jumped into the river to save my ancestors from being shamed. Elder Yu's expression turned cold. The rage in his body could almost light the entire area on fire. Of all the people that Ling Yu could have chosen to insult, she had chosen the Dongfang family's precious jewel. His family's miss was of such noble birth, and the Gu family was just a little general's household. If she hadn't loved Gu Chan so deeply, why else would she have chosen to leave the Dongfang family to marry him? However, for someone as heroic as Gu Chan, how many girls admired and loved him? Those girls were so jealous that Miss had won Gu Chan's love that they had spread slander about her. In the eyes of everyone, Miss was someone who had stooped to all sorts of ways to climb into Gu Chan's bed. However, Miss had always been indifferent to what people had thought of her. No matter what everyone thought of her, she wouldn't come out to explain herself at all. Rumors were scary. No matter how much Gu Chan protected her, even he couldn't stop the idle mouths of gossipers. Good, very good. Elder Yu laughed out loud, and stared dead on at Ling Yu with rage. Ling Yu. This name isn't bad. Unfortunately, you're not worthy of it. In this lifetime, there's only one person worthy of being called you. And you, for that name alone, should die 1,000 times over. Bang! The elderly man's punch was like the wind. He quickly moved in front of Ling Yu. In the same instant, the pressure of a Marshal King expert burst out. That formidable aura encircled his body, compressing the air so that she couldn't breathe. However, before Elder Yu's strike landed, a hand reached out suddenly from the side, and easily stopped his fist. In the slight breeze, with his black robe swaying gently, the man stood with his whole body encased in darkness. He spoke eerily, "Move aside." His words were directed to Ling Yu. At this time, Ling Yu still had not come back to her senses after the shock. That delicate little face had turned pale, and cold sweat was dripping from her forehead. She looked as if she had just escaped from the gates of hell. Martial King. The man in black moved his gaze towards LDU and smiled coldly. I didn't think that there would actually be a Martial King in this tiny Azure Dragon country. Chapter 104, The Expert from Strid 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. Martial King. Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, Ling Yu was struck dumb again and she couldn't regain her senses. She blinked and suspected that there was something wrong with her hearing. LDU was a Martial King. Then why hadn't she heard of that before? Furthermore, only those places would have Martial King experts. Even if Azure Dragon country wasn't too weak, there definitely wouldn't be someone of that kind of strength appearing here. Mr. Sai, you said that he's a Martial King. Ling Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely and turned her head to look at LDU stiffly. The man in black didn't say anything, but his gaze was frightfully sinister, like a venomous snake. You old fogey, a new Martial King has no way of beating me. However, I don't want to battle you, so scram. I'll leave this place right after I kill this woman. LDU sneered, since she belongs to my 100 herb hall, I won't let anyone touch a single hair on her head. You want to kill her? Sure, but only if you step over my dead body. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly, since that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. Suddenly, the man's body disappeared like a ghost, and when he appeared again, he was already behind LDU. His speed was too fast, he definitely wasn't giving his opponent any time to react. Following that, a sinisterly glowing sword appeared in his hands. Be careful. Luo Yin shouted in fright. LDU was currently their only hope, nothing could happen to him. From start to finish, General Luo had not said anything. He seemed to be pondering something as he sized up LDU. It was at this moment that LDU avoided the man in black right before the sword landed, as if he had a pair of eyes growing on the back of his head. With a quick flash, his elderly body abruptly appeared a few meters away. So what if I just broke through to Martial King? The only thing I'm lacking compared to you is the control over this power. I'm not weaker than you by much. However, I want to know, why are you trying to take her life? As far as I know, a tiny Ling family doesn't have enough to hire an expert like you. A frosty aura encased the body of the man in black. He didn't reply LDU's words, but started a new wave of attacks. A battle between two Martial Kings. TSK, we might not be able to see such a huge battle in an entire lifetime. Quickly, take the chance to watch. Who knows if their battle will bring us some benefits later on. The crowd had recovered their calm after the earlier uproar. Everyone backed up several meters, leaving the two people enough space to battle. They then watched this once in a lifetime battle quietly. Bang! Bang bang bang. They collided in midair, the battle becoming fiercer and fiercer, and it became even harder to determine a winner. General Luo frowned slightly and turned towards Gu Ruan. Ruan, what do you think? Gu Ruan caressed her chin, and seemingly mumbled to herself, LDU just broke through and hasn't stabilized his strength, and he lacks the experience of battling against Martial Kings. He's going to be on the losing end soon. It was at this moment that LDU was slowly losing the strength to go on. No matter what, someone who had just broken through to Martial King was still unable to fight with someone who had already been a Martial King for a few years. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and his body flashed as he tried to attack the person in front of him again. This is bad, we can't go on like this. Gu Ruan's pupils darkened. As if making a huge decision, she took a deep breath and said, LDU, I'm going to lend you this sword. While saying so, she took out the spiritual weapon directly and tossed it to LDU. Chapter 105, The Expert from Spirit Sect 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. TL note. After Gu Ruan passed LDU the spiritual weapon, the author fell sick and somehow missed on posting a chapter. I couldn't find the chapter, The Expert from Spirit Sect 3, anywhere, so I'm going to skip that chapter and reorder the chapter numbers. Greater than W less than. This will be the order V. Chapter 104, The Expert from Spirit Sect 2. Chapter 105, The Expert from Spirit Sect 4. The results of the battle are pretty clear in this next chapter. Spiritual weapons. This was the fearsome power of spiritual weapons. Someone who had been on the losing end had completely increased his strength by a few times after receiving a spiritual weapon. He gritted his teeth fiercely and cast a sinister look at LDU's wrinkled face, his unwillingness to accept the loss clear on his face. He said coldly, are you sure you want to make an enemy of me by protecting this girl? That's right, LDU sneered, she belongs to my 100 herb hall, so I must protect her. Good, very good, the man in black said eerily, then, do you know what kind of person I am? I don't know, nor do I need to know. LDU raised his head and spoke dismissively. HMPH, then I'm going to tell you. With everything that you've done today, no matter who your backer is, he won't be able to save you. The organization that I belong to is something that you should never have provoked. You're fated to pay the price for your actions today. The man in black gritted his teeth. That hoarse voice sounded like crackling dry leaves. It was extremely unpleasant to the ear. That's right, 100 Herb Hall can't afford to provoke the organization you're in, but there's one person who can afford to. A devilish voice slowly resounded through the crowd. Perhaps out of curiosity, everyone turned their heads to look. Thus, that sedan being carried by a group of beautiful girls appeared in front of their eyes. A man was holding a feather fan in his hands, lying indolently on top of that sedan. He was wearing a pink robe that set off his face, the face that was as seductive as a woman's, and as stunning as 10 miles of cherry blossoms. He was so beautiful and alluring that he didn't seem to be real. However, when a man was beautiful to this degree, it really made people tremble in disgust. At this moment, the aura on the man in black abruptly changed. His hidden face changed from his earlier shock to astonishment, then was filled with the intention to retreat. Zhao Shangchen, why would this guy be here? If he were here, then, that person must surely know. It looks like my master has really underestimated you, Guru Wen. However, just you wait, you're not going to live for long. You can't blame anyone else, just blame your lousy fate. Farewell. Although Elder Yu had a spiritual weapon in his hands, since he had come from that organization, there was no way that he wouldn't have some aces up his sleeve. However, with Zhao Shangchen here, you wouldn't be able to kill Guru Wen no matter what. Thus, he could only return and report his failure. If Master found out that Zhao Shangchen had interfered, he probably wouldn't be scolded too harshly. Thinking up to here, the man in black crushed something in his hands, and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. A teleport stone. Guru Wen's pupils shrank, she seemed to have guessed the identity of this man in black. Mr. Sai, wait for me. Seeing that the man in black had disappeared, Ling Yu became anxious. She hurriedly shouted, but unfortunately, the sky remained silent and no one replied her cries. Her face turned pale in an instant and her body started trembling lightly. You're called Ling Yu, Zhao Shangchen smiled, tell me, how should this prince take care of you? Ling Yu couldn't help but let loose a mournful wail. She looked at Zhao Shangchen's smiling eyes, and for some reason, fear filled her heart. You, what do you want to do? My aunt is the imperial concubine, you can't touch me. Ling Yu had heard the rumors about Zhao Shangchen before. It was rumored that this fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country not only looked like a woman, but was extremely lecherous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept so many beautiful female servants by his side. Thus, from Ling Yu's point of view, the fourth prince surely wanted to ravage her. No, her heart belonged to the crown prince. Before letting someone else touch her, she would rather die first. Chapter 106, The Expert from Strad Sect 5. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. The direction of Ling Yu's thoughts was so obvious that Zhao Shangchen could see it reflected in her eyes. His elegant brows furrowed, and disgust flashed through his own pair of eyes. Then, sneering, he said, aren't you thinking too much? This prince has always had mysophobia, so an ugly girl like you isn't even fit to grace this prince's eyes. You, Ling Yu's face turned red from rage, and completely forgetting the situation she was currently in, she angrily said, what did you just say? Do you think that you look handsome? A man with a woman's face, it's a complete disgrace. You're not even fit for this lady's eyes. She was done for. In her heart, King Yi cried out in surprise and looked at Ling Yu with sympathy. The biggest taboo for her lord was other people saying that he looked like a woman. Of course, Guru Wen was an exception, she was the only person who had ever done so and gotten away with it. However, that was because that fellow's brother was the close friend who had been through life and death with her lord. How could he bear to harm Gu Shangshao's little sister? Thus, the others weren't as lucky. What did you just say? Zhao Shangchen's smile disappeared bit by bit, and an unspeakable darkness seemed to show on that beautiful face. Zhao Shangchen, you're the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country, and I'm the niece of the imperial concubine of Azure Dragon Country, what can you do to me? So what if I said that you look like a woman? Don't tell me you're going to kill me. Not unless you wish to incite a war between our two countries. Ling Yu fiercely gritted her teeth, still holding that insufferably arrogant expression on her face. If the one speaking had been Elder Yu, she might have been afraid since Elder Yu was a martial king expert. She didn't dare to make enemies with a martial king. Unfortunately, Zhao Shangchen was just the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country and wouldn't be able to touch the niece of the imperial concubine of Azure Dragon Country, otherwise the two countries would definitely go to war. Gu Ruoan shook her head. This Ling Yu had really been spoiled beyond saving. If Zhao Shangchen was merely a prince, could he have scared away a martial king expert with just a single sentence? Hee hee. Zhao Shangchen's laugh was dark and low. His red lips only slightly moved when he spoke two words, these alone enough to press down on Ling Yu's body like a heavy rock. Kneel down. Bang. As if her legs suddenly weighed thousands of kilograms, Ling Yu plummeted to her knees in front of Zhao Shangchen. She raised her head and stared at the man's beautiful features with fright and shock. She tried to raise her legs with all her might, but it was as if her body was stuck to the ground. She couldn't even move. The niece of Imperial Concubine Ling. Zhao Shangchen smiled and raised a hand to brush off his pink robes. He then sat down on his sedan again and gently waved his fan, sneering as he said, even if it was Imperial Concubine Ling herself, is there anyone who dares to stop this prince from killing who he likes? This prince will do as he likes. Who dares to stop this prince? The Emperor of Azure Dragon Country. Apologies, he's not even worthy of this prince's notice. That domineering strut. That crazy arrogance. The man held a smile on his lips and had an indolent and undisciplined air. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this man who looked like a woman again. General Luo. Ling Yu hurriedly looked towards General Luo, saying, as the general of a nation, are you going to stand by as I get killed? I'm an imperial relative. The emperor is my uncle, you have to stop him. General Luo looked coldly at Ling Yu. Only the nieces of the empress can call the emperor uncle. You're merely the niece of an imperial concubine. You don't have the right to call yourself a member of the imperial family. Furthermore, you were the one who first conspired with external powers to harm others. That's different. Ling Yu was anxious. Gu Ruan used to be a general's granddaughter, but she was abandoned by the Gu family. Even if she died, it wouldn't matter. However, my aunt is the imperial concubine. My lineage is noble, how could it possibly compare to a lowly commoner? Chapter 107, The Expert from Strad Sect 6. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. General Luo Harumph once. Everyone in Azure Dragon Country knew that the most precious thing to him was his daughter. Ling Yu's grandfather had almost killed his precious darling, so why would he stand there and try to save her at this crucial point? He'd be a certified idiot if he did so. Yinsa, it looks like we're done here. Let's go. Hearing General Luo's words, Luo Yin's gaze landed on Gu Ruoan's pretty face. She gripped the girl's hand and said, "It looks like there's nothing left to do here. I'll go back to the general's mansion with my dad. Remember to find us if anything else happens." "Thank you." Gu Ruoan didn't say much, but all her gratitude and feelings were conveyed in those two words. This time, the Luo family had made enemies with an expert on the mainland for her sake. They had pretty much thrown their lots in with her, so she was going to remember this favor. Friends weren't rare in good times, but it was hard to find someone who would stick around during the hard times. "Dad," Luo Yin smiled as she walked towards General Luo, "let's go home." "All right," General Luo waved his hand and announced, "Ling Yu of the Ling family conspired with outsiders to bring harm to our dynasty. Luckily, Vermilion Bird Country's fourth prince managed to foil her plans. This general is going back now to report to His Majesty. Soldiers, follow this general back to meet the Emperor." After the man had finished speaking in his domineering and rough voice, the last shred of hope in Ling Yu's heart died. Her body folded, falling onto the ground, and her delicate face showed absolute despair. It was over, it was all over. Thinking of her grandfather's horrible death and how she had fallen from being a noble, honored miss to this point, her heart was filled with wrathful hatred. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, she laughed out loud, her hair was messed up just like a lunatic's. A vicious, hostile light shone in her eyes. "Gu Ruoan, why is there a woman as cruel and merciless as you in this world? You destroyed our entire Ling family. I, Ling Yu, once again swear that I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Frost flashed across the depths of Zhao Shangchen's eyes before he smiled. "Become a ghost? Apologies, in the hands of this prince, there absolutely won't even be a chance to become a ghost." Having said so, he waved his hand and a burning red flame shot out from his sleeves, igniting Ling Yu's body in an instant. It hurt. This kind of pain, it was as if her soul was being torn apart. Ahhhhhhh. In the red blaze, Ling Yu's face contorted as if she was suffering the most extreme pain. That pain lasted for a very long time. It was only when everyone reached a point where they couldn't bear to continue watching that the body in that red blaze finally turned to ash, disappearing without a trace within the flames. Even her soul hadn't been spared. Her entire person had been erased from this world. As for the man that had just killed a person in such a brutal manner, his face was still the same as before. He held a loose and elegant air, an indolent and seductive smile hanging on his lips, gently waving his fan as if nothing had happened. "This prince said earlier that you wouldn't even have the chance to become a ghost." Zhao Shangchen's lips raised, and under the stares of the crowd, he motioned for Gu Ruoan to come closer. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Xiao Yun sir, you really made this prince wait for a whole month. Come here quickly and let this prince hug you, so this prince can finally stop missing you." Gu Ruoan rolled her eyes as the corner of her mouth twitched. She said, "Fourth prince, could you be a little more decent?" "Why?" Zhao Shangchen raised an eyebrow, his almond-shaped eyes holding a mesmerizing smile. "My Xiao Yun sir thinks I'm not decent enough. Then, how would you like me to be decent?" Chapter 108, The Expert from Strad Sect 7. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Gu Ruoan was a little speechless. Couldn't this guy just act a bit more normal? However, it wasn't like she held bad feelings towards Zhao Shangchen. She could feel that the man in front of her was simply teasing with his words. "All right, then let's talk about proper business. Did you recognize the person just now?" The girl's words made the devilish smile on the man's face slowly disappear. His almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed and a sneer formed on that perfect face. However, very quickly, he restrained the storm swirling within his eyes and took a deep breath before he said, "Xiao Yun sir, let's talk somewhere else." "Okay." Astonishment flashed across Gu Ruoan's eyes, but she didn't say much more than, "Then let's go to my territory." Within the courtyard, a spring breeze blew, causing the leaves of the willow tree to sway with the wind. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Wei Yi busied herself with serving Gu Ruoan, fetching her water and pouring her tea. Those not in the know might have even assumed that she was Gu Ruoan's servant girl. Zhao Shangchen retracted his flabbergasted gaze and smiled. "Xiao Yun sir, I didn't think you had the skill to bring the legendary ghost Dr. Wei Yi under your wings. It looks like I've really underestimated you. Who was it that had called her a good for nothing? Even if you were a genius, could you make the ghost doctor serve you willingly and wholeheartedly? Furthermore, this girl was Gu Shangsha's little sister. How could that fellow's sister be a good for nothing? It was impossible if you simply thought about it. She wanted to follow me." Gu Ruoan took a small sip of her tea before putting down her teacup. "Furthermore, Wei Yi isn't one of my subordinates. She's only here to help me out with some business. She only has one master, and that's her Shifu's medicine order." "It looks like you know about the medicine order." Zhao Shangchen slightly smiled as he said, "Then you should know about her situation. Wei Yi is currently a criminal wanted by the medicine order. Although the medicine order isn't as large as the weapon refining sect, they're still roughly equal in terms of strength. Right now, the people of the medicine order know that she stole away the treasure encyclopedia of medicine, so she can no longer return to that place. Furthermore, Wei Yi was once poisoned. Although the poison has already been purged, if you compare her before and after, her strength was significantly reduced because of it. If you're with her, you'll definitely incur a lot of trouble." Gu Ruoan was a little startled. The medicine order doesn't even know about the ghost doctor's situation. How did you know that she's the Wei Yi that the medicine order wants? There's nothing in this world that this prince doesn't know about. However, he paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Those people would probably be able to guess the ghost doctor's identity anyway. Who else could have such superb medical skills other than the person holding onto the treasure encyclopedia of medicine? As for why the medicine order hasn't come looking for her yet, it's because they've been in trouble these past few years and they can't spare the men to find her. Wei Yi sunk into deep silence for a while before asking, "You just said that I'm a wanted criminal, what's going on with that?" That year, that wretched couple had wanted to take her life. In the end, she escaped and left that place to come to Azure Dragon Country. She had no knowledge of anything that had happened after that. The previous Order Master's daughter has turned into an idiot, and it was supposedly your handiwork, so you've been put on the wanted list by the Medicine Order. The one who did so was your junior, and the current Order Master of the Medicine Order. What did you say? Wei Yi became extremely agitated and shook her head in disbelief. That's impossible. How could Xiao Tong become an idiot? That's absolutely impossible. Chapter 109, The Expert from Strid Sect 8. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. That bitch Tianyan had acted against her for the sake of the treasure encyclopedia of medicine, but Xiao Tong was Shifu's only daughter. How could she bear to harm her? Back when they were little kids, if it had not been for Shifu, they would have died at the hands of bandits. Zhao Shangchen cast a sideways glance at Wei Yi. It's the truth that she became an idiot. I can even tell you that it was your junior who did it. In this world, there's nothing that this prince doesn't know. Hatred. An endless amount of hatred gnawed at Wei Yi's heart like a colony of ants, filling her eyes with a reddish glow. Actually, even more than hatred was the self-blame that filled her heart. That year, when she had been captured by that wretched couple, it was Xiao Tong who had secretly listened in on their conversation and found out what had happened to her. It was also Xiao Tong who had then made a plan and rescued her, otherwise, it would have been impossible to escape. However, Xiao Tong couldn't bear to leave the medicine order and had refused to leave with her. Back then, she had even promised Xiao Tong that once she had recovered her strength, she would definitely return to the medicine order and they would expose everything those people had done together. Who knew that 10 years would pass, and still she could not return? She had thought that that wretched couple would remember what Shifu had done for them and wouldn't do anything to Xiao Tong. She hadn't thought that she had underestimated them. Xiao Tong had met such a bad end, but because of what happened that year, her strength had declined by so much that she could no longer return to the medicine order. Tianyan, I'll never let you off. Shifu treated us so well that we could never repay our debts of gratitude. Xiao Tong was the most precious thing to him, yet you've made her into a fool. The day will come when I will return to the medicine order and bring her away. However, it's not the time now. Wei Yi took a deep breath, balanced the guilt in her heart, and gritted her teeth as she spoke word by word. Since Tianyan hadn't killed Xiao Tong, that meant that she wasn't in danger for now. It was even more likely that Tianyan was trying to use Xiao Tong to lure her out. The only thing she could do now was to increase her strength and return for revenge as early as she could. Zhao Shangchen smiled in admiration. Xiao Yun sir, this ghost doctor isn't too bad. She has some brains and she's not impulsive. She knows her limits and won't act recklessly, so she's suitable for you to use. I'll rest assured like this. To be honest, he had spoken of that matter to test Wei Yi. If she was going to bring danger to Gu Ruan because of her impulsiveness, then he wouldn't let her off so easily. If anyone brought danger to Gu Ruan, then he would definitely kill that person. Wei Yi didn't know that her choice had saved her life. Otherwise, no matter how dangerous it would be, Zhao Shangchen would never let her stay. Zhao Shangchen, shouldn't you tell me about the identity of that man in black now? Gu Ruan's eyebrows raised and she turned towards Zhao Shangchen. Don't tell me you didn't recognize him. Hearing this, Zhao Shangchen's smile disappeared again and his expression cooled down. That person came from the Spirit Sect. Spirit Sect. Gu Ruan's heart trembled for an instant, and she looked at that man's delicately devilish cheeks in astonishment. You said that he's from the Spirit Sect. Did something happen to brother? If not, why is someone from the Spirit Sect trying to kill me? Zhao Shangchen bitterly laughed. There's no difference between the Spirit Sect and the secular world. The fight for power and position is the same everywhere. Those people can deal with your brother, so they would of course look for his weaknesses. And you are his only weakness. Gu Ruan clenched her fists tightly. In her past life, she had been unable to protect her family. In this life, she was definitely going to protect the only kin she had in this world. Chapter 110, The Expert from Strid Sect 9. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Xiao Yun sir, you don't have to worry too much. Zhao Shangchen was filled with staunch resolution and trust towards Gu Shengshao. If it's him, there won't be any problems. Furthermore, if it was possible for him to be in danger, those people wouldn't come looking for you. The only thing that can make him temporarily leave Spirit Sect is something happening to his precious baby sister. Gu Ruan nodded. I understand. I have to grow strong enough so that I'll no longer be his weakness. However, Zhao Shangchen, you're acquainted with my brother. We're sworn friends for life. With one sentence, he named the relationship between the two of them. Gu Ruan finally understood why Zhao Shangchen wanted to help her, and why she could hear caring in his words. It was all because he was sworn friends with her brother. Zhao Shangchen, I trust you. She raised her head, her gaze firm and completely devoid of suspicion. Someone that he trusts, I'll trust even more. This was clearly telling him that she believed him only because of Gu Shengshao. Xiao Yun, I'm back. I've brought the things you wanted, too. Suddenly, the voice cut off abruptly. Chanbei's bloodthirsty, red pupils stared at the man who was even more beautiful than a woman. His silver hair instantly rose. In this instant, as if he had met his love rival, that enormous, unstoppable power of his came bursting out. At the same time, Zhao Shangchen saw Chanbei. To be honest, before meeting Chanbei, Zhao Shangchen had always thought that his looks were unrivaled. However, he now knew that there was a man who could somehow meld the two words, God, and, devil, into one body, and anyone by his side would only serve as a foil to his beauty. With that head of silver hair, he was like a god standing high above everything, impossible to sully. However, that red robe gave him the appearance of one who had just crawled out of hell, dyed red in the fresh blood of mortal men. Strong. That's right, towards this man, Zhao Shangchen only had this thought in mind. Why would there be such a strong man by Gu Ruan's side? It looked like he had to get King Yi to check his identity. Xiao Yi, you're back. Upon seeing the man appear, Gu Ruan looked over in astonishment. Although it was a matter of an instant, the enormous and heavy power on the man's body abruptly dissipated, and the air seemed to return to its normal state. Following that beautiful face turned towards the girl, an aggrieved look in his red pupils as he asked like a little wife, Xiao Yun, who's this woman? Woman. Gu Ruan almost choked on her own saliva, violently coughing against her own will. Zhao Shangchen was too beautiful, and it was the soft and gentle kind of beauty, too. No wonder Xiao Yi would mistake him for a woman. Other than his body structure, this fellow was absolutely no different from a woman. Zhao Shangchen's face immediately darkened. He glared at Chanbei Yi with a corner of his lips raised. If I'm a woman, then Xiao Yun sir is a man. Xiao Yun sir, since you have such a strong personality, I see that we're rather matching. How about we form a pair? At this moment, Gu Ruan could feel the power radiating from the man by her side. She knew that she had to quickly say something, or else this guy would start a massacre right in her courtyard. They definitely weren't playing around. I'm sorry, fourth prince, I'm not interested in women who are too beautiful. Gu Ruan dryly coughed twice as she spoke. Why? Zhao Shangchen raised an eyebrow and asked. Chapter 111, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Haven't you heard of femme fatales? Gu Ruan rolled her eyes. The more beautiful the woman, the more trouble she'll cause, especially one who's extremely wanton like you. Extremely wanton. This woman was actually saying that he was extremely wanton. Zhao Shangchen gritted his teeth in rage. If she wasn't Gu Shangshao's sister, if she had been someone else, then that line would have been enough to grant her 100 deaths. Master. Right at this time, Zunfeng walked into the courtyard. He cast a glance at Zhao Shangchen and Chanbei Yi, then turned to Gu Ruan and said, the crown prince is here. Him again. Without waiting for Gu Ruan to speak, Zhao Shangchen's brows knitted together. A sneer rose on his delicately beautiful face. Is this guy an idiot? He's still trying to cling on, even though the lady has already expressed her disgust with him. The corner of Gu Ruan's mouth twitched. Although Zhao Shangchen had put it a little crudely, what he said was true. As they were speaking, Leng Yanfeng walked into the courtyard, dressed in luxuriously rich clothes. Impatience flashed across his coldly handsome face when he caught sight of Zhao Shangchen standing there. However, he didn't say anything, but simply looked frostily at the girl with an indifferent gaze. Have you considered the matter? Matter? Gu Ruan smiled and leaned against her chair as she spoke. I wonder what kind of matter your highness has to come here uninvited. Leng Yanfeng raised his handsome face, his black eyes staring at the smiling girl without moving. You know what I've come for. Gu Ruan, I'm only giving you one chance. If you marry me, even though I won't give you my favor and affection, you'll be able to have the identity of the crown princess consort of a nation. You won't have to be afraid of the Gu family, and you can even have them at your beck and call. Isn't that enough? Hee hee, Gu Ruan laughed in a low tone, her clear pupils carrying ridicule and mocking. When have I ever been afraid of the Gu family? Having said so, she sat up and paused for a moment, before continuing to speak. Not too long from now, I'll make the Gu family regret everything they've done, and without borrowing anyone's power. Honestly speaking, the position of a crown princess consort is really nothing in my eyes. What did she want? She wanted to rise above the common people. Even if they wanted to offer her the throne, she wouldn't even want it, let alone the measly position of a crown princess consort. To her, Azure Dragon Country was too small. It was so small that it wasn't enough for her. What she wanted was an even bigger mainland. Gu Ruan. Leng Yanfeng clenched his fists tightly, and the breath passing between his lips cooled down. Even the people around him could feel that icy cold air. Are you looking down on the position of the crown princess consort, or are you thinking too highly of yourself? You're not Junior Shiyun. For her, there's nothing that she can't do. However, you don't have her talent, power or background. You're just someone on the lowest rung of the mainland. Even if you have the protection of 100 Herb Hall, you don't belong to 100 Herb Hall. If you want to obtain all of my favor, that's absolutely impossible. Giving you the position of crown princess consort is my limit. From Leng Yanfeng's point of view, Gu Ruan had said all that to obtain his love. However, he had already given all his love to Shiyun, and he couldn't let anyone else into his heart. When the sound of his words had faded, the air suddenly turned stiff. It was so stifling that they couldn't breathe. However, even under this tense atmosphere, a snort of laughter abruptly sounded, breaking the grim air. Chapter 112, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. I've never seen someone so shameless. I've really experienced something new today. Wei Yi covered her lips and smiled lovably. Her face held contempt as she said, she's already said that the position of your wife isn't worthy of her. What she means is, she doesn't like you. Why do you have to be so brazen and assume that she actually wants your love? Is your love worth any money? Wei Yi couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. She had met so many people, but she really had not seen anyone this shameless. Especially since this shameless fellow was the crown prince of a country. She really didn't know how he had become the crown prince, since he was this bad at reading people. Why would Gu Ruan covet the position of a crown princess consort? A genius like her who could refine beauty rejuvenation pills would be fawned over in any organization. Especially since she had a mysterious Shifu behind her. Thus, where did this guy's ego come from? Although Leng Yanfeng was an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect, he didn't have Zhao Shangchen's experience and was naturally unable to recognize that Wei Yi was the ghost doctor. He only thought that she was a female servant. It looks like you're being treated rather well in 100 Herb Hall, otherwise you wouldn't have a servant girl, and you wouldn't be able to buy such a large residence. However, Gu Ruan, 100 Herb Hall still doesn't belong to you in the end. If you become the Crown Prince's consort, you'll be able to be the mother of a nation. Furthermore, you used to appear in front of me quite often. Now that I want to marry you, you're playing hard to get with me. Gu Ruan's expression cooled down while the faces of Chan Beiyi and Zhao Shangchen were starting to turn ugly. Especially Chan Beiyi, but he didn't do anything. With his bloodthirsty red pupils, he seemed to be thinking of something. It looks like the Crown Prince doesn't understand human speech, Gu Ruan sneered as she stood up and looked at him. She spoke word by word, I don't like you. I have no interest in being the Crown Prince's consort. Since you like that junior Shiyun of yours so much, then just go marry her. As for me, honestly speaking, Leng Yanfeng, in my eyes, you're no different from some bystander A. If you want to mention our relationships, there's only one. That is, you're someone from the weapon refining sect, and I'm fated to be enemies with the weapon refining sect. There was no other reason. Towards those who wanted to kill her, she didn't have a favorable impression. Furthermore, if it hadn't been for the weapon refining sect that day, Luo Yin wouldn't have ended up in the hands of Ling Yi. Leng Yanfeng didn't say anything. His black pupils were affixed on the girl's pretty face from start to finish. She had changed. That's right, she had indeed changed. The timid and weak girl from before had become this strong, this brilliant, at some point. Unconsciously, Leng Yanfeng thought of Gu Ruan's battle with Ling Shi that day. The battle that was destined to remove her title of good for nothing. Zunfeng, send our guest out. The imperial family isn't welcome here. Gu Ruan tossed her sleeves and sat down, before speaking with an indifferent expression. Seeing the dismissal in her eyes, Leng Yanfeng felt discomfort in his heart. Although he didn't like Gu Ruan, but to him, having a loving admirer boosted his vanity. However, right now, he was no longer in her eyes. Don't tell me she really didn't want to marry him. No, he had to marry Gu Ruan. Firstly, because of the promise to Junior Shiyun, secondly, for revenge. To take revenge on her for everything she had said to him today. Thinking up to here, Leng Yanfeng had nothing more to say, so he said directly, this Crown Prince is leaving now. I'll continue visiting in the future. Having said so, he didn't tarry any longer. He tossed his sleeves and left, disappearing from the eyes of those present in the blink of an eye. Chapter 113, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Xiao Yun sir, you really wouldn't have fallen in love with him in the end, right? Zhao Shangchen raised his elegant brows slightly, looking at Gu Ruan with a face full of smiles. Gu Ruan immediately rolled her eyes at him. Do you think my taste would be that bad? That's true, Zhao Shangchen caressed his chin and smiled. With a man as outstanding as me by your side, how could you possibly like some rubbish like that? Suddenly, 3 black lines appeared on Gu Ruan's forehead. Actually, you're not so different from Leng Yanfeng. You're both equally shameless and narcissistic. Xiao Yun sir, that's where you're wrong. Although I'm narcissistic, I have the right to be that way with looks like these. What does Leng Yanfeng have? He has nothing to show for himself, and yet he thinks he's everything. It was clear that Zhao Shangchen was extremely dissatisfied with Leng Yanfeng. If I wasn't trying to stay low-key for now, I wouldn't have let him leave just like that. How could that kind of trash be fit to match Gu Shengxiao's precious baby sister? If he still dared to come and trouble her, he would discipline that guy in place of Gu Shengxiao, and let him know his place. The next day. In the morning, Gu Ruan woke up because of the sounds of a battle. She had just opened her eyes when she saw Zixi and Chan Beiyi fighting in her room. Immediately, her expression turned dark. What are the two of you doing? Hearing her words, the two of them stopped for the moment, and they walked to her side, matching each other's speed. Girl, he tried to barge into your room while you were sleeping. He definitely harbored bad intentions. Zixi slightly narrowed his eyes, enmity written all over that devilishly charming face. He had never forgotten what this guy had done in the past. Even if the girl trusted him, he couldn't help but guard against him. You're just a little phoenix. The day will come when I'm going to burn off all your feathers. Red light flashed through Chan Beiyi's eyes as he looked expressionlessly at Zixi's darkening face. Then we'll see who dies first. Zixi sneered as he spoke. Seeing that they were about to start fighting again, Gu Ruan couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Enough. Are you guys done? Can't you let me have some peace and quiet this early in the morning? Xiao Yun. While looking towards Gu Ruan, Chan Beiyi's beautiful face was full of aggrievement. Those bloodthirsty red pupils had also turned pitiful. He started it. Wasn't that because you tried to sneak in while the girl was sleeping deeply? Zixi coldly looked at Chan Beiyi. With me here, don't even think about hurting her. Chan Beiyi felt wronged. He had only wanted to kiss Xiao Yun on the sly while she was sleeping. That's right, just a single kiss. Xiao Yun's lips were so soft, and he had already wanted to do this so much earlier. Who knew that this little phoenix would come and ruin his plans? Zixi, go back first. Gu Ruan rubbed her temples to ward off the growing headache. Oh, right. I got Xiao Yi to pick up some ore from 1,000 miles away yesterday, so you can start laying down the formation now, to prevent outsiders from entering. While she had been in closed-door cultivation, Zixi had mentioned that he could set a formation around the residence, so that those who entered without someone leading them in would be trapped. Thus, she had gotten Chan Beiyi to help her find the materials needed for the formation. It was because the location of the materials was way too far, and only Chan Beiyi had the power to come and go fast enough. Good, then I'll start setting up the formation now. Once the formation is set up, no one will be able to enter and we can guard against assassinations. Zixi cast a sideways glance at Chan Beiyi, but did not say anything more. Those violet pupils were still full of enmity. Chapter 114, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Shifu, great news, I have the best news in the world. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Wei Yi charged in excitedly. However, at the moment, just when she was about to step inside, she unconsciously shivered. Cold. So cold. Wei Yi couldn't help but rub her arms, as she looked at the two people standing inside the room with astonishment. What was Chanbei Yi doing in Shifu's room at this hour, and why was there another devilishly handsome man? Girl, when did you accept a disciple? Zixi raised his brows and smiled faintly at Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders, she shamelessly signed herself up for it. Wei Yi had indeed brazenly signed herself up as a disciple. Gu Ruoan had only wanted to take her in as a subordinate, but after finding out that Gu Ruoan had refined that pill, she had ignored all protests and started calling her Shifu. Finally, Gu Ruoan had just let her do as she liked. Hee, Wei Yi chuckled, Shifu, who's this? He's the one who taught me how to refine pills. Her pill refining techniques had been taught by Zixi, so there weren't any lies in that statement. Then isn't he my Grand Shifu? Wei Yi's eyes lit up as she cast a measuring gaze on Zixi. Normally speaking, shouldn't Grand Shifu be a white-haired old man? Why was he so young? Unless he was one of the legendary old monsters who lived for thousands of years with an eternally youthful face. Moreover, the man before her looked extremely mysterious. His power was like a whirling vortex, she couldn't see through it no matter what. It was obvious that Zixi had been given a high position in Wei Yi's heart. I'm not this girl's Shifu, so you don't have to call me Grand Shifu. Having said so, Zixi turned to look at Gu Ruoan and said, Girl, I'm going to set up the formation for you now. I'll be able to worry a little less when I enter hibernation. Alright, then go ahead. Gu Ruoan nodded her head slightly as she spoke. Watching the man's figure as he left, Wei Yi turned towards Gu Ruoan, Shifu, this. Zixi doesn't like to get close to humans, you don't have to call him that. Right, what good news did you have for me? Upon mentioning this, Wei Yi started getting excited again. Her charming eyes were full of smiles as she spoke, taking full delight in someone else's misfortune. Shifu, did you know? Someone had set the Imperial study on fire, and the Crown Prince Leng Yanfeng has been crippled. He's been crippled. Gu Ruoan was startled. That is, he can't do it anymore. Gu Ruoan coughed fiercely. Laughter gathered in her eyes bit by bit. So what you mean is that Leng Yanfeng can no longer reproduce? What happened exactly? I don't know. I heard from outside that the Imperial Palace should have kept this under wraps, but somehow, everyone knows all about it. What's even funnier is that the Crown Prince didn't even get a glimpse of the culprit. Don't you think this is such pleasant news? I was already unhappy with that guy. I would have crippled him on the spot if I didn't want to avoid causing trouble yesterday. Wei Yi spoke rather energetically, feeling as though she had gotten rid of any resentment from the day before. It probably isn't a coincidence that Leng Yanfeng was crippled. Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow, then subconsciously turned towards Chanbei Yi. Xiao Yi, where did you go last night? Chanbei Yi's face turned red and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Gu Ruoan. It wasn't me. The way he was speaking showed that he had absolutely no confidence. He had simply wanted to teach Leng Yanfeng a lesson last night. Coincidentally, he had caught Leng Yanfeng in the midst of pressing on a girl, so he just cut that off. He hadn't thought that Xiao Yun would find out about this matter. How was Xiao Yun going to see him now? If Xiao Yun found out that he had witnessed Leng Yanfeng in bed with a girl, would she be angry? The more he thought, the more nervous he got. Chanbei Yi was deathly afraid that Gu Ruoan would ignore him because he had seen something he shouldn't have. Author's note, I'm going to clarify this first. Xiao Yi has only lost his memory, he's not mentally retarded or an idiot. Thus, he does know about that side of things, haha. TL's note, Wei Yi is assuming that Zixi is Gu Ruoan's Shifu. In the same way that your father's father is your grandfather, your Shifu's Shifu becomes your Grand Shifu. Tongue out. I could also use Grandmaster, but since we were already using Shifu, I thought Grand Shifu was clearer. Let me know if it isn't. Chapter 115, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. However, Gu Ruoan did not say anything else. She quickly turned her gaze to Wei Yi. After a moment of deep thought, she said, Wei Yi, help me find Elder Yu and bring him here. I want to discuss something with him. If she wanted to stand firm on this mainland, it was important to have an organization behind her. However, if she didn't have enough gold as her backing, she would never be able to develop her power base. Thus, right now, she needed to earn a lot of riches for herself. At this moment, on a gold couch, Leng Yanfeng's face was weak and pale. His thin lips were curved into a cold and hard grimace. The cold air on his body was enough to freeze everyone around him into ice. Leng Yanfeng, you didn't see the person's appearance? Han Fei asked with his brows knitted tightly together. Leng Yanfeng shook his head. That person moved too fast, I couldn't even see him clearly. However, although my father gave the order to keep it a secret last night, somehow, everyone in Azure Dragon Country already knows what happened. Bang! A fist landed heavily on the table. Leng Yanfeng's expression turned even colder, and his eyes carried undisguised killing intent. If I find out who that person is, I'll make him regret that he was ever born. For a man, the most important thing was carrying on the family line. Now that he had been completely crippled, how could he bear it? What was worse was that the entire Azure Dragon Country knew that he had been crippled. Feng, this injury isn't untreatable. Han Fei glanced at Leng Yanfeng. There's only one person in this world. Even if your limbs were broken, she would be able to help you put it back together, let alone your family jewels. Who? Leng Yanfeng's breathing tightened and he stared at Han Fei. The ghost doctor, Han Fei stated calmly before he creased his brows. This ghost doctor has always been eccentric in her ways. She won't save someone she doesn't like, no matter how many treasures you offer. Most importantly, the ghost doctor's whereabouts have always been a mystery. No one knows where she is unless she's willing to let them know. Hearing this, astonishment flashed across Leng Yanfeng's eyes. Shifu, is even weapon refining sect unable to find her? Han Fei shook his head. The ghost doctor has never stayed in a single place for more than 2 days. Thus, even if you find out where she's staying at right now, by the time you reach there, she's already left. Furthermore, the ghost doctor and the medicine order have a tenuous relationship. Shifu, I can't go on like this. No matter what, I have to find the ghost doctor and have her help me return to normal. Leng Yanfeng's pupils darkened, and the coldly handsome face showed resolution. Rest assured, no matter what, I'll help you find the ghost doctor. When the time comes, remember to check your attitude. The ghost doctor isn't someone normal. Even our weapon refining sect wouldn't want to offend her unless we're forced to. Otherwise, we'll offend a lot of people. The ghost doctor had been around for so many years, and had saved countless people. If they really threatened the ghost doctor, there would be a lot of people coming for them. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that Leng Yanfeng had already offended the ghost doctor much earlier. He had even offended her to the worst point possible. It was impossible to get the ghost doctor to save him now. When that time would come, Leng Yanfeng would feel utmost regret for his actions he'd made just a few days ago, to the point that he would want to erase his past self from existence. Yes, Shifu. Leng Yanfeng lowered his eyes, a dark glow flashing by his black pupils, seemingly thinking of something. Chapter 116, The Shocking Four Nations Auction 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Young master, I've finished the tasks you've entrusted to me. At that moment, within the courtyard, King Yi respectfully stood in front of a man in pink. Through our information network, we've spread the news that Leng Yanfeng was castrated by someone last night. Right now, everyone in Azure Dragon Country knows of this incident. Good, very good. Zhao Shangchen merely smiled, and it seemed as if 10 miles of cherry blossoms had just bloomed. It was a sight mesmerizing beyond words. That fellow only castrated Leng Yanfeng. That's far from enough. I have to add fuel to the fire from the shadows and tear Leng Yanfeng's reputation to shreds. After this, he won't have any excuse to get near Xiao Yunsa. Thinking up to there, Zhao Shangchen's smile grew even more pronounced. It was more beautiful than anything anyone could ever imagine. Actually, he had had the same thoughts as Chan Bei Yi last night and had wanted to go teach Leng Yanfeng a lesson. He didn't think that that fellow would take action first, and he even very satisfyingly castrated Leng Yanfeng. Of course, from Zhao Shangchen's point of view, since Leng Yanfeng cared so much about his reputation, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't destroy it to bits? It was his own fault for trying to pester his Xiao Yunsa anyway. Was his Xiao Yunsa someone that Leng Yanfeng could even match? What's going on in the Crown Prince's household now? Zhao Shangchen sneered. From what I know of Leng Yanfeng's personality, he definitely won't give up on himself. King Yi lowered her head and answered respectfully. Reporting to my lord, it seems like the people from weapon refining sect and the Crown Prince's household have been commanded to find the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, Wei Yi. Hee. Zhao Shangchen chuckled, and his slanted eyes were laughing in mockery. They're actually trying to get the ghost doctor to treat him. If Leng Yanfeng found out that the girl he called a servant yesterday was actually the ghost doctor, won't he feel the urge to cry? King Yi, continue monitoring the situation there. If there are any changes, inform me. Yes, my lord. King Yi retreated after receiving her orders. After she left, Zhao Shangchen slightly raised his devilish face, watching the sky with unfocused eyes. Xiao Yunsa, how will you thank me for helping you this time? The people from weapon refining sect were highly efficient. In just half a day, they managed to narrow down the ghost doctor's location. She had appeared in Azure Dragon Country to save someone's life just a few days ago. However, Mr. Liu obeyed the ghost doctor's orders and didn't dare to reveal her whereabouts. He only said that she had left after finishing the treatment. This was also the ghost doctor's usual style of doing things, so they weren't suspicious at all. Just as the people from weapon refining sect and the Crown Prince's household were out searching for the ghost doctor, a shocking piece of news was spreading throughout the four nations. It was none other than 100 Herb Hall holding a once-off auction, to which people from all countries would be invited to attend. It was even rumored that the legendary pills that had long disappeared from the mainland would appear there. Although it was just a beauty rejuvenation pill that was useless for cultivation, it still brought about a huge wave. Countless organizations sent their experts sprinting to Azure Dragon Country from thousands of miles away, all for one reason alone. That is, pills. If they managed to get this pill in their hands, they might even able to find out its components and then refine that pill. Since there wasn't even a single pill formula left on the current mainland, this was an extremely valuable chance for them. Thus, Azure Dragon Country was bustling with activity after a long period of peace. They were even more boisterous than the time when the four nations held martial arts competitions for their youth. Despite being the place where the auction was going to be held, 100 Herb Hall was strangely quiet. No matter how many organizations tried to scout out the situation, they didn't reveal even the tiniest bit of information from start to finish. From the number of pills to the source of the pills, no one knew anything. Chapter 117, The Shocking Four Nations Auction 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Everyone's eyes were on 100 Herb Hall, and the Gu family wasn't an exception. At this moment, within the main hall of the Gu household, Second Master Gu glanced at the old man sitting on the chair above and said, Father, although this beauty rejuvenation pill isn't very important to cultivators, many people are already eyeing it right now. Even the Plum faction isn't an exception. Yesterday, an elder from the Plum faction came looking for me after hearing that Gu Ruoan was working in 100 Herb Hall. We only have to help her ask for some news, and she'll give me a low-grade spirit stone. On the mainland, there were a few grades for spirit stones, low, medium, high, and premium. The veins of Strut stones had mostly been divided between the few large organizations on the mainland and used to raise their disciples. The spiritual power contained within one low-grade Strut stone could instantly raise a martial warrior from early stage to mid-stage. Thus, those large organizations could raise plenty of talents. The Plum faction only had 20 or 30 low-grade Strut stones in their possession, yet they were actually willing to hand over one in exchange for information. It was clear that they were setting down a heavy investment. The Plum faction. The old man was deep in thought for a moment before saying, although the Plum faction isn't as large as the weapon refining sect, they aren't weak either. In particular, the disciples and elders of the Plum faction are all women. However, I've heard that the faction leader of the Plum faction is extremely ugly. No wonder she wants to get the beauty rejuvenation pill to the point of investing such heavy capital into it. What a pity that Gu Ruan no longer recognizes our Gu family. How am I to get the information we need from her? The eyes of Second Master Gu darkened for a moment before he smiled and said, Father, Yunsa is too young, it can't be helped that she's a little stubborn. Her temper should have run out by now. If you personally visit her, she definitely won't be able to bear seeing her grandfather labor without reward. Furthermore, Yunsa has always placed family highly. We can use Gu Chan and his wife to influence her and guide her back to the right path. I'm sure that she'll definitely understand our painstaking efforts. All right. The old man decisively rose and said, this general will personally visit her then. Surely she'll at least give some respect to her grandfather. When all was said and done, the allure of that low-grade Strut stone was too much. It was so tempting that he couldn't resist it. The only thing to be done was to get off his high horse and plead with her. At this moment, within 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruan was currently discussing some important matters related to the auction with Elder Yu when an announcement sounded from outside the door. Elder Yu, the Gu family requests an audience. The Gu family. Elder Yu frowned and said impatiently, I've already ordered that we are not to entertain anyone from the Gu family. There's no good to be had by coming here at this time. But, General Gu said that he has an important matter and needs to meet Miss Ruan. He said that it's regarding Gu Chan and his wife. Immediately, Gu Ruan's eyes narrowed and cold flashed across her face. She sneered and said, let him come in. I'd like to see what he'll say. In her heart, Gu Chan and his wife were her weak spots. She absolutely wouldn't let anyone speak any nonsense about that. It was clear that old man Gu had baited the tiger in its den this time, and had completely enraged Gu Ruan. Elder Yu helplessly shook his head and forced a smile. I really don't know if all these people from the Gu family have grown any brains. Even after all that's happened, they're still trying to come and claim family relations with you. They really shouldn't have dragged Gu Chan and his wife into this. Eldest miss, what do you plan to do? Gu Ruan smiled, and that smile contained an eerily cold air. I'll give them hope, then send them crashing to the depths of despair. Chapter 118, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volre novels. Under the guidance of the servants, Old Man Gu appeared in front of Gu Ruan with a haughty expression. However, upon seeing Elder Yu sitting by her side, he froze in surprise for a moment before the arrogance on his face changed into a flattering smile. Elder Yu, so you were here. It was obvious that the old man had a lot of reverence in his heart for the martial king Elder Yu. Elder Yu harumphed once and didn't even glance at Old Man Gu, as if there was a pile of trash in front of him, polluting his eyes. Speak, for what reason have you come looking for Ruan? Elder Yu's tone was cold and detached, clearly unwelcoming. This. Old Man Gu looked at Elder Yu with some hesitation. Elder Yu, could I speak with her alone? Why, is it something that I can't listen to? Elder Yu finally looked at Old Man Gu. However, the look in his eyes was like the freezing tundra, so it turns out that this old man will be turned away even on his own territory. You're the first one who has tried to chase this old man out from his own place. Old Man Gu, I wonder who gave you such daring. In an instant, Old Man Gu's expression changed. Although he wanted to pander to Elder Yu, he didn't know what to say. With Elder Yu there were many things he couldn't say to Gu Ruan. However, from start to finish, he couldn't understand what the relationship was between Gu Ruan and Elder Yu that he would protect her like this. Yunsa, thinking up to here, the old man turned towards Gu Ruan with an expression full of familial affection. You've already left home for so many days. Grandfather misses you. You haven't gone to look at the place where your parents stayed when they were alive. I let the servants clean it up every day. Even if you stay there won't be any problems. Furthermore, your parents didn't cause a ruckus like you did, straining our relationship to this point. Suddenly, a knife like cold pierced Old Man Gu's body. Even he couldn't resist the urge to shiver. Shocked, he raised his head and saw Gu Ruan, whose eyes glinted with the same level of severe chill he felt. Was this still the good-for-nothing granddaughter of his? That look in her eyes made even the battle-hardened him feel panic and fright. When had she changed so much? It should have been after he had beaten her to death. Unconsciously, Gu Ruan's every action since then flashed through his mind. He realized that the girl standing before his eyes was no longer the little girl who was so easy to bully. Unfortunately, he had discovered it far too late. It was too late for regrets. Stop beating around the bush. Aren't you here for the beauty rejuvenation pill? Gu Ruan sneered and said, sure, I can get 100 Herb Hall to give you a pill, but you must find the corpses of Gu Chan and his wife for me. Otherwise, I'll never give you this chance. Old Man Gu's face had initially been filled with pleasant surprise. The Plum faction only wanted him to get news of the beauty rejuvenation pill. He hadn't expected that he could get the pill itself so easily. The Plum faction would surely be extremely grateful to him in that case. However, upon hearing the ultimatum that came afterwards, Old Man Gu froze. The corpses of Gu Chan and his wife. How was that possible? They had been dead for so many years. How would they be able to find their corpses? Yunsa, aren't you making things difficult for me? Old Man Gu awkwardly spoke up. Their corpses might have long been devoured by spiritual beasts and may not even exist anymore. How am I to find whole corpses for you? Could you change your request? Even if you want me to hand over the Gu family to you, I won't reject it. Chapter 119, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 5. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Gu Ruan curled her lip. If her condition was easy, she wouldn't have even mentioned it. Then I don't have any other way, Gu Ruan shrugged. Although I'm under 100 Herb Hall, I'm only a little errand girl. I don't have any authority, so I'm afraid I can't help you. No authority. The old man hated that he couldn't spit in her face. If she had nothing to do with 100 Herb Hall, why would Elder Yu continuously leap out to save her, heedless of the dangers? Although this girl didn't have a face that could cause the downfall of countries, she still looked rather pretty and refreshing. Elder Yu might just have that sort of taste. If Elder Yu knew what sort of thoughts old man Gu was harboring in his heart, he'd be so enraged that he would keep whipping his corpse even after he killed him. The old man hesitated for a moment, but finally fixed his resolve and said, "Fine, I agree to your request. We'll trade the pill for the corpses then." "Fine," Gu Ruan smiled, "come to me after the auction ends. I'll give you what you want." Hearing this, joy rose within the old man's heart. He was even more sure of his guess now. It looked like this girl was indeed involved with Elder Yu, otherwise, how could she even touch the treasures within 100 Herb Hall? He had wondered why 100 Herb Hall had accepted such a good-for-nothing. He hadn't expected that there would actually be this sort of relationship going on. You really couldn't read books by their covers. If Gu Shangsha returned to see this, he would most likely die of anger. As for why the old man didn't even think that Gu Ruan's position could be higher than Elder Yu, it was all because Elder Yu's position as a martial king expert was extremely intimidating. Even if Gu Ruan had broken away from her good-for-nothing name, what qualifications did she have to be ordering around a martial king expert? Looking at old man Gu's quickly disappearing silhouette, Elder Yu frowned. "Eldest miss, you're really going to give him a beauty rejuvenation pill?" Gu Ruan shrugged. "Of course not. That old fellow shouldn't have brought her parents into this farce, otherwise she wouldn't stab him in the dark like this." "Eldest miss, you." Elder Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He looked at the girl's smile with a completely flabbergasted expression. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and exclaimed, "You're really too sneaky. It's like you were made from the same mold as your father. That temperament, that personality, it was completely just like Gu Chan. If anyone said they weren't father and daughter, no one would believe it." In the main hall of the Gu household, Second Master Gu held his hands behind his back as he paced around anxiously. Right at that moment, he suddenly spotted old man Gu striding in. Upon seeing the undisguised pleasure in the old man's face, delight sprang up in his heart. "Father, you did it." The old man's arrogant expression showed how pleased he was with himself as he said, "How could anything end in failure once this general personally takes action? Gu Ruan has already agreed to give me a beauty rejuvenation pill, however." Second Master Gu had been overjoyed upon hearing the first few words, but following that, his expression instantly changed into one of dismay. "She wants the corpses of Gu Chan and his wife." The corpses of Gu Chan and his wife. Over a decade had already passed since then. Where were they going to find the corpses? Even if they found them, they would most likely just be rotten skeletons at this point. "Father, isn't she making things difficult for us? Where are we going to find 2 corpses for her?" Old man Gu replied with a treacherous smile. "I never said that I would find the real deal for her. Just go to the mass graves and bring back 2 bodies. As long as we keep our actions secret, she won't even know. Furthermore, which father would let some unknown corpse be entombed within their ancestral graves? Gu Ruan will never suspect the origins of those 2 bodies we give her." Chapter 120, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 6. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Second Master Gu had initially thought that he was rather malicious, but he hadn't thought that this old fellow would be even more malicious than he was. He would actually let someone else impersonate his son to be entombed within the ancestral graves. However, they only had that one method left. "All right, father, I'll send my trusted aide to look for one. Before the auction, we'll definitely look for 2 corpses that match what we need." Within this period of time, groups led by martial generals would appear from time to time on the streets of Azure Dragon Country. Even the rare martial king experts had suddenly become more common. Normally, in Azure Dragon Country, there would only be 2 or 3 martial generals around at any given time. However, their aim was clear, 100 Herb Hall. The Emperor of Azure Dragon Country lost his spirit and recalled the ones sent to look for the culprit who had harmed the Crown Prince, afraid that they might accidentally offend some martial king and bring trouble upon him. Those were experts that even the Emperor couldn't afford to offend. With just a wave of their hands, they could easily destroy the empire he so painstakingly built up. At this moment, at the entrance of the auction's location, Gu Panpan sat by a young man's side. Her limpid eyes curiously gazed upon the crowds of people, and her small face was filled with yearning and reverence. Normally, her background wasn't enough to admit her into an auction like this. However, she was lucky and managed to attract the Qin Order's young master, Qin Luo. Borrowing this chance, she came out to broaden her worldview. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from nearby, trickling into her ears. "I didn't think that 100 Herb Hall would host such an imposing gathering." "That's right, Gu Ruan, is it really okay if you don't go and help? Won't Elder Yu scold you?" "Gu Ruan." Gu Panpan was stunned for a moment. Turning her head over to look, that face that made her grind her teeth in hatred appeared in her view. Why was this woman here? She should be helping out at the auction. That was what a little errand girl like her should be doing. Luo Yin was chattering about something by the girl's ear, but the girl kept a faint smile on her face from start to finish. She was wearing a light green dress with green leaves sewn on, looking fresh and refined like she was isolated from the dirtiness of the world. Seeing the girl's pretty face, Gu Panpan clenched her lily-white hands. She didn't understand. It had been only a short time since they had last met, so how did Gu Ruoan change so much? That air of hers made Gu Panpan unbearably jealous. Panpan, you know her. Qin Luo followed Gu Panpan's gaze and looked towards the faintly smiling girl. A peculiar look flashed across his eyes. Even though the girl wasn't particularly beautiful, her hair was undeniably the most outstanding he had seen among women. While looks would easily wither with age, only their auras would continue growing through the years. Gu Panpan had clearly noticed the peculiar look in Qin Luo's eyes. She gripped onto the edge of her clothes and said, "She's my uncle's daughter." Unfortunately, she was too rebellious and didn't know how to respect the elderly. After breaking off ties with the family, she became a little errand girl in 100 Herb Hall. She purposely emphasized the words, errand girl. Errand girl. Qin Luo was a little disappointed. She was just an errand girl. In the end, that was no different from a servant girl. They belonged to the lowest levels of 100 Herb Hall. That feeling he had just now was mostly like a hallucination. Oh. Luo Yin had spotted Gu Panpan, and she gasped in surprise, "Gu Panpan, you little bitch, how are you not dead? You even came here today. Don't tell me you were pretending to faint the other day." Chapter 121, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 7. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. You're the one who should be dead. Gu Panpan's face turned red from anger. Luo Yin, look in the mirror. Your entire face is full of freckles, how disgusting. No wonder not a single man has ever taken a liking to you after so many years. You're not even embarrassed to be unmarried at such an old age. Don't tell me that you're so anxious to get hitched that you're here for the beauty rejuvenation pill. I advise you to give up. Even if you get the beauty rejuvenation pill, no man will like you. Gu Panpan's gaze was full of contempt as it swept over Luo Yin's freckled face, and she spoke mockingly. PFFT. Luo Yin spat on the floor and sneered, the man that this lady takes a liking to won't be that shallow. If he only likes me for my outer appearance, then I'll just be thrown away when my looks wither away from age. This lady is only here to check out the commotion. I don't even need any beauty rejuvenation pill. However, Gu Panpan, you do look rather beautiful. If I were a man, I might even be moved by you. Hearing this, Gu Panpan raised her snow-white chin proudly. She looked at Luo Yin with arrogance. However, Luo Yin continued speaking, however, you have no personality, no cultivation, no power and no talent whatsoever. If I were a man, I would definitely kick you out and find another wife when you turn old. At that time, you can just spend the rest of your life with your cucumber. You. Gu Panpan's face turned even more red. Her eyes seemed like they would spit out fire at any moment. She held in her anger for a long while before finally spitting out two words, "You're shameless." How could a woman speak such wicked words so nonchalantly? She was too shameless. Luo Yin rolled her eyes. I heard that cucumbers are good for your face, so I was just advising you to eat more cucumbers for the rest of your life. I was just trying to help you out of my good intentions, yet you scolded me for being shameless. Do tell me how exactly I'm being shameless here. This time, Gu Panpan couldn't breathe due to her overwhelming rage and almost choked to death from having restrained herself. Qin Luo looked at Gu Panpan with suspicion on his face, also wanting to know why Gu Panpan had scolded Luo Yin for being shameless. Qin Ji, Gu Panpan finally recovered her senses after a long struggle. She bit her lip and turned to look at Qin Luo. I just said she was shameless because she was comparing herself to a man. There's no other reason for it. Hearing this, Qin Luo retracted the suspicion in his heart and turned his gaze towards Luo Yin. Frowning, he asked, "Who are you?" This lady is named Luo Yin, the daughter of the great General Luo. However, my worldview has really expanded today. I didn't think that there would be a man so stupid as to believe that kind of explanation. Luo Yin laughed with contempt, and her gaze swept over Qin Luo's face as if she was looking at a pile of garbage. HMPH, Qin Luo harumphed, just the daughter of a general of Azure Dragon Country. I wonder who gave you the right to attend the auction this time. Do you have an invitation from 100 Herb Hall in your hands? Did you think you could enter just because you've curried favor with someone from 100 Herb Hall? What a shame, the woman by your side is just a little errand girl. She doesn't have any power. I advise you to leave this place before 100 Herb Hall chases you away. It won't look so good for you when that happens. From start to finish, Qin Luo didn't even look at Gu Ruoan. With Gu Panpan's identity, although it wasn't enough to become his legal wife, he could still take her as a concubine. As for Gu Ruoan, since she had already been struck off the family register of the Gu family, she wasn't even qualified to warm his bed. A little errand girl like her was nothing in his eyes. Chapter 122, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 8. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. What's going on here? Just as it was getting noisy outside, an elderly voice resounded from within the auction hall. Dressed in a flax robe, shopkeeper Zhao strode outside under the gazes from the crowd. Upon seeing Gu Ruoan's expressionless face, he froze for a moment before frowning and turning his gaze towards Qin Luo and Gu Panpan. Tell me, what are you trying to do by causing such a ruckus outside my 100 Herb Hall? Qin Luo's expression changed. No matter how haughtily he acted, that was only in front of those he could intimidate. In front of 100 Herb Hall's shopkeeper Zhao, he didn't dare to continue to act as such. Shopkeeper Zhao, there's nothing going on. We're heading in right now. Hee hee, the sound of escaping laughter rang out. Luo Yin couldn't help but laugh even louder. Nothing's going on. TSK, who was the one just insulting Gu Ruoan and calling her a little errand girl? Who was the one who dared to say that 100 Herb Hall would chase us away? So anyone who has relations with Gu Panpan is always this shameless. They'll disavow whatever they have just said in the blink of an eye. Shopkeeper Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. On the outside, although it seemed like Elder Yu called the shots, it was actually Gu Ruoan who was the real owner. Even Elder Yu had to follow her orders. This fellow, he even wanted to get 100 Herb Hall to chase her away. Gentleman Chin, haven't you gone overboard with your words? So this is how the Chin family raises their children. It looks like my 100 Herb Hall is too small to entertain big shots like yourself. Please go away. Gu Panpan's expression had changed from one of astonishment into an unsightly one. She sneered and said, Shopkeeper Zhao, you're just a little shopkeeper. Even Elder Yu hasn't said anything. Who are you to chase us out? Is this how your 100 Herb Hall treats guests? You'll make enemies with the Chin order for a little Gu Ruan. Do you think that's worth it? You want me to leave today? If I just refuse to go, what can you do to me? Gu Panpan had clearly forgotten that Elder Yu had gone against the weapon refining sect and had even battled against a martial king just for Gu Ruan. Why would he care about offending a single Chin order? From Gu Panpan's point of view, this was simply Shopkeeper Zhao's personal decision. The one who called the shots in 100 Herb Hall was Elder Yu. Elder Yu had not said anything yet, so what right did Shopkeeper Zhao have to make such a decision? Panpan. Chin Luo's face changed instantly. He was now starting to regret bringing Gu Panpan to the auction. Who would have known that this woman would be this brainless? Although Shopkeeper Zhao wasn't the highest ranked person in 100 Herb Hall, he still had enough authority over matters like these. Offending him wasn't the best move. Chin Ge. Gu Panpan still wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Chin Luo's terrible expression, she swallowed her words and instead fiercely glared at Gu Ruan and Luo Yin. Shopkeeper Zhao, while I admit I wasn't completely in the right, they also had some part in this matter. Chin Luo said somewhat angrily, they insulted Panpan, clearly not respecting me at all. Furthermore, I came all the way from my Chin order to attend this auction. Shopkeeper Zhao, it wouldn't look too good if you prevent me from entering outside the door. Used to being arrogant, Chin Luo wasn't willing to plead with others. However, he didn't want to offend Shopkeeper Zhao either. As long as Shopkeeper Zhao judged this incident fairly, he would forget about it. Chapter 123, The Shocking Four Nations Auction 9. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. Shopkeeper Zhao harumphed coldly and said, Do you need me to say it again? Get out of 100 Herb Hall right now, or else I won't mind calling someone to throw you out. After hearing this, Chin Luo's expression turned ugly. He knew that Shopkeeper Zhao would do exactly what he said. However, if Chin Luo returned home empty-handed, his father would surely blame him. This was all because of that bitch Gu Panpan. If it hadn't been for her, how could he have been chased away in public and with so many people watching? At this time, everyone's gazes were turned towards them. With so many people watching, Chin Luo was feeling a little ashamed. HMPH, we're leaving. As he couldn't stay any longer, Chin Luo led the men of the Chin order away from 100 Herb Hall in a hurry. As for that troublemaker Gu Panpan, it was clear that she didn't deserve to stand by his side any longer. Chin Ge. Gu Panpan anxiously stomped her foot, then glared at Gu Ruan with resentment. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness for your mistakes. Having promised so, she no longer had the face to continue staying there any longer. Before Shopkeeper Zhao could call for someone to throw her out, she hurriedly walked out and disappeared from sight. Seeing that the two people involved had left, the crowd watching the spectacle also quickly dispersed. Shopkeeper Zhao strode towards Gu Ruan and smiled as he said, Eldest Miss, Elder Yu has already prepared your seat. Please follow me. Eldest Miss. Luo Yin stared at the scene blankly in a daze. Why did Shopkeeper Zhao call Gu Ruan Eldest Miss? What was going on? Gu Ruan didn't expect that Shopkeeper Zhao would address her as Eldest Miss directly, but since Luo Yin would have found out sooner or later, she didn't say anything to correct him. She simply nodded. Lead the way. Yes, please follow me, Eldest Miss. The sects attending this auction were at the very minimum third rate and above. Although they were called third-rate sects, their power was at least a tier above a country. Thus, the arrogant lordlings who usually liked to boast of their many connections to powerful people could only keep quiet and squeeze into the crowded hall without complaints. Suddenly, a stunning figure stole everyone's attention. He was dressed entirely in pink, carrying a fan in his hand, with a face like peach blossoms, eyes like the moon, and his lips carrying a smile. His slightly narrowed eyes swept through the crowd. Upon seeing Gu Ruan follow Shopkeeper Zhao into a private box in the auction hall, he showed a sweet smile. Chen Gege, wait for me. It wasn't easy for me to come here from Vermilion Bird Country. Why won't you talk to me? Suddenly, a rebuking voice sounded from behind the man, making him wrinkle his good-looking brows unconsciously, his face carrying obvious impatience. This isn't a place for you. Hurry back to Vermilion Bird Country and stop disturbing me. Zhao Shangchen glanced at the girl who was also dressed in pink behind him, his tone clearly expressing his unhappiness. Chen Gege, Susu reached her hand out, thinking of grabbing onto Zhao Shangchen's lapel. However, before she could even touch him, the other had already pushed her hand away with disgust. His voice was cold and held no warmth at all. Susu, you know that I don't like people touching me. Susu was stunned. Her large crystal-like eyes held tears as she pitifully said, Chen Gege, I heard that you were protecting a woman here in Azure Dragon Country and that she is just some early-stage martial warrior trash. How is it that Susu is unable to compete with her? That woman can't match up to me, whether in family background or in power. I even came all the way to Azure Dragon Country for you, Chen Gege. Why won't Chen Gege look at Susu? Chapter 124, The Shocking Four Nations Auction 10. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volrenevels. There wasn't a single trace of humor on Zhao Shangchen's face. His eyes swept across the girl's figure coldly before he spoke indifferently. Susu, she's not someone you can match up to. You better not offend her, because I won't be able to protect you. Susu's gaze carried astonishment. She looked towards Zhao Shangchen in disbelief, eyes carrying grief and sorrow. Chen Gege, you've always been protective of me since we were young. But now, you're warning me because of some other woman. If I've done anything wrong, can you tell me? I'll change. No, you're not in the wrong at all. Zhao Shangchen shook his head and put away his feather fan as he said, but in my heart, you'll always be my little sister. Even if I treat you as a little sister, I hope that you won't get too close to me. Right now, I'm thinking of your safety. Don't provoke her, you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Little sister. No. She didn't want to be his little sister, she wanted to be his wife. After so many years, did Chen Gege not understand her heart? Why was he able to talk so cheerfully and easily with everyone else? Why did he only treat her so cruelly? Susu swallowed her bitter complaints and raised her eyes that had become blurry with tears. Her cute doll-like face carried a smile. Chen Gege, Susu understands. I just want to follow beside Chen Gege, I don't have any other motives. Zhao Shangchen looked at Susu's obstinate face, but didn't say anything else. However, he didn't walk towards his own private box, but towards Gu Ruoan's. Xiao Yunsa, I want to squeeze in with you for a bit, could you let me in? Hearing that seductive voice, Gu Ruoan paused for a moment before raising her head to look. The annoying smile on that man's face made her want to punch it. Fourth prince, I see that your feet are on the ground today. Where have your servant girls gone? Gu Ruoan raised an eyebrow. Every time Zhao Shangchen appeared, he was always sitting on top of a sedan carried by beautiful servant girls. This was the first time she had seen him walk in front of her. I even thought that you were handicapped and couldn't walk. Zhao Shangchen shrugged uncaringly. He already knew that Gu Ruoan had a sharp tongue that was merciless when it came to scolding people. However, that didn't mean that Susu was going to tolerate someone else humiliating the person she revered the most in her heart. Who are you to say that? Why are you humiliating Chen Gege? Even if Chen Gege gets carried around, that has nothing to do with you. Susu was so angry that her face flushed red. She glared at Gu Ruoan with anger. However, her glare didn't have much power behind it. She seemed more like a child throwing a tantrum. Humiliate him. Gu Ruoan raised her lips in a smile. Her gaze swept across the man's face. Zhao Shangchen, am I humiliating you? Cough cough. Zhao Shangchen coughed dryly. The humor in his eyes became even more pronounced. Xiao Yunsa, honestly speaking, you're not humiliating me at all. If this is humiliation, then this prince wouldn't mind getting humiliated a few more times by you. While saying this, Zhao Shangchen blinked innocently at Gu Ruoan a few times. His expression was if he was completely begging to be ravaged. Chen Gege. Susu stomped a few times and glared at Gu Ruoan unhappily. She didn't understand how this disrespectful woman could be better than her and could make Chen Gege, who had grown up together with her, abandon her without hesitation. Furthermore, that woman's power was too weak. A 15-year-old early-stage martial warrior might be considered good in Azure Dragon Country, but if she was thinking of standing by Chen Gege's side with this kind of power, then she was completely delusional. Chapter 125, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 11. Everyone, thank you for coming from so far away. Welcome to our 100 Herb Hall's auction. It was at this moment that Elder Yu's elderly voice sounded from outside the private box. His tone carried obvious excitement. You know what we're auctioning off today? That's right, the legendary pills. Even now, we've only discovered a few pills in the tombs of experts from tens of thousands of years ago and the rest have disappeared in the flowing rivers of time. However, this time, our 100 Herb Hall has been lucky enough to find a few beauty rejuvenation pills. The breathing of the crowd tightened as they stared without blinking at the elderly man standing in the center of the auction hall, afraid that they would miss a single word. As everyone knows, the famous ghost doctor's face carries numerous scars. She couldn't even cure them herself. However, our 100 Herb Hall tested the pill on the ghost doctor and successfully healed all the wounds on her face. As Elder Yu continued speaking, he got even more excited, as if he had seen a wondrous future ahead of him. The ghost doctor who can treat anyone on the brink of death and bring them back to life. Heavens, the ghost doctor actually used the beauty rejuvenation pill. I was skeptical about this pill at first, but if the ghost doctor serves as a living example, then I'll have to get this pill even if I have to spend my entire family fortune. Just as the crowd was bursting into discussion, Wei Yi appeared, all dressed in red. Before the audience's stunned gazes, she walked towards the center of the hall. Her oval-shaped face looked extremely lovely. With her red lips curved in a slight smile, her fair skin seemed translucent and clear, completely flawless. Her every expression held a slight hint of flirtation. What a charming woman. Upon seeing Wei Yi, the crowd was filled with surprise. The gazes could no longer move away from the woman's face. Even though she didn't have a single scar left on her face, those who had seen Wei Yi before could tell that she was the ghost doctor. That attitude wasn't something that could be emulated. The scars on the ghost doctor's face really were removed. Back then, the ghost doctor's wounds were severely poisoned, and adding on the amount of time that has passed since then. The time limit to completely heal a wound is 2 years. Seeing that she has recovered to this degree, it looks like the beauty rejuvenation pill is real. My wife is so vain. If I give this beauty rejuvenation pill to her, she might even recover her youthful looks. Pills were categorized into primary and secondary pills. Normally, pills used by cultivators for cultivation and battle were called primary pills, whereas those that had nothing to do with cultivation were called secondary pills. However, the power of secondary pills shouldn't be underestimated. The stronger the woman, the more vain she would be. Some women were willing to spend their family fortunes for their face, so Gu Ruoan hadn't been worried at all about the market for the beauty rejuvenation pill. Chen Gege, it's the Empress Dowager's birthday in a few more days. If we give this beauty rejuvenation pill to her, she'll surely be happy. Susu looked at Elder Yu with shining eyes. In her heart, she quietly had the determination to obtain the beauty rejuvenation pill. Zhao Shangchen raised an eyebrow and smiled at Susu. Susu, if you want this beauty rejuvenation pill, you don't have to get it from any other channels. There's someone right here who can get it for you. What? Susu froze for a moment and looked at Zhao Shangchen in confusion. Zhao Shangchen shot a glance at Gu Ruoan, and a peculiar glint flashed across his eyes. Xiao Yunsa is the boss behind 100 Herb Hall. If you want, you can ask her for it. If she's in a good mood, she might even sell you one. Susu's eyes widened comically. Gu Ruan was the boss behind 100 Herb Hall. Impossible. From what her subordinates had investigated, this woman was just an errand girl in 100 Herb Hall. Chapter 126, Heaven City and the Chia Family, 1. Luo Yin froze in shock. She cast a disbelieving gaze towards Gu Ruan, her eyes filled with amazement. No wonder shopkeeper Zhao had called her eldest miss. She was actually the boss behind 100 Herb Hall. However, Luo Yin wondered, why was it that she didn't know about this? Furthermore, when 100 Herb Hall was founded, Gu Ruan wasn't even born yet. Gu Ruan frowned. It was clear that she was unhappy about Zhao Shangchen exposing her identity. Her indifferent gaze swept across the man's devilishly charming face. If it weren't for the fact that you're my brother's friend, based on what you said just now, I would have got an elder you to chase you out. Zhao Shangchen rubbed his nose, his smile bitter. Wasn't he just worried that Susu would do something to Gu Ruan after underestimating her? However, no matter what the reason behind it was, he had exposed her identity without her permission. He was indeed in the wrong. Susu opened her mouth and looked like she wanted to say something, but she was too embarrassed to spit it out. At this moment, within the auction hall, Elder Yu's voice resounded again. Everyone, if there aren't any questions, let's proceed with our auction. This time, we have a total of 5 beauty rejuvenation pills available. Each person can get at most 1 pill. The first pill starts bidding at 10,000 gold coins. Following Elder Yu's words, the entire hall turned silent. Then, the noise of a frantic bidding war exploded in the hall like a crash of thunder. 100,000 gold coins. Bang! Everyone was shocked by this confident bid. 100,000 gold coins was enough for a middle-sized family to live for 2 years. However, it was the starting bid for this pill right now. Bar Zhenshin, your wife is already old and wrinkled. What are you wasting so much money on her for? Why don't you just get a new wife and leave this pill to us, haha. A middle-aged man dressed in green burst out into loud laughter, completely ignoring the angry glare tossed his way by Bar Zhenshin. HMPH, Bar Zhenshin harumphed, I must get this pill. Then I'm sorry, but I'm also interested in this pill. Thus, I'm bidding 200,000 gold coins. Within the private box, Zhao Shangchen was smiling as he leaned against his seat. That face that was more beautiful than a woman's wore a languid and contented smile. He appeared to know that Gu Ruan wasn't very knowledgeable on the mainland powers, so beside her, he lightly explained the following. That man with a scar on his face is the underground leader of Black Turtle Country's Heaven City, Bar Zhenshin. In Black Turtle Country, Heaven City is even stronger than the country itself. You can imagine how powerful Bar Zhenshin is. However, this Bar Zhenshin is a famous wife con. Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow. Her gaze landed on Zhao Shangchen. Zhao Shangchen flipped open his fan and smiled as he continued to speak. I'm guessing the Bar Zhenshin is here to buy the beauty rejuvenation pill for his wife. As for the person fighting him for it, that's the shopkeeper for Heaven City's largest medicine hall. He's probably aiming to bring the pill back and display it as a treasure in his hall in order to drum up trade for himself. Heaven City. Gu Ruan sunk into silence for a while before she asked, what kind of power is this Heaven City? How come I've never heard of it before? In Black Turtle Country, Heaven City is the organization with the most authority. If the royal family of Black Turtle Country wants to change dynasties, it's impossible with just the support of their courtiers, rather, they have to get the approval of Heaven City. Even when choosing the crown prince, the royal family needs Heaven City's approval. Thus, Heaven City is the greatest existence in Black Turtle Country. TL note, Bar Zhenshin, Bar Zhentian, has a really intimidating name. His surname Bar means tyrant, while his name Zhenshin means shaking the heavens. What an amazing name tilde. Remember that the countries carry the names of 4 mythical beasts. We had Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and now we have Black Turtle appearing. Black Turtle represents the north, so Black Turtle Country is presumably to the north tilde. You can read up more about the 4 symbols here. Also, I finally updated the glossary up to the latest translated chapters, so you can go look up any characters you've forgotten about over here. Chapter 127, Heaven City and the Chia Family, 2. Gu Ruan was a little astonished. Even though there were organizations stronger than the royal family in Azure Dragon Country, letting those organizations decide who the position of Crown Prince would go to was unheard of to her. What kind of place was this mysterious Heaven City like? Could you continue explaining the situation in Heaven City to me? Gu Ruan asked excitedly. Sure, Zhao Shangchen's eyes held a hint of a smile. The City Lord, the Chia family, controls the entire Heaven City. Supposedly, the young master has been extremely weak and sick since he was young. It was assumed that he wouldn't live past 15 years old. However, just a few months ago, that young master suddenly got better and his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. His situation is rather similar to yours. As he finished speaking, Zhao Shangchen's pupils narrowed as he cast a measuring gaze towards the girl before him. Based on King Yi's information, Gu Ruan had also been a cowardly weak good-for-nothing, but that had changed after her near-death experience. That young master from the Chia family, what's his name? Gu Ruan's heart skipped a beat against her will. She took a deep breath and asked. Chia Linyu. Bang! It was as if a thunderbolt had struck Gu Ruan's heart. Her whole body started trembling. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands as tears slowly leaked through the cracks between her fingers. Yue. Was it him? Could it be him? Could he still be living in this world? In her previous life, she would have given her life to protect him. In the end, his limbs had been torn off in front of her as he died miserably. What level of heartrending pain was that? The only regret she had after her previous life was being unable to protect the ones precious to her. Ruan, what happened to you? Luo Yin asked, confused as she stared at Gu Ruan. From what she could remember, Gu Ruan had never left Azure Dragon Country. How would she know the young master of Black Turtle Country's Chia family? Why was she so agitated after hearing Chia Linyu's name? I'm fine. Luo Yin's voice brought Gu Ruoan back to her senses. It was only now that she realized that everyone was staring at her with peculiar gazes. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and gently smiled as she spoke. Zhao Shangchen wrinkled his brows slightly. He looked at Gu Ruoan as if he were thinking of something. After a long moment, he finally said, Xiao Yun sir, Heaven City is cut off from the outside world. No one is allowed to enter unless they have the token of Heaven City's city lord. Thank you. Gu Ruoan inclined her head and smiled in gratitude. She was grateful to Zhao Shangchen for telling all this to her. She had to make a trip to Heaven City, regardless of whether the Chia family's young master was Yue or not. If you want to show your gratitude, then come hug me. Zhao Shangchen languidly opened his arms, waiting for the girl to fly into them. However, Zhao Shangchen's words made Susu stomp her foot unhappily. Chen Gege. Chen Gege had always disliked people touching him. However, right now, he actually wanted to hug another woman. This made her feel bitter in her heart. The gaze she shot towards Gu Ruoan was full of enmity. At this moment, the first pill had already been auctioned away. No matter how much money Bar Zhenshin had, he couldn't match up to the fortunes belonging to the boss of Heaven City's largest medicine hall. Thus, the auction ended at the bid of 3 million gold coins. Of course, since it was just the first round, many people weren't willing to show their hands yet. There were 4 more pills anyway, why spend so much in the competition at the start? It was because the crowd had these kinds of thoughts that they would regret giving up on the first round. In the end, that was the lowest price for the entire auction. Alright, we'll start the second round now. This time, our starting bid is 3 million gold coins. Roar. The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. The starting bid for this round was the final bid of the previous round. Chapter 128, Sky-High Prices at the Auction 1. Everyone, you can start bidding now. Elder Yu was a cunning man, smiling as he pulled off his heist. If they didn't play some tricks, how could they squeeze all these powers dry? Of course, this was a method that Gu Ruoan had taught him. These powers definitely wouldn't go all out in the first few rounds of the auction. After the crowd sunk into silence for a moment, the cacophony of crazed bids rang out again. They realized that if they didn't get the pills in this round, then the price would only get higher and higher. 4 million gold coins. Bar Zhenshin gritted his teeth. It was clear that he was setting down his life on the line for the sake of making his wife happy. However, the others didn't approve of his actions. His wife was already old and wrinkled. As the leader of an underground force, why did he need to fear an old lady? 6 million gold coins. A beautiful and alluring voice rang out, carrying a charming and touching tone. I must have this beauty rejuvenation pill. Gentlemen, would you let me have this chance? I'll be very grateful. Haha, Shiji, your beauty is already renowned throughout the lands. Why fight with us for this pill? Don't tell me you want all the men in the world to bow down before you. The beautiful woman covered her lips as she smiled. I'm extremely interested in refining pills. I simply want to study this pill. Furthermore, who wouldn't want to become even more beautiful? Don't you think so too? This time, Elder Yu had managed to force the hand of some of the powers that hadn't wanted to take action yet. Thus, Bar Zhenshin's expression was already turning ugly. Cold sweat gathered on his forehead. Although his fortune wasn't considered too shabby, compared to so many strong clans and sects, he was still weaker by level. Very quickly, the current round was won by Shiji at the price of 20 million gold coins. In the private box, Luo Yin was gaping at this mind-blowing figure. One pill, and one that only changes a woman's appearance at that, can actually sell for 20 million. That's an amount we can never hope to earn in our entire lifetime. Hearing this, Susu, who had been silent up till now, spoke up. Although strong experts rule on this mainland, experts are also vain. They're even more willing to spend huge amounts on this aspect as well. It's not strange that a beauty rejuvenation pill can sell at that kind of price. Hearing this, Gu Ruoan took a second look at Susu, but didn't say anything more. Not long after, the third and fourth pills were sold at 5 million and 100 million respectively. Of course, poor Bar Zhenshin didn't have a chance to get a pill at all. Anxiety appeared on his face, and his tightly clenched fists were filled with sweat. There's only one pill left. I have to get it no matter what. After taking a deep breath, Bar Zhenshin's eyes were filled with determination. Next up, we have the last pill up for auction. Elder Yu chuckled, clearly pleased with today's results. Although 100 Herb Hall normally made a lot of profit, they hadn't yet reached the point where they could earn 100 million in a day. The apple didn't fall from the tree. He had a premonition that this girl's achievements would surpass Gu Qian's in the near future. The bidding for this pill starts at 3 million gold coins. Of course, this might be the last beauty rejuvenation pill left in the world. You have to think clearly. If you miss this chance, there may never be another. Elder Yu was only speaking of maybes and he didn't say definitely. His words left space for other possibilities. Even so, in the ears of everyone present, they heard that if they missed out on this chance, they would never be able to get a beauty rejuvenation pill again. In just a short amount of time, the crowd became boisterous. TL note, Shiji is pronounced as Shorji and means Snake Princess. As of now, I can't tell whether it's her name or a title. I'll be keeping it as Shiji for now. Try listening to her name on Google Translate XD. Chapter 129, Sky-High Prices at the Auction 2. I bid 80 million gold coins. Bar Zhenshin was the first to speak. These 80 million gold coins were all the funds he could touch. He wouldn't be able to bear it if the price went higher than this. 110 million gold coins. A voice rang out calmly. Bang! Bar Zhenshin's legs went soft and he fell onto his chair. His forehead was full of sweat and it was as if his body had collapsed from exhaustion. Zhao Shangchen indolently smiled with his almond-shaped eyes fixed on Gu Ruoan. His beautiful smile made it hard for a gaze to turn away. Seo Yunsa, I'm extremely interested in this pill as well. I wonder if you'll agree to letting me take part in this auction. Gu Ruoan rolled her eyes. If you have the money, then do as you like. Either way, I won't feel dissatisfied earning so much. 120 million gold coins. Another voice rang out from outside the private box. Without hesitation, Zhao Shangchen immediately said, 220 million gold coins. 3. 500 million. Before that person could finish speaking, his words died in his throat when Zhao Shangchen spoke out. SS. The crowd drew in their breaths. Although they were all pretty rich, it was hard for them to justify using up so much funds in just a short moment. What kind of person was this fellow? He could actually throw out 500 million just like that. 500 million going once, 500 million going twice, 500 million going thrice, sold. Boom. The sound of the gavel. LDU's heart was all stirred up and his face was full of excitement. That was 500 million gold coins. It was enough for even the Dongfang family to spend for 10 years. You could imagine what kind of sky-high price that 500 million gold coins was. Today's auction was destined to be written into the annals of history. Even many years later, it would still be talked about by the people of the world. At this moment, within the private box, Gu Ruoan rubbed her chin and stared at Zhao Shangchen with a sinister look. Seeing her evil expression, Zhao Shangchen hurriedly covered his chest. Seo Yunsa, what are you thinking of doing? Isn't it a little inappropriate to do it in such a public place? Your brother will kill me. Gu Ruoan couldn't resist rolling her eyes. I was just thinking, since you're so rich, I need to properly squeeze some of it out of you. Luo Yin, who had still been in a daze, abruptly regained her senses after hearing their banter. She grabbed onto Gu Ruoan's shoulder, extremely agitated. That's 500 million gold coins. A single pill of yours sold for 500 million gold coins, that's just impossible. Tell me, where did you get these pills from? How could Luo Yin not be agitated? 500 million gold coins, surely even the National Treasury didn't have that much money. Furthermore, this was before counting in the final prices of the other 4 pills. She wondered if the national treasuries of all 4 countries added up together would amount to what Gu Ruoan had made today. I picked him up. Gu Ruoan shrugged. I still have one more pill here, do you want it? I can return you the 100 gold coins I borrowed from you a few months ago. Picked him up, your ass. Luo Yin wanted to curse out loud, but was mesmerized by the pill in Gu Ruoan's hands. Zhao Shangchen and Su Su both turned the gazes to the chi-gathering pill. From their intuitions, the pill in Gu Ruoan's hands seemed to be much better than the beauty rejuvenation pills that had just been auctioned off. Seo Yunsa, you're really biased, Zhao Shangchen pouted and pitifully whined. Why did I have to spend 500 million to get one pill, but she only needed 100 gold coins? You're clearly too biased, this is unfair. Was he born to be an easy mark? Gu Shangshao took advantage of that, and so did his sister. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Shangchen thought it wasn't fair. The gaze he turned towards Gu Ruoan accused her with a hefty crime, as if she was some bastard who had abandoned her husband and children. Chapter 130, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 3. Gu Ruoan shrugged. You're rich and stupid, who else should I target if not you? Hearing this, the corner of Zhao Shangchen's mouth twitched unconsciously. Although 500 million gold coins didn't mean much to him, who would say something like that so clearly? 4th Prince, Luo Yin, I have some business to attend to. I'm leaving first. While saying so, Gu Ruoan stood up and yawned lazily. She then walked towards the door of the private box. However, before she could push open the door and leave, she halted her steps at the sound of someone speaking. You're really the boss behind the scenes at 100 Herb Hall. Susu's gaze was locked onto Gu Ruoan. As far as I know, 100 Herb Hall already existed long before you were born. No matter what, she couldn't believe that the young girl before her was the boss of 100 Herb Hall. It was simply too unbelievable. Gu Ruoan smiled with her back to Susu. As long as a country exists, it will change rulers sooner or later, no. This sentence was equivalent to tacitly confirming that she was the boss of 100 Herb Hall. However, right after she finished saying so, she pushed the door open and left. Susu looked towards the direction Gu Ruoan had left in, her eyes carrying a complicated look. She had at first thought that the woman Chen Gege was protecting was a good for nothing, since everything she had heard about Gu Ruoan before coming here was that. However, if Gu Ruoan was the mysterious boss behind 100 Herb Hall, then that was a whole other story. Even if 100 Herb Hall had to change rulers, if she didn't have the ability, how would she be able to make these people submit? Susu, I've told you before, don't provoke her. Zhao Shangchen showed off that smile that could charm devils again, lazing against the back of his seat as he spoke with an equally lazy tone. Susu didn't have a bad personality, but she was a little stubborn due to being spoiled ever since she was a child. Zhao Shangchen didn't wish for her to offend Gu Ruoan, so he had purposely said those words for her. Chen Gege, if she's that great, why isn't she willing to reveal her identity to others? If those people knew that she was the boss behind 100 Herb Hall, then they wouldn't keep disturbing her. Susu blinked her wide, watery eyes and asked in bewilderment. She has to hide her talents while her wings have yet to finish growing. However, she's very sincere in front of her friends. That's what I admire about her, Zhao Shangchen drawled, a slight smile on that devastatingly beautiful face. If everyone found out that the beauty rejuvenation pills had come from her, and that she could take out even more precious pills, and that she had even made the ghost doctor willingly submit to her, then the entire mainland would be in an upheaval. However, she clearly didn't want that to happen. Before her wings grew out, she had to hide and bide her time. In the main hall, Ba Zhenshin was watching the streams of people flow out of the auctioning area. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice halted his steps. Leader Ba, our boss would like to invite you for a talk. Ba Zhenshin froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at LDU with suspicion in his eyes. LDU, why is your boss looking for me? Leader Ba will know once you go. LDU smiled calmly. Honestly speaking, he didn't know why Gu Ruan was looking for Ba Zhenshin either. Then, I'm troubling you. Ba Zhenshin finally regained his senses. He cupped his hands in a respectful salute as he spoke. Please. Hearing this, LDU made a friendly gesture and led Ba Zhenshin towards the guest hall. However, once Ba Zhenshin saw the young girl waiting for him within, his entire person froze in surprise. Undisguised astonishment appeared on that imposing face of his. Chapter 131, Sky-High Prices at the Auction 4. He would never have imagined that the boss behind 100 Herb Hall was a girl as young as this. It was also hard to imagine that she was the one who had organized the pill auction that had shocked the entire mainland. That was because she was far too young. She was so young that it was hard to believe. You're the boss of 100 Herb Hall. Ba Zhenshin quickly recovered from his shock and asked in a tone full of suspicion. That's right. Gu Ruan looked at Ba Zhenshin, brimming with humor. Her fingers gently brushed the teacups on the table. LDU, pour some tea for our guest. There's no need. Ba Zhenshin made a halting gesture and asked directly, Miss, let's not beat around the bush. What business do you have with me? Nothing much. I only admire Leader Ba's character very much, so I want to help you out. Don't you need the beauty rejuvenation pill? I can give one to you for free. What? Ba Zhenshin widened his eyes in shock. He looked at Gu Ruan in disbelief. What did she just say? She could give him a beauty rejuvenation pill for free. Was he dreaming? Also, what motives did she have in doing so? Miss, you're a merchant. Merchants will never let themselves incur losses. I want to know what this free pill is really about. Seeing the doubt in Ba Zhenshin's eyes, Gu Ruan smiled. She had her own motives, of course. Ba Zhenshin was someone from Heaven City. If she entered Heaven City in the future, she might need his help then. She could easily refine another batch of beauty rejuvenation pills, so it was worth exchanging a single pill she didn't need for a big favor. Of course, before investigating Chia Linyu's identity clearly, she would not reveal her motives. Leader Ba, you're thinking too much. I've only heard of your dedication to your wife. Thus, this pill isn't for you, but for your wife. Everyone might say that Ba Zhenshin is weak, being so scared of a woman, but as the leader of the underground power in Heaven City, how could you really be scared of a weak woman? If there's no love, then where would fear come from? Even outsiders would be touched by such deep feelings. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't want to give you this pill either. Hearing so, Ba Zhenshin's expression softened. Everyone took him for a coward and a weakling, but it was only this girl before him who really understood why he held such fear. It was because of the strength of his love, that he would willingly become a henpecked husband. Miss, you've said it very well. I do love my wife a lot. She has been with me since I was a nobody and we have been through life and death together. However, now that my career is finally at its peak, she has already become an old woman. Adding on the idle talk from outsiders, she has lost her confidence. I want to get the beauty rejuvenation pill, not because I like young and pretty women, but because I want her to regain confidence in herself. It was only when he talked about his wife that Ba Zhenshin's eyes were full of warmth. Gu Ruan smiled. Leader Ba, I can give you the beauty rejuvenation pill, but do you really think that she would recover her self-confidence with just a pill alone? The only one who can help her is you. The only one who can help her is you, Leader Ba. You can use your own actions to show her that she's the woman you love the most in this lifetime, regardless of whether she's as beautiful as a fairy or an old woman. Those words rang like a bell in his mind. Ba Zhenshin abruptly came to a realization. That's right, although he still spoiled her, he was too busy with work most of the time. If someone whispered unpleasant things in her ears, he wouldn't be able to handle it immediately, thus causing her to become less and less confident in herself. Chapter 132, Gu Ruan's Trickery 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. Miss, thank you for your words today. I understand what I have to do now. Ba Zhenshin smiled in gratitude and cupped his fists in a salute to Gu Ruan. If not for you, I might have kept my head buried in a box. Now, I've finally realized what I need to do. I bid you goodbye for now. If Miss goes to Heaven City sometime in the future, don't forget to come to my place as a guest. Ha ha. Speaking up to here, Ba Zhenshin laughed out loud and turned to leave. It was at this moment that the girl's voice rang out, halting his steps. Please wait. Ba Zhenshin paused for a moment and turned to look at the girl's pretty face. He asked, is there any other business, miss? Gu Ruan revealed a smile, her black eyes filled with self-confidence and calm. Leader Ba, have you felt discomfort in your body recently? Does the left side of your abdomen hurt sometimes? This, Ba Zhenshin looked at Gu Ruan with a startled look. How did you know? I've studied medicine before, so I can tell you have an illness. Furthermore, your neck is a little dark and you look like you don't have enough vitality. These are the symptoms of poisoning. Luckily, it's a slow-acting poison. Since I've discovered it early, it won't be too much of a problem. From her first glance at Ba Zhenshin, Gu Ruan had already known that he was poisoned. Furthermore, it was a very rare poison at that. There was obvious suspicion in Ba Zhenshin's eyes, so Gu Ruan didn't bother saying anything more. She directly said, if Leader Ba doesn't believe me, you can consult a doctor. I'm simply giving you a word of warning. Alright, I'm tired. LDU, send our guest out. Yes. LDU made a gesture of invitation and said, Leader Ba, this way please. Ba Zhenshin nodded, and walked out shortly after under LDU's lead. Honestly speaking, on this mainland, many people tended to believe in the existence of something rather than not, let alone someone in a high position like Ba Zhenshin. Thus, he decided to get someone to check his body once he returned. If he really had been poisoned, then. Thinking up to here, a cold glint flashed in his eyes before he sneered silently. If I've really been poisoned, then if I find out who did it, I'll definitely make it so he won't be able to rest in peace. Within 100 Herb Hall, LDU had just returned from sending Bar Genshin out when some men from the Gu family walked in, bearing a litter. Wherever they passed, a disgusting stench would spread out, causing everyone to frown unconsciously. Yunsa. Old man Gu came forward with a beaming face and said, I found your parents' corpses. I only hope that you've prepared yourself. Having said so, he turned towards the servants behind him and raised his hands, indicating for them to remove the white cloth. In the instant the white cloth was lifted, two faces beyond recognition appeared before her eyes. These bodies had already rotted to the point that only white bones were left. Furthermore, there were traces of gnawing by demonic beasts. The white maggots squirming within the corpses caused everyone to shiver in horror. Mr. Gu Chan, and Miss Yue. LDU looked at the two tragic corpses and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. If there hadn't been too many people around, he would have knelt down crying in front of those two corpses. Many people turned their heads away, disturbed by the sight. Who would ever have thought that the illustrious Mr. Gu Chan would become such a miserable sight upon death? Why hadn't the Gu family found him earlier? It couldn't be helped that the crowd held disdain in their hearts. Gu Chan had brought the Gu family to its current height while he was alive, and that was entirely because everyone had pandered to him. After his death, not a single person had gone to collect his corpse, and it had even rotted to this degree. Chapter 133, Gu Ruin's Trickery 2. At this moment, no one suspected that the Gu family had taken someone else's corpse to impersonate Gu Chan. After all, Gu Chan was the Gu family's own blood and flesh. No matter how shameless old man Gu could get, he definitely wouldn't let someone unrelated enter the Gu family's ancestral hall. That would be the greatest moral outrage. Even Elder Yu believed it completely. In the entire 100 Herb Hall, only Gu Ruin's expression remained calm from start to finish. She didn't say anything, and others couldn't tell what she was thinking. Yunsa, I've already fulfilled your request. What about our promise back then? Old man Gu looked at Gu Ruin nervously. The Plum faction had not participated in the auction this time because he had promised them that he could get a beauty rejuvenation pill from 100 Herb Hall. If he couldn't finish this task, then you can imagine the rage from the Plum faction. Go back, Gu Ruin raised her head and said expressionlessly, I'll give you the pill once I've confirmed the identities of these two people. Hearing this, old man Gu burst into agitated rage. Gu Ruin, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that I found two random corpses to deceive you? No matter what, Gu Chan was my son and I loved him dearly. How could I let someone else impersonate him and be buried with my Gu family ancestors? This is practically an insult to my Gu family. The old man spoke so righteously, as if Gu Ruin was some criminal who had committed an unforgivable crime that everyone should punish. However, Gu Ruin smiled. For some reason, upon seeing her smile, the old man's heart suddenly trembled for a bit. A sense of unease started rising in his heart. Then can I ask you, only bones were left of these two people. How were you able to recognize them as my parents? Or perhaps I should ask, since you've already known where their corpses were, did you purposely leave them out to rot without letting them enter the ancestral graves? Why did you do such a thing? The old man choked up and his face turned red. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a single word to refute her. Upon hearing Gu Ruin's questions, Elder Yu abruptly came to his senses. He stared unwaveringly at the two corpses before him before shouting suddenly, no. They're not Gu Chan and his wife. Gu Chan injured his bones before and it had never recovered. Although these two corpses have already rotted, it's clear that there aren't any traces of injuries on the bones. I'm sure that he's not Gu Chan. Since one of the corpses wasn't Gu Chan, then that proved that the other one wasn't Dongfang Yu. What, Elder Yu, what do you mean by that? These two corpses aren't Gu Chan and his wife. I've really underestimated how shameless old man Gu can get. For the sake of getting his way, he can even find someone else to impersonate his own son. Is this something a human would do? After the people who hadn't yet left 100 Herb Hall heard Elder Yu's words, they tossed disdainful looks at Elder Yu. Old man Gu was filled with rage upon seeing those looks. He gritted his teeth fiercely and said, what do you mean by this? Gu Ruin, are you purposely playing me? He had already seen that Gu Ruin had no intention of giving him the pill at all. Everything had been for the sake of playing him. Playing you? Gu Ruin raised her eyebrows and smiled. Did you think I had the free time to do that? I simply wanted to force you to hand over my parents' remains so I could let them rest in peace. I didn't think that you would actually find two corpses to deceive me. Are you sure that I was playing you? That's right, she had indeed played a trick on him, but she wasn't so stupid as to admit it. Ha ha, old man Gu laughed crazily and gritted his teeth. He said viciously, Gu Ruin, I've really underestimated you. You even managed to seduce 100 Herb Hall's Elder Yu. However, for the sake of your own desires, you seduced an old man and borrowed his authority to swagger about. Don't you think that it's too shameful? How could Gu Chan have borne something as shameless as you? If I had known earlier that you would turn out this way, I would have killed you when you were little. It's better than having you be such an outrage now. You're shaming my Gu family. Chapter 134, Gu Ruin's Trickery 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. It was like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Everyone stared at Gu Ruin and Elder Yu in disbelief. No wonder Elder Yu had put his life on the line to save her whenever she had faced danger. So it was because they had that kind of relationship. This woman was so shameless, she had actually seduced a man who was even older than her own grandfather. This was a shame to Gu Chan and his wife. Rubbish. Elder Yu, who had always paid attention to his image, couldn't help but curse. Just as he was about to personally teach this old man a lesson, a slender hand reached out from the side and stopped his actions. Gu Ruin's gaze was extremely severe. It pierced through old man Gu's body like a sharp sword. Slowly, she spoke up, but that voice carried immense pressure. On behalf of my brother, I didn't intend to eradicate all of you from the start. However, you have been forcing me all this time. From now on, the Gu family is on 100 Herb Hall's blacklist. No matter what ailments and injuries the Gu family has, all doctors are not allowed to help them, or they'll be making an enemy out of 100 Herb Hall. Didn't you just say that I'm borrowing Elder Yu's authority to intimidate others? Then I'll do it right now to show you. Actually, it wasn't that Gu Ruan didn't want to completely eradicate the Gu family. It was because that would expose her strength. Furthermore, she had always preferred keeping things clean and killing to the last one. Second Master Gu still had a son somewhere out in the world. She was going to wait for him to come back before she completely got rid of them all. Letting them think that she was borrowing Elder Yu's authority to pretend that she was a big shot was better than letting them know that she was the real owner of 100 Herb Hall. Elder Yu glanced at Old Man Gu in sympathy. This old fellow had offended eldest miss. It was easy to imagine how miserable his following days would be. A group of people stopped outside a manor. These people were wearing palace uniforms and jade pendants hung at their waists. It was clear to see where they had come from in one glance. From the reports of our spies, the ghost doctor first appeared at 100 Herb Hall's auction and then someone followed her all the way to this location. Only the ghost doctor can save His Highness now. We're going for diplomacy before force. If she's not willing to save him, then we'll use force. The expression of the middle-aged man acting as the leader turned serious. His fiercely shaped eyes looked severe as he waved his hand. Let's go, we're entering here. It was weird. Just as they stepped through the main entrance, they found that they were stuck at the same spot no matter how much they walked. It was as if they had entered a maze. If they didn't find the trick behind it soon, they would never be able to leave. Leader, what should we do now? Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. If I'm not wrong, this should be a formation. Who would have thought that there would be a formation in 100 Herb Hall's courtyard? I was too careless. If we can't find the ghost doctor, then we won't be able to cure His Highness. The foundation of the entire royal family will be shaken. It was at this moment that the sound of an army charging came to their ears. When they raised their heads to look, their expressions changed. Not far away, countless soldiers rushed towards them with their swords raised. Even though this was within a formation, the pain they felt was real. Outside the formation, Wei Yi sat to the side, eating some melon seeds and tasting some good wine. She watched the group of people standing on the spot and waving their swords wildly in high spirits. If anyone who wasn't in the know were watching right now, they would probably be frightened to death. It was simply too strange. There was clearly no one attacking them, but wound after wound would appear on their bodies without warning. Did you think that trash like you would be able to walk out of Lord Zixie's formation? You even wanted to make me treat that crown prince of yours. Did you think I, the ghost doctor, would treat just anyone? I'll be the first to refuse to treat someone as narcissistic as him. Especially since that crown prince had actually called her a servant girl. Chapter 135, Gu Ruan's Trickery 4. Thinking of how the crown prince had called her a servant girl, Wei Yi was full of anger. She hated that she couldn't stab that bastard in the chest a few times. At this moment, within a guest house, Old Man Gu cowered as he watched the woman in front of him, whose expression had turned ugly, and said with a little fear, Elder, this doesn't have anything to do with me. It's that horrible girl Gu Ruan, it's all her fault. She deceived me. Elder May's expression was extremely cold. A frigid aura exuded from her body. Her hand landed heavily on the table, and with a smack, the table was split into two. Old Man Gu trembled in fright. Old Man Gu was scolding Second Master Gu in the depths of his heart. It was all that damned boy's fault. Otherwise, why would he have to bend and scrape before a woman for favor? General Gu, your son promised me that you would be able to get a beauty rejuvenation pill if you found the remains of Gu Chan and his wife. That pill is something that our faction master needs. In the end, is this how you handle your work for our Plum faction? You couldn't even find 2 corpses. Old Man Gu was really in a pinch, but he couldn't speak of his troubles. Back then, they couldn't find the corpses of Gu Chan and his wife. It had already been 10 years, how would they be able to find the corpses now? Elder May, please let me explain. From the start, Gu Ruan didn't plan to give me the pill. She was purposely tricking me by doing so. Our relations were strained by some incidents that happened before, so she purposely did this to create a misunderstanding between the Plum faction and the Gu family. Our Gu family has always been treating the Plum faction with utmost sincerity. We absolutely won't shirk our duties for you. At this point, all the old man could do was push all the responsibility on Gu Ruan. He might even be able to borrow the Plum faction's hand to get rid of that girl. However, at this moment, a woman from the Plum faction walked in from outside the door. After bowing, she said, Elder, shopkeeper Zhao from 100 Herb Hall requests an audience. Let him in. Elder May frowned as she said. Someone from 100 Herb Hall. The old man froze for a moment. Before he could react, shopkeeper Zhao walked in from outside the room, dressed in hemp clothes. Elder May, I have come here this time to present a gift for you on behalf of Miss Ruan. Shopkeeper Zhao didn't hesitate and got right to the point. Although Old Man Gu purposefully used 2 corpses to impersonate Gu Chan and his wife, Miss Ruan had already asked for a beauty rejuvenation pill from Elder Yu before the auction, intending to exchange it for her parents' remains. Alas! Upon hearing that there was still one more beauty rejuvenation pill, Elder May's eyes lit up and her breathing quickened. Shopkeeper Zhao sighed. It was only out of longing for her parents that Miss Ruan used the pill as a condition. Since the Gu family has actually done such a despicable thing, this pill shouldn't have even been taken out. Speaking up to here, Shopkeeper Zhao could clearly see that Elder May's expression had turned tense. He smiled in his heart before continuing. However, the mistake made by the Gu family shouldn't be borne by the Plum faction. Thus, Miss Ruan has decided to use the price of the final bid of the second round of the auction to sell this pill to the Plum faction. Actually, Gu Ruan had her reasons for doing so. She could easily refine a whole furnace full of beauty rejuvenation pills. One pill was nothing to her. Thus, exchanging a single useless pill for 20 million gold coins and a strike at the Gu family was completely worth it. Are you serious? Elder May's wrinkled face was full of joy. For the Plum faction, 20 million gold coins wasn't much. However, if they had joined the auction, they might not have been able to get a beauty rejuvenation pill even if they had 20 million gold coins. Chapter 136, 3 years, 1. Miss Ruan doesn't go back on her word, unlike some people. Shopkeeper Zhao cast a glance towards Old Man Gu, who was currently pale as a sheet. He sneered and said, however, Elder May, a word of advice. This old fellow loves to stir up trouble fathers and create something out of nothing. I hope you won't listen to his one-sided words. This person even used a corpse to impersonate his own son. What wouldn't he do? Elder May was a little ashamed. If Shopkeeper Zhao hadn't appeared, she probably would have believed Old Man Gu's words and despised Gu Ruan. She might have even tried to do something to her. Shopkeeper Zhao, go back and tell Miss Ruan this. Gu Chan was a hero in the hearts of everyone, and as Gu Chan's daughter, I believe that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If she has some time in the future, I will welcome her as a guest in our Plum faction. I'll let Miss Ruan know. I'll take my leave now. Shopkeeper Zhao made a cupped fist salute before turning to leave without a second look at Old Man Gu. Right after he left, the old man felt a pair of icy eyes watching him. He turned his head stiffly, and upon seeing Elder May's frosty expression, he spoke up out of fright. Elder May, let me explain, it's not like that. Then tell me, what's the truth behind this matter? Elder May sneered, you didn't put your all into your task, and you even tried to push all the blame onto an innocent girl. If Shopkeeper Zhao hadn't come over to send the pill just now, I would have most likely believed your words. Just the thought of how this old fellow had almost played her for a fool was the source of overwhelming rage blooming inside Elder May's heart. Her frosty gaze was practically sharp enough to pierce through Old Man Gu's body. Elder May, Enough. Elder May briskly interrupted his words. Our Plum faction was considering helping your Gu family at first, but you were the one who didn't seize the opportunity. Moreover, you've dug yourself into a hole you'll never get out of. Cold. Old Man Gu felt a chill all over his body, as if he had fallen into an igloo. He tried to open his mouth to continue explaining, but not a single sound came out of his throat. General Gu, go back. The Gu family is no longer welcome here with our Plum faction. I'll spare your life for today, but from now on, if my Plum faction meets anyone from the Gu family, I'll kill them as soon as I see them. I hope your family will never appear before my eyes again in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Scram. That one word pushed Old Man Gu's body back a few steps. His eyes were filled with despair. The world was so big, who knew where the Plum faction's members might appear? If the Gu family's people were going to lose their lives the moment they were seen by the Plum faction, then that basically meant that the Gu family could never leave their home at all. The Plum faction might even purposely appear outside the door of the Gu household and kill everyone in the family. However, Old Man Gu was thinking too much. The Plum faction was so busy already, where would they get the time to take revenge on someone as insignificant as him? Even purposely going to the Gu household. This old fellow was thinking too highly of himself. Elder May, please have mercy on us. The old man trembled as he gave a cupped fist salute, the streaks of white hair against his temples making him a pitiful sight to behold. Elder May's expression turned impatient as she shouted, if you're not going to scram right now, I'll make it so you'll never be able to scram again. Bang! A strong wind hit the old man like a punch, pushing him out and cutting off his cries for mercy along the way as the door slammed shut. The Gu family had dug a hole for themselves this time, even thoroughly offending the Plum faction while they were at it. Chapter 137, 3 years, 2. Miss, should we also snatch the beauty rejuvenation pill? From within the meeting hall, Han Fei turned to look at Shiyun, revealing his undisguised greed. To think, a single beauty rejuvenation pill could actually sell for as much as 500 million. If the weapon refining sect were to take all that, there would be no need to worry about their future funds. Shiyun didn't speak up. As she slightly tilted her head, a strange light flashed across her pure, fairy-like face. Since 100 Herb Hall was able to bring out those beauty rejuvenation pills, there might be other pills as well. Elder Han Fei, we must have them all no matter what. Power. She needed more power to snatch that man back. Right at that moment, a weapon refining sect disciple rushed over and reported, Miss, Elder Han Fei, something happened. The entire weapon refining sect is in trouble. What? Shiyun abruptly stood and asked, what happened? Recently, the sect master has been away, so a group of mounted troops took advantage of the darkness to attack us last night. The weapon refining sect sent a message by carrier pigeon asking the young miss to return and take charge. Shiyun's expression turned ugly. Do you know who's behind the attacks? It seems to be the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family. Shiyun grimly smiled. It seems like some people are too bored, so they're trying to stir up some trouble. Elder Han Fei, since that's the case, let us return first. When we've settled things there, we'll come back. Understood. Then what about Leng Yanfeng? Should I go look for him? No need. We're in a hurry. There's no need to bother about him. Most importantly, she was disgusted every time that man cast his yearning gaze on her. Who did he think he was? He was just an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect. With an inner talent lesser than hers, how could he possibly be worthy enough to stand by her side? If he didn't still have his uses, she would have kicked him away a long time ago. At this moment, within 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruan put down what she was doing. Her gaze rested upon Elder Yu as she lifted a brow and said, so you're saying that those people from the weapon refining sect finally left? That's right. Elder Yu nodded his head. I reported our situation to Young Master some time ago. Young Master said that he would think of a way to handle it. Seeing that the weapon refining sect left in such a rush, Young Master must have done something. After all, it would be too dangerous with the weapon refining sect here. Who knew what those shameless people would do? For now, Gu Ruan was still in the midst of growing. At this stage, she was no match for those people from the weapon refining sect. However, he believed that in the time to come, she would definitely surpass them all. Good, very good, Gu Ruoan smiled. Now that the weapon refining sect has left, I can develop my power in peace. 3 years, I will use 3 years' time to grow. After those 3 years, I will surely have the words, devil sect, resounding in everyone's ears. Yue, wait for me. In 3 years, I will come and find you. Thinking of those words, Gu Ruoan's resolution shone within her eyes. Time flowed like water, the years passed swiftly. For cultivators, 3 years were merely a fleeting moment. Within 3 years, an organization known as the Devil Sect suddenly rose to power. No one knew whether the master of that sect was male or female, nor did they know what kind of place the Devil Sect really was. However, that was understandable, because any organization that harbored ill intent towards the Devil Sect was destroyed overnight. Thus, the Devil Sect's merciless, ruthless ways were gradually engraved into the people's hearts. For generations to come, the infamous sect master of the Devil Sect was henceforth known as the Devil Emperor. Chapter 138, Gu Xianglin returns, 1. On a small, meandering forest road, a group of people spurred their horses and rushed towards Azure Dragon Country at full speed. The leader of that group was a young man who looked like he was in his 20s. He seemed like a scholarly, elegant man, not at all like someone who was experienced at battle. Left Protector, we're almost at Azure Dragon Country, do we need to go faster? Yes, this mission took us long enough. We can finally return. The young man who had been called Left Protector revealed a slight smile. He had been sent out by Master for a task, but it had ended up taking half a year. He wondered how his brothers in the Devil Sect were faring by now. It was at this moment that a dust storm came whirling in from behind them, and following that, a loud shout cried, "All of you in front, get out of the way." The young man frowned, but whoever had shouted the warning did not wait for a reaction. A whip lashed out towards the young man, aiming to force him off his horse. However, before it could even touch his body, the young man grabbed the whip and pulled, dragging his attacker off his mount. Hold. Instantly, everyone pulled on their reins and stopped. They saw that the ones who had come speeding at them from behind were wearing similar colors and riding storm wolves. Each of them carried haughty and insufferably arrogant expressions. People from the Cool Breeze faction. A peculiar glint flashed across Sun Feng's eyes. He looked at the people before him with an icy gaze. Why are you blocking me? Although the Cool Breeze faction was a level below the Dongfang family in power, they were still a faction. As general knowledge, to establish a faction, the faction had to have a martial king expert. This Cool Breeze faction even had 2 martial kings. In the secular world, this was enough to ride roughshod over most people. Stupid little boy, can't you see that our young master is here? You even dare to block our way. If I don't whip you, who else shall I whip? The man who had been pulled to the ground by Zunfeng hurriedly climbed up. He looked mockingly at Zunfeng. Look at how wretched your mounts are. You're just some commoners from the secular world. I really don't know where you got the balls to block our young master's way. Having said so, the man turned his head towards the handsome young man who had stopped not far off. That young man looked to be about the same age as Zunfeng. He had deep facial features, as if his face had been chiseled by a sculpting knife. However, those eyes carried a snobbish glint from time to time, completely ruining his rather handsome face. Gu Xianglin. Zunfeng's eyes cooled slightly. By right, he shouldn't be able to recognize the Cool Breeze faction's young master, but he didn't have a choice. This Gu Xianglin was Gu Panpan's elder brother. That is to say, he was Gu Ruoan's cousin. He couldn't help but recognize him. Furthermore, he hadn't expected that Gu Xianglin would become the Cool Breeze faction's young master. A few years ago, he had heard that the only son of the Cool Breeze faction's master had been killed, and the Cool Breeze faction had lost their successor. Thus, the faction master had passed the Cool Breeze faction on to his adopted son. He had not expected that the aforementioned adopted son would turn out to be Gu Xianglin. It looked like a storm was about to rise in Azure Dragon Country. Gu Xianglin cast an indifferent glance towards Zunfeng. Even though his expression was even, Zunfeng could see the disdain in his eyes. Forget it. There'll be dogs who block the way everywhere. There's no need to quibble with some vulgar people. We'd just be stooping to their level. He waved his hand and said, let's go. I haven't been home in many years. I don't know how my family has been doing lately, so speed is our priority. Chapter 139, Gu Xianglin returns, 2. HMPH. The man fiercely glared at Zunfeng. Consider your luck good. Our young master isn't going to pursue this matter this time, but if this happens again, you better watch your head. After saying so, he threw himself onto his wolf mount, and then with a shout, he rushed forward, kicking up a wave of dust in his wake. Left Protector, this. Seeing the attitude of those people, the men by Zunfeng's side cast their gazes towards him in askance. Are we letting them go just like that? The question brought Zunfeng back to his senses. He was about to speak, when suddenly, a silvery white light shot across the horizon with a whoosh. Following that, a snow-white wolf appeared before them. That wolf was beautiful. Its snow-white fur was supple and shiny. Those intelligent eyes were curiously measuring up the group of people before it. However, its beauty was irrelevant. More importantly, as part of the wolf clan of spiritual beasts, it carried enormous attack power. Left Protector, watch out. Everyone paled in fear. They hurried to draw their weapons, cautiously watching the snow wolf's every move. At this moment, no one noticed Zunfeng's eyes light up with emotion. All of you, stand down, he shouted. Then, Zunfeng turned his gaze to the snow wolf and tried to restrain his excitement as he said, Heavenly Wolf, you're here. Is Master here too? The others probably did not know this, but he had personally seen this snow wolf walk out of Master's room a year ago, some time after Master had broken through to Marshal General. He had thought that the snow wolf was trying to harm Master at first, but Master had told him that the snow wolf was the contracted spiritual beast she had just obtained. Within the mainland, humans and spiritual beasts could form a contract with each other and fight together. However, they had to get the spiritual beast's consent. If the spiritual beast refused, then it was impossible to form a contract between that pair of human and beast. Spiritual beasts had always been stubborn. Countless beasts would rather die than submit, so usually, there were only a rare few who managed to contract a spiritual beast. Bao Bao, come back. Right at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Following that, they watched as the snow wolf dashed behind them. Its little head rubbed against a young girl's thigh, begging for attention in a cute manner. Everyone's eyes were following the wolf. Upon seeing the young girl standing where the wolf had stopped, their eyes unconsciously lit up. Master. Why was Master here? She was even acting so familiar with that wolf. You're back. Gu Ruan had a faint smile on her face as she walked towards them and said, however, why have you all stopped here? Master, Zunfeng thought for a while before raising his head to look at Gu Ruan. We just met Gu Xianglan and got into a small dispute. Moreover, he's now the young master of the Cool Breeze faction. Gu Xianglan. The young girl's slender fingers lightly brushed against the snow wolf's soft fur. For a moment, she appeared to be in deep thought. Then the moment passed, and she spoke. The Cool Breeze faction seems to have two Martial King experts, and they're both at the early stage. However, even if he's become the young master of the Cool Breeze faction, it doesn't change anything. Furthermore, Zunfeng, I need you to do something for me. She lowered her head slightly and whispered into Zunfeng's ears. After she finished speaking, Zunfeng looked at her pretty face in surprise before cupping his fists in a salute. I'll do as you've ordered. At the Gu household. After receiving the news of Gu Xianglan's return, everyone ran out to welcome him. The one who was the most pleased was second Madame Gu. She would see just who dared to bully her now with her son back. Especially that little bitch Gu Ruan. So what if she had Elder Yu behind her? When the time came, wouldn't she have to obediently come kowtow to her and admit her wrongs? At that time, she definitely had to force the little bitch to insult her own mother. And if Gu Ruan refused, she would have to face the consequences. Just thinking about it, an arrogant expression surfaced on second Madame's face. Everyone would have to bow down at her feet. TL's note, Bao Bao, means, Bunbun. Gu Ruan chose a pretty childish name for her fierce snow wolf pet XD. Chapter 140, Disturbance at the Banquet 1. Within the Gu family's main hall, Gu Xianglan's gaze swept over the entire front courtyard. Suddenly, he spotted a group of people walking over from the front hall. The proud arch of his expression slowly turned gentle as he strode forward and said, Grandfather, father, mother, little sister, I have returned. Has everything been going well these past few years? Right, where's Gu Ruan? Why hasn't she come out to greet me yet? After he finished speaking, Gu Xianglan frowned. In his heart, there was only disdain towards Gu Ruan. So what if Gu Xiangxia was better than him in all aspects? Wasn't his little sister a mere good for nothing? If it wasn't for the Gu family's blood running through her veins, she probably would have been driven out early on. HMPH. The old man coldly snorted, radiating hatred as he spat, don't bring up that bastard. What happened? Gu Xianglan was surprised. Although grandfather disliked Gu Ruan, he wouldn't insult her like this. It seemed like at some point during the years that he had been gone, something had happened within the Gu family that he wasn't aware about. Grandfather's good mood abruptly changed as soon as Gu Ruan was mentioned. He said with an ashen face, that woman has no morals. Not only did she announce her separation from our family, but she even schemed to harm her own relatives. Finally, she fooled around and shamelessly seduced a man even older than me. Treat it as if I don't have this granddaughter. Following that, the old man recounted every single incident that had taken place in the past 3 years. Of course, he exaggerated his retelling. He made it sound like his own Gu family was innocent, while portraying Gu Ruan as a completely ungrateful brat who had tossed away the Gu family after sucking up to 100 Herb Hall. She had even tried to exterminate them. I should have strangled an immoral girl like her as soon as she was born. The old man gritted his teeth. Even though I disliked her, I never did any harm to her. After all, she's still my granddaughter. Even if I was biased towards Panpan, I never starved her or hurt her before. Even when she was disobedient, I strove to discipline her. And what did she do? When I asked for her help in my time of need, she actually ordered someone to throw me out. It was true that the old man didn't harm his granddaughter. He had simply beaten her to death. If Gu Ruan hadn't taken this body when she did, then the world would be short one Gu Ruan right now. Gu Xianglan frowned. This Gu Ruan is too outrageous. Her parents died early, so grandfather, second uncle and second aunt are all her elders. How could she treat her elders this way? Grandfather, there's one thing you've said correctly. Brothers are like father figures, but her brother isn't here. As her elder male cousin, the task of disciplining her is left to me. Don't worry, I'll make her understand what it means to respect the old and treasure the young. If anyone else had told him such things, Gu Xianglan probably would not have believed it, but it was grandfather who had said so. Grandfather had always been the one he looked up to since he was young, so Gu Xianglan didn't doubt his words at all. Linsa, why waste your words on a bastard like that? Let's just hire people from the Cool Breeze faction to kill her and be done with it. Why waste the effort to do it yourself? Second Madame Gu said angrily. Her inability to put a knife to Gu Ruan's face right now infuriated her. She needed to satisfy the hate in her heart, otherwise she would never be able to rest. Gu Xianglan looked at his mother and calmly said, Mother, no matter what, the Gu family blood still runs in Gu Ruan's veins. Though she doesn't recognize our affection, we still can't do something like that. Besides, now that I've come back, we need to hold a welcome feast. As the young master of the Cool Breeze faction, there will be many powers that will come and visit me. How about this? I'll send her an invite and let her see the big banquet. Once she sees how grand the banquet is, I reckon she'll know it's better for her to return to the Gu family. As he spoke, his face held undisguised pride. He obviously had immense confidence in himself. Chapter 141, Disturbance at the Banquet 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. What? Second Madame Gu jumped up. You want to let that little bastard attend the welcome feast? Then sir, what kind of status do you have? You're the young master of the Cool Breeze faction. And what is she? She's just a slut who is relying on an old man to gain power. Is she worthy enough to attend your welcome feast? She's insulting our Gu family just by stepping through our door. In the past, Second Madame Gu wouldn't have dared to say such words. However, now that her son had become the Cool Breeze faction's young master, how could she not be arrogant? That brat Gu Ruan was practically like mud compared to her outstanding son, too filthy to even look at. Alright, that's enough. Grandfather looked unhappily at Second Madame Gu. He had disagreed with his son about letting Second Madame Gu marry into the Gu family in the past. If not for her excellent son, he would have driven her out long ago. She was a narrow-minded shrew. Let's leave all the arrangements for Xianglin to decide. Don't interfere with matters like these. You're just a woman. Hearing the old man's words, Second Madame Gu shut her mouth unhappily. She felt indignant in her heart. What right did that heartless, cold little bastard have to participate in her precious son's welcome feast? Of course, Second Madame Gu had never even thought about how they had previously bullied Gu Ruan. When Gu Shangshao had been present, the bullying had not been overboard. But as soon as Gu Shangshao had left, they had become even more aggressive. In the end, they had beaten the innocent Gu Ruan to death for an outsider. So what kind of affection did they expect Gu Ruan to have for them? However, people like Second Madame Gu would never dwell on their own mistakes. In her eyes, she would always be blameless. The ones in the wrong would always be someone else. Xiao Yun. Just as Gu Ruan stepped into the courtyard, a devilishly red silhouette came flying from close by. With a crown of bewitching silver hair, the already exceptional face seemed even more beautiful. His expression looked like he was feeling wronged as he looked at her pitifully. Xiao Yun sir, while you were gone, they bullied me. They bullied you. Who are they? Gu Ruan frowned and asked. Zhao Shangchen, Chan Bei said pitifully. He said that men and women should maintain a distance. He told me not to follow you all the time, and the kids shouldn't keep clinging to their mothers once they're grown. If I brought you harm by following you, Xiao Yun sir, can I really not be with you? Gu Ruan's heart ached as she looked at his pitiful appearance. To her, Chan Bei was just like a weak child with her immature heart who needed her protection. Thus, she couldn't help but feel resentful towards Zhao Shangchen. At this very moment, busy with thinking of ways to discipline Zhao Shangchen, Gu Ruan didn't notice a glint flash through the eyes of the man in front of her. In a blink of an eye, it quickly vanished before anyone could notice. It couldn't be helped. For the sake of driving away that clingy evil man, it was the only solution. If his opponents were people like Leng Yanfeng, then he could just directly take action to make sure they never dared to trouble Gu Ruan again. But it seemed like that evildoer had a rather good relationship with Xiao Yun. If he beat Zhao Shangchen up, Xiao Yun would definitely get angry at him. It was at this moment that shopkeeper Zhao hurried in saying, "Eldest miss, the fourth prince is asking for an audience." Hearing so, Gu Ruan replied quickly, "I refuse." Shopkeeper Zhao was confused. Eldest miss had always had a pretty good relationship with the fourth prince. Why was she refusing even to meet him now? Xiao Yun sir, did I make you angry somehow? Why do you resent me so much? You won't even let me through the door. Author's note, Xiao Yi is very sinister. He had to act like a villain to chase away the evil man, crying wolf. Ha ha. Chapter 142, Disturbance at the Banquet 3. Suddenly, a helpless voice came out from behind. After turning around, they saw a figure dressed in pink quickly striding in, his beautiful face carrying grief. He hadn't done anything yet, right? Why was this girl being so heartless today? Fourth prince, my place here is too small to hold all your grandeur. Gu Ruan's face held a cold expression. Furthermore, fourth prince, you don't have the right to direct my life. If not for the fact that you're my brother's friend, I would have chased you out by now for doing so. Xiao Yun sir, before you treat me so ruthlessly, you should at least let me know why, right? Zhao Shangchen felt aggrieved. He had been thinking for a long time, but he still didn't know what he had done wrong. Gu Ruan sneered, Zhao Shangchen, you came to my territory and tried to tell my people to leave my side. You are just my brother's friend. What right do you have to interfere with my business? Hearing this, Zhao Shangchen gaped in surprise, before smiling helplessly. Xiao Yun sir, you must have mistaken my meaning. I spent 3 years trying to check this man's identity, but I still couldn't find anything. I suspect that he might have some sort of motive for coming to your side. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't tell me that you think that I would try to hurt you. Zhao Shangchen had indeed been considering her safety, but... Zhao Shangchen, I understand that you're worried for my safety, but I believe in Chan Bei. He absolutely won't hurt me. Even she didn't know why she trusted him so much. In the past, she had trusted Lu Chen in the past, but was unable to continue blindly trusting him when he had pointed a sword at her. However, right now, she had absolute trust in Chan Bei and Zixi. Even if they pointed a sword at her heart at this moment, she believed that they would never hurt her. The trust Gu Ruan had for them was unlike the trust she had had for Lu Chen. It wasn't built from flowery words or from spending time together, but from the bottom of her heart. Even if they had only known each other for 3 years. Zhao Shangchen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his almond-shaped eyes cast a serious, measuring gaze towards Chan Bei. He really didn't know why Xiao Yunsa wanted to trust this man so deeply, especially since he was someone without an identity. Suddenly, that man's eyes turned to meet Zhao Shangchen's gaze. Those blood-red pupils made Zhao Shangchen's heart sink, making him feel as if a pair of hands had wrapped around his heart, making it hard to breathe. Strong. This man was very strong. This man's strength and power was hidden too deeply and went far beyond what Zhao Shangchen could detect. Zhao Shangchen couldn't understand why this man would stand by Gu Ruan's side and his purpose for doing so. Furthermore, only someone whose hands were stained with blood would be able to give off such a bloody aura. Despite this, that man would only show Gu Ruan the appearance of a little wife being bullied. He would try to act pitiful and cute, leaving no trace at all of the aura a strong person would have. Fourth prince, I hope that you won't say anything like that again. Otherwise, I won't treat you with courtesy, even if we were friends. Gu Ruan said calmly, while glancing at Zhao Shangchen. She was overprotective by nature, and Chan Beiyi was one of her people. She absolutely would not let anyone bully him. Xiao Yunsa, you're so biased, Zhao Shangchen pouted, his eyes filled with grievances. You're making me jealous. I hate how you're protecting him like that. When are you going to protect me in the same way? Gu Ruan rolled her eyes at him. When you die, I'll be sure to avenge your death. Chapter 143, Disturbance at the Banquet 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. In an instant, Zhao Shangchen's face darkened. This girl, was she actually cursing him? Suddenly, he smiled. It seemed like 10 miles of peach blossoms had suddenly bloomed. It was a magnificent sight. I suddenly feel like dying isn't so painful, if I can get Xiao Yunsa's protection. At that moment, shopkeeper Zhao, who had been watching this man taking liberties with his eldest miss, but hesitated to take action, hurriedly tried to wrap up the conversation. Eldest miss, there's one more thing I have to report. The second young master of the Gu family, Gu Xianglan, has returned. The Gu family is going to hold a welcome feast for him, and they send you an invitation. Does eldest miss intend on attending? Zhao Shangchen glared fiercely at shopkeeper Zhao, with a resentful expression. He was clearly unhappy about the interruption. I'll go, Gu Ruan sneered. Why wouldn't I go? Shopkeeper Zhao, notify Wei Yi. She'll be going with me. Yes, eldest miss. Shopkeeper Zhao respectfully made a cup fist salute before slowly retreating. Seeing that the old fellow had finally left, Zhao Shangchen wanted to say something more, but was cut off by Gu Ruan. Fourth prince, I'm going to go cultivate. If you have nothing to do, then go back. Zhao Shangchen shrugged and smiled. If you're going to cultivate, then I'm not going to disturb you. Oh, right, Gu Shangshao came out of closed-door cultivation a month ago. I told him about everything that has happened to you. Suddenly, Gu Ruan stopped walking. You mean, brother's coming back? I'm not sure. Zhao Shangchen shook his head. I told him that you're fine for now, and that I'll be staying here temporarily. He's unable to leave the Strud sect right now. If he leaves, someone's going to take the chance to make a mess that he won't be able to clean up afterwards. Although Zhao Shangchen couldn't see Gu Ruan's expression, he could feel the disappointment that flashed through her heart. How many years had it been since Gu Shangshao had left? That was the number of years that she hadn't seen her only family in this world. However, Gu Shangshao had to gain more power in order to protect his beloved little sister, and avenge his parents' deaths. Perhaps it was only Zhao Shangchen who understood the longing Gu Shangshao had for her all these years. The set of clothes that Gu Ruan had sewn for him back then was his treasure. In the past, someone had accidentally torn them when fighting with him. Gu Shangshao had flown into a terrible rage and torn that person into shreds with his bare hands. Later on, to prevent the clothes from getting damaged further, he changed out of them and switched to carrying them on him at all times instead. Whenever he missed her, he would take them out. The reason he had been able to live all these years through all the danger he had faced was Gu Ruan. He was afraid that if he died, his sister would suffer from solitude and harassment. I understand, Gu Ruan smiled, turning her head towards Zhao Shangchen. Help me send a letter to my brother. Tell him that I'm doing well here. He doesn't need to come look for me. When I have grown strong enough, I'll be the one to go find him. After she finished speaking, she didn't tarry any longer. She turned and walked to her room, slowly closing the door and cutting off Zhao Shangchen's gaze. In this period of time, General Gu's household was bustling with activity. Almost everyone in Azure Dragon Country knew that the second young master Gu Xianglan had become the Cool Breeze faction's young master. Thus, those who had previously looked down on the Gu family could no longer act arrogantly. They fought to be the first to flatter the Gu family. Old man Gu was extremely proud. Ever since the Plum faction had sent out their announcement 3 years ago, the Gu family had never been lively until now. And all this was thanks to that outstanding grandson of his. Chapter 144, Disturbance at the Banquet 5. Amidst everyone's flattery, the day of the banquet finally arrived. In the faint light cast by the natural night sky, many richly decorated carriages were stopped outside the Gu family's mansion. New arrivals were still coming every so often. As he listened to everyone's congratulations, old man Gu was already smiling to the point that his eyes were nothing but narrow slits. His elderly face was filled with arrogance and pride, as if the people before him were only fit to admire his Gu family's achievements. It was at this moment that a plain carriage stopped outside the door. The mark of that carriage drew everyone's gaze. Even the people surrounding the old man temporarily stopped flattering him to take a look. It's someone from 100 Herb Hall. With the current state of relations between 100 Herb Hall and the Gu family, why did they come here? Hee, don't you know? Although 100 Herb Hall has a martial king expert in their ranks, Gu Xianglan is the young master of the Cool Breeze faction. That faction has at least 2 martial kings. Do you really think 100 Herb Hall can sit idly by with that knowledge? I'm guessing that they're here to talk peace. Furthermore, 100 Herb Hall's Gu Ruan is from the Gu family. LDU won't hesitate to use that connection. Speaking of Gu Ruan, the crowd was only filled with sighs. They hadn't expected that a hero like Gu Qian would actually have such a shameless woman for a daughter. She had seduced an old man for her own selfish desires, leaving a black stain on Gu Qian's heroic reputation. Furthermore, it was old man Gu himself who had said so. Thus, it couldn't possibly be false. No wonder old man Gu had chased her out of the family back then. A shameless woman like that. If something like that had happened in their families, they would have done the same. You've come. The old man looked coldly at the woman who had alighted from the carriage, sticking his nose in the air as he spoke. The first time he had tried to visit her, it had been for the sake of maintaining relations with the Dongfang family. However, he had been chased out by this woman. The second time, for the sake of the beauty rejuvenation pill, he had lowered his position and humbled himself before her, but what had she done? In the end, Gu Ruoan had played him for a fool. This girl probably hadn't expected that the Gu family would still have a chance for reversal. However, even without Gu Shangshao and Gu Ruoan, he still had another outstanding grandchild. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, the old man laughed in his heart. What a refreshing turn of events. He could almost see the wretched sight of Gu Ruoan and Elder Yu kneeling in front of him, begging for forgiveness. It felt good. Very good. He had never felt this good in the 3 years he had been suppressed. Grandfather, since our guests have come, let's all head inside first. It was at this moment that Gu Xianglan walked over from the side and said, as for the guests who haven't arrived, let the Cool Breeze faction's disciples usher them in. Very well. The old man laughed again. Xianglan, you haven't seen Gu Ruoan in many years. She's here right now. Of course, without your generosity, she wouldn't even have the right to stand here. Gu Ruoan. Gu Xianglan frowned and turned his head. There was a girl dressed in green, standing under the moonlight. Compared to a few years ago, the young girl had matured into a slender, elegant woman, with skin as white as jade and pretty and delicate features. Although she didn't have an absolute beauty that could drive men crazy, she was extremely easy on the eyes. If the weapon-refining sect Xian was like a white lotus flower, pure and gentle, then the girl before him was like bamboo, refined and unbending. Gu Xianglan was a little surprised. Was this still that frail, cowardly Gu Ruoan of the past? How did she change this much in just a few years' time? The difference was so great that he could see no trace of her former self. Chapter 145, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed 1. Shock flashed across Gu Xianglan's eyes before he recovered his senses. With an indifferent tone filled to the brim with his arrogance, he said, Gu Ruoan, I'm not going to quibble with you over what has happened in the past few years. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to grandfather now, I'll forget what you did on account of your youth. PFFFT. Upon hearing this, the seductive woman standing next to Gu Ruoan couldn't hold back her laughter. Her fox-like eyes seemed to steal away people's hearts and souls, and her every action held unmatchable allure. What are you laughing at? Gu Xianglan's frown tightened. Although this woman was beautiful, she wasn't his type. Especially since she dared to laugh at him in this kind of setting. I'm laughing because the young master of the Cool Breeze faction is actually coercing a lone, weak woman right here. I really wonder why you sent her an invite. Was it because you genuinely wanted her to attend the banquet, or was it for the sake of threatening her? Wei Yi's face was full of smiles, but her heart, on the other hand, was full of ice. This banquet was clearly like the banquet at Hong Gate. They were out for Gu Ruoan's blood. However, if they thought they could deal with Shifu this way, then they were living with their heads in the clouds. There was no way Shifu would have come to this banquet at Hong Gate without a surefire plan. Gu Xianglan's eyes turned chilly. Who are you? This is my Gu family's territory. It's not some place that just anyone can waltz into. Hee hee, Wei Yi chuckled, her lips holding a faintly discernible smile. Your Gu family didn't mention that disciples weren't allowed in with their masters. Gu Ruoan is my Shifu. It's only proper that I follow her in. Shifu. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Gu Ruoan with surprise. Following that, a mocking voice sounded, carrying a sneer. Gu Ruoan, I didn't think that you would have started accepting disciples in these 3 years. You can possibly be teaching this woman the art of seduction, right? Actually, I see that might be possible. Although Elder Yu is rather advanced in age, he's still the master of 100 Herb Hall. You're not losing out by following him, haha. Gnashing her teeth, Gu Panpan's pretty face was full of jealousy and hatred. It was like Gu Ruoan was her sworn enemy. Wei Yi's eyes darkened. A cold glint flashed across the depths of her pupils as she slowly raised her hand. Spiritual power began to condense in her palm. However, before she could put it to use, another hand reached out from beside her and caught it in a gentle grasp. Is this a banquet or a trial? Gu Ruoan's smile was cold. Her clear pupils swept over the crowd in front of her as she said, if you're not going to welcome me as a guest, then I'll take my leave. Having said so, she pulled Wei Yi along as she turned to leave. However, how could the old man give up such a great opportunity to humiliate her? He shot a quick glare in Gu Panpan's direction before turning back to Gu Ruoan and saying, it's my grandson's welcome feast today. All of you, don't just stand there, let's go in and have a seat. Since old man Gu had already spoken, Gu Panpan didn't dare to say anything more. However, her hate-filled gaze toward Gu Ruoan and Wei Yi belied her true feelings. It was as if these two women were so filthy that just looking at them had dirtied her eyes. Within the banquet hall, the seats were arranged according to each person's status. Thus, Gu Ruoan and Wei Yi were relegated to an inconspicuous corner. Although it was a corner, they could see the entire hall from their seats. It was clear that the old man had done this on purpose, all in order to let Gu Ruoan see the Gu family's current position for herself. Great General, Young Master, the esteemed guest Heavenly Thunder faction's elder lay requests an audience. Suddenly, an announcement rang out from outside the banquet hall. TL note, the banquet at Hong Gate was a real event that happened in the past TLDR, a banquet held to murder your guest. Read up more about it here. Elder Lay is literally, Elder Thunder. I'm not sure if there's a significance to them taking the name of their faction, but I'll have to see in later chapters. Slightly smiling face. Chapter 146, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. The eyes of the members of the Gu family lit up. The Heavenly Thunder faction's strength was on par with the Cool Breeze faction's. In fact, the Heavenly Thunder faction's faction master was also in the midst of breaking through to the mid-stage of Martial King, so they had to give them a certain amount of respect. Heavenly Thunder faction. Wei Yi raised an eyebrow. Someone from the Heavenly Thunder faction came. You recognize them? Gu Ruoan asked, turning her head to Wei Yi. Wei Yi shrugged. I treated their faction master before, so I guess you could say we're acquainted. And about a year ago, I passed by the Heavenly Thunder faction while I was out on an errand. When their faction master found out, I was invited to stay with them as a guest, but I turned them down. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet their elder lay in a place like this. As she was speaking, an elderly man dressed in purple walked in with Gu Xianglin, all smiles. However, right after stepping into the banquet hall, elder lay could feel someone's gaze on him, so he unconsciously turned to look back. Upon locating the source of that gaze, he froze on the spot. Astonishment flashed across his eyes. A year ago, it was Elder Lay who had personally led a team to invite the Ghost Doctor as the guest after finding out that she would be passing by their faction. However, the Ghost Doctor had been rather busy then and had rejected their invitation. He hadn't thought that he would meet her here a year later. Elder Lay had not really thought too highly of the Gu family at first. It was just a general's family in the secular world. What could they possibly have to offer to make him take a second look? However, he couldn't ignore their invite because of their relation to the Cool Breeze faction, so he had come to attend a banquet hosted by a mere general. If this general could invite the Ghost Doctor here when his own faction had failed, then he clearly had to impress them. General Gu, how did you manage to invite that lady over there? Actually, the question Elder Lay wanted to ask was, what method did you use to get the Ghost Doctor to attend? It wasn't just their Heavenly Thunder faction, even the weapon refining sect probably wouldn't be graced with her presence. Even though the Ghost Doctor didn't have much power, she was someone who could wrest a life even from the hands of the King of Hell. On this mainland, who could predict when they would suddenly fall ill? The Ghost Doctor's abilities were thus invaluable. Offending her was equivalent to offending the King of Hell himself. However, it was clear that Old Man Gu had mistaken his meaning. He thought that Elder Lay was reprimanding him for inviting that kind of woman to such a solemn occasion. He hurried to speak up and explain. You mean her? She's the disciple of my granddaughter, but... Old Man Gu was about to say that he had already chased Gu Ruan out of the Gu family, so that Elder Lay would not be unhappy about that prostitute profaning this banquet. However, before he could finish his words, Elder Lay hurriedly walked towards Wei Yi. Ha ha, Ghost Doctor, what a coincidence, bumping into you here. The elderly man's words called a stop to Wei Yi and Gu Ruan's conversation. Wei Yi turned to Elder Lay and nodded indifferently. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. This lady here is. Every inch of Elder Lay's smile was made to flatter as he turned towards Gu Ruan. Old Man Gu had just said that his granddaughter was the Shifu of the Ghost Doctor. Didn't that mean that this lady's medical skills were even higher than Wei Yi's? How had she managed to reach that height? Wei Yi could steal lives from the King of Hell. Did this mean that, as the Ghost Doctor's Shifu, this lady could possibly reverse the passage of time and return one's youth to them? This is my Shifu. Wei Yi smiled as she said. Sure enough. Elder Lay sucked in a breath of surprise. To be able to make the Ghost Doctor serve her so willingly. How strong was this young lady before him? Ever since the Heavenly Thunder faction's representatives had entered the Gu household, they had been the center of attention for all the attendees. Everyone had been listening to Elder Lay's every word. So, upon hearing the people of the Heavenly Thunder faction call Wei Yi the Ghost Doctor, everyone felt their hearts stop. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck them on the spot. They almost died of fright. Chapter 147, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare Novels. This woman who had been by Gu Ruan's side from start to finish. She was the legendary Ghost Doctor who could bring people back from the dead. Although the Ghost Doctor had previously appeared at the auction, any organization without enough power and money had been unable to enter. Thus it wasn't a surprise that no one could recognize that Wei Yi was the Ghost Doctor. Grandfather, he's just joking, right? Gu Panpan's lips trembled as her pretty face turned pale. Her hands clutched the fabric of her grandfather's sleeve as she voiced her disbelief, swaying. The woman that she had claimed was learning how to seduce men from Gu Ruan just now. Was the Ghost Doctor, that good-for-nothing Gu Ruan, was actually the Shifu of the Ghost Doctor? No, she absolutely couldn't believe it. Gu Ruan had no talents at all. How could the Ghost Doctor become her disciple? Compared to Gu Panpan's disbelief, Gu Xianglin had a dark expression on his face. Even though the Cool Breeze faction had sent someone to attend the auction 3 years ago, he had not been the representative, nor had he been one of the disciples sent together with said representative. Thus, he didn't know that Gu Ruan was connected to the Ghost Doctor. Gu Shangshao, you exceeded me in every aspect but one. That is, my little sister was more outstanding than yours. Back then, Gu Ruan was just a good-for-nothing. Based on this point alone, you could never surpass me. However, now, Panpan was still a pampered and sheltered young miss at home, while that woman had already become the Ghost Doctor's Shifu. Thinking of this, Gu Xianglin clenched his fists as he turned a sinister gaze towards Gu Ruan. Right, Elder Lay seemed to have thought of something as he turned to ask, General Gu, what were you about to say just now? Compared to the slight disdain of earlier, Elder Lay's tone now carried a trace of respect. There was no other reason but this, based on the fact that this old man was the grandfather of the Ghost Doctor's Shifu, he couldn't treat him lightly. And nothing. The old man shook his head, his face pale. What could he say now? Could he say that he had already kicked Gu Ruan out of the family? He would have to be an idiot to say something like that. As for Gu Ruan, even if she wouldn't acknowledge her identity, she probably wouldn't make things difficult for him at the banquet. Oh, so that's what it was. Elder Lay laughed out loud. General Gu, your granddaughter must be exceptional to be able to have the Ghost Doctor as her disciple. I'm rather envious that you have such an outstanding granddaughter. Just as he had finished speaking, Old Man Gu couldn't help but flinch as the voice he feared began to speak. Elder Lay, you're mistaken. I'm not a granddaughter of the Gu family. I'm just Gu Chan's daughter. 3 years ago, the Gu family chased the good-for-nothing me out, so I no longer have anything to do with the Gu family. The young girl's expression was calm, as if she was narrating an unimportant fact. Elder Lay's smile slowly disappeared. At this moment, Old Man Gu could clearly feel the elder's good attitude chilling over. Good for nothing. Chased out of the family. Elder Lay questioned, each phrase colder than the last, so you're saying that she's no longer one of the Gu family. Old Man Gu's face was pale as he opened his mouth, but he was unable to explain. After a long moment, he forced out a few words. Her talent was too poor, she was only Chi level 2 at 14 years of age. Although her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds afterwards, notably becoming a martial warrior in less than a year, no one would have accepted the previous good-for-nothing Gu Ruoan. Elder Lei was a little surprised. Chi level 2 at 14 years of age. That kind of talent was the lowest of the low. He unconsciously turned to cast a serious, measuring gaze on Gu Ruoan. The more he looked, the more his brows knitted together. Old Man Gu, are you taking me for a fool? This girl looks about 17 or 18. Are you trying to tell me that, in just 3 or 4 years, she went from Chi level 2 to the late stage of Martial General? Reaching the late stage of Martial General from Chi level 2 in just 3 to 4 years was nigh impossible. Who could cultivate such a talent other than the powers on the same level of the Spirit Sect? This old man was clearly treating him like a monkey. How could he not be angry? Old Man Gu's expression was a little stiff as he asked, Elder Lei, could you have seen wrongly? The old man had only wanted to request Elder Lei to check again. He didn't think that Elder Lei would explode upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that my eyes have gone bad in my old age? That I can't even see someone else's power clearly? If you don't believe me, then get your grandson to call the chief of the Cool Breeze faction here. I want to question him, too. I came here as a guest, yet I'm the one being suspected of lying. As an elder of the Heavenly Thunder faction, Elder Lei was known for meaning what he said. This old fellow was only a useless good-for-nothing, yet he dared to question his words. Elder Lei also rather looked down on Gu Xianglan. He was just the adopted son of the Cool Breeze faction's faction master. He wasn't worthy of his current status, and his skills weren't all that. If it hadn't been for the orders of the Heavenly Thunder faction's faction master, Elder Lei wouldn't have even come to this banquet. Gu Ruoan hadn't expected that Elder Lei would see through her cultivation level. That surprised her for a bit. Elder Lei is practicing the Heavenly Eye technique, so there's nothing he can't see through. As if she heard Gu Ruoan's doubts, the Ghost Doctor explained the situation. Hearing so, Gu Ruoan nodded. She had been wondering why Elder Lei could see through her cultivation level. She hadn't expected that it would be due to the Heavenly Eye technique. General Gu, the next time you try to give an excuse, find a better one. No one's going to believe such a thing. Furthermore, to become the Ghost Doctor's Shifu, her medical skills have to be higher than the Ghost Doctor's. Your Gu family actually took her for a good-for-nothing and abandoned her. If I had a granddaughter like this, I would definitely treat her like a precious treasure. How could I bear to abandon her? Elder Lei couldn't understand Old Man Gu's actions. With such an outstanding granddaughter, how could he bear to just abandon her like that? Conversely, he treated those useless people by his side as treasures. Hearing this, it was as if the old man's throat had been seized by a hand. He couldn't make a sound. His elderly face was exceptionally pale without a single trace of blood. At this moment, the guests in the banquet hall suddenly regained their senses and fervent discussion ensued. Gu Ruoan is actually the Ghost Doctor's Shifu. This Ghost Doctor's status is so high, who doesn't have to give her respect on this mainland? With a disciple like the Ghost Doctor, does she even need to use her body to seduce 100 Herb Hall's Elder Yu? What's even funnier is that Gu Panpan even insulted the Ghost Doctor by saying that she's learning how to seduce old men from Gu Ruoan. We've only heard Old Man Gu talk about this matter, and combined with Elder Yu's protection of Gu Ruoan, it seemed believable at the time. But now it's clear that Old Man Gu has been saying that the grapes are sour because he couldn't have them. He was purposely trying to frame Gu Ruoan, while Elder Yu's protection of her must be a gesture of respect towards the Ghost Doctor. The whispers of the crowd trickled into Elder Lei's ears. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this even something that a human could do? Old Man Gu even spread malicious rumors that Gu Ruoan was selling her body to seduce an old man at 100 Herb Hall. Did she need to do so? With the Ghost Doctor's status, she could become an imperial physician anywhere she liked. Wait a minute. 100 Herb Hall. Suddenly, Elder Lei thought about that shocking auction that 100 Herb Hall had held 3 years ago. Filled with suspicion, his gaze slowly turned towards Gu Ruoan. Since she was able to take the Ghost Doctor as her disciple, her medical skills must be great indeed. For example, knowing how to disguise her face. Thinking back to the auction 3 years ago, could it have had something to do with this young lady? Chapter 149, The Mysterious Masked Man, 1. In a single moment, a multitude of thoughts began to cycle through Elder Lei's head. That's right, if Gu Ruoan had nothing to do with that auction, then how could the Ghost Doctor possibly respect her as her Shifu? Furthermore, it was the beauty rejuvenation pill that had cured the wounds on the Ghost Doctor's face. Heavens, didn't that mean this lady knew how to refine pills? Actually, it didn't matter if Gu Ruoan had anything to do with the auction. Purely based on the fact that she was the Ghost Doctor's Shifu, the Heavenly Thunder faction was obligated to cultivate a good relationship with her. Just as Elder Lei was thinking up ways to get closer to Gu Ruoan, an announcement rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Great General, the Heavenly Dragon Order, the 100 Flower Palace, the Wind Hall, and various other powers have come to visit. Hearing the announcement, Old Man Gu abruptly regained his senses. Joy returned to his wrinkled features. Gu Ruoan, he thought, so what if you have the Ghost Doctor and Elder Lei by your side? The Heavenly Thunder faction is not the only power our Gu family has invited. When the time comes, you'll discover the strength of the many allies the Gu family can call upon. Thinking up to here, he said excitedly, Xianglan, let's go receive our guests who have come from afar. While watching Old Man Gu and Gu Xianglan walk out of the hall, Elder Lei frowned. A glint of resolution flashed across his eyes. Miss Ruoan, Ghost Doctor, please rest assured. No matter what happens, the Heavenly Thunder faction will stand by your side. That sentence revealed the side that Elder Lei would stand on. What a joke. So what if he had to face multiple powers as his enemies? The Ghost Doctor and Miss Ruoan were not people he could offend. He would definitely regret it if he did so. Furthermore, if not for the ghost doctor's help, their faction master surely would have died. How could he be ungrateful? Many thanks, Wei Yi smiled charmingly. I, Wei Yi, will remember Elder Lei's kindness. However, I don't believe that Old Man Gu has the ability to get so many powers to take action for him. At most, he'll only humiliate us a little. Honestly speaking, Wei Yi had guessed it right. Old Man Gu absolutely didn't have the power to gather those orders and factions to stand at his side. All he could do was flaunt his supposed capabilities in front of Gu Ruoan. Other than that, what abilities did he have? As they were speaking, Old Man Gu led in a group of people from outside the hall, carrying a pleased smile on his face. That's right, General Gu, I have a question for you. The left protector of the Heavenly Dragon Order suddenly paused his steps and turned to look at the old man. I heard that there's a lady called Gu Ruoan in your Gu family. Is this true? Oh, the Heavenly Dragon Order is also looking for Gu Ruoan. This time, a beautiful woman had spoken up. She had a sweet smile on her face as she said, tone brimming with humor, what a coincidence. Our 100-Flower Palace is also looking for her. Haha, today is the day for coincidences, it seems. The one who had spoken next was the Wind Hall's second young master, Fang Lei. He laughed out loud twice and said, my Wind Hall is also looking for the same person. General, where is Gu Ruoan? General Gu froze in shock. Why were all three of them looking for Gu Ruoan the moment they arrived? Were they here for revenge because that woman had caused some trouble outside? This, Old Man Gu was put on the spot. The person that you're looking for was indeed part of the Gu family, but I chased her out not too long ago. No matter what she has done outside, it has nothing to do with my Gu family. If you're looking to settle your grudges, she's right over there. Look for her yourselves. Although the three of them were stunned after hearing his words, they turned towards Gu Ruoan, who was chatting with the ghost doctor. The second they saw her, they tossed the general's words to the back of their minds and quickly strode over. Chapter 150, The Mysterious Masked Man, 2. Upon noticing the people who were walking towards her, Gu Ruoan unconsciously frowned. A glint flashed across her clear eyes. I believe this must be Miss Ruoan. Fang Lei's handsome face carried a forthright smile. I'm Fang Lei from the Wind Hall. I heard of Miss Ruoan's great name from afar, so I came here specifically to pay a visit to Miss Ruoan. I hope that Miss Ruoan won't take offense. It wasn't just the people around her who were stunned. Even Gu Ruoan herself was bewildered. As far as she could recall, she didn't have any interactions with the Wind Hall. Furthermore, the Wind Hall was extremely far away from Azure Dragon Country. If he said that he had heard of her, that was practically impossible. Gu Panpan had taken a liking to Fang Lei from the start. He was handsome and carried himself in an unrestrained manner. He was also the second young master of the Wind Hall. Not only was he good looking, but he had great power. However, why was it that all the outstanding men were drawn to that little bitch, Gu Ruoan? Thinking up to here, Gu Panpan clenched her fists as she looked at Gu Ruoan's calm and pretty face. The charming woman from the 100-Flower Palace chuckled twice before she said, young Master Fang Lei, you stole the first move. Miss Ruoan, I have also heard of your great name, so I came to see for myself. While speaking, she cast a measuring gaze in Gu Ruoan's direction. So this was the person that man had sent her to protect today. TSK, she wondered how this little girl had managed to involve herself with such a man, especially since he was the most likely successor to such a prominent organization. Well, whatever the case may be, that man had left them a promise. If they managed to secure Gu Ruoan's safety, he would give their 100-Flower Palace a place in the list to enter that place and cultivate. Although it was just a single spot, it was something that many powers were fighting over. The reward was too enticing to resist. At this moment, Old Man Gu's expression changed again. He had thought that Gu Ruoan had offended the people from these powers, and that they were consequently here for revenge. However, he never could have imagined that Gu Ruoan had not only mysteriously become the Ghost Doctor's Shifu, but had somehow even forged connections with such powerful groups. These powers had strength on par with the Heavenly Thunder faction. Have you gotten it wrong? Gu Ruoan is just a good for nothing. What kind of reputation could she possibly have for it to spread so far? She's just a slut who had to seduce an old man to keep herself alive. Gu Panpan had gone completely crazy. She shouted without holding back her words. No matter what, she couldn't believe that the good-for-nothing she had bullied for more than 10 years would somehow quietly reverse their positions without a word of warning. The great difference in their current situations was something she couldn't bear. It was as if she had originally been a millionaire while Gu Ruoan had been her slave. However, one day, the slave had become the master and she had seemingly become the slave instead. How could she bear such a thing happening? Panpan. Gu Xianglan's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted at her to stop. The Gu family couldn't afford to offend any of these people. If she offended all of them in one go, even the Cool Breeze faction wouldn't be able to protect her. With these thoughts swirling in his head, Gu Xianglan unconsciously looked towards Gu Ruoan, a sinister light in his eyes. This woman had somehow used some scheme to become the Ghost Doctor's Shifu. He had really underestimated her. As for the reactions from these few orders and factions, it was likely due to the Ghost Doctor. She didn't have any backers stronger than the Ghost Doctor. However, Gu Xianglan thought that he had a good understanding of his younger cousin, Gu Ruoan. She couldn't possibly know any medical skills. Even if she had had some sort of lucky encounter before, she couldn't possibly have surpassed the Ghost Doctor in just a few years' time. The only possibility was that she had somehow talked her way into it. If he wanted to reverse the situation, he had to expose Gu Ruoan's ploy. Chapter 151, The Mysterious Masked Man, 3. Light flashed in Gu Xianglan's eyes before he turned to look at Gu Ruoan. With a calm aura, he said, Little sister, we've known each other for so many years, but I never realized that you studied medicine. If the words you used to convince the Ghost Doctor to be your disciple were empty, you'll suffer the consequences when the truth is found out sooner or later. While saying so, the man put on a worried expression and shook his head. He acted just like a good older brother should, showing concern for his little sister. Unfortunately, how many of the attendees didn't know of the disputes between Gu Ruoan and the Gu family? Gu Xianglin couldn't wait for her to die. How could he possibly be concerned about whether she would suffer the consequences or not? The ghost doctor's Shifu. Fang Lei was stunned for a moment. He looked at Gu Ruoan with some surprise, and then he burst out into sudden laughter. Haha, so Miss Ruoan was also the ghost doctor's Shifu. To have such skill in medicine, and at such a young age, too. You've really humbled us. At first, they had been intent on helping Gu Ruoan due to that man's request. However, now they were genuinely keen on forging good relations with her. There was no telling when one's life would be in danger. When the time comes, this relationship would likely become their lifesaver. Fang Lei probably did not have expected, but many years later, it was because of his decision today, that he would survive a critical period of danger in the Wind Hall. Oh, right. Fang Lei seemed to have thought of something as he turned to look at old man Gu, whose face was turning pale. I remember that you said you chased Miss Ruoan out of your family. Is that true? The old man's voice started to tremble. Young Master Fang Lei, there's a misunderstanding here. Please listen to my explanation. HMPH. Fang Lei harumphed, a misunderstanding. You said it yourself. How could there be a misunderstanding? From what I saw, your Gu family wasn't very warm in welcoming me today. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. When he finished speaking, his gaze landed once again on Gu Ruoan. Miss Ruoan, if anyone here bullies you, you can tell me. I have to take my leave now, but I'll come to 100 Herb Hall tomorrow to personally pay you a visit. However, with the ghost doctor as your disciple, I guess that no one would be so silly as to offend you, haha. What kind of personage was the ghost doctor? She had saved many experts in the past. With just a single order from her, those people would come rushing to her aid even from miles away. Wait a moment. Seeing that Fang Lei was just about to turn and leave, Gu Ruoan abruptly stood up and halted his steps. She was smiling, with clear pupils and laughter dancing on the corners of her lips. It made everyone curious about what she was going to say. When everyone's gaze was focused on her pretty face, she leisurely began to speak. Since all these various orders and sects have gathered here today, I'm going to announce something on behalf of 100 Herb Hall. The girl paused for a moment before she said, I wonder if you still remember the auction 3 years ago. The auction 3 years ago had shocked everyone in the world. It was impossible for them not to know of it. The gathered guests were all wondering why Gu Ruoan had brought up that auction. Thinking up to here, everyone whispered to each other, eyes full of suspicion. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Gu Ruoan slowly continued. Some time ago, quite fortunately, our 100 Herb Hall managed to find some pills. This time, we won't be holding an auction, we'll be selling them in store. They'll be sold at fixed prices. However, because we have a very limited number of them, only a few people will be able to buy them. If you like, come to 100 Herb Hall in 3 days, be ready to buy pills. Rumble. The news hit like a bolt of lightning completely out of the blue. Everyone present, thunderstruck, froze on the spot. What did she just say? 100 Herb Hall was going to sell beauty rejuvenation pills. Was there something wrong with their ears? There were still some beauty rejuvenation pills available. Chapter 152, The Mysterious Masked Man, 4. Miss Ruoan, is that true? Seated within the banquet hall, a pot-bellied middle-aged man swallowed his saliva. His gaze carried pleasant surprise, but it seemed like he had suddenly thought of something. With an uncertain tone, he asked, are there any conditions we have to meet before we can buy the pills? For example, status and the like. Gu Ruoan cast a glance towards the middle-aged man before speaking, her face full of smiles. Prime Minister Cheng, please rest assured. We'll sell them on a first-come first-served basis. We don't have any preconditions. Of course, you do need to have enough gold coins on hand to buy them, since 100 Herb Hall's pills are not very cheap. If you don't have enough gold, you can use items of equivalent value to exchange for it. Her words had given everyone a guarantee. Previously, imperial officials like them had not met the qualifications to attend the auction, so their hearts had been still full of worry. That's good then, that's good. Joy bloomed within the middle-aged man's heart. He clearly became more relaxed, and newfound respect for Gu Ruoan showed in his gaze. The star of the banquet today, Gu Xianglin, had been tossed to the backs of everyone's minds. They had completely forgotten that such a person existed. Gu Xianglin cast an indifferent gaze on the toadies surrounding Gu Ruoan. He gave off a cold, disdainful snort. He didn't believe that those pills would be that magical. I have one more thing to announce tonight. Gu Ruoan's voice paused as her eyes swept across everyone in the crowd, before stopping on old man Gu and Gu Xianglin. Her smile was cold like ice, and her eyes were alight with a sinister chill as she said, from now on, anyone related to the Gu family or the Cool Breeze faction will be banned from buying pills from 100 Herb Hall. No matter what serious ailments you have, the ghost doctor will never treat you. Who do you think you are? How can you represent 100 Herb Hall? Gu Panpan could no longer hold back due to the clear disparity she felt. She started shouting like a mad woman. Didn't you hear what my brother said just now? Our Gu family knows better than anyone else exactly what this woman is capable of. You guys just believed her after she spouted a few lies. You're really a bunch of idiots. While Gu Panpan was speaking, the expressions of the Gu family changed drastically. Although Gu Xianglin had just revealed that Gu Ruoan had no real ability, he had done so in a way that wouldn't offend anyone. However, Gu Panpan had just insulted everyone present. Thus, the collective expressions of the crowd had turned ugly. They stared at the people of the Gu family in an unfriendly manner. It was obvious that Gu Panpan had not realized it yet. She stepped closer and closer to Gu Ruoan. With her teeth gritted, it was clear that she wanted to tear the woman before her into pieces. Gu Ruoan, take a clear look at how wretched you are. Especially that carriage outside, it's so broken down. If I passed something like that on the road, I'd feel like it was insulting me. Look at the mounts that my brother and his faction ride. That's what you call majestic. Even my brother's mount looks impressive. But you, as the self-proclaimed Shifu of the Ghost Doctor, you're only riding such a pathetic carriage. What a riot. As she was speaking, she burst out into loud laughter. Although I've never seen the ghost doctor before, even I know that she's supposed to be extremely ugly. However, 3 years ago, you somehow got some prostitute to claim that she was the ghost doctor after getting cured by the beauty rejuvenation pill. Who would believe that? Except you bunch of idiots, who would believe that? Shut up. Old man Goo had wanted to stop Goo Panpan's speech at first, but he had been held down by a powerful aura, and he couldn't speak no matter how hard he had tried. It wasn't until just now that the powerful aura dissipated. He immediately raised his hand and slapped Goo Panpan's face. Chapter 153, The Mysterious Masked Man, 5. Goo Panpan immediately saw stars from the power of that slap. It took her a while before she could regain her senses, and then she looked at old man Goo like she hadn't understood a thing. Grandfather, why did you hit me? You're too stupid. The old man was so angry that he stomped his foot. His tone was extremely frustrated. Goo Panpan was different from Goo Ruoan. She had been spoiled rotten by him since she was a child, and she didn't know enough about the world to properly judge her own ability. Furthermore, she had always thought that no one would dare to do anything to her with Goo Xianglan behind her. In her mind, the Wind Hall and the other powers absolutely would not dare to start anything with the Cool Breeze faction, which stood at about the same level. Of course, if she didn't have Goo Xianglan as her brother, she wouldn't have dared to insult everyone present. She had never expected that grandfather would actually slap her in front of so many people. This made her feel completely wronged. Elder Lei, young Master Feng Lei, my daughter is young and lacks sense. I hope you won't take offense. The old man wiped away the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, smiling in self-mockery as he tried to appease them. HMPH, Elder Lei snorted coldly, I prevented you from holding this woman back precisely because I wanted to hear what she would say. You've really opened my eyes. Is the ghost doctor's identity something that she's qualified to suspect? Or perhaps I should say, does she think that something's wrong with our eyes? Goo Panpan's lips were trembling slightly. Her face was pale and she couldn't speak. However, it was clear from her gaze that she still felt wronged. She kept staring at Goo Ruoan. Alright, the show's over. It's time for us to return. It was at this moment that Goo Ruoan slowly stood up. With a slight smile, she said, I was simply taking advantage of this welcoming feast to announce those two matters today. Since we're done with our business, it's time to leave. Wei Yi, let's go. Yes, Shifu. Wei Yi stood up and tossed a charming look at Goo Xianglan before smiling seductively. Young Master Goo, I wonder if you were satisfied with today's banquet. Ha ha ha. When she finished speaking, she loudly laughed and followed Goo Ruoan out of the banquet hall. Watching their two figures disappearing under the moonlight, Goo Xianglan tightly clenched his fists. Those two had done it on purpose. They had purposely made a fool out of him at his banquet. Everything had been planned by them. Goo Xianglan had guessed it right. Goo Ruoan had not been planning to take their lives. She had simply wanted to cause trouble at the banquet. The Goo family had been so fixed on humiliating them that they had forgotten. You reap what you sow. Goo Ruoan had not expected the appearance of Elder Lei and the rest, but at least their sudden appearances had helped them achieve the true motives. Thinking of the expressions on the faces of the Goo family just now, Wei Yi felt unbelievably satisfied. Wei Yi, it has already been 3 years. Under the light of the moon, the girl paused her steps. The faint moonlight encased her entire body, casting a clear and cold light upon her. In these 3 years, I have made a lot of progress in my growth. I don't have to hide my power like before. After these 3 years of biding our time, it's time for us to reveal ourselves to the world. She frowned slightly. However, in these 3 years, I still haven't been able to find out how my parents went missing back then. She used the word missing to describe her parents' status and didn't use the word dead. For some reason, Goo Ruoan had a feeling that her parents were still alive. In these 3 years, that feeling had only grown stronger and stronger. Wei Yi lapsed into silence for a moment. Shifu, the spies from our devil sect have been continuously investigating what happened back then. Although they have not found all the information yet, we've uncovered some new leads. Goo Chan's disappearance seems to have something to do with Second Master Goo. Chapter 154, The Mysterious Masked Man, 6. Bang! A fist landed heavily on a tree beside her. Goo Ruoan sneered. Young Master Dongfang told me previously that the Goo family had something to do with this. Once I find the culprit behind all this, I swear on my soul that I'll tear his very spirit to pieces, so that you'll never be able to enter the cycle of rebirth again. Wei Yi hesitated before asking, Shifu, should we capture Second Master Goo and interrogate him? No need. Goo Ruoan felt that her throat had become a little dry. Her tone was husky as she said, did you think that fellow could deal with my parents with his level of ability? There must be someone helping him behind the scenes. Before we discover his backer's identity, I don't want to inadvertently alarm him and have him hide even deeper. This is also why I have only caused trouble for the Goo family these past few years and never settled our debts once and for all. Goo Ruoan would never do something without a guarantee. If she wanted to act, then she would have to eliminate them completely. No matter what, she wouldn't let herself fall into any danger. Who? Suddenly, Goo Ruoan's brows drew together and she cast a severe glance at an old tree behind her. You don't have to hide anymore, come out. I've already detected your presence. Wei Yi stared blankly for a while before turning to look in the direction of Goo Ruoan's gaze. A man stepped out slowly from behind the old tree. The man was wearing a black mask. Under that mask, the man's eyes were like those of a predator in the night. No one could escape from that grim gaze. However, when he looked at that girl dressed in green, a hint of warmth was showing through his cold pupils, although that warmth disappeared almost instantly. Goo Ruoan frowned. For some reason, this man's gaze was very familiar to her, but she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Who are you? Have we met before? The man opened his mouth, wanting to say countless words to her. In the end, he still chose to swallow them all. A grim, hoarse voice slowly resounded from his throat. We've never met. Gu Ruan sneered. If we've never met, then why are you following me? Just as she finished speaking, that man in black suddenly charged over with an icy gaze, his eyes carrying killing intent. Shifu, be careful. Seeing the man about to reach Gu Ruan, Wei Yi's expression changed drastically. She quickly threw herself in Gu Ruan's direction, with her seductive face twisted in anger. Who was this man? Why did he want to kill Shifu? However, when the man reached Gu Ruan, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace before raising his hand to block a blow. Suddenly, Wei Yi heard a crash as a figure fell from the night sky. That person's expression was full of fear as he stared in amazement at the man shielding Gu Ruan in his arms. Why? How had that masked man discovered him? After seeing this scene, Wei Yi relaxed. It looked like this man wasn't here to kill Gu Ruan. His real target had been the assassin hiding in the darkness of the night. Speak, who are you? Who sent you here? The masked man was radiating killing intent as his grim gaze fixed coldly upon the assassin. You don't have to ask, Gu Ruan said, waving her hand. He's someone from the Cool Breeze faction, most likely sent by Gu Xianglan. He's been following me ever since I left the Gu household. I purposely said those words out loud to Wei Yi for him to hear, to see when he would try to kill me. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. The assassin started trembling unconsciously. She knew everything. The moment he had started following her, she had known. That is to say, from the start, she had had no intention of letting him leave alive. How scary was this woman? He practiced the hidden aura technique. The masked man before him was too strong, so it was still within reason if he could see through his technique. However, how could Gu Ruan have detected his aura? What kind of enemy had the young master offended this time? You, who are you? Looking towards Gu Ruan, he asked while trembling. Author's note, the Azure Dragon Country arc is about to end soon. The Gu family's death day is coming soon too. Don't get too anxious, we'll be looking for her little brother from her past life soon, and the 4 divine beasts will also be making their appearance. The female lead will only grow stronger and stronger. Of course, her enemies are also going to grow stronger. Chapter 155, Longevity Pill 1. Shifu, how should we take care of this fellow? Wei Yi's expression cooled down. On the inside, however, she was feeling vexed. The Cool Breeze faction's assassin had been following them the entire time, yet she hadn't noticed him. If not for Shifu's keen senses, he would have succeeded with his sinister plans. Gu Ruan raised her eyes to look at the man before her and asked expressionlessly, Gu Xianglan must have gotten you to follow me for more than just a sneak attack. Otherwise you wouldn't have stayed hidden for so long without making a move. Tell me, what's his motive? Don't ask me, I won't speak. Kill me if you want. The assassin recovered from his surprise and shock. Gritting his teeth, he spoke as if he wasn't afraid of dying. You want to die? Gu Ruan smiled. For some reason, when he saw her smile, the assassin trembled. A fear that originated from the depths of his heart took over his spirit. Within seconds, his clothes were drenched in a layer of sweat. The girl didn't say anything else, but the entire night seemed to have sunk into grave silence. It was so silent that it was even a little scary. That feeling made the assassin even more antsy, a feeling even worse than dying painfully from 1,000 cuts. After a very long time, that clear voice slowly resounded from the girl. Do you know why I purposely let you listen in on my conversation with Wei Yi? The assassin stared at her blankly, puzzled. Had she been trying to use her words shock him into revealing his aura? No, that wasn't right. She had detected his presence from the start. She wouldn't have needed any tricks to make him reveal his presence. Because, Gu Ruan smiled at the man, sounding like a devil from hell luring unsuspecting victims into an inescapable trap. I need you to do something for me. To be more accurate, I want you to be my spy in the Gu family, and investigate the culprit who harmed my parents. Never. The flustered assassin shouted loudly. He would never surrender to this woman. That's not up to you. The pretty girl had been smiling from the start. Bao Bao, it's your turn to shine now. It's time to give the Cool Breeze faction a glimpse of what a real spiritual beast mount looks like. A woo. A wolf's howl sounded abruptly in the silent night. The assassin was so frightened that he almost hunkered down to the ground. A wolf? Why is there a wolf here? He mumbled to himself with a pale face. Suddenly his gaze swung towards Gu Ruan, his eyes widening as if he had seen something terrifying and he lost the ability to speak. Under the moonlight, a majestic snow-white wolf stood by the girl's side, protecting her like a protector god. A spiritual beast. The assassin's face paled as he thought of retreating. Although the Cool Breeze faction's mounts were also spiritual beasts, those were the lowest tier of spiritual beasts, which were rather easy to tame. However, wolves were different, as they are extremely hard to tame, and it is even more rare for them to willingly form contracts with humans. This wolf in particular was extraordinarily powerful. Its power seemed to be on the same level as the faction master of the Cool Breeze faction. And their faction master was a martial king expert. How had this girl managed to tame this wolf with her strength? What kind of enemy has the young master brought upon the Cool Breeze faction? His face had gone beyond pale, as he started shivering, his expression filling with despair and dejection. It's over. The Cool Breeze faction is going to be finished in young master's hands. Roar. Bao Bao roared in a low tone. At first, the assassin thought that the wolf was giving him a warning. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He could feel his soul being imprisoned. No matter what he did, he couldn't get free. Chapter 156, Longevity Pill 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volare novels. Slowly, those fear-filled eyes lost their strut and turned blank, so blank that he looked like a piece of wood. What's your name? It was as if Gu Ruan's voice held some magic power that made the assassin obedient. Reporting to master, this subordinate is named Li Cheng. Li Cheng, is it? You can return now. Observe second Master Gu. If there's any movement at all, inform me at once through soul telepathy. Since Li Cheng was being controlled by Bao Bao, who was Gu Ruan's contract beast, they could communicate via soul telepathy. Of course, with Bao Bao's current power, they could only control souls of those who had martial king strength and below. Shifu, Bao Bao had that kind of ability. Wei Yi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. A little puzzled, she asked, since it has that kind of ability, why don't you directly control second Master Gu and ask him what we want to know? Gu Ruan shook her head. If it were really that easy, I would have done it earlier. Second Master Gu has some mysterious power backing him. If I were to control his soul, that person is sure to detect it. It's not safe to do so. Right now, I just want to find out where that power comes from and what kind of grudge they had with my parents. Shifu, shouldn't we thank Gu Xianglan for sending such a convenient pawn to you? Wei Yi blinked, then grinned as she spoke. It was obvious that she was still in high spirits from seeing the Gu family's humiliation today. Gu Ruan smiled slightly. That's right, just now. She was about to turn towards that grim masked man, when she found that the space behind her was totally empty. He had disappeared. Shifu, Wei Yi asked hesitantly, where did that man come from? I'm not sure. Gu Ruan shook her head. However, he didn't have any evil intentions towards us. Not only that, when that man had held her in his embrace, Gu Ruan had for some reason unconsciously felt a sense of safety and relief. Forget it. Gu Ruan stopped looking around. Wei Yi, let's go. Before she left, she seemed to have detected something as she cast a final glance at the old tree the man had been hiding behind before. It wasn't until the two figures had disappeared that the man dressed in black slowly stepped out from behind the old tree. The man's thin lips were pursed slightly, while those black pupils were still fixed on the girl's disappearing back, filling with endless warmth and affection. I'm sorry, Yunsa, I can't acknowledge you right now, I hope you'll forgive me. 3 years ago, that auction had shocked countless people. Thus, upon hearing that 100 Herb Hall was going to sell beauty rejuvenation pills in their store, the entire Azure Dragon country was in an uproar. All the imperial officials and nobles started to prepare their fortunes for the sake of buying a beauty rejuvenation pill from 100 Herb Hall. Even if they didn't need the pill themselves, based on the fact that it was pills alone meant that many people would fight with all their might to get one. However, when the crowd had reached 100 Herb Hall, it was strangely quiet. Perhaps they were worried that they would be chased out of 100 Herb Hall if they were too noisy. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that almost everyone is present. Shopkeeper Zhao coughed dryly as he spoke with upturned eyes. Because we don't have enough pills, only 20 people will be able to get a pill. Since there are already 20 people present, there won't be any more pills available for late arrivals. However, today, we're not only selling beauty rejuvenation pills, we'll also be selling longevity pills. Hearing Shopkeeper Zhao's words, everyone's hearts unconsciously skipped a beat. TL note, Mr. Masked Man, was it really so smart to hide behind the exact same tree? Ovo. Chapter 157, Longevity Pill 3. Beauty rejuvenation pills were already rare enough, they hadn't expected that there would actually be pills that could extend your lifespan. Although the ghost doctor was said to be able to revive the dead, that was only if she could treat his wounds in time while he still had a single breath left in him. She couldn't add on to their lifespans. Thus, it could be imagined how shocking the existence of the longevity pills was. Shopkeeper Zhao, is what you said true? Amongst the crowd, a young little fellow trembled as he asked. Shopkeeper Zhao cast a glance at Gu Ruan, who was sitting at one side. Upon seeing her nod, he then replied in confirmation, of course it's true. I can swear on 100 Herb Hall's name that what I said was completely true. Upon hearing this, the young little fellow burst into tears. That's great. There's hope for my grandfather. My grandfather can live on. At that moment, upon hearing such shocking news, the crowd no longer cared that they were still in 100 Herb Hall's territory. They burst into a cacophony of noise, their tones and expressions full of excitement. If this was true, then this was going to be even more sensational than the auction held 3 years ago. Longevity pills. Hee, if we could really extend our lifespans, wouldn't we be rewriting our fates? Suddenly, a burst of cold laughter sounded from outside. Shopkeeper Zhao's brows drew together and he raised his eyes to look over as Gu Xianglan led the Cool Breeze faction in. They carried unfriendly expressions. It was clear that they had come here to cause trouble. Shopkeeper Zhao, we're all cultivators here. The biggest taboo for cultivators is to rewrite fate. Gu Xianglan sneered, if you defy nature and rewrite your fate, you'll definitely suffer divine punishment. I don't believe that there will be anyone silly enough to risk their souls being torn apart to extend the lifespans of some people unrelated to them. Thus, those pills must be fake. Most importantly, as everyone knows, pill formulas disappeared from this world a long time ago. Since then, countless people have tried to research pill formulas and failed. From this, you can tell that there will never be any more pill masters in this world. When he had started cultivating, his Shifu had told him to never defy nature nor attempt to rewrite his fate. Otherwise, his soul would be torn apart by divine punishment, and he would be doomed to eternal damnation. He didn't believe that these old people had no knowledge of that bit of common sense. Thus, those pills absolutely could not be real longevity pills. Just as the crowd looked at each other in dismay, light laughter carried over. Pills have always been things that defied nature. However, that doesn't mean that pill masters have to suffer divine punishment. The meaning of defying nature and rewriting fate is to forcefully rewrite a person's fate with some underhanded means. However, pills simply make some changes to the body by borrowing some external power. As for what you said last, who can guarantee that there will be no exceptions after so many years? Gu Xianglan's pupils darkened as he gazed coldly at Gu Ruan. Little sister Ruan, are you sure you want to make enemies with your own family for the sake of 100 Herb Hall? My own family. Gu Ruan smiled, full of mocking. I'm sorry, I only recognize my parents and Gu Shangshao as my family. As for all of you, you're just some strangers who are related to me by blood. Very well, Gu Xianglan sneered. I hope you don't regret your words today. However, no matter what you say today, I'll prove to everyone that 100 Herb Hall is lying. Those pills are all fake. Fake. Hearing this, everyone bent their heads and whispered to each other, brimming with discussion. They had seen the success of 100 Herb Hall's auction back then. If they claimed that the longevity pills were fake, they really couldn't believe it. However, since the Cool Breeze faction's young master was so confident, did that mean he had some evidence in his hands? Chapter 158, Longevity Pill 4. Everyone, to prove that the pills are real, we've already invited someone to prove it to you. We'll let him in right now. Shopkeeper Zhao coughed dryly as he spoke, smiling with narrowed eyes. The raucous crowd quieted down instantly upon hearing his words. The gazes turned towards the entrance together. Following that, a slight cough sounded as an elderly man slowly walked into 100 Herb Hall with the help of a cane. That doddering, old man needed someone's help to walk. His old face was wrinkled like ancient bark. It was clear that he was at the end of his road, and that there wasn't much life left in him. Isn't that the Imperial Tutor? The Imperial Tutor is just a normal person. His lifespan wasn't particularly long from the start. He's already in his late 90s now. Not too long ago, the Imperial physicians diagnosed that he won't live past 3 months. Since 100 Herb Hall had invited him here, did that mean that the longevity pills were real? Within Azure Dragon Country, the Imperial Tutor still had some prestige. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, he was extremely knowledgeable and had an upright character. There was no better person to prove the authenticity of the pills. Hee, I thought I only had 3 months left in me. I didn't think that 100 Herb Hall would invite me to test this longevity pill. I'm overwhelmed by this favor. The Imperial Tutor spoke very slowly. He had to pant for breath after every sentence, as if speaking each word used up what was left of his strength. Shopkeeper Zhao didn't say anything more, but directly ordered some men to hand the pill over to the Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor smiled and raised his hand with some difficulty. His hand shook as he placed the pill in his mouth. His expression was very calm, so calm that not a single ripple was showing. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Imperial Tutor, afraid that they would miss out on something. Gu Xianglin narrowed his eyes as a strange glint flashed across his eyes. If this pill verification failed, then 100 Herb Hall's good reputation would be tarnished. When that happened, he had to take the pill formulas for himself. Quick, look. Suddenly, a shocked voice abruptly sounded. Following that, everyone could feel that the Imperial Tutor's body was slowly starting to change. How could they describe it? Although his face was still as wrinkled as before, the pallor of death around him had slowly disappeared. Although he needed to lean on a cane to walk previously, he threw it to one side in front of the stares of the crowd. Ha ha ha. He let loose a burst of laughter. That laughter held no trace of weakness. He looked completely hale and hearty. A miracle, it's really a miracle. I thought I was close to death. I didn't think that I could live a few more years. Most importantly, I was actually able to try the pill that all the people of the world long for in the dreams. I'm satisfied. I've experienced enough in this lifetime. As he was speaking, the Imperial Tutor became emotional and tears ran down his cheeks. Roar. The crowd abruptly exploded. Everyone's gazes carried disbelief and undisguised traces of excitement. Heavens, longevity pills really existed. Helping someone on the deathbed extend their lifespans was something impossible to do. It was something even the Ghost Doctor, who could wrestle people out of the hands of the King of Hell, can do. Within this 100 Herb Hall, someone had actually refined this miraculous pill. Ladies and gentlemen, Shopkeeper Zhao smiled and said, a person can only use a single longevity pill in his lifetime. Furthermore, each pill only extends your lifespan by 10 years. That is to say, you'll still die after 10 years. Although the pill was only effective for 10 years, it was enough to make everyone there go crazy. Chapter 159, Longevity Pill 5. When a cultivator reached the Marshal King rank, their lifespan would be extended by 100 years. If a late-stage Marshal General was on the verge of a breakthrough but his lifespan was coming to an end, there was no way to reverse that desperate situation. However, if an additional 10 years of life could give him the chance to break through, then that was equivalent to adding on 100 years of life. Thus, it could be imagined how important getting an additional 10 years of life was to a cultivator. Gu Xianglin didn't speak, but his eyes darted here and there, clearly thinking of how he could get the pill formulas into his hands. Putting aside the extra 10 years of life, if he could refine the longevity pill, how many riches could he amass? Thinking of that, he was moved by the possibilities. He said, Shopkeeper Zhao, I want to meet with your master. Could you invite him to meet me? Hearing so, Shopkeeper Zhao stared blankly for a moment. The current master of 100 Herb Hall was Eldest Miss, but it seemed like Eldest Miss didn't want anyone to know of her true connection to 100 Herb Hall, even up till now. Thus, he can possibly reveal her identity. Apologies, young Master Gu. Our master doesn't want to meet anybody. Furthermore, didn't you just say that our 100 Herb Hall is selling fake pills? Since that, sir, what are you trying to do by meeting with our master? Shopkeeper Zhao's face carried a sneer as he spoke unhappily. Gu Xianglin didn't get angry, but replied in a calm manner, Shopkeeper Zhao. I would like to trouble you to report to your master. Just say that the young master of the Cool Breeze faction, Gu Xianglin, requests an audience. Ha ha, Shopkeeper Zhao let out a burst of laughter. Gu Xianglin, are you thinking of using the Cool Breeze faction to pressure us? Unfortunately, I'm not impressed by your Cool Breeze faction. Please return from where you came from. Gu Xianglin's expression turned uglier upon hearing those words. He carried the faint trace of a sneer as he said emotionlessly, I called you Shopkeeper Zhao out of respect for 100 Herb Hall. However, you're not qualified to speak to me. Get your master out here. Only he is qualified to stand in front of me. Whoosh. Right after Gu Xianglin finished speaking, the Cool Breeze faction's men gathered behind him drew their weapons. They glared at Shopkeeper Zhao threateningly with expressions full of mocking. They looked as if they would turn the entire place into a bloodbath if the young master gave the order. The Cool Breeze faction, how awe-inspiring. At this moment, Gu Ruan, who had been sitting to one side and watching the show, finally stood up. Brimming with smiles, she said, I didn't think that a fraudulent young master from the Cool Breeze faction would actually throw his weight around compared to the legitimate second young master from the Wind Hall. TSK, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Everyone knew that Gu Xianglan was just the adopted son of the Cool Breeze faction's faction master, so he was deemed fraudulent. However, this word stabbed him in his weak spot, so his expression turned chilly in an instant. Little cousin, is that how you should speak to your older brother? Elder Lei and those other people aren't here right now. Who do you think can protect you now? The ghost doctor. Although her medical skills are great, it seems like she doesn't have enough strength. If you're thinking of relying on her, then think again. Your 100 Herb Hall only has a single Martial King, but our Cool Breeze faction has two. A wise man knows when to give up. Don't make a decision you're going to regret for the rest of your life. Gu Xianglan was trying to persuade her, seemingly with good intentions. His expression would make those who didn't know him think that he was just a good older brother, who was concerned for his little sister. However, Gu Ruan smiled. Gu Xianglan, weren't you so intent on seeing the master of 100 Herb Hall for the sake of the longevity pills formula? You can just say it out directly, why beat around the bush? Although Gu Xianglan did have this idea in mind, he still felt rather awkward after having his true intentions revealed. He used a righteous tone as he spoke. I don't know what grudge you have with grandfather, but I, Gu Xianglan, have always treated you as a little sister. Pill formulas are a great treasure to everyone on the mainland. When the time comes, there will be many experts out to steal it. As someone from 100 Herb Hall, it's not too safe for you. Out of consideration for your safety, I want to take the pill formulas from 100 Herb Hall and bear all the risks and danger for you. Chapter 160, Gu Ruan's Ploy 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Volra novels. To the people gathered there, Gu Xianglan's grim expression made it hard to suspect the true motives behind his altruistic words. After all, he was different from Second Master Gu. No matter how greedy he got, there wouldn't be a trace of it on his face. However, Gu Ruan smiled. Her clear pupils were full of ridicule. Then shouldn't I be thanking you for bearing all that danger in my place? Of course. Gu Xianglan raised his arrogant face. Ruan, 100 Herb Hall is keeping such a high profile now. Haven't you thought of the danger they'll be in? 100 Herb Hall has remained safe for the past 3 years, but it doesn't mean that no one will come to steal the pill formulas in the future. That's because those powers have been preparing for some important matters these past 3 years, so they didn't have the time to bother with your 100 Herb Hall. Furthermore, the beauty rejuvenation pills didn't hold much attraction to them. However, this time, with the birth of the longevity pills, countless powers will surely come to fight for it. As someone within 100 Herb Hall, it's impossible for you to remain uninvolved. Also, Gu Xianglan paused for a moment before he sneered and said, our Cool Breeze faction won't let go of such a great opportunity. Ruan, did you think a tiny 100 Herb Hall could compete with the Cool Breeze faction? I've been trying to persuade you on account of the Gu blood in your veins. If it was some other person, I wouldn't even be using words. It was clear that Gu Xianglan wasn't intending to leave until he got the longevity pill formula today. They had to bring out both pill formulas by any possible means. You're right, our 100 Herb Hall is no match for your Cool Breeze faction. Everyone thought that Gu Ruan would rather die than give in, based on her temperament. They hadn't expected that she would say something like that. The unexpected words made all of them stare blankly at the girl's pretty face in astonishment. At this moment, none of them realized that a trace of cunning flitted across her eyes when she lowered her gaze. Following that, she slowly raised her head. Her bright and clear eyes carried some cowardice as she spoke weakly. Actually, the pill formulas aren't in Elder Yu's hands. It was because I had these pill formulas when Elder Yu took me in back then. If you want the pill formulas, you only have to ask me for it. As they say, a wise man submits to circumstances. I don't want to make an enemy out of your Cool Breeze faction, so if you don't trouble me anymore, I'll give the pill formulas to you. This was within Gu Xianglan's expectations. He had thought a lot these past few days about why 100 Herb Hall was so protective of the orphan Gu Ruan, and why the haughty ghost doctor had become her disciple when Gu Ruan had never learned medicine. It was clear that there was only one reason, that Gu Ruan had something that those two people treasured greatly. The legendary pill formulas. He really didn't know how Gu Ruan had gotten such a windfall. She was lucky to have found the pill formulas. She even used them to control Elder Yu and the ghost doctor. 100 Herb Hall's pills must have been refined by the ghost doctor. Who else in this world could learn the art of refining pills so quickly other than her? Ruan, rest assured, once I become the faction master of the Cool Breeze faction, there will be benefits for you too. Gu Xianglan smiled. He hadn't thought that things would go so smoothly. Who said that Gu Ruan had become tough? That was because she had Elder Yu and the ghost doctor to back her up. Once she had heard that there would be many people coming to snatch the pill formulas, she had immediately become scared. Wasn't she obediently handing the pill formulas over now? Chapter 161, Gu Ruan's Ploy 2. The Cool Breeze faction is really despicable. They actually said